Chapter 1. Zixiao Sect, Qingyan Peak. The eldest senior sister, Bu Wuxuang, sat cross-legged in a pavilion, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, she sensed a fluctuation in space, abruptly opening her eyes to gaze ahead. With a soft thud, a black, book-like object fell from the air before her. "Who goes there?" Bu Wuxuang exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise. In an instant, she sprang into action, swiftly transitioning from her meditative state to a defensive posture. Her spiritual awareness scanned the surroundings, yet she found nothing amiss. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound apart from the earlier thud of the book landing. Upon confirming that there was no one around and no immediate danger, she cautiously approached to inspect the object. Li Yinchuan's diary exclusive to Bu Wuxuang. Li Yinchuan? Who is this person? Why is his diary in my room? And why is my name written here? Bu Wuxuang was thoroughly perplexed. Though previously engrossed in her cultivation, the matter of prying into another's privacy held little interest for her. Yet, seeing her name compelled her to investigate what if the individual harbored ill intentions towards her. Gently, she opened the diary, and immediately, a flurry of ornate characters danced before her eyes. Family, who understands? 5 whole years, 5 years. Do you have any idea how I have spent these 5 years? Ever since I arrived in the Xianhuan continent, I discovered to my dismay that I was utterly talentless, managing to cultivate only to the 3rd level of qi refinement after 5 long years. Truly pathetic. Fortunately, the heavens have favored me. My golden opportunity has finally arrived. Ha ha ha. With this diary writing system that enhances my strength, I, Li Yinchuan, shall undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse among the younger generation. Ha ha. Modesty is key for now. I am still a qi refinement period waste. I need to bide my time, at least until I reach the nascent soul stage before I can afford to be a bit more arrogant. Well, with this cheat activated, half a year should suffice, right? And while I'm at it, I ought to seek out those beauties who have been drawn into the protagonist's harem. Hee, if I could snatch a few, that would be splendid. Is it too much to wish for 10 or 8 wives? Reading the contents of the diary left Bu Wuxuang momentarily speechless. Half a year to progress from the qi refinement realm to the nascent soul stage? Such audacity was truly astounding. The sect master of Zixiao sect had spent over a century to barely reach the nascent soul realm. This was under favorable circumstances an average cultivator might never attain the nascent soul in their lifetime. To think one could achieve such a feat in merely half a year is nothing short of fantasy. Speaking of which, the female protagonist in this world seems to have a rather tragic fate. Nearly everyone associated with the male protagonist appears to meet a dire end. Those who fare somewhat better become mere accessories or tools to the protagonist, while the unfortunate ones either die shielding him or willingly sacrifice themselves. Truly, the author is devoid of humanity. In the past, the Huang family only sacrificed one, yet you casually offer dozens. Thus, for those heroines yearning for salvation, I, Li Yinchuan, am duty-bound. He. Once I surpass the nascent soul and possess the power of self-preservation, I will gradually set about saving them. I wonder how far along the plot has progressed. It seems the male protagonist has yet to join a sect. Once he does, the Zixiao sect will be annihilated within a year. The male protagonist's halo is terrifying. Those associated with him either die or are left maimed, so I must expedite my cultivation. I certainly do not wish to become cannon fodder a year from now, perishing in the sect's destruction. Upon reading this portion, Bu Wuxuang's brow furrowed slightly. Terms like male protagonist halo, tool, and Huang family sacrifice were lost on her, yet the phrase regarding the destruction of the Zixiao sect ignited her ire. As one of the 4 leading sects of the Daquan dynasty, the Zixiao sect, while not on par with the top-tier sects, held a prestigious position. Having been established for several centuries, it had cultivated good relations with various factions. How could it possibly face annihilation? This individual is merely spouting nonsense. A qi refinement period disciple dares to slander his own sect in a diary. I must locate this person and teach him a lesson. Li Yinchuan, is it? I sentence you to 3 months of solitary reflection at the cliff of remorse to learn your lesson about reckless writing, Bu Wuxuang declared, her tone resolute. Utter rubbish. Truly appalling. Your grandfather's twisted fate. The beginner's gift of a century's worth of cultivation only allowed me to advance from the 3rd to the 9th level of chi refinement. At first, I was elated, but it turns out I lacked the potential to even break through to foundation establishment. Ultimately, it all boils down to my poor aptitude and talent. The techniques I possess are equally subpar, not even qualifying as a low-level yellow rank technique. Is this the plight of a mere servant disciple? Indeed, I cannot compare to the male and female protagonists, each possessing extraordinary constitutions, effortlessly reaching golden core and nascent soul stages. Take my senior sister, Bu Wushuang, possessing the supreme talent of the Sword Dao. She is yet to fully awaken it, yet has already reached the peak of the golden core realm at just over 20 years old. It won't be long before she breaks through to the golden core stage. Such speed would bring tears to the eyes of other disciples. The lives of NPCs are not valued, are they? Upon reaching this point, Bu Wushuang's pupils constricted sharply. The diary not only mentioned her, but also declared her to possess the supreme talent of the Sword Dao. During the sect entrance examination, the elders had detected that her aptitude was extraordinary, but the specifics were never revealed. She herself was unaware of the exact nature of her talent, only realizing that her cultivation speed was rapid and her aptitude was likely formidable. Yet, she had not anticipated it to be the pinnacle of Sword Dao talent. From the contents of the diary, it appeared that her supreme Sword Dao talent had yet to be fully awakened. If it were to awaken, how terrifying would that be? Bu Wushuang suppressed her astonishment, feeling a swell of pride within. At 20 years old, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Golden Core, making her a top figure among the younger generation of the Daquan dynasty. Her remarkable achievements were inseparable from her relentless cultivation efforts. All her endeavors were aimed at enhancing her power, with the hope of avenging her family one day. Alas, though the eldest senior sister possessed immense strength, her fate was indeed tragic. Her family had been annihilated by enemies during her childhood, leaving her to arrive at Zixiao sect in utter solitude. She toiled for 2 decades solely for revenge, only to be swayed by the male protagonist's persuasion to let go of her hatred. On the day her supreme Sword Dao talent awakened, she was ambushed by her family's enemies halfway through her awakening. The male protagonist suddenly appeared and transferred her talent to himself, hoping he would aid her in avenging her family. Yes, you heard correctly, talent can indeed be transferred, much like the supreme bone. The author's absurdity in aiding the male protagonist's growth is truly unfathomable. The original text implied that top-tier talents possess a form of self-awareness upon submission to the will of their master. They could be transferred to another, albeit only with the original owner's consent at the cost of the original owner's life. Witnessing this conclusion had been utterly disheartening. The most formidable and beautiful senior sister of Zixiao sect met such a woeful end. Her vendetta unfulfilled, her supreme talent seized by the male protagonist. All her efforts became mere adornments for him. It was simply too tragic. As she absorbed this information, Bu Wushuang's eyes were ablaze with fury. Her relentless cultivation for 20 years, with scarcely a moment of rest, was all in pursuit of avenging her family. To think she would relinquish her hatred for a man is utterly ludicrous. I, Bu Wushuang, shall never be such a person. Bu Wushuang clenched her fists, scrutinizing the diary intently. Who is this detestable male protagonist? When I finally meet him, I will ensure he pays dearly. It can only be said that the male protagonist's halo is excessively potent. Prolonged exposure can easily diminish one's intellect. In addition to Bu Wushuang, there's also the junior sister, Luo Yuling, and the sect master's daughter, Su Feng'er. One possesses the Luo water physique, and the other the fire phoenix physique. Both ultimately became the male protagonist's furnaces, willingly so had a tragically intertwined trio. Zixiao sect, sect arena. Emerging from the arena, Su Feng'er, upon reading the diary's contents, gritted her teeth, seething with rage. The water flask in her hand nearly crumbled under her grip. This diary had just been picked up from the ground, inscribed with the words exclusive to Su Feng'er, prompting her to take a glance. Due to her fiery temperament stemming from her unique constitution, she had come to the arena to vent her frustrations. Yet, after perusing the contents, Su Feng'er was infuriated beyond measure. First, she read that the Zixiao sect would face destruction, and then she discovered that she herself would become some man's furnace, igniting her explosive temper. The surrounding disciples, witnessing Su Feng'er's imminent explosion, hurriedly distanced themselves, fearful of incurring the wrath of this young lady. As for Bu Wushuang's predicament, she had also caught wind of it. Though their relationship was not particularly deep, as they typically focused on their own cultivation, they were both disciples of Zixiao sect, and the latter possessed the supreme talent of the sword Dao. Su Feng'er initially intended to inform her father, the sect master Su Donglu, about the situation. She hoped to help Bu Wushuang awaken her talent in advance, thereby preventing it from being discovered by her enemies. When the male protagonist appeared during the awakening, it remained uncertain whether it was a coincidence or a premeditated act. Upon witnessing herself become the furnace of the male protagonist, she was instantly unable to maintain her composure. This damn male lead. Do not let me discover who you are. I shall surely flay your skin off. And as for the owner of this diary, Yinchuan, whether your words are true or false, dare to write of me in such a manner, and I shall make you pay dearly. Su Feng'er, filled with ire, attempted to tear the diary apart. However, she soon realized that the diary was impervious to her efforts. Even when she exerted all the strength of her peak foundation establishment, the diary remained utterly unyielding. In the next moment, the diary suddenly transformed into a ray of light and darted into her brow. The contents of the diary manifested vividly in her mind. What is this? Come out at once. Su Feng'er exclaimed in shock, channeling her spirit to force the diary out. Yet, she found that her efforts bore no fruit. Fortunately, the diary seemed to harbor no intention of causing her harm, merely resting quietly within her consciousness. Having exhausted all means to separate the diary, Su Feng'er had no choice but to relent. Meanwhile, in a small town near the foot of Zixiao Sect's mountain, a filthy little beggar clad in tattered clothing sat alone in an empty alley, clutching a diary invisible to others. If one were to wash away the grime from the little beggar, they would discover that she was, in fact, a charming and sprightly little girl. Ah, my name is actually written here. Could it be that Zixiao sect has a disciple named Luo Yuling as well? The little beggar, named Luo Yuling, could only recall her name since the dawn of her memory. Having roamed the streets since childhood, she had never encountered her parents or relatives. Frequently plagued by hunger, she sometimes endured weeks without a morsel to eat. Moreover, she was often bullied by other beggars who would snatch away the meager food she managed to procure. Fortunately, she later met another little beggar who treated her kindly, caring for her like a sister and sharing the food he gathered. However, this brief period of happiness was short-lived. During one of their outings to scavenge for food, Luo Yuling encountered a demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator abducted several reasonably attractive little girls. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yuling quickly smeared mud across her face, narrowly escaping capture. Upon returning, she discovered that her beggar brother had also been taken. Thus, Luo Yuling found herself alone and desolate once more. Navigating through life's myriad hardships, she eventually wandered into a forest, having gone without food for half a month and feeling utterly famished. Spotting a vibrant red fruit growing on a tree, she disregarded the possibility of poison and consumed it without hesitation. To her astonishment, she inadvertently became a cultivator. She ascended directly from an ordinary mortal to a second-layer qi refining practitioner. Teaching a lesson to those who had once bullied her was a mere trifle. Yet, Luo Yuling refrained from doing so, always cherishing a kind heart. Even after enduring countless hardships, she never repaid malice with malice. Uncertain whether it was the fruit's influence, every midnight she experienced excruciating pain throughout her body. Someone suggested that she seek out a cultivation sect, where she might find a remedy for her plight. Thus, Luo Yuling embarked on a long journey to Zixiao sect. Having heard that the annual recruitment of disciples would occur in 2 days, she intended to test her luck in joining. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon a diary at the foot of the mountain. After perusing its contents, Luo Yuling was utterly astounded. It stated that a year hence, Zixiao sect would face annihilation and that a formidable senior sister would have her talents seized by this so-called male protagonist. Finally, it even mentioned junior sister Luo Yuling. Luo Yuling paused momentarily, as that was indeed her name. Could it be that Zixiao sect harbored another disciple with the same name? What a remarkable coincidence. However, this Luo Yuling, like the senior sister, faced a grim fate, becoming the male protagonist's furnace. If she could join Zixiao sect, she would surely seek them out to offer a warning. Yet, with her strength only at the second layer of qi refining, it remained uncertain whether she could pass the entrance examination. Lost in thought, the diary in Luo Yuling's hands transformed into a beam of light and entered her mind. Luo Yuling gasped in surprise, thankfully unnoticed by anyone nearby. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the contents of the diary began to update. She had just inquired of Li Daniu about his work, only to learn that the sect's recruitment day was the day after tomorrow. It seemed the plot was about to unfold, and she needed to prepare herself adequately. She recalled that junior sister Luo Yuling was soon to arrive at the town at the foot of the Sex Mountain. At this point, she was merely a second-layer qi refining little beggar, often bullied due to her ragged appearance. The male protagonist, Yi Fan, would intervene to rescue her, causing her to harbor feelings of gratitude for him, as no one had ever treated her with kindness beyond her beggar brother. Initially, Yi Fan had no intention of helping her, but an elderly man in his ring informed him that Luo Yuling possessed the rare Luo water constitution. The body of the river Luo is indeed a remarkable treasure. It not only accelerates the cultivation speed significantly, but also enhances the success rate of alchemical concoctions, making it a coveted physique among countless alchemists. For instance, a typical first-tier elixir has a mere 50% success rate in the hands of an ordinary first-tier alchemist, whereas the river Luo body can elevate that probability to an astounding 90%. Even for fifth-tier elixirs, the rate can rise from 20% to 50%. Such a physique is nothing short of terrifying for all alchemists. Thus, the elderly gentleman advised Yi Fan to lend a hand, as doing so would not only endear him to the other party, but also provide an opportunity to eventually usurp that physique for his own benefit. Consequently, Yi Fan observed as Luo Yuling was tormented by those affluent scions, only intervening after a prolonged period of torment, presenting himself as her savior. Although the male protagonist's methods were rather distasteful, one must concede their effectiveness. He swiftly endeared himself to Luo Yuling, becoming her first infatuation, and under his charming rhetoric, he eclipsed even her affection for her brother, the beggar. Later, upon joining the Zixiao sect, Luo Yuling was taken under the wing of Elder Ning Shui as a personal disciple. In her efforts to assist her apprentice in enhancing her cultivation, Elder Ning Shui concocted numerous elixirs for her, yet most were deceitfully pilfered by the male protagonist. The precious spirit grass, which Elder Ning Shui had painstakingly acquired to remedy Luo Yuling's accidental consumption of the red fruit, was also stealthily taken by Yi Fan, who shamelessly claimed it was his own discovery. Such blatant audacity was utterly infuriating. This series of actions completely ensnared the young disciple's heart, leading her to even consider self-sacrifice. Oh, how could one bear to allow such a delightful and kind-hearted junior sister to make such a sacrifice? Cursed be the wicked author. I shall descend the mountain forthwith, seek out the junior sister, and thwart Yi Fan's schemes. And a humble fire would shed belonging to a certain errand disciple of the Zixiao sect. After inscribing the final stroke of his last diary entry with sheer willpower, Li Yinchuan rose to his feet. 5 years prior, he had traversed into this mystical land of Xinhuang, becoming a humble disciple of the Zixiao sect. Through relentless effort, he had cultivated for 5 arduous years, advancing from the first layer of qi training to the third layer. Initially, he believed this would be the course of his life, but unexpectedly, just before the onset of the unfolding narrative, he awakened a system. Had he not awakened the system, Li Yinchuan would have been compelled to flee. After all, being well-versed in the storyline, he knew that a year hence, the Zixiao sect would be beset by a cataclysmic war for survival. To remain would be to invite his own demise as mere cannon fodder. Li Yinchuan found himself transported into a novel titled The Most Powerful Seducer Ascends to Emperorship. Within its pages, the male protagonist, Yifan, guided by the wisdom of an elderly man residing within a ring and aided by mysterious parents, embarks on a journey of battling monsters and leveling up, ultimately seizing countless opportunities to ascend to the status of emperor. To expedite the protagonist's advancement, the author has introduced dozens of female leads, each serving solely as instruments to bolster his cultivation. Be it the Supreme Sword Dao physique, the Luo River physique, or the Fire Phoenix physique, they all are summoned to assist. With every stride the male lead takes, a female lead inevitably meets her demise. This narrative left Li Yinchuan's scalp tingling with discomfort, pondering how an author could be so audacious. Now that he had acquired strength, he felt compelled to rescue a few of these female characters. He could not allow such a shameless author to prevail through the male lead's exploits. Big Bull, I'm heading out of the sect for a bit. Could you handle my duties for the next couple of days? Li Yinchuan said. In response, a good-natured, burly servant disciple in the same room replied, Sure, just bring me back some roasted chicken from the mountain. Li Yinchuan glanced at his somewhat plump figure and remarked, You should eat a little less. Otherwise, if someone comes to your door to beat you up, you won't even be able to run away. Despite his words, Li Yinchuan did not refuse. After all, the NPC lacked the talent for cultivation. It would be unreasonable to strip him of the right to enjoy food. Li Daniu chuckled with a mischievous grin, for he had a penchant for such delights. After preparing himself, Li Yinchuan descended the mountain with minimal baggage. The territory of the Zishu sect is quite extensive, stretching from the summit to the base. Even though Li Yinchuan has reached the 9th level of qi refining, it would still take him several hours to traverse the distance. The concept of the Luo Shui body, it is said to be a natural gift for alchemy. The truth of the diary entries will soon be revealed to me. Intercepting? I am capable of that as well. Ningshui, the beautiful alchemy elder of the Zishu sect, pondered over the contents of the diary. Regardless of whether the Zishu sect would truly face annihilation in a year, as mentioned in the diary, the Luo Shui body should have already arrived in the town by now. A brief investigation would suffice to ascertain the truth. With her cultivation at the 9th level of Golden Core and possessing the flying treasure, the cloud-piercing shuttle, she could reach the town at the mountain's foot in no more than half a stick of incense. Upon reading the latest entries in the diary, Luo Yuling's eyes widened in astonishment. The individual described within seemed to be none other than herself. She matched every detail, 2nd level of qi refining, a tattered little beggar, arriving in a small town and joining a sect. Is this little junior sister referring to me? Luo Yuling murmured. She was also endowed with the coveted Luo Shui body that every alchemist dreams of. Am I truly so remarkable? However, upon reading further, her brows furrowed slightly. The male protagonist, Yi Fan, had saved her purely due to his interest in her physique, rather than from genuine goodwill. He even deceived her, claiming Ning Elder's accomplishments as his own, which indeed reflected the shamelessness described in the diary. Would I ultimately be sacrificed to such a person? Luo Yuling's complexion paled. If that were indeed the case, she would rather not join the sect, even if it meant enduring pain daily. As Luo Yuling contemplated whether to attend the Zishu sect's recruitment ceremony, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a powerful cultivator soaring above her. As she watched, she noticed the figure seemed to slow down, almost as if it were approaching her. 2nd level of qi refining, little beggar, the visitor mused. What is your name? Startled, Luo Yuling realized that the person truly sought her out. I am Luo Yuling, she replied softly. The figure, a stunning woman clad in a flowing white robe, emanated an ethereal grace, which eased Luo Yuling's apprehension. It was Ning Shui. Having surveyed the townsfolk, most were at the 1st to 3rd level of qi refining, with only a few at levels 4 to 6. Primarily here for the upcoming Zishu sect recruitment. All the inns were already fully booked, and more visitors were expected tomorrow. Ning Shui discovered Luo Yuling curled up in a narrow alley. After assessing her appearance and aura, she finally found a suitable candidate and approached her. Luo Yuling? Upon hearing the name, Ning Shui was pleasantly surprised. She had not anticipated the diary's contents to be true. Extend your hand so I may take a look, she instructed. Hesitantly, Luo Yuling presented her grimy arm, which Ning Shui examined unperturbed. The Luo Shui body, indeed. A smile blossomed on Ning Shui's face. Being an alchemist herself, she understood the significance of the Luo Shui body. She also discerned the hidden danger within Luo Yuling, likely a result of consuming the red cloud fruit. While the fruit could enhance cultivation, it could also damage a cultivator's meridians, potentially leading to paralysis. Fortunately, Luo Yuling's Luo Shui body considerably mitigated the fruit's adverse effects, though pain and the risk of meridian collapse remained. Would you like to become my personal disciple? Ning Shui inquired with a smile. Luo Yuling paused for a moment before timidly asking, "May I ask who you are? I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ning Shui, an elder of the Zixiao sect. If you become my personal disciple, I will heal your condition and teach you to become a master alchemist." Ning Shui replied with a beaming smile. "Ning Shui elder?" Luo Yuling exclaimed in surprise. So she was the Ning Shui mentioned in the diary. She appeared so youthful. It was remarkable that she had already attained the status of an elder. I am willing." Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yuling nodded in agreement. "Excellent. You shall accompany me back to the sect. Realm, Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Yuan Dan, Golden Core, Yuan Ing, Out of Body, Transformation, Integration, Returning to Void, Tribulation, Great Ascension. Pills, 1st to 10th grade, 10th grade being the highest. Martial Arts Techniques, Heaven and Earth Xian Huang, Heavenly grade being the highest. Ning Elder, may I wait a day before departing?" Luo Yuling asked softly, though she was uncertain why Ning Shui had suddenly appeared and made her a personal disciple. She wished to remain in the town to verify the diary's authenticity. If the predictions of danger for the Zixiao sect were indeed true, she could warn Ning Shui in advance to prepare accordingly. This would also help her avoid becoming an unwitting pawn in the schemes of the yet-to-be-seen senior sister and the sect leader's daughter. "Call me master. Can you explain why?" Ning Shui queried. She had come here to intercept Luo Yuling and could not allow this precious disciple to be enchanted by the so-called protagonist, Yifan. Furthermore, the diary's author, Li Yinchuan, seemed dubious himself, speaking of marrying multiple wives without hesitation. "Master, I still have matters to attend to. I will seek you out tomorrow after I have resolved them," Luo Yuling said, lowering her head, unable to meet Ning Shui's gaze. Ning Shui remained silent for a moment, then produced 2 talismans, a vial of pills, and a manual. These are protective charms and a concealment talisman. The protective charm can withstand all attacks from cultivators below the golden core level, while the concealment talisman will mask your aura. This vial contains a 1st grade gathering Qi pill, which will accelerate your Qi refining progress. This manual is for the advanced yellow grade technique, Light Spirit Finger. Since Luo Yuling was unwilling to leave with her immediately, Ning Shui did not press the issue. She handed these items to Luo Yuling. The protective charm would ensure her safety, as the diary mentioned that her little disciple would be bullied the next day, and the charm would prevent harm. The concealment talisman was to prevent Li Yinchuan from locating Luo Yuling and to keep her special physique under wraps, as there was no immediate danger to her disciple. Ning Shui deemed it unnecessary to provide additional items. Overindulgence could attract unwanted attention. "Thank you, master." Seeing Ning Shui lay out so many items before her, Luo Yuling was nearly moved to tears. This was only the 2nd time in her life someone had treated her so kindly. She immediately knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times. Ning Shui smiled. A disciple so grateful must be well protected. Should anyone dare to harm her disciple, they would not escape her wrath. "Now that you have collected your belongings, let us find you some new clothes. Do you have a place to stay? I can arrange a room for you at an inn," Ning Shui suggested. "Thank you, master, but that won't be necessary." Accustomed to her circumstances, Luo Yuling decided to change her attire only upon entering the sect. She declined Ning Shui's suggestion, wishing to maintain the greatest consistency with her diary. Eager to ascertain whether the events of the following day would unfold as foretold within its pages, she pondered whether this so-called male protagonist would indeed emerge at the last moment to assist her. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Ning Shui remarked. "I have informed the gatekeeper of the sect, so upon your arrival, simply announce my name, and someone will escort you inside." With that, she activated her cloud-piercing shuttle and departed the village. Having secured the disciple, there was no urgency in this moment. After Ning Shui's departure, Luo Yuling gazed vacantly at the receding figure of her mentor. Had she truly become a direct disciple of an elder from the Zixiao sect? Glancing at the alchemical texts and the 2 talismans in her possession, she realized that it was all genuine. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, senior brotherly," Luo Yuling murmured. She felt that since Li Yinchuan had documented her situation in the diary, enabling her to avoid the male protagonist's deceit, he must be a good person. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Zixiao sect. Albeit a mere servant disciple, he was still a disciple nonetheless. It was perfectly reasonable to address him as senior brotherly, considering he had entered the sect before her. Subsequently, she sought a secluded spot to consume a Qi-gathering pill and begin her cultivation. Due to her unique physique, Luo Shui, she absorbed the Qi-gathering pill with remarkable speed, fully digesting it in less than an hour. She then ingested a second Qi-gathering pill and continued her practice. After 2 hours of cultivation, Luo Yuling opened her eyes to discover she had made a breakthrough. She had successfully advanced to the 3rd level of Qi training. Meanwhile, the sky had grown dim. Li Yinchuan finally arrived at the foot of the mountain from the sect, setting off towards the quaint town. The Zishu sect is indeed vast. The descent was exceedingly laborious. From now on, it would be preferable to remain nestled within the sect, nurturing his growth and peace. Once he reaches the golden core stage and masters the art of flight, he shall venture out once more. Half an hour later, upon sighting the town, Li Yinchuan concealed his aura and entered. The town, named Zixiao Town, though nominally a mere settlement, is in fact more extensive than several medium-sized cities. The populace here is a mlang of ordinary folk and cultivators, serving as a nexus between the mundane world and the realm of cultivation. Both silver and spirit stones circulate freely in this locale, with an exchange rate of 1 spirit stone equating to 10,000 taels of silver. However, certain items are more affordably procured with spirit stones, while they command a higher price in silver, as spirit stones represent the hard currency of the cultivation world. Given that the Zishu sect is accepting disciples the following day, the town is already bustling with a considerable crowd. Li Yinchuan wandered leisurely, purchasing items while searching for someone. As a servant disciple at the Zishu sect, he received a monthly stipend of 1 spirit stone, and with the rewards from undertaking some low-level tasks, he managed to save a total of 10 spirit stones over 5 years. Unfortunately, most of his spirit stones had been extorted by the cunning veterans within the sect. Refusing their demands would result in genuine repercussions. The servant disciples held little influence, and their plight was truly lamentable. Li Yinchuan initially intended to save up to 100 spirit stones to purchase a qi gathering pill, thereby enhancing his cultivation. At the current rate, it seemed unlikely he would ever acquire one, even in death. Fortunately, upon awakening the system, he received a novice gift package that included a generous endowment of 5,000 spirit stones, allowing him to indulge freely. Additionally, it came with a low-level spatial ring for storage. This spatial ring, even of the most basic variety, is a precious item, worth over 10,000 spirit stones, something that ordinary disciple servants could scarcely dream of possessing. Li Yinchuan was well aware of this fact. Yet he chose to remain modest and discreet, only placing his belongings into the ring when no one was around. Typically, the fare consumed on the mountain was rather bland. So Li Yinchuan resolved that this descent would not only involve seeking out individuals, but also indulging in a variety of his favorite delicacies, including roasted chicken, a particular favorite of the formidable Niao. After completing his purchases, however, he found no trace of Luo Yuling. The town was teeming with beggars. Yet they were predominantly ordinary individuals devoid of any spiritual essence. His junior sister, being at the 2nd level of Qi training, naturally excluded these individuals from consideration. After nearly 3 hours of searching, Li Yinchuan had yet to catch sight of Luo Yuling. It was perplexing. Could it be that the narrative had not commenced yet? Leaving the protagonist absent? Li Yinchuan mused. Never mind. If she remains elusive, I shall cease my search. After all, the story is set to begin tomorrow. I can simply wait here, like a hunter poised for a hare, and perhaps seize the opportunity to rescue my junior sister before the male lead does. Li Yinchuan made up his mind to first find a place to rest. However, all the inns in the town were fully occupied. Was he to resort to using his wealth? Hey, you there. Stop. A loud and arrogant voice suddenly echoed from behind Li Yinchuan as he pondered his situation. Li Yinchuan turned his head to behold a rotund figure clad in resplendent robes, gazing at him with an air of disdain. Flanking him were 2 sycophants, fanning themselves nonchalantly. The sight struck Li Yinchuan as somewhat familiar. Might you be of the Wang family? He inquired. Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. Swiftly relinquish any valuables you possess, the rotund Wang retorted. Li Yinchuan suddenly burst into laughter as he recalled who the other person was. This rotund fellow was none other than the minor antagonist from the book, who had initially bullied the female protagonist and subsequently suffered a severe beating from Yifan, rendering him incapable of self-care. How amusing it was that the male and female leads had yet to make their appearance. While this minor villain had already shown up ahead of schedule, the rotund man possessed a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, accompanied by 2 lackeys at the 4th layer. Among the practitioners in this small town, they were considered relatively formidable. In the original narrative, it was indeed this rotund man who, along with his 2 underlings, tormented the little beggar, Luo Yuling, only to be rescued by the observing male protagonist, Yifan. While it was hardly a challenge to bully a 2nd layer Qi refinement junior sister, attempting to extort Li Yinchuan, who had reached the 9th layer, was quite another matter. Boss, It seems he looks down on you, one of the lackeys remarked. He truly does disregard the boss. Upon witnessing Li Yinchuan's smile, the two lackeys chimed in unison. Get lost. The rotund man kicked the two aside and turned to Li Yinchuan, extending his hand. I've been watching you for quite some time. You must possess a storage ring. Hand it over promptly, or my fist will not be gentle. Upon hearing this, Li Yinchuan was amused. Given that you are aware of my possession of a storage ring, you should comprehend that such an item is not typically within the grasp of ordinary individuals. Wang Fatty hesitated for a moment, but upon observing Li Yinchuan's attire, a plain gray coarse cloth coat, it was evident that he was devoid of wealth and influence. Would a person of true power dress in such a manner? Humph. I suspect you are merely a servant from some household. And that ring is likely a product of your thievery. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Wang Fatty immediately signaled two of his lackeys to charge forward. Wait, it is wrong to resort to violence. At that moment, a feeble voice emerged from the box behind Li Yinchuan. The group turned to see that it was the inconspicuous little beggar who had spoken. From the tone, it was clear that she was a female beggar. What business do you have meddling in my affairs, you filthy beggar? Wang Fatty scoffed. Continuing to urge his lackeys to act, Li Yinchuan watched as two lackeys rushed towards him, not even fluttering an eyelid. With a swift kick, he sent each of them flying far away. Impressive, aren't you? Wang Pengzi remarked, surprised that his subordinates had been bested, realizing there was some skill involved. Nevertheless, he still regarded Li Yinchuan with disdain, merely considering him an ordinary individual with some martial prowess. After all, Li Yinchuan had yet to unleash any aura of cultivation. Flowery techniques would falter against the might of Wang's grandfather. Prepare to receive my signature move, the Wang family heavy fist. Wang Pengzi concentrated the power of his fifth level of qi cultivation into his fist and struck towards Li Yinchuan. This technique was his pride and joy. Any cultivator below the fourth level who was struck would either face death or severe injury. Speechless, Li Yinchuan felt utterly speechless. A villain is indeed a villain. Without knowledge of the opponent's strength, they recklessly charged forward, truly deserving of being the male protagonist's experience package. If everyone were to act in a more cunning manner, how could the male lead maintain his facade? Li Yinchuan directly unleashed the aura of the ninth layer of qi refinement. Fundamental palm technique. Li Yinchuan executed the fundamental palm technique that every disciple of the Zixiao sect mastered. With a gentle push, he effortlessly neutralized Wang Pengzi's attack, causing him to tumble unceremoniously. Practicing at the ninth level of qi refinement, Wang Pengzi was taken aback upon sensing this aura. How could such a formidable master, at the ninth level of qi refinement, be present in this place? And clad in such tattered garments? It made no sense. Big brother, I am from the Wang family of Lin City. Please, do not harm me. Wang Pengzi immediately activated his mode of supplication. Li Yinchuan was undoubtedly aware of the background of the corpulent Wang. Furthermore, this Wang possessed a sister of exquisite beauty who had joined the Xianen sect, a first-rate sect alongside the Zixiu sect. According to the narrative, upon revealing his background, Wang was disregarded by the male protagonist, who resolutely proceeded to shatter his arms and legs, rendering Wang a cripple incapable of self-sufficiency. Upon learning of this calamity, his sister sought vengeance for Wang. The outcome? It goes without saying, the male protagonist's harem expanded by one. It seems rather reasonable, does it not, that a brother left in ruin would have his sister join the ranks of the protagonist's harem? Li Yinchuan did not perceive himself as possessing the formidable aura of a male protagonist, capable of winning the affections of a lady by incapacitating her brother. The Wang family of Lin City, yes, I am aware. I once passed by the Wang residence where the family head, Wang Ruhai, even proposed his daughter as hand in marriage to me. At that time, however, my cultivation was insufficient, and I declined the offer. Li Yinchuan spoke candidly. Indeed, Wang Ruhai had promised to wed his daughter to the son of the individual who had once saved his life. Naturally, that individual was certainly not Li Yinchuan. Ah? Wang Fatty exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this revelation. Wang Ruhai was indeed his father, with only him and his sister as the sole offspring. Could it be that the other party almost became his brother-in-law? Goodness! A family connection. Wang Fatty promptly sprang to his feet, eagerly rushing towards Li Yinchuan. I am Wang Defa, and Wang Ruhai is my father. You are my brother-in-law. Wang Fatty exclaimed excitedly. Li Yinchuan secretly rejoiced, for this was precisely the effect he desired. Yet he maintained a facade of calmness. Who is your brother-in-law? Do not speak carelessly. I have yet to settle the score regarding your attempt to covet my storage ring, he asserted, his expression turning serious. In truth, Wang Fatty, being the only son of Wang Ruhai, the head of the Wang family, lived a life of luxury and abundance. His father had sent him to Zixiao town to enhance his cultivation, preparing him for the eventual takeover of the family business. It perplexed Li Yinchuan that such a privileged young master would engage in acts of mocking beggars and highway robbery, although storage rings were relatively rare. Acquiring one would not pose a challenge for the Wang family's financial resources. Why then resort to thievery? Li Yinchuan was perplexed. After some contemplation, he concluded that this might be what is referred to as the protagonist effect. When the main character appears, the minor antagonists and bystanders often exhibit a remarkable decline in their intelligence, engaging in actions that defy logic, all to allow the protagonist to shine. However, the male lead had yet to make his entrance. Why was this Wang fatty still behaving so foolishly? Goodness, I am utterly confused. Just now, in a moment of folly, I found myself inexplicably drawn to follow. I apologize, I sincerely apologize. As Wang fatty continued to express his contrition, he slapped his own face in exasperation. In the midst of this, he turned back to his two lackeys, exclaiming, I am slapping myself, and you merely stand there watching? Join me in this. Li Yinchuan observed the three of them fanning themselves for a few minutes before raising his hand to call a halt. In light of your sincere acknowledgement of wrongdoing, I shall let this matter rest. However, you must promise me one thing. Wang Pengzi, with his cheeks swollen and red from the fanning, approached and said, Brother-in-law, feel free to instruct me on anything you need. Li Yinchuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction at his understanding. If you wish to bully someone tomorrow, you must ensure my presence, understood? Li Yinchuan's words left them perplexed. Why should we bully someone tomorrow? However, since the brother-in-law has spoken, we shall comply. Understood, brother-in-law. I assure you we will call you to join us. Brother-in-law, where do you reside? Where shall we find you then? Wang Pengzi affectionately addressed him as brother-in-law. I currently have no place to settle and am in the process of searching, replied Li Yinchuan. That's splendid. I have reserved 3 rooms at an inn in town, and it works perfectly for you to stay with us. I will have the others vacate a room for you, Wang Pengzi stated. Li Yinchuan pondered for a moment and replied, that works. Tomorrow, he could accompany them to locate the female lead, his little junior sister, and seize the opportunity. By the way, little beggar, thank you. Before departing, Li Yinchuan turned to express his gratitude to the ordinary little beggar who had spoken up for him, despite lacking any cultivation. No, it's my pleasure, replied Luo Yuling, watching the 4 depart with a curious feeling. The boy clad in simple garments appeared rather dashing. Upon returning to the inn and sending the overly enthusiastic Wang fatty away, Li Yinchuan lay on his bed and began to write in his journal. The territory of the Zixiao sect is truly vast. It took me a full 4 hours to reach the foot of the mountain. The journey must span over 1,000 miles, nearly exhausting my feet. I initially intended to search for my little junior sister, but after scouring the entire town among the beggars, I found no trace of her. It seems I must await tomorrow's events to locate her. I had thought there would be nowhere to rest tonight, yet unexpectedly, I encountered the minor antagonist who will tease the female lead tomorrow. The minor antagonist, as ever, lacked intelligence. Upon noticing my storage ring, he sought to rob me. How presumptuous. I am not the protagonist. If anyone should be robbed, it ought to be Yifan. Fortunately, my skills surpassed theirs, and I easily subdued the 3 minor antagonists while successfully deceiving them. Wang Fatty's real name is Wang Defa, hailing from the Wang family of Lin City. Interestingly, his name was never revealed in the original text, where he was perpetually referred to as Wang Fatty. After teasing the female lead, he was crippled by the male lead, Yifan, subsequently relegated to mere background character status, unworthy of a name. Wang Defa has an elder sister named Wang Jian, a disciple of the Xianin sect, currently at the peak of qi refining. After learning of her brother's downfall at the hands of the male lead a month later, she took up her sword and sought vengeance against Yifan at the Zishu sect. Unsurprisingly, she was defeated and received guidance on her swordsmanship, leading her to develop feelings for the male lead. Ultimately, she became one of his consorts. Though it may sound far-fetched, that is how events unfolded. However, I have successfully deceived Wang Defa into regarding me as his brother-in-law, which should make future encounters with Wang Jian considerably easier, thanks to the little fatty whispering in her ear. Ahem, I digress. Returning to my little junior sister, having taught Wang Defa a lesson tonight, I wonder if he will suddenly act possessed tomorrow and bully my little junior sister. I certainly hope my words will carry weight then. Regardless, I will accompany Wang Defa tomorrow. With this antagonist radar, locating my little junior sister should be effortless. At that point, I can whisk her away, hee. After my encounter with Wang Defa, I realized that individuals in this world can occasionally exhibit a decline in intelligence. I must tread carefully to avoid being implicated by Yi Fan. Enough of this rambling. It's nearly midnight. I shall see what rewards the system has to offer. Anticipating. JPG rubs hands together. After completing his diary, Li Yinchuan lay on his bed, eagerly awaiting the stroke of midnight. The system would dispense rewards based on the content of his writings each day, though the specifics remained a mystery to him. During this anticipatory period, some other female protagonists became agitated upon reading the diary's latest entries. In the Xian sect, Wang Jiyan's expression shifted dramatically as she perused the recent revelations. Initially, she had believed the diary's contents to be irrelevant to her, dismissing it as mere fantasies penned by a lowly disciple of the Zixiao sect. To her astonishment, her name was now mentioned. Furthermore, her brother had been cast as the villain in the narrative. Having bullied the female lead, he was subsequently crippled by the so-called male protagonist. In seeking vengeance for her brother, she found herself unwittingly ensnared as one of his harem members. Every word inscribed in the diary was comprehensible to Wang Jiyan. Yet when pieced together, they left her utterly bewildered. Was she truly the kind of woman so devoid of reason, associating with the very enemy responsible for her brother's suffering? I, Wang Jiyan, shall never be such a person. With a fierce resolve, she unsheathed her treasured sword, cleaving the table in her room in twain. Though she lacked the supreme swordsmanship talent of Bu Wuxuang, she possessed a heart as intricate as a labyrinth, with an exceptional capacity for comprehension. She learned swiftly and was no novice in the art of the sword. The distance from the Xian sect to the Zixiao sect was insurmountable. Even should she rush there now, the time left in the night would be insufficient. Curse be Yi Fan. Should you dare lay a finger on my brother, I shall strike you down with a single blow. Wang Jiyan was consumed by anxiety within her chamber, yet felt powerless to act. Ultimately, she was compelled to place her hopes in the hands of the diary's author. Li Yinchuan, you have become my brother-in-law. I implore you to come to his aid. She murmured, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. In Zixiao town, at the alley's entrance, alongside Foundation Establishment pills and Qi-gathering pills, lay a 6th-grade Resurgence Purple pill. While the Resurgence Purple pill was merely a 6th-grade elixir, it possessed a singular purpose, to heal any injuries inflicted by plant-based creatures. Its significance, though not monumental, was certainly not negligible. Some high-level plant monsters, after their transformation, could rival human cultivators in strength. If grievously wounded by such foes, a single Resurgence Purple pill would suffice to mend all injuries. In certain scenarios, it proved even more effective than a 7th-grade healing elixir. Li Yinchuan had already devised a plan for utilizing this resuming purple pill. As for the advanced sword technique of the Xian rank, it was of little use to him since he did not wield a sword. Although flying with a sword appeared quite impressive, Li Yinchuan currently lacked even an iron sword. He decided to set it aside for the time being. Furthermore, he discovered a basic earth-level movement technique, instantaneous step. Upon seeing this second technique, Li Yinchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Remarkably, it was a movement technique of earth-level quality. Within the Zixiao sect, only the sect leader and highly esteemed elders were qualified to learn earth-level skills. Most elders and disciples practiced techniques of the Xian rank, while outer disciples were limited to learning only basic Huang-level martial arts. As for the miscellaneous disciples, they could only train in fundamental palm techniques, which barely qualified as Huang level. Truly, the system was exceedingly generous. Once he mastered the instantaneous step, even if he could not win a fight, he would certainly be able to escape. Li Yinchuan gazed at the sole treasure bestowed by the system, the thorned armor. This item was familiar to him. It was an equipment from a certain game. He never anticipated that it would manifest as a reward. Li Yinchuan glanced at the effects of the armor, which could rebound all damage inflicted by beings below the nascent soul stage. Worn upon the body, it would seamlessly blend in, remaining concealed and not obstructing normal attire, nor hindering any intimate engagements. A splendid item, he declared decisively as he donned the thorned armor. Additionally, he possessed a 3rd-tier spirit beast egg and 50 years of cultivation. The spirit beast egg was stored directly in the system's space, awaiting a gradual hatching. If one were to point out a minor flaw in the system, it would be its inability to store items. It could only retain rewards granted by the system itself. Otherwise, Li Yinchuan would have no need for a storage ring, as he could simply deposit everything into the system's space. As for the 50 years of cultivation, it remains uncertain how much it would elevate his realm. Though it is likely to be modest, Li Yinchuan harbored no confidence in his innate talents. The novice gift pack, which bestowed upon him a century's worth of cultivation, merely elevated him from the 3rd to the 9th level of Qi refinement. What could be accomplished in 50 years? If Bu Wuxuang's swordsmanship talent were rated as a golden legend, then Li Yinchuan's abysmal roots could only be classified as the lowest tier of white refuse. As the system infused him with cultivation, Li Yinchuan gradually sensed his progress, albeit slow, as the spiritual energy within him began to solidify incrementally. Damn it. At least allow me to reach the foundation establishment stage, he grumbled. Were it not for the system's fortuitous intervention. He feared that even a millennium of effort would render him inferior to the protagonist. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Li Yinchuan reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. There remained surplus years of cultivation to be imparted, yet Li Yinchuan did not achieve a breakthrough, and his realm remained unmanifested. Half an hour later, the entirety of his 50 years of cultivation was successfully infused. Li Yinchuan inhaled deeply, allowing himself to relax, before placing a foundational elixir into his mouth to initiate his breakthrough. As the elixir entered his body, its medicinal potency gradually began to manifest. This force relentlessly surged through Li Yinchuan's meridians, expanding them to enable the practitioner to accommodate and circulate greater amounts of spiritual energy. Naturally, this process was excruciating. Li Yinchuan gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The foundational elixir persistently expanded and continuously reinforced the meridians within him. Once enough spiritual energy was absorbed, it began to be purified and refined, compressing the loose energy into a dense form, ultimately striking against the barriers of foundational cultivation. Suddenly, Li Yinchuan felt the effects of the foundational elixir diminish within him, prompting him to immediately consume another one. Simultaneously, he lamented internally about his abysmal talent. While others achieved success with a single elixir, he found himself in need of two, perhaps even more. He wondered if the system could reward him with something to enhance his innate abilities next time. Even an ordinary 5-element single spiritual root would suffice. His talent truly deserved the title of a mere cannon fodder in the realm of cultivation, as those with even a modicum of aptitude had already ascended to become outer disciples. After consuming the second foundational elixir, Li Yinchuan finally broke through the bottleneck of foundational cultivation. Moreover, the system's reward elevated him directly to the pinnacle of the first layer of foundational cultivation. What a delight! Li Yinchuan opened his eyes and could not help but let out a loud shout. Hearing the commotion, the plump Wang hurriedly rushed over to knock on the door and inquired what was happening. Li Yinchuan urged him to swiftly return to his slumber. After 50 years of cultivation, I have managed to ascend from the 9th level of qi refinement to the 1st level of foundation establishment. Yet it has cost me 2 foundation establishment pills. Truly, such talent is lamentably inadequate. I beseech the system's paternal presence to graciously bestow upon me some extraordinary talents and physique. Thank you. Li Yinchuan made his wish. The following day, upon awakening from his dreams, Li Yinchuan was greeted by the sounds of vendors peddling their wares outside the inn. Tomorrow marks the day when the Zixio sect will recruit disciples. Today, the number of people in the town has at least tripled compared to yesterday. Knock, knock, knock. Sounded the rapping at the door. Brother-in-law, are you awake? Wang Pengzi inquired from outside. Li Yinchuan rose from his bed and opened the door, only to be greeted by the radiant smile of Wang Pengzi, accompanied by 2 of his underlings. You 3 are up quite early, remarked Li Yinchuan. Wang Pengzi chuckled heartily, suggesting, let us venture out for a stroll. Li Yinchuan replied, today, I still need your assistance in locating someone. Of course, brother-in-law, Wang Pengzi responded with great enthusiasm, seemingly relieved that his brother-in-law bore no ill will, having seemingly forgotten the events of the previous night. The 4 of them partook in a modest breakfast at the inn before embarking on their exploration of the town. Throughout their wanderings, Wang Pengzi frequently inquired about Li Yinchuan's interests, eager to endear himself to his brother-in-law. Li Yinchuan waved his hand dismissively, urging them to quicken their pace. For locating talent was of utmost importance. Do not look at me, but rather observe your surroundings. If there is anyone who displeases you, do not hesitate to confront them. Li Yinchuan instructed. Wang Pengzi and his 2 companions exchanged puzzled glances. As the 4 continued their journey, Li Yinchuan occasionally glanced back at Wang Pengzi, wondering why there was still no response. Were they truly to wait until the afternoon? Suddenly, from the crowd in the distance, Li Yinchuan spotted an individual. He bore a black wooden staff slung over his shoulder, his hands resting upon it, exuding a swaggering demeanor. With an air of arrogance and disdain upon his face, he approached with a nonchalant gait. It was evident that he was no ordinary character, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding NPCs. The male protagonist. Li Yinchuan was taken aback. The black wooden staff he bore upon his shoulder was a distinctive emblem of the protagonist Yi Fan's early identity in the narrative. This staff was no ordinary piece of firewood. It was crafted from the heart of a millennia-old iron tree. subjected to the purifying flames of the Red Lotus for 49 days, and infused with numerous rare metallic elements. In terms of quality, it was sufficient to rival certain inferior Earth-grade treasures. The inconspicuous exterior of the black staff provided Yi Fan with ample opportunity to masquerade as an underdog while concealing his true prowess. As Yi Fan traversed the surroundings, passers-by seemed to instinctively part ways for him, perhaps an indication of the protagonist's aura. Just as Li Yinchuan was scrutinizing Yi Fan, he turned to find the space behind him eerily vacant. Where on earth did Wang Fatty and the others go? Li Yinchuan turned around to return, seeking out Wang Pengzi and the others. In just a few fleeting seconds, the person had vanished, truly eerie. Li Yinchuan's sudden reversal caught Yi Fan's eye, but he soon dismissed it and continued to wander aimlessly. Xiao Fan, that individual is anything but ordinary. He is a Foundation establishment cultivator. The voice of the venerable Qin Lao emanated from the ring on Yi Fan's finger. Foundation establishment? Yi Fan was taken aback by this revelation. Most cultivators in the small town were below the 6th layer of Qi refinement. How could a Foundation establishment practitioner emerge, and seemingly quite young at that? Indeed. And it appears he lacks a spiritual root. How peculiar. Is it truly possible to cultivate to Foundation establishment without one? Qin Lao pondered. Could he be here for the Zixiao sect's disciple recruitment ceremony? If so, do you think I could best him? Yi Fan inquired. Currently, Yi Fan was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and had learned a mid-level mystic staff technique. He had anticipated that those attending the ceremony would predominantly be cultivators below the 6th layer, allowing him to secure a leading position, gain access to more resources, and perhaps even meet some charming senior sisters as potential partners. Now, however, the emergence of a Foundation establishment practitioner posed a threat to his plans. Fear not. Although he is at the Foundation establishment stage, he is merely at the 1st layer. With your black wooden staff and the black snake staff technique, dealing with him should not prove difficult, Qin Lao reassured. Indeed, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with confidence. Recently, he had vanquished a 9th layer Qi refinement bandit intent on robbing him, which bolstered his self-assurance, making him less concerned about the Foundation establishment cultivator. Not long after, Qin Lao's voice resonated once more. I sense the presence of an individual with a unique constitution nearby. You should seek him out, as he may be of great use to you. In life, Qin Lao had been a formidable tribulation stage expert, mere steps away from achieving the pinnacle of the cultivation world, the Mahayana stage. However, during an expedition, he fell victim to a treacherous plot by an enemy, perishing and becoming a wisp of soul, now residing within Yi Fan's ring. Despite his diminished power, his spiritual perception remained acute. Understood. Yi Fan promptly agreed, following the direction indicated by Qin Lao's sensing. He soon arrived at an alley where a group was gathered. To his surprise, a rotund man was preparing to bully a filthy beggar. Yi Fan frowned, feeling disinterested. He was somewhat impatient. After all, it was just a beggar being mistreated, not a damsel in distress for him to rescue. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Lao's voice echoed again. Xiao Fan, do not depart. The unique constitution belongs to that beggar. I cannot discern its exact nature, as something seems to obstruct my probing. A beggar possesses a special constitution? Yi Fan felt a twinge of annoyance, realizing that the beggar appeared to be female. A girl? A thought suddenly struck Yi Fan. Qin Lao had previously mentioned obtaining a secret technique for seizing another's constitution, which could be harnessed through genuine fusion of spirits. However, the notion of doing so with a beggar was rather unappealing. He mused that if only she were a great beauty instead. Moreover, to usurp her constitution would require her to make a self-sacrifice, a process far more complex than the initial method. There was also a far more ruthless approach, one that involved transforming the individual into a furnace for alchemical refinement, a practice condemned by the heavens. Such a method was exceedingly rare, with few ever succeeding throughout history. Lo Shui body. It is indeed the Lo Shui body. Suddenly, Qin Lao's voice brimmed with excitement as he concentrated his spiritual energy, breaking through the concealment spell to reveal the beggar's unique constitution. The Lo Shui body? Yi Fan's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the significance of such a constitution. It could be said that with the Lo Shui body, even a pig could become a master alchemist. This must be seized. Are you not going to intervene? Qin Lao inquired. Yi Fan smiled calmly. No need to rush. Let us wait until this little beggar is gravely injured. Then, my assistance will be even more appreciated. Very well, Qin Lao conceded. However, the next moment, the scene took an unexpected turn. As the rotund man and his companions attacked, they failed to inflict any harm on the little beggar. Instead, She effortlessly struck their pressure points, sending them tumbling to the ground in agony. At that moment, Yinchuan arrived on the scene, stunned by what unfolded before him. What on earth had just happened? The ones sprawled on the ground were the rotund man and his cohorts. This formidable little beggar, was she truly his junior sister? The situation appeared to deviate from what he had anticipated. Luo Yuling had successfully broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement after a night of cultivation, having consumed all the qi-gathering pills provided by Ningxue. Additionally, she had practiced the agile finger technique, armed with a protective talisman. The rotund man and his companions stood no chance against her. Without exerting much effort, they had already collapsed. Li Yinchuan and Yi Fan were somewhat taken aback. In such circumstances, should they still step in to assist? Brother-in-law, save me. The portly Wang, wailing, spotted Li Yinchuan amidst the crowd and reached out, calling for help. Li Yinchuan covered his face, wishing to declare his unfamiliarity with him. What a stroke of misfortune. Appearing twice only to be struck down on both occasions. Truly lamentable. You should have called me before you left, indeed. Upon hearing these words, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with newfound resolve. He had finally found a reason to act. He leapt forth, proclaiming, "So, you have accomplices. Allow me to uphold justice today." Li Yinchuan observed the pretentious demeanor of the other party and gently shook his head. How lowly, truly lowly. It was beyond him how the female protagonists in the original narrative could be enamored with him. "It's you," Yi Fan exclaimed, somewhat taken aback upon recognizing Li Yinchuan. He had not anticipated that this chubby companion was the same Foundation establishment cultivator he had encountered earlier. Yet, regardless of the opponent's Foundation establishment status, he felt no fear. "Ahem, little beggar, are you all right?" Li Chan paid no heed to Yi Fan's barking dog and turned his gaze towards Luo Yuling. Upon seeing Li Yinchan's arrival, a sweet smile graced Luo Yuling's face. At long last, she had reunited with her senior brother. How delightful that was. "I am perfectly fine," Luo Yuling softly replied. "That is reassuring. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a disciple of the Zishu sect. It seems fate has brought us together today. Would you care to accompany me back to our sect?" "Yes, of course," as she gazed upon her senior brother's handsome visage. Luo Yuling felt a flush of warmth color her cheeks. Fortunately, the dirt on her face masked her embarrassment, rendering it less noticeable. Li Yinchuan was somewhat taken aback by how readily the agreement came. He had prepared a plethora of remarks that remained unsaid. Observing that both Luo Yuling and Li Yinchuan were ignoring him, Yi Fan was infuriated. When had he ever been subjected to such disregard? "Fear not, little beggar. Even if he hails from the Zixiao sect, I, Yi Fan, shall stand up for you. Surely, the disciples of the Zixiao sect cannot bully others at will." Yi Fan seized upon Li Yinchuan's identity and deliberately raised his voice, hoping to rally those around him to join in his outcry. Luo Yuling turned her gaze towards the shouting Yi Fan, her expression betraying a hint of disdain. So, he is Yi Fan, the so-called protagonist? Were it not for her knowledge of her senior brother's minimal connection to that rotund fellow, she might have almost believed it. Furthermore, he had been present all along, but had chosen to remain silent, only to feign concern after she was attacked, exactly as described in her senior brother's diary. "What does this have to do with you? Kindly vacate the premises," Luo Yuling retorted, her tone reflecting her agitation. Given her temperament, this was the most stern admonition she could muster. Yi Fan's brows knitted together in disbelief. "I was just trying to defend you, and you tell me to stay out of it? Fine, fine. Were it not for the presence of so many people, I would have been the first to teach you a lesson, you despicable little beggar." The onlookers who had contemplated speaking up promptly fell silent. They had come to partake in the Zishu sect's disciple selection the following day, and did not wish to offend a future senior before even entering. "This matter is indeed my concern. If he can bully you, he can bully others. I seek justice for all those he has wronged," Yi Fan declared with righteous fervor. "Boy, do not hide behind a woman. Dare to face me in a duel." Li Yinchuan gazed at Yi Fan, who resembled a clown, feeling somewhat speechless. "Is this all you can do? Engage in petty violence? Coward, I shall first incapacitate your 3 lackeys." Observing Li Yinchuan's inaction, Yi Fan sneered and slowly approached Wang Pongzi, intent on dealing with him and his companions before turning his attention to Li Yinchuan. "Brother-in-law," came Wang Pongzi's voice, filled with desperation. Li Yinchuan's face darkened with concern. If he did not intervene, Wang Pongzi would undoubtedly meet his demise today. Was the power of this narrative truly so formidable? Although he recognized Yi Fan's simplistic provocation, Li Yinchuan resolved to step in and rescue Wang Pongzi. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out amidst the crowd. "Who dares to tarnish the name of the Zixiao sect?" The crowd parted, revealing a young maiden clad in a striking crimson gown. Accompanied by 3 disciples from the Zishu sex enforcement team. The girl's beauty was enchanting, yet it was accompanied by an undeniable aura of determination and pride. Her features exuding an air of superiority. The commanding presence she radiated made many hesitant to meet her gaze. Her long, fiery red hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her piercing eyes fixated intensely on Yifan. Yifan found himself momentarily entranced. He simply had to win over such a stunning girl. She had been gazing at him. Could it be that she held an interest in him? Yinchuan discerned the identity of the newcomer, and after a moment of contemplation, he swiftly recognized the girl before him. A surge of surprise washed over him. With her flowing crimson locks, who could she possibly be but the fiery-tempered daughter of the sect leader? Su Feng'er, the daughter of the lord of Zishu's sect, endowed with the formidable fire phoenix physique. What could possibly bring her to this place? Is there a narrative thread that I am unaware of? The original text made no mention of this. Yinchuan was utterly perplexed. Did you just insult the name of our Zishu sect? Su Feng'er questioned Yifan sternly. In order to verify the authenticity of Yinchuan's diary, she descended the mountain under the pretense of patrolling Zishu town, accompanied by 3 disciples from the enforcement team. To her astonishment, the reality closely mirrored the contents of the diary. The individual clad in gray attire was undoubtedly the diary's owner, Yinchuan, a menial disciple of Zishu town. The boorish figure wielding a stick was none other than the detestable male protagonist, Yifan. Upon encountering the two, Su Feng'er felt a strong urge to discipline them both. She longed to first deliver a thorough beating to Yifan, ideally banishing him from Zishu town, and then return to the sect to properly punish Yinchuan. Humph. This individual allows disciples of Zishu sect to harm others without restraint. I am merely acting in accordance with justice. Yifan scoffed coldly. Sensing Su Feng'er's hostile demeanor, he retorted with equal disdain, "You little wench, once I subdue you, you will be weeping and calling me father." Su Feng'er coldly inquired of Yinchuan, "Is what he said true?" Yinchuan let out a sound of hesitation. "That's a falsehood." Yifan chuckled derisively. "So you dare to act but not to take responsibility, is that it? So many witnesses are present." Yinchuan elucidated word by word. Firstly, they did not inflict harm. Rather, they were the ones injured. Secondly, they are not disciples of the Zishu sect but participants in the grand ceremony of joining the sect. I merely happen to be acquainted with them. Beside them, Luo Yuling weakly interjected, "I can vouch for that." After listening to the two, Su Feng'er cast a cold glance at Yifan. "What else do you have to say?" Yifan, in a fit of frustration, retorted, "I do not believe it. You are intentionally shielding your fellow disciples while harming the innocent. Is this how the Zishu sect treats others?" Su Feng'er let out a cold laugh and gestured. "For the second offense against the Zishu sect, seize him and silence his tongue." Yes. 3 disciples from the law enforcement team at the Foundation establishment stage simultaneously advanced towards Yifan. Yifan's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly grasped the black wooden staff. Internally cursing, he thought, "How dare these wretches attempt to seize me? The entire Zishu sect has sealed their own fate." The clash of metal reverberated as the treasured sword met the black wooden staff. As Yifan retreated, he deftly countered the 3 law enforcers, employing a fluid and graceful staff technique to safeguard himself. Yinchuan couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the scene, "Indeed, the protagonist is formidable. To be able to contend with 3 Foundation establishment cultivators while maintaining such an imposing presence, this is the treatment reserved for the male lead? Challenging opponents beyond one's level has become a commonplace affair. Had he engaged in a one-on-one confrontation just moments ago, the outcome might not have been in his favor." Li Hua, Su Feng'er gently flicked her right index finger, and a crimson flame materialized, darting toward Yifan. As the fire approached, Yifan's pupils constricted. It was already arduous to fend off 3 law enforcement cultivators, and now he was facing a sneak attack with no time to evade. The flame struck his trousers, igniting instantly. Within less than a second, his clothing was reduced to ashes, leaving his skin nearly exposed. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Yifan cursed vehemently. With a powerful thrust of his staff, he repelled the law enforcement officer and fled in a panic. Fortunately, his body had been fortified by medicinal liquids. Otherwise, the Li Hua would have roasted him alive. A crowd of wandering cultivators, upon sensing Su Feng'er's imposing aura, recognized her as someone of notable standing within the Zishu sect. If they could forge a good relationship with her, joining the sect would be a certainty. With a stroke of luck, one might even win the affection of a beauty. Thus, they all approached eagerly. What a splendid job by the fairy. Such an unrestrained individual deserves to be silenced. Indeed, I could tell from the start that the humble disciple was a kind-hearted person. How could he bully others? The fairy's punishment of this scoundrel is truly gratifying. I have long found that fellow displeasing. Had I not been without my sword just now, I would have confronted him myself. The crowd exchanged their thoughts. Su Fenglo paid them no mind, casting a glance at Li Yinchuan and Luo Yuling. You too, return to the sect with me. Yes, senior sister, Li Yinchuan replied obediently. He dared not offend this fiery young woman. Her strength and background far surpassed his own. Should she choose to, she could easily eliminate him without consequence. It was essential to avoid provoking her wrath. Su Fenglo swiftly led the two away from Zixiao town, returning to the sect. Along the journey, she pondered what rationale she might employ to reprimand Li Yinchuan. Li Yinchuan's nonsense was, after all, inscribed in a diary, and in reality, he had committed no transgressions. Suddenly, Su Fenglo experienced a moment of inspiration. What is your name? She inquired, feigning ignorance, despite already knowing the answer. Returning, senior sister, I am called Li Yinchuan. Luo Yuling, who trailed behind, dared not breathe a word. This senior sister appeared formidable. Li Yinchuan, judging by your attire, you are still a servant disciple. Yet, your cultivation has reached the 9th level of qi refinement. No, wait, you've reached the foundation establishment stage. Su Fenglo was taken aback. Hadn't this individual written in his diary that he was at the 9th level of qi refinement? How could she now sense that he had already established his foundation? Could it be? Su Fenglo recalled the last entry in Li Yinchuan's diary, mentioning some system rewards. Surely that was the cause. Fortunate indeed. I must have just broken through, Li Yinchuan chuckled, scratching his head. Foundation establishment? Luo Yuling was equally astonished by this revelation. Senior brother, how impressive. You've advanced from the 3rd level of qi refinement to foundation establishment in merely 2 days. I only managed to elevate 3 minor realms in 1 night. How pathetic. Well, since you've already achieved foundation establishment, it would no longer be fitting for you to remain a servant. You should attend tomorrow's disciple recruitment ceremony. Becoming an outer disciple should be effortless for you, and progressing to an inner disciple will pose no challenge either, Su Fenglo declared. She thought to herself that once he became an inner disciple, she could openly teach him a lesson in the arena. How clever I am, she smirked. To ensure Li Yinchuan would not decline, Su Fenglo added, the benefits of being an inner disciple far surpass those of a servant disciple. And you will have the opportunity to learn profound techniques, which will greatly aid your cultivation. Thank you, senior sister. I will participate, Li Yinchuan replied. Even without Su Fenglo's urging, he intended to attend the disciple recruitment ceremony. For the original text mentioned that the 3rd challenge in the Sect S competition occurred in the back mountains, where Yifan had acquired a precious item. The Ink God Stone. This stone not only enhances a cultivator's spiritual awareness but also accelerates cultivation and significantly aids in advancing to the nascent soul stage. Since he had already offended the male protagonist, he must seize this treasure. As their conversation continued, the trio arrived at the sect's entrance. The gatekeepers recognized Su Fenglo and greeted her warmly. She waved her hand, preparing to lead Li Yinchuan and Luo Yuling inside. However, Luo Yuling hesitated, recalling Ningxue's words. Why are we not moving? Li Yinchuan inquired. Senior brother, senior sister, please go ahead. My master has arranged for someone to meet me at the main gate. Luo Yuling replied. Your master? Li Yinchuan queried in confusion. Who is your master? Su Fenglo was equally perplexed. It is Elder Ningxue, Luo Yuling responded. Su Fenglo felt a twinge of curiosity. When had Elder Ningxue become Luo Yuling's master? According to Li Yinchuan's diary, Luo Yuling only became Elder Ningxue's disciple after joining the Zixiao sect. How was she already recognized as such? Moreover, with the events that transpired in the town, Luo Yuling not only escaped bullying from Wang Fati, but had also managed to defeat him. These discrepancies contradicted the contents of the diary. Was the diary Li Yinchuan penned truly reliable? It seemed she could not fully trust its contents moving forward. Su Fenglo cast a discreet glance at Li Yinchuan. At this moment, Li Yinchuan's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of tomorrow's disciple selection competition. It seemed that the coveted emotion stone was buried beneath a rather unsightly tree. In the original tale, Yifan had discovered that very stone through the guidance of old Qin. How fortunate it is to have a treasure-seeking elder by one's side. As he pondered, one of Elder Ningxue's disciples arrived at the sect's entrance, confirmed their identity, and prepared to escort Luo Yuling back. Let's go, she said. Farewell, senior brothers and sisters. With that, Luo Yuling bid farewell to Li Yinchuan and Su Fenglo before departing with her companion. Sigh, he murmured. Li Yinchuan realized that Luo Yuling had already walked far away. He initially intended to give the recovery purple Dan to his junior sister, but he did not expect her to leave so swiftly. Well, he thought, Perhaps he would present it to her the next time they meet. You should return as well. Do remember to attend the disciple initiation ceremony tomorrow, Su Feng'er remarked. Understood, senior sister, he replied. After parting ways with Su Feng'er, Li Yinchuan returned to the abode of the miscellaneous disciples. He retrieved the roasted chicken he had promised to Li Dainio, allowing him to indulge heartily. While Li Yinchuan settled into a chair to commence his diary entry. Today, an extraordinary series of events unfolded. Firstly, upon encountering my junior sister, I was astounded to discover that she had already reached the 5th level of qi refinement. I distinctly recall the original text stating she was at the 2nd level. Where did these additional 3 levels come from? Upon my arrival at the scene, the 5th level junior sister had already turned the tables on Wang Pengzi and his cohorts. I had intended to intervene, yet my assistance proved unnecessary. Nevertheless, it is a relief that she did not accompany Yufan. Speaking of Yufan, I cannot help but chuckle. This pretentious individual attempted to assert his dominance over me, only to end up getting scorched. It is utterly amusing, while he exuded arrogance. He fled in utter panic when faced with danger. The second revelation concerns Su Feng'er. To my surprise, she too appeared in town. I cannot recall if this scenario was part of the original plot, but it feels rather peculiar. That said, despite her fiery temperament, her beauty is undeniably striking. Fitting perfectly as the female lead, her figure is impeccable, slender where it ought to be, and ample where it should be, truly a sight to behold. However, I must admit, the flame she exudes at all times make me a tad apprehensive. What if, during an unfortunate turn of events, my brother becomes roasted chicken? The third incident also pertains to my junior sister. Upon taking her leave, she declared herself a disciple of Elder Ningxue. How curious. When did my junior sister ever meet Elder Ningxue? Their first encounter was supposed to be after the disciple ceremony, was it not? This is perplexing. Could the plot have advanced prematurely? Nevertheless, it matters little to me. This particular narrative does not directly involve me. Oh, I almost forgot to deliver the restoration purple pill to my junior sister today. This elixir surpasses the effectiveness of the spirit herb Elder Ningxue sought. While the herb merely heals her injuries, the restoration purple pill not only mends wounds but also enhances her affinity with flora, making her future alchemical endeavors significantly easier. There is no rush. I shall wait until tomorrow's test, and after entering the intersect, I can seek out my junior sister at my leisure. Let me contemplate the entrance examination for tomorrow. The first challenge is a pressure test, which entails passing through the sect's gates. The second is a perseverance test, requiring one to endure in the spiritual array for half a stick of incense. The final task involves locating a flag, situated in the back mountain where the Imo divine stone is buried. Upon arrival, my first order of business will be to search for that stone, with flags aplenty. There is no need to hurry. Well, the tests seem adequately outlined. Now, I shall step outside to practice the instant step technique, hoping it does not disappoint me. After completing his diary, Li Yinchuan rose and ventured into the courtyard to refine his instant step. Meanwhile, at Xian'an sect, Wang Jian felt a sense of unease throughout the morning. Thoughts of her brother's predicament gnawed at her, leaving her restless and anxious. Updated. At last, the awaited update from Li Yinchuan arrived, prompting Wang Jian to hastily peruse the new entries. Upon absorbing the content, her eyes widened in shock. Her brother had been countered? He was dead. By someone who had only just reached the 5th level of qi refinement? How could this be? Wang Jian doubted the authenticity of the diary's contents, yet her heart felt heavy with dread. No, I must go to Zishu sect to investigate. If this tragic fate befell him, I shall ensure the perpetrator pays dearly. Intriguingly, it seems I am not the sole possessor of a diary. Surely the young master has one as well. Within the alchemy hall, Ningxue, upon reviewing the latest diary entries, immediately began to speculate. Su Feng'er had rarely ventured outside the sect. How fortuitous that she happened to be out today. And she encountered Li Yinchuan and Luo Yuling. Yet, I wonder if my precious disciple possesses a diary of her own. Otherwise, what would compel her to remain in town? Ningxue pondered for a moment before summoning Luo Yuling. Master, the blue-robed Luo Yuling entered the alchemy hall. After arriving at the sect and refreshing herself, her previously dull complexion transformed into a fair and smooth visage, adorned with a hint of baby fat, rendering her utterly adorable, an image entirely removed from her former beggar-like appearance. Yuling, do you possess Ningxue began, but as the thought crossed her mind, the words diary hovered on her lips, and she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. As though a terrifying force had locked onto her, Ningxue was certain that uttering those 3 words would lead to her annihilation. What a horrifying sensation. Cold sweat beaded on Ningxue's forehead, It felt as though she had trespassed upon an unspeakable taboo. "Master, what is it?" Luo Yuling inquired, perplexed. "Why do you seem hesitant?" "Nothing," Ningshui replied after a few moments, stabilizing her composure. "It appears that as long as I refrain from revealing the contents of the diary, I should remain unharmed. By the way, did anything noteworthy occur today?" Ningshui questioned. Luo Yuling considered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, I encountered a rather unsavory character in town today. His name is Yi Fan, and he is quite detestable. He seems to have come to participate in the sect's disciple ceremony. If it is possible, Master, could you prevent him from joining the sect?" Ningshui contemplated this. According to Li Yinchuan's diary, her little disciple should be infatuated with Yi Fan. Yet her current attitude is in stark contrast. It seems likely that my precious disciple also possesses a diary. Ningshui did not concern herself with whether others had diaries. Her only priority was ensuring her disciple's safety. Understood. However, as a mere elder, I may not have the authority to decide this matter. I will do my utmost. You may retire for the evening. We will begin your alchemy training tomorrow, Ningshui instructed. Very well, Master. Luo Yuling bowed and departed. The 6th grade restoration purple pill, Li Yinchuan possesses such a high-grade elixir, intending to gift it to Yuling. He does not seem so malevolent after all, Ningshui mused. In Su Feng'er's room, she lamented, "Damn it, it seems the protagonist has set his sights on me." Li Yinchuan whispered softly. He was not afraid of provoking the male protagonist, for he intended to vie for several, even dozens, of female leads. Thus, a confrontation with the male lead was an inevitable occurrence. Moreover, he possessed a system, so he had no reason to fear. "Brother-in-law, it's him." Wang Pengzi also spotted Yi Fan. The other party's predatory gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in Wang Pengzi. "Don't be cowardly. We are within the sect. And he wouldn't dare to harm you," Li Yinchuan assured. Upon hearing Li Yinchuan's words, Wang Pengzi nodded and straightened his posture. He then raised his middle finger at Yi Fan while making a provocative face with a smug grin. "Humph, with my brother-in-law backing me, you're nothing to me." Li Yinchuan noticed Wang Pengzi's grin, a rather infuriating expression indeed. "No wonder you ended up having your legs broken by the other party. It is hardly unjust." Yi Fan, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming urge to crush the insufferable fat man in an instant. The second round tests perseverance. "I ask everyone to choose one of the 2 formations and endure for the duration of half a stick of incense," proclaimed the elder overseeing the passage. The crowd beheld 2 grand formations in the distance behind the gate. The left formation blazed with fiery red flames, while the right emanated a chilling blue light. Clearly, one tested their resistance to heat, and the other their endurance to cold. "I possess a fire attribute spirit root. I must choose the left one." One remarked with a chuckle. "Ha ha ha, I am clad in 3 layers of cotton clothing. The icy formation should pose no challenge. I am merely in my underpants." "Can I really opt for the ice formation?" another questioned. "As long as you are not afraid of frostbite, feel free to join," came the reply. Thus, the group engaged in discussion while selecting the formation that suited them best. Li Yinchuan decisively chose the right side of the ice-cold array upon spotting Yi Fan. Evidently influenced by Su Feng'er's flames from the previous day, in the original text, Yi Fan had opted for the flame array. "Brother-in-law, which way shall we go?" Wang Pengzi inquired. "Either way is fine. This challenge is not difficult. Both are first-tier arrays. At the 5th layer of Qi refinement, it doesn't matter which we choose." Li Yinchuan replied. "Let us proceed left," Wang Pengzi decided, opting to avoid the same array as Yi Fan. Many cultivators below the 5th layer of Qi refinement were unable to withstand the scorching flames and the biting cold, retreating within mere breaths, consequently losing their chance to continue testing. However, they could choose to become disciples of the Zixio sect's miscellaneous division and participate in the next disciple recruitment ceremony. Years ago, Li Yinchuan had faltered at the second challenge. Now, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he effortlessly navigated the first-tier array, passing the test without any discomfort. Wang Pengzi, drenched in sweat, also passed the test. After the second challenge, only a little over 1,000 participants remained, the rest having been eliminated. Most were at or above the 5th layer of Qi refinement, with a few at the 3rd and 4th layers managing to persist. Excellent. Congratulations on completing the second test. We shall now proceed to the final test, announced the elder overseeing the challenges. The final test would take place on the back mountain, where only 500 flags awaited. Those who secured a flag would ascend to the mountain's peak, officially becoming disciples of the Zixio sect. Additionally, the more flags one obtained, the greater the resources received. After the elder proclaimed the rules with a wave of his hand, Over 1,000 participants were transported to the foot of the back mountain. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. Was this the power of a nascent soul expert? It was truly terrifying. In a moment of daze, several individuals charged into the back mountain. Witnessing this, others followed suit. Brother-in-law, let us hurry, Wang Pengzi urged. With over 1,000 participants and only 500 flags available, it meant that at least half would be eliminated. If some individuals managed to secure multiple flags, even more would be cast aside. No need to panic. The mountaintop is far away. It will take at least 3 hours to ascend. Once others find the flags, we shall seize them. Before that, I need to locate something else, Li Yinchuan stated slowly. What is that? An extraordinarily ugly crooked neck tree. Huh? Wang Pengzi glanced up at the back mountain, where trees sprawled across the landscape. Was he to search for just one among them? An ugly one at that? How ugly could it be? In the original narrative, an hour after Yi Fan entered the third challenge, the elderly figure within his ring sensed the presence of a treasure. Following the guidance, he successfully located the emotion stone. Thus, Li Yinchuan had only half an hour to find it before Yi Fan. Brother-in-law, take this, Wang Pengzi said, producing 2 talismans from his pocket and handing them to Li Yinchuan. These are swift movement talismans, which can enhance speed by 20% for half an hour. Seeing Li Yinchuan's urgency, Wang Pengzi reluctantly offered the talismans, which were worth 200 spirit stones, originally purchased by his father for his protection. You possess such treasures? Li Yinchuan exclaimed in surprise, promptly accepting the swift movement talismans, which he indeed needed. Here, take this, Li Yinchuan said, tossing a foundation establishment pill to Wang Pengzi before activating the talismans to begin searching for the crooked neck tree. Wang Pengzi, upon clearly seeing the pill in his hand, widened his eyes in astonishment. Holy cow! A third-tier foundation establishment pill. This pill is worth a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. As long as I collect over 250 flags, I will undoubtedly secure first place in this recruitment test. Within a short incense duration, Yi Fan had already gathered 30 flags, 20 of which he had seized from others. He felt no qualms about snatching flags. If one had the ability, they could reclaim them. He was confident he could outmatch everyone, even Li Yinchuan, who had already established his foundation. A mere miscellaneous disciple was of no concern to him. If he encountered Li Yinchuan, all the better. He would ensure the latter was crippled, or better yet, perish in the back mountain. And as for the plump individual who had provoked him, Yi Fan had already deemed him a dead man walking. Master, can you sense the presence of those two? Yi Fan inquired. No, old Qin replied, somewhat exasperated. Xiao Fan, broaden your perspective, pursue the supreme path. There's no need to dwell on such insignificant characters. Understood, master. However, should they appear, please inform me, Yi Fan replied. Kindness can be overlooked, but enmity must be avenged. That is Yi Fan's principle. As the effects of the second swift movement talisman began to wane, Li Yinchuan had still not located the crooked neck tree. Just as time was about to expire, Li Yinchuan received a message from Wang Pengzi's communication stone. This communication stone, of course, was also gifted by Wang Pengzi. By channeling spiritual energy into it, one could transmit messages over a certain distance. Brother-in-law, I think I might have found that ugly tree you mentioned. You found it. What does it look like? Li Yinchuan asked in astonishment. Was his fortune outdone by a mere minor antagonist? How to describe it? It resembles my neighbor's grandmother, wrinkled and grimacing as she catches a whiff of filthy shoes, Wang Pengzi replied. A commendable analogy. It brings back memories, Li Yinchuan remarked. Where are you now? I shall come find you. I'm right in front of the crooked-necked ugly tree, Wang Pengzi responded. Li Yinchuan, after a patient exchange, confirmed the whereabouts of Wang Pengzi and swiftly made his way there, silently praying that Yi Fan had not yet discovered the location of the emotion stone. 10 minutes later, Li Yinchuan successfully located Wang Pengzi. From a distance, he beheld the crooked-necked tree behind Wang Pengzi, which indeed appeared exceedingly unsightly. Li Yinchuan felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, this is the place. Brother-in-law, you have arrived. Wang Pengzi exclaimed with great delight. No time for idle chatter. Let us dig together swiftly. Without uttering a word, Li Yinchuan swiftly produced a shovel he had prepared in advance and tossed it to Wang Pengzi. Beneath the crooked and unsightly tree, they began to dig fervently. Is there a treasure beneath this tree? Wang Pengzi speculated, joining in the excavation. Li Yinchuan excavated with remarkable speed, striving to unearth the Mo God stone before Yi Fan's arrival. Within a mere 2 minutes, a substantial pit had been dug beneath the crooked tree. Almost all the underground roots were severed by Li Yinchuan, nearly resulting in the tree's destruction. Brother-in-law, there's something. Wang Pengzi, with keen eyes, spotted an object buried in the soil. Li Yinchuan excavated it with a shovel, clearing away the soil that concealed its surface, revealing its true form. It was an oval stone, entirely deep green and devoid of any impurities, approximately the size of a fist, appearing smooth and translucent, even purer than jade. Wow, what a beautiful stone. Is this what you were looking for, brother-in-law? Wang Pengzi inquired, his curiosity piqued, for he had never encountered such a stunning stone before. Indeed, Li Yinchuan nodded and placed the ink god stone into his storage ring. Just as he secured the stone, a rustling sound emerged from the forest behind them. Wang Fatty turned his head and, with wide-open eyes, tremulously exclaimed, "Sister, brother-in-law, he has arrived." Li Yinchuan did not ponder for long, surmising that Yufan had arrived. Upon turning around, he confirmed his suspicion. "Humph, what good fortune," he thought, "unexpectedly encountering you two wretches here." Yufan let out a cold snort, brandishing his staff as he approached the two. As he drew closer, he noticed several large pits behind Li Yinchuan, instantly connecting the dots. "Have you taken the treasure?" The moment Elder Qin sensed the aura of the treasure, Yifan had rushed over, only to discover that someone had already gotten there first. "Yet, this works to my advantage. I shall first teach you a proper lesson before reclaiming the treasure." A chilling smile adorned his face, as he sought to avenge both the humiliation of yesterday's burning of his garments and today's theft of the treasure in one fell swoop. Wang Pengzi nervously took a few steps back. He had witnessed Yufan's prowess in battling 3 Foundation establishment cultivators without faltering the previous day. As a mere 5th-layer Qi practitioner, he knew he stood no chance against him. Well then, let me see just how formidable this protagonist truly is. Li Yinchuan discarded his shovel, brimming with anticipation. With the thorny armor still adorning his body, he felt no fear of being swiftly eliminated by his opponent. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed nearby. The group turned to see another individual approaching. The figure wore a veil that obscured their features, yet the fiery red gown they donned, coupled with their alluring silhouette, made Li Yinchuan recognize them instantly. "Sister Su?" he greeted. "TCH, how dull." Being recognized was rather anticlimactic. Upon hearing her name called, Su Feng'er decided to abandon her pretense, removing her veil to reveal a rather uninspired expression. Li Yinchuan wore a look of dismay. "Sister, your attire is identical to yesterday's. If you wish to conceal your true identity, could you please adopt a more serious appearance?" "It's you." Yufan's pupils narrowed upon seeing the newcomer. This was the wretched woman who had set him ablaze the previous day. To his astonishment, he encountered her once more. Yufan, do not strike women. I merely request the return of that lad and the stout fellow," he declared. Su Feng'er chuckled softly. "You must first prove your strength against me." Determined to prevent Yufan from becoming a disciple of the Zixiao sect, Su Feng'er decided to take matters into her own hands. She aimed to incapacitate him completely, ensuring he would not secure a flag, thereby averting any future complications. Su Feng'er unleashed her formidable aura, retrieving a crimson spear from her storage ring, its tip flickering with flames as she lunged towards Yufan. "Be cautious. This girl has reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage." Elder Qin's voice echoed in Yufan's mind. "Curse it." Yufan's expression hardened as he swiftly drew his black wooden staff to defend himself. After fending off one strike, Su Feng'er thrust again. Her Fire Phoenix spear technique had reached perfection, each thrust imbued with searing fiery energy. Yifan struggled to defend himself with the Black Serpent Staff technique, but each strike drained him significantly, and soon he was nearly devoid of spiritual energy. The 7th layer of Qi refinement was indeed insufficient. "Why do you target me so?" After less than 10 exchanges, Su Feng'er knocked Yufan to the ground, demanding an answer. "Humph, must I have a reason to thrash you?" "I simply find you displeasing," Su Feng'er retorted disdainfully. "Do you think you are worthy of my offering?" "Master, assist me." Yufan glared fiercely at Su Feng'er, silently pleading for Elder Qin's help. "Very well, relax your mind," Elder Qin responded. Currently, Elder Qin existed in a spiritual form and would refrain from possessing Yifan unless absolutely necessary, as it would greatly deplete his soul energy. Should Yifan be defeated here, his chances of entering the Zixiao sect would diminish significantly. The stakes were high. Suddenly, Yifan's expression transformed, and his aura underwent a dramatic shift. His cultivation rapidly ascended from the 7th layer of Qi refinement to the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Li Yinchuan, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, paled and shouted, "Sister, be cautious. This lad has been possessed." "Possessed?" Su Feng'er halted her assault, scrutinizing Yifan's aura. The young man had evidently employed some secret method to elevate himself to the pinnacle of the core formation stage, surpassing her by an entire realm. Yifan, she called, her gaze sharpening as she processed Li Yinchuan's warning. Was this mere coincidence, or did he truly perceive her? If it were the latter, he could not be allowed to live. Should word of his survival spread, he would surely meet his demise within 7 days. Sister, we should depart, Li Yinchuan urged. Li Yinchuan understood that as long as he did not initiate an attack, the old man Qin would not act lightly. Humph, merely at the peak of the Yuan dance stage, I am not afraid. Su Feng'er snorted, twirling her spear before lunging towards Yifan once more. Yifan stood still, extending 2 fingers to pin the spearhead in place as it approached. Regardless of how much strength Su Feng'er exerted, the spear remained immovable. Little girl. Such feeble strength is insufficient, Yifan chuckled softly. He then flicked his fingers gently, sending Su Feng'er stumbling back, her spear falling to the side. Thus, the matter concluded for today. Old Qin did not intend to continue. Doing so would only deplete his soul energy further. As for revenge, he would leave that to Yifan. He had seen Yufan's destiny, and he was indeed the child of fate, destined to stand atop the entire continent. Dealing with a mere ant at the foundation establishment stage would be as easy as pie. Not a chance. Su Feng'er, now on the ground, raised her head again, her eyes igniting with a fiery determination as she entered a peculiar state. Goodness, she is igniting, Li Yinchuan observed with wide eyes, witnessing the intense confrontation between the lead characters. Emphatically, a battle in the literal sense. Hiss, this girl is acting strangely. Old Qin scrutinized Su Feng'er's condition. It seemed a power within her was sealed, yet she was currently breaking free from that constraint, unleashing her full strength. Clang! A resounding phoenix cry echoed through the forest, sending flocks of birds into flight. The fire phoenix physique. This girl possesses the fire phoenix physique. Old Qin's expression brightened with delight. Just yesterday, he encountered a girl with the water of Luo physique, and today another with the fire phoenix physique. If Xiao Fan could attain both of these attributes, it would significantly enhance his cultivation. I must find a way to secure them for him. Wait a moment. Old Qin's expression shifted suddenly. He realized that this girl appeared to be losing control. She could not manage her fire phoenix physique. No wonder her power had been sealed until now. Run. Old Qin instantly reacted, preparing to flee. Treasures can be sought another time. Don't you dare escape. Su Feng'er's eyes blazed with fury. Her aura soaring to the peak of the Yuan dance stage, her gaze fixated solely on Yifan. The Zishu sect is my father's sect. No one shall destroy it. Curse this fellow. Old Qin was exceedingly vexed. His disciple had no enmity with this girl, so why was she pursuing Yifan? Could it be that she had feelings for him? As the saying goes, to hit is to show affection, but this seemed rather excessive. Oh no. The senior sister has gone berserk. Li Yinchuan noticed Su Feng'er's unsettling state and hastened to follow her. We must stay close to prevent any unforeseen incidents. In the original tale, Su Feng'er had lost control once before, during an expedition with Yifan and Bu Wuxuang, when they were besieged by disciples from other sections. To protect the male lead, Su Feng'er had gone berserk. Afterward, she was left in a severely weakened state, allowing Yifan an opportunity to intervene. Little did they expect that today's turmoil would stem from a confrontation with the male lead. Truly, life is unpredictable. Oh dear. Wang Pengzi, bewildered, followed suit. However, due to his inferior cultivation, he soon lost sight of Li Yinchuan and the others. Never mind, I shall wait for them at the mountaintop, he thought, scratching his head, and decided not to pursue any further. Damn it, why are you still chasing me? What have I done to offend you? Old Qin questioned as he fled. The girl's gaze was not one of affection, but rather of intent to end his life. Those who insult my sect shall die, Su Feng'er proclaimed. Old Qin was deeply frustrated. This little girl truly held a grudge. Su Feng'er pursued relentlessly, the flames at the spear's tip igniting the surrounding trees. Utterly oblivious to anything but Yifan. Unbeknownst to her, the fire began to surge like a tide across the rear mountain. A gust of wind swept through, causing the flames to burn even more ferociously. In an instant, thick black smoke billowed from the mountainside. Following the path of the fire, Li Yinchuan was left astonished. Could it be that if this continued, the Zishu sect's rear mountain would soon be stripped bare? Meanwhile, several elders stationed at the mountaintop sensed something amiss. Why is there smoke rising from the rear mountain? One elder inquired. By my hand, the smoke is growing thicker. Another elder chimed in. Fire. It's fire. The rear mountain is ablaze, and you two are still watching idly. Hurry and extinguish the flames and rescue those in danger. The elder in charge immediately summoned others to address the situation. Moments later, 3 elders flew above the rear mountain, extracting a jade bottle from their rings, pouring water over the fierce flames. This jade bottle, a treasure of the Xian rank, could contain the waters of several rivers. As the water cascaded from above, it evaporated into steam upon contact with the flames. After several minutes of pouring, the inferno remained rampant, showing no signs of being contained. This fire is unusual. It is not an ordinary flame. Quickly summon the deputy sect master. The three elders swiftly made a decision. No need to call. I am already here. The figure of deputy sect master Mocian appeared before them. This is the phoenixly fire. Ordinary river water is ineffective against it. Mocian stated as he retrieved a cauldron-shaped artifact. Infusing spiritual energy into the cauldron, it began to rotate in his palm before flipping over. Xuan Huading, gather. In the next moment, the ferocious flames that had been rampaging through the forest coalesced into a fire dragon, which was then drawn into the cauldron. Go investigate and assess the casualties, Mocian instructed. Yes. The three elders responded promptly, descending swiftly. Are you still running? Su Feng caught up to Yifan. Old Chain. Upon Mocian's arrival at the rear mountain, quickly shrank back into his ring. Otherwise, with Mocian's strength, he would undoubtedly be discovered. Thus, it was left to Yifan to flee, but he knew he could not outrun Su Fenger. However, at this moment, Su Fenger's condition was not favorable either. Her berserk state had consumed a considerable amount of her strength, and after such a prolonged chase, she was nearly exhausted. Yifan discerned the signs of her fatigue and chuckled. Do you truly think you can defeat me in your current state? Die. Su Fenger, fierce and succinct, lunged with her spear. Yifan swiftly dodged. With a thud, Su Fenger collapsed to the ground, having expended all her strength, utterly weakened. Humph, little vixen. You pursued me so fiercely, and now you find yourself submissively at my feet. Yifan laughed heartily, determined to teach this troublesome girl a lesson. Senior sister. A voice called from behind Yifan, belonging to the hastily approaching Yinchuan. Upon observing the situation, Yinchuan discerned that Su Fenger had surpassed her period of rage and had now lost her combat effectiveness. Someone is approaching, he remarked, lifting his gaze to see a figure gliding slowly towards them. Yinchuan shouted at Yifan, Stop. You treacherous scoundrel. Do not take advantage of the situation to harass senior sister Su. Yifan furrowed his brow. He merely intended to teach Su Fenger a lesson, harboring no such thoughts. Even if he wished to be flirtatious, he would seek a more appropriate setting. Who do you think you were to oppose me? Yifan scoffed. You beast. Senior sister Su is such a good person. Why do you bully her? Are you planning to break her legs and take her back as a concubine? Yinchuan lamented bitterly, declaring, As long as I, Yinchuan, am here, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to lay a finger on senior sister Su. Yifan was utterly perplexed. When did I ever say I would break her legs? This fellow speaks in such a strange manner. Humph. Neither of you will escape today. I will teach you a lesson first, and then her. Yifan disregarded everything else and picked up a black wooden stick, ready for a fight. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Who do you intend to teach a lesson to? Upon turning, he found the solemn face of the elder in charge of the trials. Instantly, his complexion paled. It is a grave taboo to bully fellow disciples before even entering the sect. You intend to break her legs? The elder's voice was filled with discontent. And no. Yifan gulped. Suddenly, a thought struck him. No wonder that fellow spoke such odd words. He must have known the elder was coming. It was all a scheme to frame me. Yifan pointed accusingly at Yinchuan. The elder regarded Yifan with a cold, expressionless gaze, as if to say, Do you think I believe you? Yinchuan maintained a serious facade, yet internally reveled in delight, unable to resist the urge to pin a diary within his consciousness. Ha. Look at you, old fellow, flaunting your prowess. Challenging beyond your means. How impressive. Show me another display of arrogance. Just seeing your smug face makes me want to laugh. What if I conspired against you? Do you dare to confront me? Not long after he began writing, a sound resonated from the system. Ding, ding. The host has unlocked the achievement Write as you will. Write as you will. You are not confined to your leisure time, even amidst battle, cultivation, or during a moment of respite. You can write freely. Congratulations to the host for receiving the achievement rewards. Random Spiritual Root 1, Flame Spiritual Fruit 1. Random Skill Proficiency Max Level 1. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yinchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. To his astonishment, he discovered that his casual writing could indeed trigger achievement rewards. How remarkable! He resolved to write more in the future. Meanwhile, Yifan was effortlessly subdued by the elder in charge of the trial, who then handed him over to another elder that had arrived to conduct the interrogation. Were it not for the elder's inability to punish disciples arbitrarily, the elder in charge would have relished the opportunity to deal with Yifan's sycophancy. Suddenly, The fallen Su Fenger let out a soft hum. Li Yinchuan and Elder Tongwan hurriedly approached to assess the situation. Su Fenger's complexion flushed a deep crimson. As if her very blood were boiling, the veins along her arms bulged, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth with flames. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and the breath escaping her lips radiated an oppressive heat. This is dire. The young master's condition is perilous and immediate intervention is imperative. Elder Tongwan's eyes reflected his concern as he produced a high-grade healing pill, intending to administer it to Su Fenger. However, the moment the pill entered her mouth, it disintegrated into wisps of smoke. What is happening? Stunned, Elder Tongwan contemplated lifting Su Fenger to seek assistance from Elder Ning. Yet, upon merely touching her, he was met with an overwhelming heat. Moving her carelessly could surely lead to her catastrophic demise. Remain here and tend to her. I shall fetch Elder Ning, he instructed. Oh, understood, Li Yinchuan replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Once Elder Tongwan departed, Li Yinchuan gently placed his hand on Su Fenger's forehead. Goodness, it is scorching. Such heat could melt iron. It is no wonder she possesses the fiery physique of a phoenix. Truly remarkable, Li Yinchuan exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing Li Yinchuan's complaints, Su Fenger reluctantly opened her eyes. It's so hot. I feel as though I might perish. Li Yinchuan comforted, Senior sister, hold on. The elder has summoned someone to rescue you. I can't hold on any longer, Li Yinchuan. You must help me. Tears slipped from Su Fenger's eyes, quickly evaporating into steam. The regret of not being able to see her father one last time filled her heart. Having spoken, Su Fenger slowly closed her eyes. No way. Senior sister, wake up. You are the protagonist. You cannot die. Big sister, dear friends, please awaken. Seeing Su Fenger on the brink of death, Li Yinchuan, despite the searing pain, gently patted her face and called out softly. With the body of a fire phoenix, once awakened, she would possess the power of rebirth, making it nearly impossible for her to perish. However, if she were to die before her awakening, that would indeed be the end. Li Yinchuan was in a state of frantic turmoil. The plot had only just begun, and already one of the wives was missing. Who could possibly endure such a predicament? System. Alas, he was uncertain whether this fruit would prove to be of any assistance. Li Yinchuan took out the recently acquired flame spirit fruit and placed it into Su Fenger's mouth. Given that the fruit bears the character for fire in its name, it should have some effect on Su Fenger, who is currently suffering from a fever. Li Yinchuan currently finds himself devoid of alternatives, compelled to treat this situation as a desperate measure. The orange flame spirit fruit dissolves upon contact, and he observes Su Fenger's condition with utmost scrutiny. Oh, how I beseech the system to grant me favor. May my beloved Fenger not perish. I would willingly exchange a century of my lifespan, no, 5 centuries, for her survival. Fenger, dear wife, muster your strength and endure this trial. Alas, I am not the protagonist, otherwise, I could surely save her. Where on earth is that elder? Why does it take so long to summon an elder? Even at the nascent soul stage, such delays are inexcusable. By the time you return, the flowers will have wilted. It is all that wretched Yi Fan's fault. That scoundrel has incited such fury in my Fenger. Would she have erupted in rage otherwise? Damn it, in the original storyline, it seems Fenger has violently erupted twice due to that rascal. The first instance led to her unconsciousness, allowing Yi Fan to exploit her vulnerability and tarnish her purity. The second instance resulted in the burning of her meridians, stalling her cultivation. During the sect's dire straits, Fenger had no choice but to sacrifice herself for Yi Fan, so he could protect the sect, which was her father's lifelong endeavor. Little did she know that the calamity befalling the Zixiao sect was instigated by Yi Fan. How tragic. Li Yinchuan silently prayed. Su Fenger let out a soft hum, her lips parting slightly, releasing a warm breath. Her flushed cheeks gradually returned to their fair complexion. Her tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. I am not dead. Just moments ago. Su Fenger felt her soul departing from her body, on the verge of dissipating, when she was abruptly pulled back into her physical form. Not dead, not dead. Li Yinchuan immediately responded upon hearing Su Fenger's voice. Though faint, it was still audible. Su Fenger's lips were chapped and pallid, having lost a significant amount of moisture. Thirsty, Su Fenger spoke softly, reminiscent of a little girl, evoking a sense of pity and tenderness. She appeared entirely different from the defiant figure she had presented while confronting Yi Fan. I have no water, Li Yinchuan replied helplessly. Just hold on a little longer. The elder will return shortly. At this moment, having escaped the clutches of death, Li Yinchuan felt considerably relieved. As he spoke, He noticed two figures soaring in from the horizon. The elder of the passage had finally returned, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in a flowing white robe. After casting a glance at Li Yinchuan, the woman immediately proceeded to tend to Su Feng'er. The young master is not in any life-threatening danger. She is merely weak from dehydration and will recover with a few days of rest, the woman assessed. Are you certain, Elderning? The elder of the passage inquired, astonished. He had witnessed Su Feng'er nearly perish moments ago. How could she be fine after such a brief interval? Had something transpired during that time? The elder of the passage turned his gaze toward Li Yinchuan, contemplating whether he had played a role in her salvation. Young friend, have you done anything for our young master? The elder asked. Not at all. Li Yinchuan shook his head, choosing to conceal his involvement. Then how did the young master suddenly recover? The elder of the passage remained puzzled. Perhaps it is due to my senior sister's fortuitous fate. Li Yinchuan replied with a smile. Had it not been for my intervention, Feng'er would have long since perished, he boasted. I will quietly retreat, keeping my achievements and name hidden. How truly handsome I am. Li Yinchuan discreetly penned a few lines in his diary. Ning Shui, upon catching sight of the contents, discreetly smiled to herself. This little fellow, performing good deeds yet remaining silent about them. With the matter resolved, he departs, concealing his merits and fame. These 2 lines of poetry are indeed quite commendable, Ning Shui mused. Su Feng'er gazed at Li Yinchuan with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. So, it was he who saved me. Regardless of the circumstances, it is a relief that the young master is unharmed. Elder Tongguan exhaled in relief. Ning Elder, you should take the young master back for a thorough examination to prevent any recurrence. Certainly, Elder Xiao, Ning Shui replied, then suddenly addressed Li Yinchuan. You must be the Li Yinchuan who saved my disciple. Li Yinchuan was taken aback. My disciple is Luo Yuling, Ning Shui added. No. It was senior sister Su who saved junior sister Luo. Li Yinchuan scratched his head. At present, he had not yet entered the sect as an outer disciple, while Luo Yuling had already become Ning Shui's direct disciple, placing her a notch above him in terms of seniority. No need to be modest, Ning Shui chuckled. Yuling is eager to meet you. Would you like to accompany me for a visit? Li Yinchuan was somewhat surprised. His junior sister wished to see him? Li Yinchuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Meeting with his junior sister would provide the perfect opportunity to hand over the elixir. Otherwise, he truly had no chance to seek someone out. Then let us depart, Ning Shui said as she produced her flying artifact, the Cloud Piercer, and invited Su Feng'er to accompany her on their return. Wait a moment. Li Yinchuan retrieved 50 flags from his spatial ring and presented them to the elder in charge of the entrance examination. Elder, these are the flags I have found. I should have passed the entrance test, right? The elder took out a jade tablet and replied, Indeed, this is for you. When you have the time, take this tablet to the storeroom over there to register, and then you may collect the items designated for outer disciples. Li Yinchuan carefully put away the tokens and set off towards the alchemy pavilion with Ning Shui. The elder in charge of the trials still had matters to attend to. This unexpected inferno had likely consumed countless banners and lives, necessitating a retest on the morrow. Li Yinchuan, aboard the soaring cloud shuttle, cast an admiring glance at Ning Shui, who stood before him. It turned out she was the enchanting alchemy elder of the Zishu sect. Ning Shui was truly stunning. Her flowing white attire made her resemble a celestial being. He had nearly been captivated by her beauty. Just her silhouette could outshine 99 others. And her figure was undeniably exquisite, even more voluptuous than that of Lady Feng. Her gentle demeanor and graceful temperament left him in awe, making him ponder what it would be like to have such a beautiful elder as a wife. Alas, the fate of this enchanting elder seemed to be rather tragic, seemingly entwined with that of her sister. Did Lady Feng just kick me? Li Yinchuan was writing when he suddenly felt a kick. Turning his head, he saw Su Feng'er looking at him with a hint of melancholy in her gaze. Li Yinchuan was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had inadvertently offended her. Just then, the Chuanyin Su trembled violently. I apologize, I was momentarily distracted, Ning Shui remarked. Li Yinchuan felt somewhat speechless. Elder Ning Shui was already on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. How could she possibly struggle to control a flying magical artifact? We've arrived. Let's descend. In an instant, the 3 of them arrived at the alchemy pavilion, which was also Ning Shui's residence. Leading the way, Ning Shui guided them inside while Li Yinchuan assisted Su Feng'er. This brat, Ning Shui mused, feeling a twinge of annoyance. She had managed to endure Li Yinchuan's comments about her, but the final remark about her tragic fate and her sister was an entirely different matter. Ning Shui had never mentioned her sister to anyone. Her sister, Ning Bing, had been abducted in their childhood, and the two had never reunited. After joining the Zishu sect, Ning Shui took on the role of alchemy elder, striving to cultivate diligently and refine high-level elixirs, hoping to break through to the nascent soul realm and search for her sister. Yet now, she was astounded that Li Yinchuan was aware of her sister's plight. Just then, Su Feng'er interrupted her thoughts, nearly causing Ning Shui to choke on her own frustration. Her mind was unsettled, and her control over the flying artifact wavered. Ning Shui desperately wanted to inquire about her sister, but feared the dreadful punishment from the diary. She could only suppress her anxious feelings. Su Feng'er leaned against Li Yinchuan's shoulder and playfully asked, "Elder Ning is beautiful, isn't she?" "Not bad, but not as beautiful as you," Li Yinchuan promptly corrected himself. This little lady seemed to have a screw loose. He sensed something was off about her. "Humph," Su Feng'er huffed. "You men are all the same, distracted by beautiful women." Gazing at the pot while eating from the bowl. "Wait, you haven't even eaten from the bowl yet. Teacher, you have returned." A clear voice rang out from within the pavilion. It was Luo Yuling. "Oh, senior sister Su, and senior brother Li are here too." Spotting Li Yinchuan brought her great joy. She hadn't expected to see him so soon again. "Greetings, senior sister," Li Yinchuan replied. "He, senior brother, since you were older." "Just call me junior sister," Luo Yuling said with a smile. "Very well, I shall call you little junior sister," Li Yinchuan acquiesced. Just then, he felt a sharp pain at his waist. This little lady was at it again. "I'm thirsty," Su Feng'er declared. "Yuling, quickly fetch some spirit water for the young sect master," Ning Shui instructed. "Yes, master," Luo Yuling obediently dashed out to get the water. Meanwhile, Ning Shui and Su Feng'er sat on the cushions within the pavilion, where Ning Shui began a meticulous examination of Su Feng'er's health. After Su Feng'er finished her water, she closed her eyes to rest and recalled the entries from Li Yinchuan's diary. "I actually went berserk twice for Yi Fan. The destruction of the Zixiao sect was caused by Yi Fan? That damned Yi Fan. I wonder if he has met his end." Su Feng'er simmered with rage, her hands trembling with fury. "Young sect master, what is wrong?" Ning Shui asked, noticing Su Feng'er's emotional turmoil during the examination. "Nothing." Su Feng'er took a deep breath and resolved not to dwell on it any longer. From now on, even if she were to make a sacrifice, it would be solely for Li Yinchuan, and she would never allow a rogue like Yi Fan to prevail. Ning Shui continued her examination for half an hour but found no issues. Had she not learned from the diary about Su Feng'er's previous outburst, she would have believed nothing had transpired. Su Feng'er's meridians showed no problems, and her physical condition was exceptional. "You are in excellent health, young sect master. And your cultivation has already broken through to the essence core realm," Ning Shui declared. "I have broken through?" Su Feng'er exclaimed in surprise. For 2 months, in her efforts to suppress the wicked fire within her, she had seen no progress, remaining stuck at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. She had never anticipated a breakthrough today. Moreover, she vaguely sensed that the chaotic fire within her was no longer stirring. It seemed she could finally master that wicked flame. No, it should be called Phoenix Fire. If that were the case, she would no longer have to endure the searing heat of the Phoenix Fire every day. She could finally cultivate like a normal person. Su Feng'er looked at Li Yinchuan, who was chatting amiably with little junior sister at the door, her heart racing with emotion. "He truly is. I could cry. I will be less fierce with you from now on." "Master, is senior sister Su all right?" Seeing Ning Shui and Su Feng'er both stand, Luo Yuling stopped her conversation to inquire. "No need to worry. Everything is fine," Ning Shui replied with a gentle smile. A glance caught her eye as she noticed her little disciple gripping a purple elixir tightly. If her guess was correct, it should be the 6th grade restorative elixir, the recovery purple pill. Li Yinchuan, this young man, truly treats his little apprentice well, generously offering 6th grade elixirs as gifts. As an elder in alchemy, having practiced for 20 years, she has only just managed to concoct low-tier 5th grade elixirs. It remains uncertain when she might be able to produce 6th grade ones. Seeing that Su Feng'er is now in good health and the elixir has been delivered, Li Yinchuan resolved to take his leave. Since junior sister Su is well, "I shall not intrude further, Elder Ning," he said, preparing to depart. Li Yinchuan smiled as he waved goodbye to his junior sister and stepped out of the alchemy pavilion. Ning Shui yearned to inquire about her sister from Li Yinchuan, yet found herself at a loss for words, caught in a dilemma. Alas, she could only hope for another opportunity in the future. "Li Yinchuan, wait for me," Su Feng'er called out. After Li Yinchuan departed, Su Feng'er followed closely behind. "Goodness, what is she up to now? I can't hear. Hurry up, you slowpoke." Li Yinchuan began to sprint, yet no matter how swiftly he moved, He could not outpace Su Feng'er, who had already ascended to the Yuan Dan realm. "Why are you running so fast, Li Yinchuan? Are you afraid I might devour you?" Su Feng'er exclaimed, her tone brimming with irritation. "Not at all. I need to retrieve some items from the storeroom and locate the dormitory for outer disciples. Otherwise, I will have nowhere to stay before nightfall," Li Yinchuan replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Such trivial matters. I am well aware of the storeroom's location and the dormitory's whereabouts. Allow me to escort you," Su Feng'er said with a cheerful smile. Senior sister. Given your recent injury, it would be best for you to rest. These minor tasks can be managed without your assistance," Li Yinchuan stated, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Though he had already designated Su Feng'er as his future partner, he found her current temperament a bit too much to bear. He hoped that once he advanced to the Golden Dan stage, he would no longer need to feel apprehensive. "Junior brother, you've been of immense help to me." "There's no need for formality," Su Feng'er said, taking hold of Li Yinchuan's left hand and leading him toward the storeroom. Li Yinchuan was taken aback, attempting to break free but finding himself unable to do so. "Hey, I must say, Feng'er's delicate hand is truly soft." Before long, the two arrived at the storeroom. The steward, upon seeing Su Feng'er holding the hand of an unfamiliar male disciple, nearly bulged his eyes in astonishment. "Goodness, this fellow is remarkable. Managing to win over this tempestuous flower. Truly an exemplar for us." Su Feng'er was indeed beautiful, yet her fiery temperament had led many fellow disciples to feel her wrath. And with her father being the sect leader, they dared not voice their grievances, let alone entertain any other thoughts. Provide him with the finest accommodation. Su Feng'er placed Li Yinchuan's token upon the table. "Very well, young sect master." The steward, understanding the gravity of the situation, proceeded with the necessary formalities. After inquiring about Li Yinchuan's basic information, he recorded it onto the jade token. Subsequently, he handed over the attire for outer disciples, a simple communication device, the disciple handbook, and the key to Li Yinchuan. The monthly stipend for outer disciples was 10 spirit stones, which could be collected starting next month. Each month, they were required to undertake at least one task from the mission hall, with additional rewards for completed tasks, so be sure to do so. As for martial arts techniques, one could select suitable ones from the library, remembering to bring the jade token. When the elders held lectures, the information would be conveyed to all disciples through the communication device, so attendance was encouraged. Various other essential details were also contained within the handbook, and the steward advised frequent review. "Thank you, senior brother," Li Yinchuan replied with a smile. "No need for thanks. Your dormitory is the largest one in the eastern bamboo grove. Would you like me to show you the way?" The steward offered warmly. "No need, I can lead him," Su Feng'er interjected. "Very well, young sect master, take care," the steward acknowledged, displaying perceptiveness. "This fellow is truly impressive." Securing the young sect master's favor upon his entrance into the sect, he shall undoubtedly enjoy boundless fortune henceforth. Su Feng'er swiftly guided Li Yinchuan to the outer disciple dormitory area. Many of the residences were connected, some housing 2 individuals, others accommodating 4. However, Li Yinchuan's was a standalone estate nestled within the bamboo grove, with no other nearby residences, offering a truly luxurious solitude. Clearly, this arrangement was facilitated by Su Feng'er's. Otherwise, the steward would never have granted him such an accommodation. "Such a spacious abode feels somewhat wasteful for just myself," Li Yinchuan remarked. "Are you suggesting that this young lady should join you?" Su Feng'er retorted with a hint of pride. Recognizing that Li Yinchuan was her savior, her prior disdain had dissipated. Furthermore, as he was aware of the impending doom facing the Zixiao sect, cultivating a good relationship with him might help avert such a calamity. No. Li Yinchuan shook his head. "I had a good brother when I was a servant. Would it be possible for him to stay with me?" While outer disciples lacked the authority to make such requests, Su Feng'er had the power to grant it. "Do as you wish," Su Feng'er replied disinterestedly as she departed from the scene. Li Yinchuan found himself perplexed by Su Feng'er's erratic behavior. One moment she was exuberant, and the next, she was shy and reserved. Had her mind been impaired during her outburst? After tidying up the main house, Li Yinchuan proceeded to the area where the miscellaneous disciples resided. Seeking out Li Danio, he then brought Li Danio to his current location, instructing him to clean the courtyard and rooms each month, while dedicating the remainder of his time to diligent cultivation, striving to become an outer disciple at the earliest opportunity. Li Yinchuan treated Danio quite well, even bestowing upon him an additional 5 spirit stones each month, for they were indeed family. In the main hall of the sect, The elder in charge of the passage reported on the aftermath of the fire in the back mountain. Fortunately, no disciples perished in this unfortunate incident, although a few sustained severe injuries. However, these injuries were not due to the fire. Rather, they were inflicted by another. Upon compiling the accounts of the injured, all evidence pointed to a singular culprit, Yinchuan. They had all been assaulted by Yinchuan, who also seized their flags. The deputy sect master, Emocian, listened to the elder's report with an expression of calm. "Have you determined the cause of the fire?" he inquired. "It may be related to the young sect master." The elder replied. "What happened to the young sect master?" Emocian asked. The elder recounted in detail how Su Feng'er had fallen and was subsequently taken away by Yinchuan. After a moment of contemplation, Emocian declared, "This matter should remain confidential. The fire in the back mountain was an accident. Yinchuan has injured so many and spoken ill of the young sect master. His character is unworthy. We must strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the Zixiao sect." The elder nodded in agreement. "Indeed, deputy sect master." Upon officially becoming an outer disciple, Yinchuan began to delve into the rewards granted by the system today, a random spiritual root and a random skill at maximum proficiency. Currently, Yinchuan possessed an empty spiritual root, which was even more ineffectual than a wasted one. He had only managed to break through to the first layer of foundation establishment thanks to the system's bestowal of cultivation. As for skills, aside from the basic palm technique, he had yet to master anything else. He practiced his movement technique for an entire afternoon, barely scratching the surface. Should he now utilize the maximum proficiency skill? Strengthening the basic palm technique to its zenith would indeed be a cause for mirth. However, it was prudent to wait for the right moment. The waiting faction never suffers losses. System, activate the random spiritual root and grant me something extraordinary. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the wood spiritual root of the 5 elements. The wood spiritual root of the 5 elements? Yinchuan felt a flicker of joy. Although the wood spiritual root was somewhat inferior compared to rarer spiritual roots, it was vastly superior to a wasted or non-existent root. Yinchuan, unburdened by greed, found his cultivation aptitude significantly enhanced upon acquiring the wood spirit root. As the spirit root integrated within him, a wave of refreshing vitality surged through his being. His previously stagnant cultivation felt as though it had loosened, if only slightly. The elemental essence of wood in the surrounding air passively infused into Yinchuan's body, furthermore, residing in a bamboo grove. The concentration of wood elemental energy was even more pronounced. He sensed that with merely half a month of cultivation, he could transcend to the second level of foundation establishment. In stark contrast to the seemingly endless wait he faced prior, devoid of any spirit root, this time he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that the system's direct infusion of cultivation energy would indeed be swifter. Who, in earnest, cultivates day in and day out. To hasten his mastery of the instantaneous movement technique, Yinchuan laboriously practiced throughout the afternoon, yet regrettably, he made no discernible progress. Time slipped away, and as midnight approached, he eagerly anticipated the rewards of the day. Concurrently, the protagonist possessing the diary copies received a message. On the 3rd day of the diary copy, a new feature was unveiled. 1. If a character appears in the daily diary more than 5 times, they are eligible for a random reward. The more appearances, the better the reward. 2. At midnight each day, one diary holder is randomly selected to have the authority to customize that day's diary theme. 3. All information related to the diary must remain confidential. Any violations will result in immediate obliteration. Still awake, Ningxue was slightly taken aback by this latest announcement. As she had suspected, she was not the sole possessor of a diary copy. Her cherished disciple, Luo Yuling, along with the young sect master, Su Feng'er, and herself, were all confirmed holders. Yet, she remained oblivious to how many others might also possess diary copies. This new feature, aside from the 3rd clause concerning confidentiality, could be regarded as a form of reward. Mentioning a name more than 5 times would yield a reward. However, she was left wondering what kind of reward it would be. In Su Feng'er's chamber, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing today's diary entry. The word count meets the standard. The content is average, with an overall evaluation of A. The host receives 1 bronze gift pack. Average content? Yinchuan mused, perplexed by the system's criteria for judgment. Beyond the first day's SS rating, what constituted a commendable entry? He found himself bemused. Never mind. Let me open the bronze gift pack. Upon opening the bronze gift pack, he was thrilled to discover he had received 10 years of cultivation experience. a comprehensive guide for first-grade alchemists, and 3 invisibility talismans. The rewards were commendable, another infusion of 10 years' worth of cultivation energy. He wondered just how much this would elevate his realm. Li Yinchuan was filled with anticipation as he utilized the rewards of a decade's worth of cultivation. How generous! A mere 15 minutes later, the aura of his cultivation remarkably surged to the 6th layer of foundation establishment, a staggering leap of 5 tiers. This was merely the effect of possessing a wood spirit root. Had Li Yinchuan been endowed with a superior spirit root or greater talent, the enhancement would have been even more significant. Quite impressive. Even if I were to encounter Yifan now, I could at least retreat unscathed, Li Yinchuan pondered. No matter how formidable Yifan may be, could he truly challenge 9 realms above his own? And what is this compendium of alchemical mastery? Is it intended for me to become an alchemist? Li Yinchuan pondered, do I truly need this? With the system's formidable enhancements, must I personally delve into the art of alchemy? He commanded, System, activate the comprehensive guide for a first-rank alchemist. However, since it was a reward from the system, it would be foolish not to learn. Moreover, becoming an alchemist would enable him to exude an air of superiority. In the latter part of the book, Yifan leveraged his identity as an alchemist to refine exquisite elixirs, garnering the admiration of numerous women who began to view him in a new light, some even pursuing him fervently. His exceptional alchemical skills compelled several female protagonists to yield to him for a single pill. Now that he had ascended to the rank of alchemist, wouldn't it be effortless to captivate them? 5 minutes later, all the knowledge of a first-rank alchemist flooded into Li Yinchuan's mind. Li Yinchuan felt as though he had undergone a decade of alchemical refinement, despite never having laid a hand on a cauldron. Now, when presented with the materials and a cauldron for a first-grade elixir, he could effortlessly concoct it. Truly remarkable. A product of the system must surely be of exquisite quality. There was one final item, 3 invisibility talismans. Invisibility talisman conceals one's movements, rendering one imperceptible to all cultivators below the divine realm for a duration of 10 minutes. Imperceptible to all beneath the divine realm? How splendid! Given that the highest cultivation level within the Daku kingdom is merely at the out-of-body stage, does this not mean I could traverse the kingdom with impunity? Perhaps I shall test one talisman to sneak a glance at Lady Feng bathing? Ahem, never mind. I am a gentleman of virtue, with only 3 talismans in hand. I must use them judiciously. After reviewing all the rewards, Li Yinchuan heard the system emit a chime. To ensure the host understands the content of the diary, the diary system has introduced a daily theme feature, enhancing rewards based on the day's theme. Today's theme, Nangong family. Wow, how considerate of the system. Just as I was pondering the criteria for evaluating diary content, it promptly provided me with a daily theme. Truly impressive. You are indeed a commendable system, Li Yinchuan praised. Thank you for your kind words, host. Li Yinchuan was taken aback. The system could express gratitude? It felt rather peculiar. Could there be more to this? Regardless, as long as there are rewards to be gained, it matters not. The Nangong family. Li Yinchuan reminisced about the information regarding the Nangong family found in the book and began to write in his journal. The theme of today's entry is the Nangong family. If my memory serves me correctly, in the earlier chapters, only the royal family of the Great Kuan dynasty was associated with the Nangong lineage. It was not until over 200 chapters that the Nangong clan was introduced, only to be annihilated by the protagonist Yifan before the 100th chapter. The entire Great Kuan dynasty, along with the Nangong family, ceased to exist, save for 3 members, Nangong Biyu, Nangong Yao, and Nangong Qing. Why did they survive? Because they are all heroines. However, despite being taken into Yufan's harem and spared from death, their fates were hardly enviable. Nangong Biyu and Nangong Yao are sisters. The elder, Nangong Biyu, is an exquisite beauty, adept in trade and marketing, commanding a significant portion of the Great Kuan dynasty's commerce. The younger, Nangong Yao, is a fair-skinned, charming princess, renowned for her unparalleled dancing skills, captivating countless noble youths of the palace. While this sounds appealing, it is merely a fade. In truth, Nangong Biyu is utterly infatuated, falling head over heels for Yifan at first sight, her emotional turmoil contributing significantly to the downfall of the Great Kuan dynasty. As for Nangong Yao, she is a naive and docile girl, perpetually clinging to her sister, devoid of opinions and neglecting her cultivation. Having only reached the 2nd level of Qi training by the age of 18, proving to be more useless than a dog. With a mere coaxing from Yifan, she relinquished all her resources. This girl possesses a broken mirror pill, which, when consumed below the nascent soul stage, can elevate one's level by 2 ranks. Yet, She was easily deceived by Yi Fan into giving it away, affectionately calling him Yi Fan Gigi, displaying a level of foolishness that is infuriating. Speaking of this, it irks me. Why can't I encounter such a simpleton? It drives me mad. Never mind, I've just acquired an invisibility talisman. I shall stealthily procure the broken mirror pill in advance, hee hee. As for the last member, Nangong Qing, her story is rather tragic. Currently, she is believed to be outside the Great Kuan dynasty, having changed her name and become a direct disciple of a prestigious sect. Although she bears the Nangong surname and shares the blood of the Nangong family, she harbors a profound enmity towards the Nangong royal lineage. This animosity was skillfully exploited by the protagonist, contributing to the destruction of the Great Kuan dynasty. Her birth is steeped in sorrow. Her mother was merely a palace maid who was forcibly assaulted by a drunken emperor. Following this lamentable encounter, the maid became pregnant. Yet the emperor did not elevate her to the status of a consort but instead dismissed her casually. Some concubines in the palace targeted her, nearly leading to her demise. And it was only with the aid of a few eunuchs that Nangong Qing was born. After giving birth, the maid's health deteriorated due to lack of nourishment, and she passed away when Nangong Qing was not yet 3 years old. To protect Nangong Qing from exposure, she was sent out of the palace at the age of 6 by a kind-hearted eunuch. Subsequently, Nangong Qing's life resembled that of her junior sister, filled with hardships, barely distinguishing herself from a beggar. At the age of 10, she encountered her master, who took her back to the sect, where she adopted a new identity, vowing to return and take revenge on the Great Kuan dynasty. What was her current name? I cannot recall. Never mind, it is getting late. I shall retire for the night. Li Yinchuan penned his diary in a state of drowsiness, ultimately succumbing to sleep. While he enjoyed a peaceful slumber, others found themselves unable to rest. Among them were the love-struck and naive figures he had mentioned in his writings. In the Grand Daku Kingdom's royal palace, Nangong Bu and Nangong Yao eagerly anticipated the latest entries. Sister, he has written, Nangong Yao exclaimed. Shoo, Nangong Bu replied, raising a finger to indicate her sister should be quiet. Both shared a smile as they commenced reading the diary together. However, upon delving into its contents, their expressions swiftly shifted from delight to dismay. The opening revelation was startling. The Daku Kingdom had been destroyed by Yi Fan. Sister, this Li Yinchuan is spouting nonsense. Nangong Yao protested vehemently. Our Daku Kingdom is formidable, boasting 1,000,000 soldiers, with our father being a transcendent expert and dozens of Yuaning generals at his command. How could we possibly fall? Even a joint assault from the Dakian and Dayuan kingdoms would not frighten us. Nangong Bu's face grew somber, while her sister's assertions held merit. The content of the diary could not be dismissed. It was evidently a treasure of significant rank, capable of bestowing 7th-grade elixirs at will, making prophecies of the future not at all far-fetched. Yao Yao, be quiet and let us read to the end, she urged. Pouting, Nangong Yao continued reading, uncovering alarming details about their family's demise, with only 3 survivors, Nangong Bu, Nangong Yao, and Nangong Qing. The diary claimed their survival was due to their status as protagonists. The sisters exchanged glances, realizing they had become part of Yi Fan's harem to escape death. Moreover, who was this Nangong Qing? They had never heard of her before. As they continued reading, their expressions softened slightly. The diary lauded them, declaring the elder sister a breathtaking beauty and the younger a fair-skinned little princess. Their spirits, however, soon darkened once more upon reading the subsequent passages, which incited fury within them. I am a hopeless romantic? I become infatuated at the mere sight of Yi Fan? Nangong Bu found it hard to believe, spiraling into self-doubt. Over the years, she had encountered countless noblemen without feeling a thing. Even when the emperor proposed a marriage, she had deftly declined. Thus, she had convinced herself that she was not attracted to men at all. The revelation that she might indeed be a lovesick fool left her in shock. 1 glance, 3 offerings. And the downfall of the Daku Kingdom is at least 50% my fault. Nangong Bu felt utterly dazed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could I, Nangong Bu, be such a base person? To fall for a stranger at first sight is utterly inconceivable. She fell into a state of despair as she read further. Nangong Yao was not faring much better. Her wide eyes bulged as she absorbed the diary's portrayal of her, a storm of emotions brewing within her chest. She longed to confront Li Yinchuan but could only bear the brunt of his scathing words, as the entries were not mere fabrications but bitter truths. Having never enjoyed martial training, preferring instead song and dance, she found the world of combat tedious. Being a carefree little princess was far more appealing. especially with her parents' affection and her siblings' protection. Thus, at 18, she had only just reached the second level of qi cultivation, a feat achieved only through the aid of precious elixirs. A person of even modest talent would have advanced much further by now. To compare me to a dog. How dare he? I shall have his head. Nangong Yao fumed, looking to her sister for support, but found Nangong Bu lost in her own thoughts. Sister. Huh? Yao, what did you just say? Nangong Bu finally snapped back to reality. Nothing, Nangong Yao pouted, refraining from elaborating. After reading Li Yinchuan's assessment of her sister, Nangong Bu frowned deeply. If the Daku kingdom endured, they could protect her sister. But should the kingdom fall, with her sister's mere second-level cultivation, survival would be grim. Yao, from this day forth, you must dedicate time to cultivation, Nangong Bu insisted solemnly. I don't want to cultivate, Nangong Yao protested, finding the practice dreadfully monotonous. That is not an option, Nangong Bu asserted firmly. If what Li Yinchuan has written comes to pass, and our family is destroyed, your second-level cultivation will leave you vulnerable, destined to become a mere plaything. Nangong Yao gasped. The thought of such a fate was more distressing than death itself. Nangong Bu suddenly devised a plan. Tomorrow, I shall inform father and request he send you to the Zishu sect for training. You can also seek to get closer to this Li Yinchuan and uncover how our family meets its end. Should you succeed, I will purchase that starfall dress you mentioned. Nangong Yao's face lit up with joy. Really? Sister, you must not deceive me. Have I ever deceived you? Well then, I promise to accomplish the task. Nangong Yu beamed. After deciding on this course of action, the sisters resumed reading the latter part of the diary. Upon learning about Nangong Qing, both were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a revelation. If I were Nangong Qing, I would certainly seek revenge, Nangong Yao stated earnestly. Revenge against whom? Her target is our father. We may all suffer the consequences, Nangong Bu lamented, feeling a headache coming on. With the matter of Yi Fan unresolved, now they had to contend with Nangong Qing. She had been taken as a personal disciple by a top-tier sect and, after decades of training, posed a formidable threat. The most troubling aspect was that she had changed her name, making it impossible to seek her out for an apology or reparations. Even if they were to find her, acceptance was not guaranteed. This metaphorical sword hanging over her head left Nangong Bu feeling overwhelmed. Father, oh father, she sighed. As a daughter, she felt she had no right to criticize her father, yet he was the architect of this turmoil. Nangong Yao, however, remained unfazed, envisioning the advantages of having a powerful elder sister. If I had dispatched someone to eliminate Yi Fan earlier, perhaps the Nangong family would not have faced destruction. Nangong Bu mused internally. In the Dakian kingdom, at Jingyi sect, a cold, violet-haired girl slowly opened her eyes, devoid of emotion. She was none other than the daughter born of the emperor's drunken folly, Nangong Qing. However, she has since changed her name to Song Jinyu, signifying her intent to send the entire Nangong family to the depths of hell. A few days ago, Song Jinyu fortuitously came into possession of a diary, the musings of a menial disciple from the Zishu sect. Initially, she paid it no mind, displaying little interest. It was not until a quarter of an hour ago that the diary emitted a notification activating its new features. After perusing the 3 newly introduced functionalities, Song Jinyu remained indifferent, even in light of someone acquiring a 7th-grade elixir. Her sole desire was to devote all her time to cultivation, striving to break through to a higher realm, with the aim of returning to the great Kuan royal family to annihilate the Nangong clan. What she did not anticipate, however, was that today's entries in the diary contained references to her. The name Nangong Qing appeared within its pages, causing a slight stir on the otherwise composed visage of Song Jianyu, who typically exhibited little concern for external matters. Nangong Qing, a name that felt so distant. According to a eunuch, the character Qing in that name was derived from her mother's name. After absorbing the entirety of the diary's contents, Song Jinyu exhibited no outward reaction, merely stating, "So, has the Nangong clan been vanquished by me? Or is it that Yi Fan?" After a brief moment of contemplation, she dismissed the matter from her mind and resumed her cultivation. Since entering the Zhengyi sect, she had dedicated herself to practice daily, even foregoing sleep in favor of meditative cultivation at night. In a mere decade, Song Jinyu had transformed from an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation into a formidable being in the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul at just over 20 years of age, she was virtually unmatched among her youthful peers. Yet, it was still insufficient, for that individual had already ascended to the out-of-body stage. She had no desire to rely on any sect or master, nor on anyone else. Thus, she resolved to exert herself even more diligently. The following morning dawned. Li Yinchuan received the news of a lecture by an elder in his communicator today. Thus, he hurriedly rose from his bed to secure a favorable position. The wisdom of the elder generation holds significant value for Li Yinchuan, and such opportunities for enlightenment are indeed rare. Li Yinchuan opened the door and discovered someone seated on a stone bench in the courtyard. Sister Su? What brings you here so early in the morning? Li Yinchuan inquired, perplexed. I have come to find you, to express my gratitude, Su Feng'er replied softly. After obtaining the nirvana pill the previous night, Su Feng'er was so elated that she barely slept. However, having broken through to the Yuandan realm, she could maintain her vitality without the need for rest. Gratitude? What is there to be thankful for? Has she realized that it was I who saved her? Li Yinchuan shook his head, for at that time Su Feng'er had already succumbed to unconsciousness and could not have noticed anything. The Zishu sect is my territory. I am well acquainted with this place. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you, Su Feng'er remarked with a smile. Li Yinchuan blinked, feeling that Su Feng'er was somewhat unusual. Compared to yesterday, she seemed to radiate a touch of gentleness. No. This was the temperamental Wang whom all the inner court disciples feared. I must still be half asleep. Ahem, senior sister, I am going to attend the elder's lecture shortly. Before Li Yinchuan could finish, Su Feng'er interjected, I will accompany you. All right, Li Yinchuan nodded, although something felt amiss. Having a beautiful senior sister by his side brought a sense of comfort. Just then, Li Yinchuan noticed another person approaching from outside the courtyard. The newcomer gently rapped on the entrance before strolling in. Li Yinchuan turned to look at the newcomer, his eyes widening in astonishment. The visitor was a woman, clad in a long gown as white as snow, the hem of which fluttered gently with her graceful strides. The fitted bodice accentuated her slender waist, while the skirt billowed like a blooming flower, exuding an ethereal grace. Her fair and radiant visage bore a charming smile, her eyes clear and sparkling, with a captivating gleam. Her lips were a vivid red against a backdrop of pearly white teeth, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Her delicate hands resembled jade sculpted by the finest artisans, smooth and exquisite, almost fragile to the touch. This left Li Yinchuan momentarily spellbound. Bu Wuxuang. Su Feng'er was the first to call out the name of the enchanting figure. Li Yinchuan had a slight suspicion regarding the identity of the woman, and indeed, his conjecture proved correct. Such a beautiful lady could only be his elder marshal's sister, Bu Wuxuang, whom he had yet to meet. Young sect master, Bu Wuxuang said, offering a gentle nod and a smile as she approached the two. Greetings, Li Yinchuan. I am Bu Wuxuang. She introduced herself. Li Yinchuan steadied his mind and smiled gently. There seemed to be a faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from the other person, which was quite soothing. How peculiar. Why had the senior sister suddenly appeared in my courtyard and taken the initiative to greet me? Did she know me? The diary that Li Yinchuan suddenly pinned to both Bu Wuxuang and Su Feng'er by surprise. Su Feng'er cast a glance towards Bu Wuxuang, her eyes filled with curiosity. Did she also possess a copy of the diary? Otherwise, what could have prompted her to seek out Li Yinchuan? It must be the case. Yesterday, Elder Xiao instructed me to look after the newly admitted junior brother Li Yinchuan and assist him in familiarizing himself with all matters of the sect, Bu Wuxuang explained. In truth, it was Bu Wuxuang who approached Elder Xiao, also known as the Elder of Trials, to volunteer for this task. Her intention was clear, to draw closer to Li Yinchuan in hopes of uncovering some truths about herself. She was aware of Elder Ning Shue's circumstances and had insight into the future of the Nangong family. Thus, it was certain that Li Yinchuan held knowledge about her as well. Li Yinchuan covertly scrutinized Bu Wuxuang, his thoughts drifting far away. The senior sister was undeniably beautiful, with a gentle disposition that truly earned her the title of goddess in the hearts of the disciples. When seeking a partner, one should aspire to find someone like her. Though Feng'er was also stunning and possessed an admirable figure, her peers seemed to harbor an inexplicable fear of her. Perhaps she ought to reflect upon her own demeanor. Nevertheless, in the realm of adulthood, there are no multiple-choice questions. I desire them all. And let us not forget the adorable junior sister. A nurturing plan for her is equally essential. As he pinned his thoughts, Li Yinchuan snapped back to reality, noticing both women gazing at him, their cheeks slightly flushed. Oh dear, I must attend the elder's lecture, he remarked. I shall accompany you, both women replied in unison. The trio exited the bamboo grove and traversed the dormitory area of the outer disciples, whereupon all the outer disciples gawked in astonishment. Who on earth is that lad? He is flanked by two celestial maidens. They murmured, envy evident in their wide-eyed stares. Hello, beautiful. May I add you as a contact? A recently inducted disciple approached Su Feng'er with flirtatious intent. However, before he could finish his sentence, he found himself unceremoniously kicked to the ground by Su Feng'er. Pointing at him, she declared, "You have been expelled from Zixiao sect." The fallen disciple gasped, "Huh?" Li Yinchuan, walking ahead, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Indeed, he had momentarily lost his senses, foolishly perceiving a hint of gentleness in Feng'er. "How careless of me." An outer disciple familiar with Su Feng'er stepped forward after Li Yinchuan and the others departed, saying, "Brother, that red-clad senior sister is the daughter of the sect leader. Why did you have to offend her? Now look where you're at. Even the elder cannot save you." The fallen disciple, filled with indignation, lamented, "I merely attempted to strike up a conversation and was expelled from the sect. Who can I appeal to in this matter?" The trio continued to the location of the elder's lecture. Throughout their journey, Li Yinchuan felt the weight of his fellow disciples' gazes upon him. Most of these looks were directed at Bu Wushuang, though a few female disciples occasionally glanced at Li Yinchuan. As for Su Feng'er, one glance too many would result in an explosive reaction. With still some time before the elder's lecture commenced, the area was already filled with a considerable audience. After all, such opportunities were rare, occurring only a few times each month. Li Yinchuan gazed at the platform in the center of the venue, reminiscing about the narrative from the original text. It seemed that Yifan had attended his first lecture right here, coincidentally encountering the senior sister as she passed by. Upon noticing her, Yifan could not restrain himself from taking the stage to impress, engaging in a discourse on the concept of Tao with the lecturing elder. This left the senior sister with the impression that Yifan possessed considerable talent. Alas, this talent was but a fade, as the content he presented was merely a recitation of what the elderly figure within his ring had imparted to him. Following the lecture, not only did the senior sister regard him with newfound respect, but his fellow brothers also held him in high esteem. Even the lecturing elder looked upon him with a fresh perspective. Yet, as the lecture time approached, where could Yifan be? Why had he not yet emerged to showcase his bravado? Li Yinchuan turned his head and scanned the surroundings, but he could not spot Yifan. At that moment, Yifan was bound to an iron rod in the punishment chamber, likely with no chance to show off. In the punishment chamber, Yifan was tightly bound by thick iron chains, his spiritual energy completely sealed, rendering him powerless. He had been restrained for an entire day and night, and was now feeling both hungry and thirsty. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing the Elder Shao, who had captured him, accompanied by Elder Guan of the punishment department. "Yifan, during the final test of the sect entrance examination yesterday, you assaulted several participants, injuring them and seizing their flags. Do you admit to this?" Elder Shao asked sternly. A flicker of shadow crossed Yifan's eyes. The law of the jungle dictated that the weak should be preyed upon, and he had not killed them. He lowered his head and gave a slight nod. Since he had committed the act, he would acknowledge it, even if he was in the wrong. "Good." Elder Guan scribbled a note on the paper and continued, "Yifan, you knocked the young master unconscious, attempted to take liberties with her, and even threatened to break her legs. Do you admit to this?" Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyes turned red. Just the thought of that despicable smile from the other party ignited his fury. "I did not. That scoundrel tried to frame me. Yifan, never uttered such words." Elder Shao slapped Yifan across the face. "Behave yourself. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Do you still wish to deny it?" The slap carried a hint of emotion. Because of Yifan's conflict with Su Feng'er, a fire had broken out in the back mountains, resulting in Elder Shao being punished with a 3-month salary deduction. The reward for serving as the entrance elder was all forfeited. "I did not." Yifan gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame, enunciating each word. He vowed that once he escaped, he would make Li Yinchuan pay. "Old Guan, write down refusal to plead guilty." Punishment increased. Elder Shao commanded. Elder Guan swiftly recorded the note. Observing their actions, Yifan mentally listed them among those he would eliminate. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, the first to die would be the two of them. "Yifan, in light of your actions, our Zixiao sect rejects your admission due to your improper conduct and harm inflicted upon fellow disciples. Thus, you are expelled from the sect. Furthermore, to prevent you from harming others again, we shall abolish your dantian and cultivation," Elder Guan declared. Upon hearing the verdict, Yifan's veins bulged, and he struggled fiercely. "On what grounds do you strip me of my cultivation? Which of you saw me harm my fellow disciples?" Elder Guan shook his head slightly. "No need to argue. This matter is already known to the deputy sect master. You might as well submit to your punishment." "That bald scoundrel, on what basis can he say such things about me?" Yifan shouted. Elder Guan's expression darkened. Yifan truly did not know the gravity of his words, insulting the deputy sect master by calling him a bald scoundrel. Xian despised any mention of his hair, as his cultivation method resulted in thinner hair than most, but he was far from bald. If the deputy sect master hears that, it won't merely be a matter of stripping your cultivation. Before Elder Guan could finish, a voice resonated from the entrance. I have heard enough. Xian's figure appeared at the door. Deputy sect master, Elder Xiao, and Elder Guan greeted him. Xian waved his hand and turned his gaze to Yifan. You are young, yet your tone is audacious. What gives you the audacity to act recklessly in Zixiao sect? Humph. I, Yifan, am the child of destiny. The entire Xinhuan continent will soon bow beneath my feet. Yifan retorted disdainfully. Ha ha. Xian and the two elders could not help but laugh at his proclamation. Another self-righteous youth, they thought. While dreaming is commendable, excessive fantasizing borders on foolishness. Alas, the so-called child of destiny is about to fall. Xian was prepared to personally strip Yifan of his cultivation. Xiaofan, use that item. A voice echoed in Yifan's mind. Master, are you referring to that token? But didn't you say it would be needed later? You are about to be expelled from the sect. Worry about the future later. Qin Lao replied, exasperated. Very well, Yifan consented. Wait, Yifan called out. I possess the Zixiao token. A purple, ancient token floated out from Yifan's storage ring. Xian picked up the Zixiao token and examined it, feeling a familiar aura emanating from it. What is the Zixiao token? Elder Xiao questioned, puzzled. The name seemed to relate to their Zixiu sect, yet they had never seen one. Elder Guan vaguely recalled something from the sect's secret records. 800 years ago. At the sect's founding, they were besieged by the demon cult. In a critical moment, 3 loose cultivators at the god transformation stage stepped forward to assist Zixiu's sect through the crisis. The first sect master, in gratitude to the 3, crafted 3 Zixiao tokens and promised that any bearer of a Zixiao token who came to Zixiao's sect could unconditionally request aid from the sect master. And Zixiao's sect would not refuse. Over the centuries, Zixiao's sect had reclaimed 2 of the tokens, leaving just 1 in the outside world. To think this last token was in the hands of this brat. Xian held the Zixiao token tightly, contemplating for a moment. This token is genuine. State your conditions. Yifan sneered. Release me, and then kill these 2 dogs. Xian shot him a cold glance. That is impossible. Have you forgotten the rules of Zixiao sect? Even if I wish to become sect master, you would still need to comply. Yifan proclaimed haughtily. Humph. Agreeing to your wishes to become sect master is not within my purview as deputy sect master. I cannot comply. Xian replied calmly. The Zixiu token can only request actions I am capable of. For this matter, I am powerless. Yifan's face was a mask of disbelief. He had presented the Zixiu token, and this bald scoundrel dared not comply. This was one of his greatest trump cards for entering Zixiu's sect. He had intended to use it during a future action but had no choice but to deploy it early. Yet, it bore no effect. As Li Yinchuan would say, he had overreached himself. They simply were not moved by his bravado. Cursed bald scoundrel. Yifan cursed inwardly, feeling uncomfortable in his bindings. Yifan had to settle for a compromise. Release me. I wish to become a disciple of Zixiao's sect, and you shall not trouble me again. Xian pondered for a moment before accepting the Zixiao token. Let him go. If there are any further acts of bullying against fellow disciples, I will not be lenient. With that, Xian waved his sleeve and departed. Yifan stood tall and looked at the 2 elders, declaring, Did you hear that? You too, hurry and release me. Reluctantly, Elder Xiao and Elder Guan complied and unbound him. Are there any beautiful elder disciples in Zixiao sect? I wish to become her direct disciple, Yifan stated. Direct disciple? Elder Xiao rolled his eyes. You haven't even passed the outer sect disciple assessment. What makes you think you can become a direct disciple? At most, you might be an outer sect disciple. Yifan wanted to argue further, but Qin Lao advised him to refrain from stirring up trouble, so he had to relent. Outer sect or not, with my talent, I hope you all will not beg me to become your direct disciple in the future. Yifan uttered a resolute declaration before departing from the penal chamber. A growl emanated from his stomach, reminding him that he had not eaten for a day and a night, having been restrained for an extended period. He felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. At this moment, all Yifan desired was to find a place to dine and then indulge in a restorative slumber to rejuvenate his spirit. The lecture square awaited him. Li Yinchuan sat there with a sense of ennui, occasionally stealing glances at Bu Wushuang and Su Feng. The lecture delivered by the elder today focused on accelerating the cultivation speed during the qi refinement stage, but having already established his foundation. Li Yinchuan found the content utterly irrelevant. If the discussion had revolved around combat strategies, he might have paid closer attention. Both Bu Wushuang and Su Feng'er were indifferent to the lecture as well, preoccupied with their own inquiries. Relying solely on the random selection from the diary was far too slow. They had no idea how many individuals possessed the dungeon. How tedious it was. How long would this white-bearded elder continue speaking? Thankfully, the presence of the two beautiful senior sisters made the experience bearable. Otherwise, he would have left immediately. Strangely, where was Yi Fan? Wasn't he this the perfect stage for his ostentatious display? Could it be that the plot had taken an unexpected turn? Wait a moment. That sneaky figure, could it be Yi Fan? Indeed, it was him. He had not been mistaken. This braggart had shown up as expected. Upon noticing the diary's contents, Bu Wushuang and Su Feng'er turned their gazes towards Li Yinchuan, spotting the figure. Su Feng'er recognized him at once. It was Yi Fan. Hadn't he been captured by Elder Shao? Why was he here? Shouldn't he have been expelled from the sect? Bu Wushuang observed the disheveled individual. His frail demeanor combined with a fierce and lewd gaze marked him as no ordinary person. Internally, she silently labeled Yi Fan as a troublesome youth and resolved to keep her distance from him. Meanwhile, after leaving the punishment hall, Yi Fan had intended to head to the dining hall, but found himself wandering into the lecture square instead. Among the thousands of disciples present, Yi Fan's eyes quickly fell upon Bu Wushuang, captivated by her stunning beauty that left him momentarily speechless. Such a radiant beauty must surely be destined to be his. With a confident smile, Yi Fan made his way toward the center of the square, pondering how to capture her attention. At that moment, the elder was expounding on the necessity of tranquility and focus during the initial stages of qi refinement, asserting that a chaotic mind leads to a volatile energy, resulting in an unstable foundation. He cautioned against relying on pills to hasten the path of cultivation, warning of the long-term damage they could inflict on one's organs, making subsequent advancements exceedingly arduous. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and he interjected from a distance. I beg to differ. What the elder proposes is rather antiquated. The essence of spiritual energy is inherently ethereal, and one must prioritize the active absorption of it. If one remains stagnant at the foundational level, they will never grasp even the slightest opportunity for advancement, remaining forever trapped in mediocrity. While foundational solidity is admirable, clinging to it will only ensure a life confined to the realm of insects. He continued, pills are indispensable. Without their assistance, those of mediocre talent will languish in the early stages of qi refinement, unable to speak of progress. Why shy away from external aids? To possess treasure yet remain outside its gates, when will one ever ascend? All eyes turned to the source of the voice, and some listeners found merit in his words. If pills were forbidden, what would become of the alchemists? Yi Fan relished the attention, feeling invigorated by the gazes directed his way. This was the recognition he deserved. The center of focus wherever he went. With all acknowledging his supremacy, he discreetly glanced at Bu Wushuang, internally smirking, humph, with my charm. I refuse to believe I cannot sway you. Li Yinchuan couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Yi Fan's theory was undoubtedly imparted to him by Elder Qi, for it was through such means that Yi Fan had come this far. As the two engaged in philosophical discourse, Li Yinchuan initially anticipated profound insights from Yi Fan, only to discover the fallacy of his reasoning. Yi Fan overlooked many critical aspects, and the spiritual energy he forcibly absorbed was quite chaotic. Had it not been for the specially formulated elixirs prepared by Elder Qi to expel the excess energy, he would have found it impossible to continue his cultivation. Moreover, the elder had never stated that the use of elixirs was prohibited. His intention was merely to advise against an over-reliance on them. Every elixir possesses certain medicinal properties, and excessive consumption can undoubtedly harm the body. Yet, Yi Fan outright dismissed this, taking his words out of context and even ascribing malicious intent to them. Such rhetorical tactics left Li Yinchuan unperturbed. The elder, feeling a surge of irritation, mused whether this young man was deliberately seeking trouble. However, he found himself reluctant to retaliate, as the other party was merely a disciple. In that moment, he was at a loss for a rebuttal. Suddenly, Bu Wushuang rose to her feet and spoke. Elder, there is no fault in the method of cultivating qi that you have just described. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is intricate, and attempting to force it into one's body will undoubtedly result in harm. Furthermore, you have never stated that elixirs should not be used. High-quality elixirs can indeed yield remarkable results. However, excessive reliance on them can be detrimental to future cultivation. Those powerful beings at the nascent soul and out-of-body stages do not rely on the consumption of large quantities of elixirs, but rather on their inherent strength. Upon hearing Bu Wushuang's words, the elder nodded repeatedly, clearly in agreement. Her statements resonated with him. She truly was a prodigy of the Zixiao sect. Li Yinchuan's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Wow, the senior sister's words echoed my thoughts. Could this truly be the legendary connection of minds? Yifan was momentarily taken aback, rendered nearly speechless by the rebuttal. He never anticipated that the enchanting beauty he admired would stand against him, defending that old man. How infuriating. Humph. What I say is the absolute truth. This is how I have cultivated myself. Among those present, who could possibly rival me? Yifan brandished his black wooden staff, revealing the aura of the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Some disciples, witnessing Yifan's arrogant demeanor, could hardly restrain themselves from wanting to strike him. How dare one at the 7th level of Qi cultivation be so brazen, showing such disdain for us? A disciple at the 9th level of Qi cultivation stepped forward, declaring, "Let me take you on." Yifan sneered, "Come on. Wait a moment, let me handle this." Bu Wushuang raised her hand. She had learned of Yifan's combat prowess through Li Yinchuan's diary, knowing he could contend with 3 foundation establishment cultivators effortlessly, indeed formidable. Should this junior brother be defeated by Yifan, it would only embolden him further. Thus, Bu Wushuang resolved to intervene personally, eager to gauge Yifan's true strength. "I will suppress my cultivation to the 7th level of Qi cultivation, just like you," Bu Wushuang stated. Yifan, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. If he could best the beauty, he might win her heart. No need. When facing a woman, there is no requirement to suppress your cultivation, otherwise my victory would be dishonorable. Yifan replied confidently. "Can you truly be stronger than a peak foundation establishment cultivator?" "Wait a moment," the elder in charge interjected. "If you wish to spar, proceed to the combat arena." "Very well," Bu Wushuang responded. "Absolutely." Yifan, naturally unafraid, concurred. The two made their way to the combat arena while the elder continued his lecture, confident that Bu Wushuang would not be defeated. Some disciples remained to listen, while others followed to witness the impending battle. Li Yinchuan naturally made his way to the arena. At present, his senior sister's cultivation level had reached the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm, mere moments away from breaking into the Golden Dan stage. In contrast, Yifan had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. The spectacle that would unfold during their duel promised to be breathtaking, and Li Yinchuan was determined not to miss it. Su Fengwo accompanied Li Yinchuan to the arena as well. She was a frequent patron, having previously vented her frustrations by overwhelming opponents in the arena. However, such outlets were no longer necessary for her. On their journey, Elder Qin communicated with Yifan. "This young girl possesses a concealed aura emanating from a magical artifact. I cannot discern her cultivation level, but it undoubtedly exceeds mere Qi refinement." Yifan scoffed in disdain. "Even if she is at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, I harbor no fear. After all, I have you, my master, by my side." Elder Qin shook his head. "Within the confines of the Zixiao sect, I cannot intervene. It would be troublesome if an elder at the nascent soul stage were to discover my presence. Do not worry, master. My black snake staff technique has reached a high level of proficiency. She is no match for me. Exercise caution," Elder Qin advised. Soon, the group arrived at the arena. Inside, most participants were inner disciples, engaging in mutual sparring to enhance their combat experience, thereby better preparing themselves for missions outside the sect. Outer disciples, on the other hand, focused on cultivating and absorbing spiritual energy to elevate their cultivation levels, often lacking practical combat skills. Upon learning that Bu Wushuang and Yifan were to duel, the official in charge scrutinized Yifan and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to compete against her?" Yifan raised his head defiantly. "Of course." "Very well," the official replied, shaking his head, and ceased further conversation. He led both contestants to the stage and activated the protective formation, signaling that the duel was ready to commence. Li Yinchuan recalled the plot from the original text. He remembered that in the story, Feng'er and Yifan seemed to have met in the arena. At that time, Feng'er stood alone on the stage, and Yifan, having just entered the inner sect a few days prior, spotted her and stepped up to spar. With the assistance of Elder Qin, Yifan managed to defeat Feng'er, who was subsequently revealed to have malevolent energy within her body, a discovery made by Elder Qin, who informed Yifan. Yifan then, under the pretense of helping Feng'er rid herself of this dark energy, requested her to serve as his bodyguard for 3 months. Ultimately, Yifan failed to fulfill this promise even after Feng'er made a great sacrifice. Moreover, he shamelessly extorted numerous medicinal pills from Elder Ning and other elders, using Feng'er's name as leverage. Such audacity! One could only hope that the senior sister would deliver a rigorous beating to Yi Fan. After all, as long as no one dies in the arena, it should be permissible to leave someone half-disabled. Bu Wushuang retrieved a longsword from her storage ring, preparing to strike. Wait, Yi Fan suddenly called out. Are you admitting defeat? No. I believe that since this is a duel, there should be some stakes involved. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully dull. Yi Fan replied. What do you desire? Bu Wushuang inquired. If I win, you shall become my Dao partner. What do you say? Yi Fan grinned. Bu Wushuang's cold gaze fixed upon him. Indeed, Yi Fan was a shameless rogue. And if you lose? If I lose, I shall no longer disturb you. Ha! If you lose, you shall cease to harass all female disciples of Zhixiao sect, and I shall also have your tongue cut out. Bu Wushuang retorted icily. Yi Fan hesitated momentarily, then readily accepted. I refuse to believe I cannot best you, a mere girl. Go, senior sister. Teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Beat him so badly that even his mother won't recognize him, shouted the surrounding disciples who had come to watch the duel. Yi Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this beauty was indeed the senior sister, implying she possessed considerable skill. I cannot afford to show any mercy. The duel commenced. Bu Wushuang lifted her arm, taking the initiative to thrust her longsword towards Yi Fan with incredible speed. How swift! Yi Fan's pupils constricted. This woman's strength was likely beyond the foundation establishment stage. Clang! Yi Fan raised his staff to block the fierce strike. Black Serpent Staff Technique. Yi Fan retreated, launching his counterattack. Xingyan Sword Technique, First Form. Bu Wushuang executed an initial move of her profound-level sword technique, the sword energy slicing through the air toward Yi Fan. Bu Wushuang was astonished to find that all her attacks were being thwarted by Yi Fan. This Yi Fan truly possessed some skill, thus. She resolved to no longer hold back. Bu Wushuang unleashed her peak essence core aura, her expression serious. Cough. Pht. Although Yi Fan had managed to deflect her strike, he had sustained internal injuries. The previous sword energy forced him to stagger backward, causing him to spit out blood. This aura. She is at the essence core stage. Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world? The opponent I casually chose is actually 2 major realms above me. How can this even be a fair fight? Master, save me. Yi Fan cried out internally. Alas, Elder Qin sighed. This apprentice truly provided no peace of mind. He could not resist a beautiful woman, and his inflated confidence was baffling. One could only wonder who had bestowed such courage upon him. Poor old man that he was. Now a mere spirit, he still had to intervene personally. Xingyun Sword Technique, Fifth Form. Bu Wushuang unleashed her strongest move. The Xingyun Sword Technique comprised 5 forms, and Bu Wushuang had mastered it to perfection, its might formidable and not to be underestimated. Even a typical essence core cultivator would either die or be gravely injured from withstanding this attack. Bu Wushuang had resolved to eliminate Yi Fan in the arena, accepting any punishment that might follow. Master, save me. I am going to die. Yi Fan thought, realizing that should he be hit by such a fierce strike, his fate would be sealed. Just as the sword energy struck Yi Fan, Elder Qin intervened, unleashing a powerful sonic wave that dissipated all the sword energy. Yi Fan was possessed. Li Yinchuan immediately noticed the situation from below. Possessed? Bu Wushuang glanced at Yi Fan. Let me see the skill of this old ghost. Xingyan Sword Technique, Fifth Form. Bu Wushuang continued with her most formidable attack. This young girl was truly reckless, Elder Qin thought, baffled. Is this a sect competition or a deadly duel? One might think Yi Fan had disturbed your ancestral grave. Quickly resolve this. Take down this girl. Elder Qin promptly made a decision, no longer withholding his strength. Dragon Control and Crane Capture. Yi Fan broke through the sword energy, extending his right hand, fingers curled, aiming to grasp Bu Wushuang by the throat. Not good. The senior sister is in danger. That damned Elder Qin. Once I acquire Yi Fan's ring, you shall be the first to perish. Yi Fan gripped Bu Wushuang's neck, demanding, will you not concede? Bu Wushuang's face flushed crimson from the pressure, yet her gaze remained resolutely defiant. In the alchemy pavilion, Ning Shui suddenly seized Elder Xiao, who had come to collect medicinal pills, and soared into the air. Elder Ning, what are you doing? Elder Xiao questioned, bewildered. It has been a while since I visited the sect's duel arena. Let us go and see, Ning Shui replied. Huh? Elder Xiao was confused. Why on earth are we going to the duel arena? Do not worry, you will understand once we arrive, Ning Shui assured him. Very well. Elder Xiao conceded, not daring to question further. Although his cultivation surpassed Ning Shui's, her alchemical prowess rendered her more important within the sect. In mere moments, they arrived at the duel arena. Elder Qin, who had been grasping Bu Wushuang's throat, suddenly sensed an essence infant aura and promptly retreated into his ring. With the pressure around her neck suddenly alleviated, Bu Wuxuang summoned all her strength and delivered a flying kick that struck Yifan squarely in the groin, sending him flying several meters. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the arena, causing any male disciple who heard it to feel a profound sense of pain. Bu Wuxuang rose and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Yifan. To simply kill him would be far too merciful. Yifan clutched his lower half in agony, his face bruised and battered. Yet, the pain from his injuries paled in comparison to the agony below. Holding her longsword, Bu Wuxuang prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Yifan, only for an overwhelming surge of blood energy to erupt from him, forcing her back a few steps. The sword in her hand shattered. Yinchuan observed the scene, not at all surprised. It seemed that the bloodline power left behind by Yifan's parents had been activated, manifesting an exceptionally potent aura. Beneath the god transformation stage, it appeared that no one could breach this defense. It would automatically trigger when Yifan faced mortal peril. The greater the adversary's strength, the more formidable the bloodline's retaliation would become. Fortunately, the senior sister had refrained from employing spiritual energy earlier. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated disastrously. It appeared there were 9 bloodline powers in total. Once all were activated, Yifan's lineage would undergo an evolution, bestowing him with even greater strength. How fortunate it was to possess such backing. Bu Wuxuang, upon reading Li Yinchuan's diary, was taken aback. 9 bloodline powers? Each capable of providing protection, rendering one invulnerable beneath the god transformation stage? And upon full activation, the bloodline could evolve. Was this what they termed the protagonist privilege? It seemed too outrageous. Ning Shui and Su Feng'er were equally astonished, not expecting Yifan to possess such a life-preserving mechanism. The stronger the opponent, the higher the damage triggered by the bloodline. This meant that should one wish to slay Yifan, insufficient damage would fail to end his life, while sufficient damage would merely rebound upon the attacker. Why did such a formidable ability manifest in this scoundrel? Despite the strength of these 9 bloodline powers, there were indeed countermeasures. One could either cultivate to the god transformation stage before making a move or devise a scheme to lure Yifan into an act of self-destruction. As recalled from the original narrative, Yifan had fallen into traps during several expeditions, exhausting his powers 5 times and subsequently 4 times within the secret realm. Today, the senior sister had consumed one, leaving uncertainty about Yifan's fate ahead. After perusing the content, the 3 women each contemplated their next steps. Since it was temporarily impossible to eliminate Yifan, they decided to remain still. As long as I do not kill him, I should be safe, right? Su Feng'er mused to herself. She then cast a fireball towards the arena, instantly igniting Yifan's clothing. Rogue, remember your words. Do not harass any female disciples of Zishu's sect, Bu Wuxuang declared, delivering a sharp kick to him before descending from the arena. The person in charge, witnessing Yifan lying incapacitated, called out in exasperation, "Does anyone know him? Please take him back." No one responded. Su Feng'er turned to see Ning Shui behind her, somewhat surprised by her presence. How could she be here? Ah, yes. The previous day's diary had mentioned Ning Shui's name. This confirmed that Ning Shui indeed possessed a copy of the diary like her own. Ning Shui smiled gently at Su Feng'er and nodded. Their shared gaze conveyed their mutual awareness of the diary's existence, making Ning Shui's appearance here less surprising. Suddenly, Su Feng'er's face flushed. Ning Shui had noticed Li Yinchuan referring to her as Feng'er, my dear in the diary, causing her some embarrassment. Ning Shui, unfazed, exchanged simple pleasantries before departing with Elder Xiao. Roasted chicken, ha 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 ha. Li Yinchuan's laughter rang in Su Feng'er's ears. When will you enter the inner sect? You've already established your foundation. The outer sect is no longer suitable for you, Su Feng'er remarked. Once one entered the inner sect, every disciple enjoyed a dedicated, exquisite residence, far superior to the outer sect's dormitories. Most importantly, entering the inner sect would allow her to engage more closely with him, rather than having to traverse to the outer sect daily. Huh? Maybe in a couple of days. I just joined the outer sect, Li Yinchuan replied. Still unfamiliar with the outer sect. Do as you wish, Su Feng'er said, not pressing him further to avoid revealing her intentions. As Bu Wuxuang stepped off the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers. Senior sister is amazing. Li Yinchuan noticed a vivid crimson mark on her snow-white neck. How ruthless could that old man Qin be? Senior sister, are you all right? Bu Wuxuang smiled gently, reassuring her junior. Do not worry, it's merely a minor injury. Su Feng'er produced a 3rd-grade healing pill, saying, take this. Thank you, young master. It's too extravagant. I will recover in a couple of days, she replied. You should still take it. Otherwise, someone might be concerned, Su Feng'er insisted. Bu Wushuang blushed slightly. Accepting the pill, then I shall gratefully accept your kindness, young master. Li Yinchuan felt somewhat perplexed. When did these two sisters become so close? Unfortunately, he lacked the healing elixir. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have utilized it to enhance his rapport. Sisters, I shall take my leave now. If you require anything, feel free to reach out to me, Li Yinchuan remarked. Very well, you may depart, Li Yinchuan. I will seek you out again tomorrow, Su Feng'er replied. Ah. Bu Wushuang wished to express something further, but was halted by Su Feng'er. After Li Yinchuan departed, Bu Wushuang gazed at Su Feng'er and suddenly recalled something. Young master. You too. Su Feng'er nodded. This matter must remain confidential. We cannot act hastily, lest our efforts backfire. Your appearance today was rather abrupt, but fortunately, you provided a timely explanation. Otherwise, it would have certainly raised his suspicions. Bu Wushuang pondered for a moment after hearing this. You are right, young master. I have been somewhat impatient. I yearn to discover the whereabouts of those adversaries. Su Feng'er replied, Do not rush. If the opportunity arises, I shall assist you in gathering information. All right, thank you, young master, Bu Wushuang said earnestly. Moreover, there is another matter. Currently, aside from us, there are others who possess this knowledge, including Elder Ning. If necessary, you may consult her. I understand. After a brief conversation, the two women returned to their respective paths. Li Yinchuan returned to his dormitory and greeted Dainyu before commencing his practice of the instantaneous steps technique. He had been training in this technique for 2 days, yet he had barely grasped even the fundamentals. The difficulty of this earth-level martial art was exceedingly high. However, Li Yinchuan possessed a randomly acquired skill with maximum proficiency. Thus, once he mastered even a fraction of this technique, he would immediately achieve perfection. This prospect filled him with motivation. As yet another afternoon and evening passed, Li Yinchuan still felt just shy of success. Damn it, why was this seemingly simple technique so challenging? How did those protagonists manage to learn it with just a glance? He resolved to master it by tomorrow. Li Yinchuan glanced at the time. It was almost midnight, heralding the dawn of a new day. And he silently prayed for good fortune. Surely, he had penned enough words today, having elaborated on numerous themes. At least an S grade in quality should be his due. Yet, to be prudent, he decided to write a little more. Where had he left off last time? Ah. He remembered. Nangongqing had changed her name to Song something and had joined the Jingyi sect. The strength of the Jingyi sect far surpassed that of the Zixiao sect. And it was the second sect that Yifan had targeted after the destruction of Zixiao. Getting sidetracked. He recalled that the Dao she practiced was known as the path of forgetting emotions. Her master had informed her that it was the most formidable technique within their sect, unparalleled in its might. However, very few had succeeded in mastering it, as it required the complete renunciation of all emotions, be it familial love, friendship, or romance. Yet, astonishingly, Nangongqing had managed to learn it. Her progress and cultivation was meteoric, leaving even her master in awe. If all went according to plan, she would have already reached the nascent soul stage. In just 10 years, she had ascended from an ordinary individual to the nascent soul stage, attesting to both her prodigious talent and the potency of the path of forgetting emotions. Alas, during that great battle, Nangongqing was manipulated by Yifan, who employed a supreme secret technique that caused her to lose all emotions. Though she survived, she ultimately fell, becoming a complete shell of her former self. Utterly lost in the path of forgetting emotions, achieving the nascent soul stage in merely a decade? Bu Wushuang found this hard to fathom. She prided herself on her diligent cultivation yet remained stuck at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Could it be that Nangongqing's talent was simply too formidable? Originally intending to rest, Bu Wushuang rose once more. Tonight, she would forego sleep. Others had reached the nascent soul stage while she continued to toil in her cultivation. What right did she have to slumber? In the Zhengyi sect, a charming girl with a ponytail entered Song Jianyu's chamber. Sister Jianyu, I have something to ask you. Upon seeing her visitor, Jianyu's lips moved slightly. Chaxiang, what brings you to me at this late hour? The girl, noticing Jianyu's frosty demeanor, felt her suspicions confirmed. Sister Jianyu, are you that Nangongqing? Song Jianyu fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Indeed, it is I, as I suspected. Song Chaxiang recalled the first encounter she had with Song Jianyu. It was a snowy day when she and her master happened upon a young lady clad in tattered garments on their way back to the sect. Ignoring her would surely result in her freezing to death. Thus, moved by compassion, Song Chaoxiang offered her own winter coat and introduced herself. Hello, my surname is Song, and I am Song Chaoxiang. What is your name? After a brief pause, the girl replied that her name was Song Jianyu. Song Chaoxiang insisted on bringing Jianyu back to the sect. Initially, Jianyu kept everyone at arm's length, maintaining an air of cold indifference. The other disciples naturally refrained from approaching her, save for Song Chaoxiang, who endeavored to befriend her every day. Gradually, the bond between Song Jianyu and Song Chaoxiang deepened, and Jianyu began to open up, engaging in conversation with her. Chaoxiang felt elated. Her elder sister was finally shedding her cold exterior. However, 2 years later, Song Jianyu approached her, announcing her intent to cultivate a special technique and implying that she might no longer have time to play with her. In the subsequent years, Song Chaoxiang could only catch fleeting glimpses of Jianyu. Yet, each time they met, she sensed something was amiss with Jianyu, an intangible absence that she could not quite identify. All she knew was that Jianyu's cultivation was advancing at an astonishing rate, surpassing all other disciples within just 5 years. After securing first place in the sect's grand competition, Song Chaoxiang rushed to congratulate her, only to learn that Jianyu was in seclusion. Sister Jianyu has become so formidable. Why does she still need to seclude herself for further cultivation? Seeking her master for answers, she received only vague reassurances that Jianyu was engaged in a powerful technique and had no time for leisure. In their rare encounters over the years, Chaoxiang noticed Jianyu growing increasingly aloof, the warmth of their initial connection seemingly extinguished. There had to be secrets she was unaware of. Then, just days ago, the appearance of a diary, coupled with its strange references to the Jingyi sect, led Song Chaoxiang to immediately think of Song Jianyu. The Nangong Qing mentioned in the diary must indeed be her elder sister. Chaoxiang, you remain as you always were, Song Jianyu remarked lightly. Just the same as ever. Chaoxiang replied, unfazed. I am not referring to your appearance, but rather your character. This matter has been made clear to us. We must keep it concealed. Yet you have spoken of it. Jianyu maintained her calm demeanor. I am unconcerned. Sister Jianyu, you are indeed, as the diary describes, on the verge of forgetting all emotions. Worry filled Chaoxiang's eyes. She was genuinely fearful of the fate depicted in the diary. Is this not a good thing? Once I forget all emotions, I shall be able to exact my revenge. Jianyu should have smiled, yet found herself unable to muster even a grin. No, you have your master, me, and the elders. We will all assist you. Chaoxiang declared loudly. This is my personal affair. It does not concern you. Once the Jingyi sect became involved, it would no longer be solely her matter. It would escalate into a conflict between a sect and a dynasty, potentially resulting in extensive casualties. Sister Jianyu, Chaoxiang exclaimed, her urgency mounting. There is no need for further discussion. Return home, Jianyu said, waving her hand. A powerful surge of spiritual energy propelled Chaoxiang out of the room. What was she to do now? Seeking her master was futile. What then? A troubled expression crossed Chaoxiang's face as she pouted slightly, pacing back and forth before the door, her mind racing with thoughts. Soon, midnight arrived. Ding. The diary revealed the frequency of character occurrences: Nangong Qing, 12 times, Bu Wushuang, 11 times, Su Feng'er, 8 times. Nangong Biyu, 5 times, Nangong Yo, 5 times, Luo Yuling, 2 times, Ning Shui, 1 time, others, 0 times. Upon seeing the latest statistics, some were astonished while others were surprised. For instance, Bu Wushuang was taken aback to find her count had reached 11, placing her second. Yet, her name had seemingly never appeared in the diary. Could it be Bu Wushuang quickly deduced that the diary's rules must operate thus? It did not require explicit names to count. Any identifiable title would suffice. For example, the term senior sister could only refer to Bu Wushuang for Li Yinchuan, thus the diary attributed its occurrences to her. Similarly, titles like Lady Feng'er, junior sister, and Elder Ning would also qualify. Nangong Biyu and Nangong Yao felt somewhat disheartened. Despite having initiated the theme, their names appeared less frequently than others. Indeed, proximity grants advantage. Those nearly Yinchuan effortlessly find themselves documented. Biyu remarked. Sister, remember your task? Do you understand? Nangong Biyu instructed. Understood, sister. What rewards do you think we shall receive? Nangong Yo asked eagerly. I do not know. We are limited to 5 occurrences, teetering on the edge. Our reward likely shall not be grand. Nangong Biyu shook her head. Originally, she had planned to escort her sister to the Zishu sect today, but with their father absent from the palace, she could not allow her sister to leave unaccompanied. They would have to await the emperor's correspondence, were it not for her responsibility in overseeing the dynasty's trade. She would undoubtedly have gone to the Zishu sect to meet the owner of the diary. The system's voice soon resonated. Nagong Qing received 12 nominations and was awarded the Earth-level intermediate artifact Lotus Whip. Bu Wushuang garnered 11 nominations and received a 6th-grade medicinal pill Puyundan and the advanced sword technique Auspicious Sword Technique. Su Fenger had 8 nominations, earning the inner core of a 7th-tier demon beast, Flame Bird. Nagong Bu received 5 nominations, awarded the intermediate movement technique Void Step. Nagong Yao also received 5 nominations, acquiring Rainbow Feather Dance, an Earth-level artifact. The ladies gasped in astonishment upon seeing the rewards. They had not anticipated that this diary could offer such prizes as an Earth-level artifact. What caliber of existence was it? Just with 12 nominations, an Earth-level reward was granted. What might happen at 20? Would there be a legendary Heaven-level artifact in store? The most formidable artifacts of the Zishu sect were merely Earth-level intermediate, while the formidable Jingyi sect only possessed Earth-level advanced artifacts. Heaven-level artifacts were scarcely ever witnessed. Oh no, Nagong Qing has obtained this Earth-level artifact. Our peril has escalated. Nagong Bu began to panic. Not to mention, the opponent was also cultivating the immensely powerful path of forgetfulness. If given another year, she would likely surpass even their father. Sister, I acquired a dance called the Rainbow Feather Dance. It's simply exquisite. If paired with the stardust flowing skirt, it would be breathtaking. A vision of an unfamiliar yet stunning dance filled Nagong Yao's mind, surpassing all she had learned thus far. Nagong Bu covered her face, lamenting that their family was on the brink of annihilation, yet her sister still had the luxury of dreaming of dance. The Lotus Whip? In front of Song Jinyu appeared a greenish-blue long whip, exuding a powerful aura. As she grasped the Lotus Whip, a surge of clarity surged through her body, dispelling her mental distractions. With a gentle flick of the whip, the air around her trembled, producing a sound akin to celestial music that resonated with the soul. What a remarkable artifact! Song Jinyu marveled, astonished. Even her master's mundane tools seemed less potent. A mere casual flick had consumed a third of her spiritual energy. If not for the energy it retained, she might have been unable to wield it at all. With her nascent soul strength, utilizing it felt slightly beyond her capacity. She would save it for when she reached the out-of-body stage. Song Jinyu stowed the Lotus Whip and returned to her cultivation. Li Yinchuan, once I eliminate Nagong Yuan, if I see you, I shall surely return this to you. The inner core of the 7th-tier Flame Bird, one of the materials needed to awaken the phoenix body. Su Fenger held in her hand a glowing inner core, flames dancing upon its surface as words flashed through her mind. She had not expected it to be a material for awakening. 7th-tier demon beasts were equivalent to human beings in the divine transformation stage. Without the system's reward, Su Fenger would have no means to acquire it, even knowing its necessity. Once she fully awakened, her strength would surge, enabling her to assist her father in protecting the Zishu sect. Uncertain of what other materials were needed for awakening her phoenix body, Su Fenger remained oblivious to many details. Puyundan, a 6th-grade medicinal pill. When consumed at the peak of the nascent soul stage, it allows one to break through to the golden core stage, guaranteeing at least a 7-pattern golden core. Once cultivators reach the nascent soul stage, they must continuously refine the inner core within their dantian, allowing it to manifest golden patterns and transform into a golden core. The more golden patterns present, the more solid the foundation, leading to greater strength in higher realms in the golden core stage. Bu Wushuang had been refining her inner core for nearly a year and had only achieved 4 golden patterns. To think that a single pill could effortlessly grant 7 patterns. She gazed at the fragrant Puyundan in her hand, feeling a sense of bewilderment, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. As Li Yinchuan would say, "Is this what it feels like to have a cheat?" Bu Wushuang then picked up a sword technique manual, the advanced Auspicious Sword Technique, also a reward for her. Currently, her most powerful attack was the Qingyan Sword Technique, but it was only of the initial Earth level, vastly inferior to the Auspicious Sword Technique. Thank you, Junior Brotherly. Bu Wushuang carefully stored the medicinal pill and sword technique before entering the cultivation chamber, preparing to consume the pill and begin her breakthrough. Ning Shui gazed at the number of nominations and rewards with a tinge of regret. Though she was so close to Li Yinchuan, she could not secure any rewards. Did she truly have to resort to methods like the young sect master? Her cheeks flushed at the thought. No, that simply wouldn't do. She needed to consider other solutions. As she pondered, the selection for today's diary theme concluded successfully. Ning Shui. I was drawn. Ning Shui stared at the latest announcement, both astonished and elated. She had not anticipated being selected so quickly. This was splendid. I shall customize the theme too. Congratulations to the host for completing today's diary entry exceeding the word count with a content quality rating of SS. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yinchuan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. SS. Excellent. My efforts today were not in vain. Having a diary theme makes writing so much easier. The host received a golden gift pack. Open the golden gift pack. Upon opening the golden pack, congratulations to the host for receiving the root bone of the greenwood. The concealment technique, the advanced earth-level martial art holy wood longevity technique, the intermediate Xian level treasure greenlight sword, 100,000 spirit stones, a vial of 5th grade healing pills, a vial of 5th grade detoxification pills, and a vial of 5th grade speed enhancing pills. Another long list of rewards brought immense joy to Yinchuan. Finally, he had acquired a root bone. Now, learning the instant step should pose no challenge. After obtaining the Aoki root, Yinchuan felt a surge of clarity in his mind. His comprehension of the instantaneous step seemed to deepen considerably. The concealment technique, once mastered, allows one to hide their cultivation level, making it imperceptible to those below the divine transformation stage. This is quite advantageous. The technique is remarkably simple. Yinchuan grasped it with a mere glance. An advanced Earth tier skill. How impressive. It appears that the sect leader's current technique is only of intermediate Earth tier. Fortunately, I was rewarded with the Aoki root. Otherwise, even if it were offered to me, I would surely be unable to master it. He carefully stowed away the sacred with longevity sutra and turned his gaze towards a longsword. The sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches, radiating a vibrant azure light. Reminiscent of the profound night sky, clearly not an ordinary item. The sword in the hands of the senior sister had broken today. Perhaps I should gift her this one? It might enhance her fondness for me. However, Yinchuan quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, I am not a sycophant. Currently, I lack formidable offensive techniques. It would be wiser to wait until I acquire a more powerful sword before considering gifting this azure sword to her. Yes, that is the way to go. A sycophant earns no rewards. Remaining are 100,000 spirit stones, along with a vial each of healing pills, detoxifying pills, and windwalking pills. Although all are 5th tier pills, each worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones, their efficacy far surpasses that of lower tier pills. Quite satisfactory. Today's haul is quite abundant. Once I master the instantaneous step, I shall no longer fear Yinchuan. Even if his grandfather were to possess him, he should still be unable to outrun me, right? Let us see what today's theme is. Ningxue and Ningbing. Why not call it Honey Snow Ice City instead? Yinchuan quipped. Today's theme is indeed Honey Snow Ice, not Ningxue Ningbing. Ningxue and Ningbing are sisters, akin to Negong Biyu and Negong Yao. Yet their lives have not been as fortunate as the latter. As the elder sister, Ningxue has always cherished her younger sister Ningbing, caring for her through thick and thin. Alas, fate played a cruel trick. When Ningxue was 8 years old, a group of men in black abducted her sister. The origins of this group are far from simple. Their aim was to seek out a saintess. Ningbing happened to catch their eye, and thus she was taken. From that moment on, the sisters were separated. Some time later, Ningxue received alchemical teachings from a wandering sage and began her journey into alchemy, enduring countless hardships. Eventually, she joined the Zixiao sect, rising to the rank of elder while continuing her search for her sister. Ningbing, on the other hand, faced an even grimmer fate. After being taken, she was subjected to a selection test alongside 99 other candidates for the title of saintess. Failure meant death. Sigh, that test was horrifically cruel. It was so tragic that I can hardly bear to recount it. After practicing the instantaneous step to the point of exhaustion, Yinchuan fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Ningxue paced restlessly in her room, anxious. Why has Yinchuan written yet? Surely, he hasn't fallen asleep, has he? Just as she thought this, the diary slowly updated with new content. Ningxue scanned through the earlier entries, desperate to discover her sister's whereabouts. Abducted by men in black in search of a saintess? This revelation startled Ningxue. Generally, only top-tier sects and superpowers possess saints and saintesses. Meant to succeed as the next sect leader. Could this possibly be a blessing in disguise? As she read on, Ningxue's eyes widened, her complexion turning ashen. Her sister was to compete in a selection test against 99 other saintesses. Those who failed would face immediate death. The last 2 sentences were so harrowing that even Yinchuan felt a sense of despair. Ningxue could hardly fathom how her 7-year-old sister could survive amongst 100 competitors. She knew nothing of the world. She was merely an ordinary child. The absence of news regarding her sister over the years suggested a bleak possibility. A sharp pang of sorrow surged within Ningxue's chest. and tears began to well in her eyes. Who is my sister truly? Regardless of the sect, I, Ning Shui, will not relent. She clenched her fists, but soon felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. With her current cultivation, she had yet to reach the nascent soul stage. Seeking vengeance for her sister seemed an impossible dream. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. This loft was inhabited solely by her and her young disciple, so it was clear that the visitor must be her disciple. Come in, Ning Shui inhaled deeply, wiping her eyes, suppressing her anguish. Master, Luo Yuling entered cautiously, noticing Ning Shui's pallor. Is something amiss at this hour? Ning Shui inquired, her voice subdued. Luo Yuling pondered before speaking. Master, I am certain your sister will be all right. Upon hearing this, Ning Shui's brow furrowed, and she immediately gestured for silence. Such matters should not be spoken aloud. Otherwise, there would be dire consequences. Ning Shui warned. She did not wish to lose her beloved disciple after already losing her sister. Luo Yuling was taken aback, not comprehending her master's sudden reaction. Master, are you referring to the diary? Upon uttering this, Ning Shui's expression stiffened, fear gripping her. The last time she almost spoke those words, she sensed a chilling aura of death. If her disciple had just voiced it aloud, were they not doomed? Do not speak. Luo Yuling, perplexed by Ning Shui's frantic behavior, fell silent, not daring to utter another word. After several minutes of tense silence, Luo Yuling timidly asked, Master, what is the matter? Ning Shui attempted to explain. Did it not state that we are forbidden from sharing with others? Otherwise, we would face punishment. Yet, I am unharmed. Luo Yuling blinked. It seems to imply that one should not disclose to those without a copy of the diary. Ning Shui contemplated this and found her disciple's reasoning compelling. What had transpired during the initial incident? Could it be that this function had not manifested? Master, I believe your sister is likely safe, Luo Yuling asserted once more. How do you know this? Ning Shui was astonished. Could it be that Li Yinchuan had confided in her about his sister? I deduced it, Luo Yuling replied. Since senior brother did not write it directly, it must mean there is no cause for concern. Perhaps she has already become a saintess. Ning Shui's expression turned melancholic. She had hoped her disciple would provide definitive answers. When Binga was abducted, she was merely 7, just an ordinary child. I cannot imagine how she could survive among 100 candidates in that test. Sigh. Ning Shui too wished for her sister to be alive, yet hope seemed so precarious. I shall inquire with senior brother tomorrow, Luo Yuling resolved. Brother Li is indeed somewhat headstrong, abruptly ceasing his writing midway. At the very least, he could have elucidated the whereabouts of Master Ning Bing before retiring for the night. Now, it seems our master will surely be restless. Absolutely not, Ning Shui exclaimed. Why ever not? I, along with the young sect leader and others, have deliberated this matter and agreed that we cannot allow Li Yinchuan to learn of it. If he discovers that we have access to his diary entries, would he continue to write with such abandon? Upon hearing Ning Shui's words, Luo Yuling pondered thoughtfully and found her reasoning sound. Indeed, Master is correct. Should Brother Li become aware, he would undoubtedly cease his writings. The thought of Brother calling out for Lady Feng in his diary caused a faint blush to grace Luo Yuling's cheeks. Yuling, you ought to rest. We must let this matter unfold naturally. With the reward of the diary, I may yet harbor a glimmer of hope to rescue my sister, provided she still lives. Ning Shui remarked. Master will surely be unharmed. Luo Yuling declared resolutely. In the chamber of the demon sect, I find the name Ning Bing strangely familiar, as well as that of Ning Shui. Yet, why do I possess no recollection of them? My head aches dreadfully. I must dispatch someone to investigate who these two individuals truly are. The following morning, upon rising, Li Yinchuan planned to stroll around the sect and inquire about Yi Fan's condition. Yesterday, Yi Fan had suffered greatly, and even his brother had been roasted. He was uncertain of the current situation. Brother-in-law. As soon as he opened the door, Li Yinchuan heard a familiar voice. Wang Pengzi? What brings you here? Hiki, brother-in-law. I've passed the examination and am now a disciple of the sect. I inquired about you with many people, but to no avail. Eventually, I had to spend a bit of silver with the steward of the storeroom to discover that you reside here, Wang Pengzi chuckled. You rascal, Li Yinchuan feigned seriousness. Within the sect, you ought to address me as senior brother, not brother-in-law. It would be unwise for Su Fengge to overhear. How could I pursue her then? Cough, cough. Understood, brother. No, senior brother. Wang Pengzi grinned foolishly. By the way, I have a question for you. Li Yinchuan inquired. Did you see Yi Fan yesterday when he also entered the sect? Wang Pengzi nodded and replied, Senior brother, I do possess a fragment of knowledge regarding this matter. I overheard Wang Ergu from the adjacent dormitory mentioning that yesterday someone was brought in, entirely charred, with his clothes and trousers completely incinerated. He remained unconscious when taken to the dormitory. That must be Yifan. However, it seems that in the middle of the night, he suddenly let out a piercing scream, went into a frenzy, and dashed out of the dormitory, after which he was never seen again. Li Yinchuan pondered for a moment. Since Yifan had not acquired that sword, he would likely remain at the Zishu sect for the time being. By the way, I just heard an intriguing piece of news, Wang Pengzi suddenly said with an air of mystery. What is it? It is said that a little princess from the royal family has arrived here, accompanied by dozens of flying demon beasts, creating quite a spectacular scene. The little princess? Li Yinchuan responded with some surprise. Nangong Yao? Yes, Princess Nangong Yao. Wang Pengzi nodded. What brings her to our sect? Is she here as a guest? Li Yinchuan felt somewhat perplexed. It seemed that the original narrative in the book did not mention Nangong Yao having visited the Zishu sect. Perhaps she had visited merely to convey a formal greeting on behalf of the royal family, which might explain her absence from the text, he speculated. It was said that she had come to be a disciple of the Zishu sect. Whispers indicated that the Holy Emperor was exceedingly indulgent towards his daughter, permitting her to train at the Zishu sect in order to both hone her skills and fortify the ties between the royal family and the sect. To become a disciple? Li Yinchuan exclaimed in astonishment. That unlearned girl had come all the way to become a disciple? It seemed utterly implausible. Perhaps she could no longer endure the monotony of palace life and sought a fleeting escape. The notion of her engaging in cultivation was nothing short of a fantasy. She would likely return to the palace in a few days, rendering her presence inconsequential. How did you come by this information? Li Yinchuan suddenly inquired. He had entered the sect a day earlier than Wang Pengzi, yet he was entirely oblivious to such news. It was all shared by my fellow disciples. I simply offered them a modest sum of silver, Wang Pengzi chuckled. On his very first day in the sect, he had produced a selection of delectable foods and fine wines to share with his dormitory companions, along with a few coins. This was the approach advised by his father, Wang Ruhai. While it might be true that not everyone in the sect could maintain amicable relations, it was imperative to foster good rapport among the members of their dormitory. In the future, should they require assistance, it would be awkward for them to refuse. After a single meal together, camaraderie blossomed among the group, leading to the casual exchange of confidential tidbits that Wang Pengzi had not previously known. He quickly became informed about the temperaments of various elders within the Zishu sect, whom to avoid offending, which female disciples were particularly charming, and where the finest meals could be savored. Wang Pengzi had essentially become well-versed in the inner workings of the sect. Well done, my rotund friend. Upon hearing this, Li Yinchuan's eyes brightened, and a thought suddenly surged within him. This Wang Fatty is truly a talent for intelligence work. Perhaps I could enlist his help in establishing an intelligence agency. After all, many matters are not addressed in the original text, such as the visit from the little princess today. If I were to possess an intelligence agency, I would attain a comprehensive understanding of all affairs. Initially, it could focus on internal news from the Zishu sect, and as the agency grows stronger, it could expand to the 3 great dynasties of the eastern state and even encompass the entire Xinhuang continent. With this in mind, Li Yinchuan recalled a character from the original text who had a profound love for spirit stones. If I could locate her, there might indeed be a chance for this intelligence agency to come to fruition. Wang Fatty, I have an idea. Would you care to join me? Li Yinchuan led Wang Fatty into a room and spoke quietly. Brother, please share your thoughts. I shall not hesitate to assist in any way I can, Wang Fatty declared. Patting his chest, Li Yinchuan gently touched the ring, and in an instant, a large number of spirit stones manifested upon the table. Wang Pengzi's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother-in-law, senior brother, what do you intend to do with such an abundance of spirit stones? There must be at least 10,000 spirit stones piled up on this table. When converted to silver, that equates to a fortune. Listen, Li Yinchuan continued. I aspire to establish an intelligence agency capable of acquiring knowledge about every significant event, great or small, across the world. Li Yinchuan began to express his thoughts. At present, it would be prudent to start with the Zishu sect, beginning from the outer sect, gradually progressing to the inner sect, and ultimately encompassing the entire sect and the vast Dakuan dynasty. Wang Pengzi was astonished by Li Yinchuan's vision. He never anticipated that his brother-in-law harbored such grand aspirations. If he could lend a helping hand to his brother-in-law, his name would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of history as Wang Defa. These spirit stones are your initial capital. Should you require more, do not hesitate to ask me. It would be prudent to recruit a few trusted confidants. and you shall be their leader, understood? Li Yinchuan instructed. And what about you, senior brother? Wang Pengzi inquired. I am your superior. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Pengzi declared, all right, let us do it. This was undoubtedly a reckless move. On his very first day in the sect, he was already seeking information. If the elders were to discover this, they might very well dispose of him. Yet, it seemed the elders could also be swayed. This spatial ring is for you as well. It contains several bottles of 5th-grade elixirs, including foundation-building pills and other items, all for your use, Li Yinchuan said. Removing the ring and placing it in Wang Pengzi's hands. Wang Pengzi examined the contents with his spiritual sense and was immediately astounded. The ring held an immense quantity of spirit stones, far exceeding those on the table, estimated to be over 100,000. Not to mention, there were 5 bottles of 5th-grade elixirs, each worth thousands of spirit stones. The sheer magnitude of this investment left Wang Pengzi breathless. Brother-in-law, I, Wang Pengzi, am profoundly moved. We have known each other for scarcely a week, yet you place such trust in me. Enough of the tears, let bygones be bygones. When it comes to trusting individuals, one must be discerning. Establishing an intelligence network does not require haste, but it must remain confidential. Understood? Li Yinchuan said earnestly. Understood, boss. I will complete the task without fail. By the way, if you need me and I am unavailable, just inform Li Danyu as well. Li Yinchuan pointed toward the guest room. Boss, you have 2 vacant rooms here. Should I not move in as well? Wang Pengzi chuckled. Get lost. If you move in, who will gather the intelligence for me? Li Yinchuan retorted, giving him a gentle kick. After Wang Pengzi departed, Li Yinchuan glanced at the remaining items in the system space. The things he had just given to Wang Pengzi were of no use to him. Spirit stones, foundation-building pills, and energy-gathering pills. He retained half of the 5th-grade healing and detoxification pills, as well as wind-running pills, keeping 10 of each. After all, establishing an intelligence agency required a willingness to invest. One must not shy away from expenditure. As for its success, that would depend on Wang Pengzi's aptitude. If he were to fail, it would not matter. They could always start anew. If all else failed, he could always bring that person in. Not long after Wang Pengzi left, Li Yinchuan noticed another visitor outside the courtyard. It was his senior sister, Bu Wushuang. Good morning, senior sister. Li Yinchuan greeted with a bright smile. Good morning, junior brotherly, Bu Wushuang replied, retrieving 1,000 spirit stones from her spatial ring. Elder Xiao sent me to give these to you as a reward for obtaining additional flags during the assessment. Additionally, I have 1,000 points of sect contribution. Please take out your disciple token, and I will transfer it to you. Li Yinchuan retrieved the jade token and watched as Bu Wushuang gently pressed her own jade token against his, thereby transferring the contribution value effortlessly. Oh, how convenient. Just like swiping a card, Li Yinchuan marveled. What do you mean by swiping a card? Nothing. Li Yinchuan chuckled softly, senior sister. You look splendid in that blue bodysuit today, but why aren't you wearing a skirt? Bu Wushuang smiled, grateful for her junior's compliment. I have to venture out of the sect soon for a mission, and wearing a skirt would be rather impractical. A mission? Are you going alone? Bu Wushuang nodded in response. Li Yinchuan understood that disciples of the sect were required to undertake at least one task each month, as these endeavors could earn them contributions to the sect and spiritual stones. Tasks varied in difficulty, and one merely needed to select those that suited their capabilities. However, there was one aspect that puzzled Li Yinchuan. He recalled that during the first task of the senior sister, she had embarked on the journey alone, only to encounter Yi Fan along the way, which led them to collaborate. Unfortunately, they faced unforeseen circumstances and encountered 2 golden core stage demonic cultivators. The senior sister nearly met her demise at their hands, but in a critical moment, it was Yi Fan who unleashed his bloodlust and vanquished the 2 demons. Consequently, the senior sister's affection for Yi Fan surged dramatically. Later, in a secret chamber, Yi Fan discovered the senior sister's awakened supreme sword Dao physique. This incident further solidified her admiration for him, and from that point onward, she became utterly enamored with Yi Fan. Li Yinchuan mused over the peculiar development of this narrative. Could it be influenced by his presence? Regardless, as long as it did not affect him, he was unconcerned. He intended to accompany the senior sister. And if during this task they were to encounter Yi Fan, it would signify that the storyline had advanced prematurely. Otherwise, he would consider it a different matter entirely. Li Yinchuan pondered for a moment and inquired, Senior sister, might you share the nature of your forthcoming mission? Bu Wushuang replied. A band of robbers has recently emerged in the village to the east of Zixiao town, waylaying merchants passing through the area. I intend to eliminate them. Li Yinchuan felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, it was just as he suspected. The bandits were not mere common thieves. Behind them loomed the formidable Mafeng gang, which had already been infiltrated by the forces of the demonic sect. Their intent was not mere plunder, but rather the pursuit of the sacred stone. The origins of the sacred stone are somewhat intricate, and I shall refrain from delving into them for now. It appears that these bandits have emerged not only within the jurisdiction of the Zishu sect, but also across other sections. This mission is exceedingly perilous. Had Yi Fan not made an appearance, it would have been uncertain whether they could contend with those two golden core stage demonic cultivators. Furthermore, without Yi Fan's presence, they would be unable to unlock the bracelet that concealed the awakening of the senior sister's supreme sword path physique. Thus, it is imperative that Yi Fan is involved for this mission to reach fruition. Indeed, without the protagonist, the narrative cannot progress. Li Yinchuan felt somewhat vexed, indeed. It appeared that the world revolved around the protagonist. Senior sister, I shall accompany you, he declared. I still possess a few 5th-grade wind-running pills, and if we encounter difficulties, we can always retreat. Very well, Bu Wushuang readily agreed. With Li Yinchuan by her side, she might uncover more information. Furthermore, it seemed he remained unaware of her recent breakthrough, achieved with the 9 golden patterns, advancing her to the golden core realm. Confronting those two demonic cultivators at the golden core stage should pose no challenge. Do you require my assistance? Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated beside Li Yinchuan. It was Su Feng'er. Li Yinchuan was taken aback. How did she appear so suddenly without a sound? Young sect master, Bu Wushuang expressed her surprise. For the young sect master should be well aware of the dangers inherent in this journey. Sister Feng Su, my senior sister and I are undertaking a mission. It would be best if you did not accompany us, Li Yinchuan advised. This was no leisurely excursion, and her supply of windwalk pills was limited. She needed to conserve a few for her own safety. No, I insist on accompanying you. As a member of the Zishu sect, it is my duty to uphold justice and eradicate evil, Su Feng'er declared with righteous resolve. Li Yinchuan, it seems that I shall have to consume another windwalker pill. Since the young master is willing to join, let us proceed together, Bu Wushuang remarked. Oddly enough, it appeared that Lady Feng was gazing at me with intent. These past few days, she had been frequently approaching me. Could it be that this charming young master has become so handsome that the heroine is drawn to me? Humph. What a vexatious era that values appearance. Su Feng'er's delicate face flushed as she feigned nonchalance. This boastful fellow, was my earlier gesture too conspicuous? I must be more cautious in the future. Shall we depart? Bu Wushuang chuckled softly. No need. I possess a flying artifact. Su Feng'er retrieved an oval-shaped vessel from her spatial ring. This is the flying ship my father bestowed upon me. It can be operated by channeling spiritual energy or inserting spirit stones. As she spoke, Su Feng'er produced 100 spirit stones and cast them into the ship's fuel tank. The vessel began to rise slowly. This is quite impressive, she remarked. Li Yinchuan smiled. For with this treasure, he could soar without the need for elixirs. Would you like it? I shall gift it to you, Su Feng'er remarked. A playful smile gracing her lips. Perhaps not just yet, Li Yinchuan replied, somewhat flustered. Clearly, she was tempted by my form. The trio ascended aboard the flying vessel, with Su Feng'er expertly guiding their course toward the mission destination of Bu Wushuang. Within the grand hall of the sect, Deputy Sect Master Emo Xian engaged warmly with the envoy from the great Kuan dynasty. Sect Master Emo, the young princess has been studying at the Zixiao sect for the past 2 months. I assure you, I will ensure her safety. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Emo Xian stated with a smile. He was perplexed as to why the princess had been sent here in the first place. Could there be a deeper purpose behind this? Negongyo sat anxiously in her chair, her expression rife with worry. This is bad. That scoundrel is about to leave. When will their discussion conclude? As the flying vessel glided above Zixiao town, Li Yinchuan suggested they descend to procure some food. Although cultivators in the golden core stage no longer required sustenance, relying instead on the absorption of the world's spiritual essence, those below this stage still needed to satiate their hunger. The three walked along the bustling streets of Zishu town, where vendors on either side called out to entice customers. Bu Wushuang felt a sense of relaxation wash over her. It had been quite some time since she had wandered down the mountain. How much for that roasted chicken? She inquired. Li Yinchuan was abruptly startled by a crisp voice inquiring about the price. Turning his head, he beheld a woman clad in a verdant green garment. A long sword elegantly hung at her waist. Li Yinchuan sensed the opponent's cultivation level, which was at the 9th layer of Qi training. It appeared that this individual was not an itinerant practitioner. The woman felt a gaze upon her from behind and turned to look, only to find that someone was indeed staring at her. "What are you staring at, you lecher?" she retorted with irritation. Su Feng'er, upon hearing this, felt a surge of displeasure and was tempted to summon her flame spear to teach the person a lesson, but was restrained by Bu Wushuang. Li Yinchuan clearly discerned the visage of the individual before him, and a momentary shock surged through his heart, with delicate brows and captivating features. Her crimson lips and pearly teeth complemented her enchanting, doe-like eyes. Initially assuming her to be an ordinary passerby, he was astonished by her striking beauty. Such allure rivaled even that of Su Feng'er. It appeared that yet another female protagonist had graced his presence. Who could this female lead possibly be? Appearing here at this particular juncture? Li Yinchuan pondered for an extended period, but could not arrive at a conclusion. How peculiar, increasingly perplexing. This woman clad in azure attire was undoubtedly a heroine. I would wager a decade of Yi Fan's lifespan on it. Yet, her identity eluded him. It made no sense. At this moment, who else could it be but the 4 female leads of the Zixiao sect? Li Yinchuan's sudden diary update took the 3 women present by surprise. Bu Wushuang and Su Feng'er exchanged glances, seemingly conveying the unspoken thought. Is she also the protagonist? The woman in the green attire was equally astonished, gazing intently at Li Yinchuan and exclaiming in disbelief. You are Li Yinchuan? Upon hearing this, it was now Li Yinchuan's turn to be taken aback. Who are you? How do you know me? The woman in green stammered, flustered. She had never encountered him before. Yet she had uttered his name, as if she had overstepped. Li Yinchuan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Su Feng'er fixed her gaze fiercely on the woman in green, feeling a surge of irritation. If it is because of you that Li Yinchuan discovers the secret of the diary replica, I will hold you accountable. Bu Wushuang was also contemplating how to compensate for the woman, but without knowing her identity, she was at a loss. The woman in green pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Greetings, I am Wang Zhiyan, a disciple of the Xin sect. Bu Wushuang and Su Feng'er appeared somewhat familiar with the name, as if they had encountered it before. They quickly rifled through their memories and recognized her identity. Wang Zhiyan. Li Yinchuan exclaimed in surprise. How did you come to be here? And do you know who I am? Wang Zhiyan smiled lightly. Actually, I am merely guessing. Guessing? Indeed. Wang Zhiyan continued, organizing her thoughts. Li Yinchuan, you rescued my brother, Wang Defa, in this town, did you not? Li Yinchuan nodded slightly. That is one way to put it. Exactly. He continued. You must tell me more about this matter. He described your appearance and remarked that you are a remarkably handsome brother-in-law. The last 2 words were uttered by Wang Zhiyan, her face flushed with embarrassment. There was no alternative. Without such words, Li Yinchuan would not believe her. Li Yinchuan coughed 3 times, exclaiming, What the devil, Wang Fatty, why must you blurt everything out? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the person he addressed was his sister, thus not a stranger in the least. However, the presence of Su Feng'er rendered the situation somewhat awkward. Su Feng'er had long since learned of this matter through her diary. Recognizing it merely as an excuse employed by Li Yinchuan to deceive the little antagonist. To bring this up face to face now. Was it an attempt to snatch someone away from afar? Wang Zhiyan observed Li Yinchuan's reaction, relieved to confirm that she had not betrayed her secret. Having departed from her sect, she had traveled for 2 days and nights. Initially fearing that her brother was in peril, she was unexpectedly reassured upon arriving in Zixiao town when she stumbled upon Li Yinchuan's latest diary entry. It mentioned her brother. And the words she had just heard from Wang Fatty made Wang Zhiyan realize that her brother was indeed alive, having entered Zixiao sect as an outer disciple. Consequently, she intended to rest and replenish her energy. Little did she anticipate encountering Li Yinchuan on his way out. Su Feng'er stepped forward, fixing her gaze upon Wang Zhiyan, and inquired, Who were you referring to when you mentioned a brother-in-law? Who is the sister? Observing the other's attire, a striking red gown, Wang Zhiyan deduced that this must be the notoriously temperamental Su Feng'er, given that Su's cultivation level surpassed her own. She knew she could not contend with her. With a flicker of wit, Wang Zhiyan feigned anger at Li Yinchuan, saying, I too am curious about this situation. Out of nowhere, a brother-in-law appears? Is this merely a ruse on your part? Having uttered this, Wang Zhiyan swiftly added, In light of your saving my brother's life, I shall overlook this matter. Li Yinchuan pondered. Before he could articulate an explanation for the matter at hand, the other party had already granted him forgiveness. Has the female protagonist truly become so accommodating? This situation seems to touch upon issues of reputation, yet Wang Zhiyan surprisingly did not dwell on it excessively. Does this imply that there is indeed a genuine possibility of success? Li Yinchuan gazed into Wang Jian's pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, her phoenix-like gaze shimmering with allure, her beautiful eyes brimming with emotion. Indeed, one must admit, she is truly enchanting. Even in anger, there is an undeniable charm about her. While the author may lack in other aspects, the female leads are undeniably exquisite. Hey, you still haven't answered my question, Su Feng'er pressed on. I have already told you. He is merely fabricating stories. Wang Jian cast a glance at Su Feng'er, perplexed by her persistence. If I weren't at a disadvantage, I wouldn't waste my breath on you. Remember this, Li Yinchuan is mine, Su Feng'er declared, her right arm casually draping around Li Yinchuan's neck. As more female leads emerged, one could never predict when Li Yinchuan might be swayed by another, thus she felt compelled to act preemptively. Bu Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Was the young master openly asserting his claim? Li Yinchuan felt somewhat dazed. Was Su Feng'er under some sort of spell? Humph. I shall not waste any more words with you. I am off to find my brother. Wang Jian huffed, bidding farewell to the three and making her way towards the Zixio sect. Senior Sister Su, could you please release me now? Li Yinchuan stood a head taller than Su Feng'er, yet at this moment, he found himself bending down as she wrapped her arms around his neck, withdrawing her right hand. Su Feng'er pouted and remarked, don't overthink it. That woman from earlier clearly had ill intentions. Bu Wushuang smiled faintly. Let us be on our way. After purchasing their provisions, the trio boarded the airship once more, setting off toward their destination. Cursed Su Feng'er. If it weren't for Li Yinchuan's assistance, you might not be superior to me. Wang Jian thought to herself. Humph. If you won't let me compete, I shall compete with you regardless. At least Li Yinchuan is quite handsome. I have nothing to lose. He is certainly my brother-in-law now. Master, I feel utterly incapacitated, Yi Fan groaned, his body emanating a greenish glow, his expression tinged with anguish. Last night, he had felt a surge of heat within him, and under Elder Qin's guidance, he had fled from the Zixio sect, plunging into a lake to cool down. The flames within him relentlessly consumed his spirit, and within a mere 3 hours, the lake, originally 2 meters deep, had revealed its muddy bottom. Even after retreating to the woods to cultivate, he still felt no sensation below. Do not lose heart, little fan. You have successfully established your foundation. Elder Qin's spirit emerged from the ring to offer comfort. Once you acquire the sword sovereign's physique from that girl, all your injuries will heal. Damn that woman. She showed no mercy at all. Yu Fan seethed. And that fire-wielding woman too. I want them both dead. Little Fan, thanks to that girl. Your bloodline power seems to have strengthened, Elder Qin remarked with a hint of wistfulness. I did not anticipate such potent vitality residing within you. On this subject, Yu Fan too felt astonished. He had initially believed he would perish on the dueling platform, yet here he was, alive. From my observations, the blood essence that erupted at that moment seemed to be more than one strand, only manifesting to protect you when faced with mortal danger. Are these defensive measures left to you by your parents? Yu Fan shook his head. Master, I do not know. My parents disappeared shortly after my birth, leaving me only this jade pendant. He produced a translucent jade pendant, scrutinizing it closely but finding nothing unusual. Elder Qin failed to discern anything remarkable about it either. Little Fan, you should refrain from using the soul-snatching technique in the future. It was acquired from the hands of a demonic sect. Although it allows for rapid recovery, it does inflict harm upon the body, Elder Qin cautioned. Understood, Master. If I can obtain the sword sovereign's physique, such minor drawbacks are negligible. Yi Fan ceased his cultivation, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The dozens of trees surrounding him had lost their vitality, their once robust trunks now withered, leaves turning from green to yellow and falling away. A rumble emanated from Yi Fan's stomach. There is a village nearby. Let us procure some food there, Elder Qin suggested. After approximately 4 hours of travel, the airship finally approached the village where their mission was to be fulfilled. To avoid alarming the bandits, Li Yinchuan and the others suppressed their spiritual energies, masquerading as ordinary folk. It is said that the robbers are ambushing travelers on the hillside ahead, surrounded by woods. We should head there, Bu Wushuang proposed. After walking for half an hour, they had yet to encounter any bandits. Wushuang, is this the right place? Su Feng'er inquired. It should be correct, Bu Wushuang replied, just as over 20 figures suddenly emerged to obstruct their path. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. The burly leader, bare-chested and brandishing a large blade, bore a conspicuous scar on his forehead, appearing quite fearsome. Though he stuttered as he spoke, His gang of underlings brandished their knives, each wearing a lecherous grin. "Brothers, we haven't brought much money. Please spare us," Li Yinchuan implored. "Spare? Nonsense," the burly man snarled. "These two girls have some charm. We shall take them back to entertain the brothers. Find the man and notify his family for ransom. Li Yinchuan, let me eliminate these scoundrels." Su Fenger stepped forward. As the bandits' henchmen laughed, they were swiftly engulfed in two scorching flames conjured by Su Feng, leaving no trace behind. Su Shiji, wait. Before Li Yinchuan could finish his words, all the bandits were slain. Not a single cry of despair escaped their lips. What purpose does it serve to keep such scoundrels alive? Su Feng felt a surge of indignation. Li Yinchuan wore a look of helplessness. "Sister Su, could you at least leave behind some clue? Where might their lair be?" Bu Wushuang also expressed a hint of regret, noting that without eradicating their stronghold, future banditry would undoubtedly persist. "No worries, for you have me," Su Fenger reassured as she patted Li Yinchuan on the shoulder. "You are already aware of the forces behind these rogues. Surely you must have some inkling of their hideout?" "Me?" Li Yinchuan replied, exasperated. "I am not a bandit. How could I possibly know where their den lies? Unless..." Li Yinchuan raised his head to survey the surroundings, finding them devoid of people. "What are you looking at?" Su Fenger inquired with curiosity. "I am waiting for someone who knows the stronghold of the bandits." "Who is it?" "You will know when he arrives. If he does not come, we may return directly to the sect," Li Yinchuan replied with a smile. Bu Wushuang and Su Fenger accompanied Li Yinchuan as they began their wait, having some inkling of who this person might be. Who else could it be but the hero, Yi Fan? Sure enough, after approximately half an hour, a figure emerged from the woods. Li Yinchuan looked up and saw a man standing there, clad only in a garment and shorts fashioned from leaves, partially obscuring his most vital areas. The skin of this figure bore a slight redness. Who else could it be but Yi Fan? Good heavens! In just one day, he had transformed into a veritable Tarzan. Li Xiaozhai. And there was the fire starter and the duelist. From a distance, Yi Fan could clearly see the three of them, fury evident in his expression. "Xiao Fan, remain calm. To obtain their talents, you must first win their favor," echoed the voice of old Qin in his mind. Yi Fan suppressed his anger, forcing himself to refrain from acting. Otherwise, he could easily knock them to the ground in mere moments. Su Fenger averted her gaze, saying nothing. She recognized that Yi Fan still had some utility, preferring to avoid conflict for the time being. Bu Wushuang chuckled, addressing Yi Fan, "Junior brother Yi. I may have acted a bit impulsively yesterday. I apologize for my behavior." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's frown lifted, replaced by a triumphant smile. "Now that's more like it. You finally recognize my prowess, don't you? My charm is unparalleled. How dare that Li Xiaozhai compete with me for women? And the fire starter, she shall be conquered in due time. Yet, even if you choose to abandon the darkness for the light, I shan't spare you. For you possess the supreme sword body and the fire phoenix physique. Just as well, for I am in need of such gifts, you will willingly contribute them to me. I have always been magnanimous, not taking things to heart." Yi Fan displayed a self-satisfied, devilishly charming smile. "I must also thank you, for my bloodline has been elevated. Just last night, I broke through to the foundation establishment stage. I am confident that soon enough, I shall reach the Yuan Dan realm." Li Yinchuan coughed, interrupting Yi Fan's boastful discourse. "Yi Fan, is this how you choose to present yourself? If you lack proper attire, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall provide you with a suitable outfit." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan fixed his gaze upon Li Yinchuan, perplexed by the underlying intent of his words. Was he mocking him, or did he genuinely wish to assist? Regardless of the truth, in Yi Fan's heart, Li Yinchuan was destined for death. "Humph, do you dare to step outside the sect? Are you not afraid that I might end your life?" Yi Fan spoke candidly. "Yi Fan, my fellow disciple, I suggest you find a place to compose yourself first," Bu Wushuang interjected. Upon hearing her words, Yi Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. This woman has begun to show concern for me. It seems inevitable that I will win her over. For today, I shall spare you, Yi Fan mused, feeling rather pleased, and then proceeded to depart. Li Yinchuan hurriedly signaled to Bu Wushuang with his eyes. "Wait a moment, junior brother Yi Fan. I shall accompany you," Bu Wushuang declared. "Accompany me?" "Certainly." Yi Fan felt a surge of joy within. Was the progression so rapid? Bu Wushuang tossed an object to Li Yinchuan, then leaped gracefully, soaring directly towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan cast a triumphant glance at Li Yinchuan, a scornful smile gracing his lips, as if to say, "Did you see that, you insignificant fellow?" Li Yinchuan wore an impassive expression, almost on the verge of laughter. Once Yi Fan and Bu Wushuang had walked a distance away, Su Fenger could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Li Yinchuan, Did you really let Wuxuan go with him? It's perfectly safe for the senior sister to accompany him. Yifan will certainly uncover the bandit's lair, Li Yinchuan replied. And what about us? Su Fengwu inquired again. We? Naturally, we shall lie in wait. Allowing the clam and the snide to contend, while the fisherman profits, Li Yinchuan chuckled heartily. Yifan and Bu Wuxuang arrived at a nearby village under the pretense of begging, donning tattered garments of the villagers, which afforded them a modicum of decency. Afterward, they consumed a modest meal. Once they had finished dining, Yifan asked Bu Wuxuang about her presence in this area, and at last, she was able to reveal her mission. Bandits? Yifan pondered, recalling that during his frantic dash the previous night, he seemed to have passed by a hideout teeming with individuals. Perhaps I know where this band of ruffians has made their nest, he stated. Bu Wuxuang's heart soared with joy. Can you tell me where their den is? I wish to eradicate them. Since it is a matter of exterminating bandits, I, Yifan, cannot shirk my duty. I shall accompany the senior sister, he declared proudly. Very well, let us proceed together, Bu Wuxuang nodded in agreement. Shortly after their departure, Li Yinchuan and Su Fengwu appeared on the scene. It seems Yifan has taken action. Let us follow him, Li Yinchuan remarked, glancing at the positioning talisman bestowed upon him by the senior sister. Be cautious, lest that old fox discovers us. 2 hours later, darkness enveloped the sky. Li Yinchuan observed that the mark on the talisman was still in motion. Damn it, how is it still moving? That rascal Yifan hasn't lost his way, has he? Li Yinchuan grumbled. Just as he finished speaking, the mark came to a halt. Senior Sister Su, let us wait here for a moment. We shall allow them to engage first. Agreed. Meanwhile, Yifan, relying on his memory, finally located the hideout. This band of bandits had concealed themselves deep within the mountains, boasting exceptional stealth, and were further protected by a second-tier formation, making it nearly impossible for ordinary folk to detect. Senior Sister, I shall handle these bandits entirely. You may take a moment to rest, Yifan said. Then I shall thank you, junior brother, Bu Wuxuang replied without hesitation, sitting down on the ground to rest. Yifan's lips twitched slightly. I was merely being polite. Did you take it seriously? Who goes there? Be alert. The patrolling lackeys around the bandit village, having overheard Yifan and Bu Wuxuang's conversation, immediately grew vigilant. We've been discovered, Yifan murmured. Senior sister, be cautious not to be seen. Yes. It all depends on you now, Bu Wuxuang replied with a faint smile. Yifan brandished a black wooden staff and approached the two lackeys, practicing qi at the 5th level, and yet so reckless. With a swift motion, Yifan dispatched them with 2 strikes, silencing their cries before they could escape. The commotion alerted the bandits within the village, prompting a dozen of them to emerge wielding large cleavers. Leading the group was a squad leader at the 2nd tier of Foundation establishment. You little brat, you have some nerve to commit murder here. Do you wish to meet your end? The squad leader snarled menacingly. Humph, you are merely a band of ruffians. Killing you is no concern, Yifan retorted nonchalantly. The squad leader swung his 5-meter-long blade towards Yifan's neck, but Yifan effortlessly parried it with his staff and then delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. The remaining bandits, frightened, retreated in haste, calling for their leader to emerge. Before long, the raucous sounds of drunken revelry from within the village faded, and dozens of inebriated bandits stumbled out. Bu Wuxuang noted that the most formidable bandit leader possessed cultivation at the peak of Foundation establishment. In Li Yinchuan's diary, the 2 demonic cultivators at the Golden Core stage did not appear. Could it be that he misremembered? While pondering this, Bu Wuxuang suddenly heard the sound of wind swirling and became acutely alert, leaping forward. With a loud bang, a large crater was blasted where she had previously rested, nearly a meter deep, demonstrating immense power. 2 figures clad in black robes materialized in the air like phantoms. Hee, what an enticing aroma, one of them said. Intoxicated by the scent, Bu Wuxuang frowned. Were these 2 indeed the demonic cultivators mentioned in the diary? The crowd at the bandit camp also heard the explosion. Upon seeing the newcomers, their drunken stupor instantly dissipated, and they bowed in respect. My lord. The faces of the black-robed figures were obscured by masks, their voices resonating ominously. I smell delicious blood. Capture both of them. I wish to taste it personally. The bandits, eager to obey, rushed towards the 2. However, they evidently overestimated their capabilities and were swiftly countered and killed by Yifan and Bu Wuxuang. Since they refused to be captured willingly, we shall take matters into our own hands. One of the black-robed figures cackled as they launched their attack. In the next moment, his figure vanished. Yifan suddenly felt a chill on his back. As he turned, a heavy palm struck his chest, causing him to spit blood violently. Damn it, Yifan cursed, as his injuries had only recently healed. Turning to the other side, he saw Bu Wushuang also struck by a black-robed figure, falling to the ground like a broken kite. Unconscious. Senior sister. Yifan was taken aback. Wasn't he this woman at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm? How could she fall with just one blow? Hee. You're the last one left, kid. Your blood smells delightful, the black-robed figure taunted. Yifan was drenched in sweat. These two were at least golden core cultivators. While he had just begun forming his foundation, he was no match for them. He had hoped his senior sister would be of more assistance. But she crumpled at the slightest contact. Yesterday, she had fought him mercilessly on the battle stage, yet today, against outsiders, she was utterly defenseless. Yifan felt a surge of frustration. Meanwhile, the unconscious Bu Wushuang was oblivious to Yifan's thoughts. She knew he still possessed 8 strands of bloodline power, capable of keeping him alive, so why not utilize it early? She could endure a little hardship, lying on the cold ground while letting him bask in the limelight. Master, save me, Yifan called out. Alas, sighed Elder Qin, feeling somewhat vexed. What was happening during these days at Zixio sect? Why was he constantly possessing Yifan? If this continued, his soul power would soon dissipate, and he relied on this boy for revival. Despite his annoyance, he knew he had to save his disciple. In the next moment, Yifan's aura abruptly changed. Oh, how intriguing. I seem to sense the scent of a soul. This boy harbors secrets. The two black-robed figures exchanged glances, as though they had discovered a new land, filled with excitement at Yifan's odd behavior. One of the black-robed figures produced a treasure that shimmered with a dark glow, shaped like a bell, and began to shake it. Ding ding ding. The bell sound enveloped Yifan like a tidal wave, even making the unconscious Bu Wushuang feel uncomfortable. This is bad. The sound is suspicious. Little fan, I can't help you. Elder Qin's face changed drastically. The black-robed figure possessed a treasure targeting souls. It was evident they were not of ordinary power. The scent of the soul has vanished. Why are you using the soul-subduing bell? This has become uninteresting, said the other black-robed figure. Let us kill this boy. I can hardly wait to taste that delicious blood. Yifan's face reflected terror. These two truly sought his life. Damn it. How did I end up in this desolate place, risking my life? Senior sister, what is the situation? Bu Wushuang received a transmission from Yinchuan not far away. There are 2 formidable black-robed figures here. You must not approach, she replied, squinting to assess the situation. Understood. Wait until they're dead to send a message, Yinchuan responded. All right. Bu Wushuang continued to feign unconsciousness. The 2 black-robed figures regarded Yifan, who cowered in the corner like a lamb awaiting slaughter, their masked faces revealing strange smiles. Hee, do not worry. We will gently sever your pulse, and you shall feel no pain. Yifan longed to struggle, yet his body was immobilized by the black-robed figures. One of them drew a dining knife, its blade sharpened to perfection, as Yifan's unwilling gaze reflected on its surface. You brought a dining knife, how troublesome. The other remarked, brandishing a large kitchen knife. The 2 approached Yifan step by step, and the black-robed figure with the kitchen knife ruthlessly plunged it into Yifan's abdomen. Yifan spat blood once more, sensing the dire situation. As if death were imminent. Another stab. Rip. A blood shield radiating immense red light automatically protected him, reflecting the knife's power. The 2 black-robed figures were startled and quickly retreated several paces. This boy possesses something unusual, unbeknownst to them. It was precisely due to their elegance that they avoided a fatal wound. After all, rebounding a kitchen knife's damage posed no threat to them. Hesitating, they dared not make a move. What if we kill the girl first? Fine, I agree. Upon hearing their conversation, Bu Wushuang decided to abandon her pretense. Standing up from the ground, drawing a longsword, her aura surged forth. At the 5th layer of the Golden Core stage, she was undeterred by facing 2 opponents. Bu Wushuang was perplexed as to why Yifan had not eliminated the 2 black-robed figures. Could her actions have altered the so-called plot? However, there was no time to ponder. She would take it upon herself to defeat these demonic cultivators. You're all right? The black-robed figure exclaimed in surprise. You're the ones in trouble, Bu Wushuang replied coldly, unsheathing her sword and advancing. Her swordsmanship had reached a pinnacle level. Facing 2 opponents, she felt completely unafraid. Qin Yun's sword technique, 5th form. The 2 black-robed figures clearly underestimated Bu Wushuang's ferocity and were forced to retreat after several exchanges. They were not adept in combat but relied on their agility to secure victories. They exchanged glances, executing their ghostly movements, instantly vanishing from their previous positions. Bu Wushuang swung her sword backward, yet they were not there. She swung forward, still no sight of them. "Hee, you cannot find us," echoed the voices of the black-robed figures around her. Bu Wuxuang scanned her surroundings, unable to locate her opponents, finding herself at a disadvantage. "Give up. We shall leave you with a complete corpse." As Bu Wuxuang meticulously searched for the black-robed figure's whereabouts, she still found nothing. Whoosh! With a swift instinctive turn, Bu Wuxuang barely caught sight of an object whizzing past her ear, its origin entirely elusive. Boom! Moments later, the ground reverberated with a deafening explosion. If this onslaught were to continue, her defeat would merely be a matter of time. "Wuxuang, we are here." At that moment, Su Feng'er's voice echoed from a short distance away. Bu Wuxuang's expression shifted dramatically. "Young master, be cautious." Su Feng, possessing only the cultivation of the Yuan Dan realm, was beyond her capacity to protect. "Senior sister, what should I be cautious of?" Li Yinchuan's voice suddenly whispered in her ear, followed by two muffled groans. The figures of Li Yinchuan and the cloaked individuals appeared simultaneously. "Senior sister, I leave them to you," Li Yinchuan proclaimed. Bu Wuxuang was perplexed as to how Li Yinchuan had located the cloaked figures, yet that was of little consequence. They had to perish. "You cannot kill us. We are of the demon sect," one of the cloaked figures exclaimed. "Indeed, should you slay us, an unending pursuit will ensue," they warned. "Humph," Bu Wuxuang scoffed, raising her longsword. "Be cautious, senior sister," Li Yinchuan suddenly shouted. Unbeknownst to Bu Wuxuang, the two cloaked figures had produced a silver orb, which they swiftly hurled towards her. Bu Wuxuang's pupils dilated in alarm as the speed of the projectile left her no time to evade. This silver orb, a remnant of a prior explosion, though diminutive in size, possessed tremendous destructive power. A direct hit could inflict severe injury. With a swift whoosh, Bu Wuxuang felt someone embrace her waist from behind, pulling her aside just in time. Boom! Two thunderous explosions erupted, casting a crimson light into the sky that illuminated the entire bandit village. The two cloaked figures fell lifelessly, unaware of the events that had transpired or how their whereabouts had been discovered. "Hee, senior sister, are you unharmed?" Li Yinchuan released her, grinning. I'm fine," Bu Wuxuang replied, momentarily taken aback. Had Li Yinchuan been the one to save her? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "How did you move so swiftly?" Li Yinchuan produced a pill and remarked with a smile, "A fifth-grade windwalking pill." Bu Wuxuang nodded slightly, harboring a hint of doubt. Even with the windwalking pill, such speed seemed unattainable. Relying solely on the windwalking pill was insufficient. Yet Li Yinchuan had perfected the earth-level technique, instant step. Earlier that morning, he had noticed that the progress of instant step had finally manifested in his skill panel. After 3 days of training, he had merely scratched the surface with a progress of 0.01. He then decisively utilized the full proficiency of a randomly chosen skill. This proficiency only applied to skills produced by the system, excluding the fundamental palm techniques he had previously studied, thus it accurately enhanced instant step. With the combined effects of instant step and the windwalking pill, Li Yinchuan's speed surpassed even that of the black-robed figure at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Naturally, he could effortlessly locate the two individuals who had concealed themselves using their movement techniques. How had they met their demise? At that moment, Su Feng'er approached. It was clear that they had initiated the attack against Bu Wuxuang. How had they ended up losing their lives instead? Perhaps it was due to him. Li Yinchuan pointed to the distant, unconscious Yu Fan, who was indeed in a state of true unconsciousness, not feigning. He had been struck twice by explosions, remaining silent as a consequence. It turned out that Bu Wuxuang had just been positioned directly in front of Yi Fan. Upon dodging, the two silver orbs had struck Yi Fan instead. These two impacts directly activated the 2 layers of blood energy protection surrounding him. Including the previous layer from the kitchen knife, Yi Fan had already lost 3 layers that night. "Is he all right?" Su Feng'er inquired. She had witnessed the power of the silver orbs and was not bold enough to confront them head-on. "He'll be fine. Yi Fan is fortunate and resilient. Such minor injuries are nothing to him," Li Yinchuan reassured. He then approached the 2 cloaked figures, bending down to take action, when suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. "Su Shiji, what is it?" "You calculate for me. I will handle the rest myself." Li Yinchuan approached Yi Fan and observed a massive wound on his chest, evidently a gaping incision through his abdomen. Remarkably, he had survived this ordeal. The blood was nearly congealed, showcasing an extraordinary healing ability. Truly, as the protagonist, he was incredibly resilient. Li Yinchuan marveled briefly before assisting him to his feet and leading him before the two. "What are you doing, Li Yinchuan? You can't possibly intend to save him, can you?" Su Feng'er inquired, puzzled. "Sister, Where are your thoughts wandering? Li Yinchuan waved his hand. Stand to the right. The two, uncertain of his intentions, complied nonetheless. Li Yinchuan positioned Yi Fan in front of himself and maneuvered Yi Fan's hand to touch the face of the figure in the black robe. Suddenly, the eyes of the two black-robed figures snapped open, radiating an eerie light. Bu Wushuang and Su Feng are gasped in shock. A corpse had opened its eyes. Fortunately, the black-robed figure's eyes closed again almost immediately. Once the moment passed, Li Yinchuan discarded Yi Fan to the side. What just happened, Li Yinchuan? Su Fenger asked. Nothing much, he replied, rummaging through the black-robed figure's belongings. These two are members of the demon sect. Upon their death, the first person to touch them will have their likeness captured and sent back to headquarters, leading to a manhunt for that individual. Captured? What does that entail? Bu Wushuang inquired, confused. It's akin to painting. It records your appearance. The two women nodded in understanding. So, it follows that Yi Fan was just captured. And the demon sect will now be pursuing him? They both mused inwardly. Well done. By the way, you two Shun Ti just stand there. Find a vial and collect some of Yi Fan's blood. We'll need it to enter the secret chamber later, Li Yinchuan instructed. Oh, right. They complied obediently. Su Fenger took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and could not resist asking, Li Yinchuan, how did you know we needed Yi Fan's blood? And about the secret chamber? To avoid raising suspicion, Su Fenger feigned ignorance of her diary. Otherwise, his assertion would seem too natural, which would be quite odd. Bu Wushuang also realized this and similarly inquired, I'm curious as well. How did you know Yi Fan was aware of the bandit's lair? And what about the information regarding the demon sect's capturing? Li Yinchuan smiled mysteriously, having long been prepared with an answer. I was fortunate. Before joining the sect, I encountered a venerable old man with a white beard who taught me the art of divination. I had struggled with it until recently when my mind finally opened up, and I suddenly grasped the concept. So, I made a small prediction about recent events. Li Yinchuan cleverly borrowed from Ning Shui's experience. After all, a bit of good fortune is quite reasonable, isn't it? Bu Wushuang and Su Fenger exchanged expressions of realization, nearly believing him had they not known the truth. During their conversation, Su Fenger had already filled a vial with a small amount of Yi Fan's blood. Bu Wushuang suddenly recalled something. Li Shidi, do you think our actions will be discovered? Su Fenger also realized that there was an old item within Yi Fan's ring. What if it was uncovered and this information reached Yi Fan? What then? Li Yinchuan chuckled. Do not worry. In this desolate wilderness, all souls have perished, and no one will be the wiser. Bu Wushuang intended to mention the matter of Old Man Chain but found herself unable to voice it. For doing so would reveal her own predicament. Casting a glance at Yi Fan, Bu Wushuang suddenly sensed an unusual feeling. Before she could discern it further, Li Yinchuan abruptly rose to his feet. Ding ding ding. Li Yinchuan rummaged through the figure cloaked in black and unearthed several items. The soul-settling bell. Li Yinchuan held a palm-sized bell in his right hand, seemingly cast from bronze, its surface intricately engraved with complex spiritual patterns that glimmered with an ethereal light. When he gently shook it, the sound echoed like a wailing spirit, penetrating the very seams of the soul. Please stop shaking it. It sounds dreadful, Su Fenger remarked. Bu Wushuang, standing nearby, also felt a twinge of discomfort, recalling that the figure in the black robe had previously shaken this very bell. The soul-settling bell is indeed a remarkable artifact. Although it is merely a mid-level mystical treasure, it possesses the ability to target souls, making it exceptionally effective against vengeful spirits. Li Yinchuan explained. I suspect old Qin has long since succumbed to the lull of the soul-settling bell. TSK, those two are sleeping quite soundly. Upon reading the contents of the diary, both women felt a sense of relief. Spiritual scent, concealment. With that, Li Yinchuan carefully stored the soul-settling bell and grasped a manual in each hand. Spiritual scent, a mid-level mystical ability, when mastered to perfection, allows one to detect various scents, including murderous intent, danger, and treasures. Li Yinchuan mused, so, does mastering this turn one into a treasure-hunting rat? Or perhaps enhance one's sixth sense? This was indeed a mystical technique, distinct from conventional damage-dealing martial skills, serving a supportive function. Concealment, an advanced mystical movement technique, when cultivated to its zenith, enables one to obscure their presence in the air, becoming invisible except to those with extraordinary speed. Li Yinchuan glanced at the two manuals, finding little allure in either. Sisters, you may each take one, he suggested, recognizing that the profound tier manuals would indeed be quite valuable to them. And what about you? Both inquired simultaneously. I already possess the soul-subduing bell, Thus it's only fitting that each of you receive one, Li Yinchuan replied with a smile. Ultimately, Bu Wufeng selected the manual on spiritual scent, while Su Feng'er chose the one on concealment. Su, ignite a blaze to incinerate these bandits and the cloaked figures, Li Yinchuan urged. Su Feng'er nodded, conjuring a flame in her palm. With a graceful wave of her hand, the fire precisely reduced the assailants to ashes, leaving the surrounding flora untouched. Ever since consuming the flame spirit fruit, Su Feng'er had discovered a newfound mastery over fire, eliminating any risk of losing control. All of this was thanks to Li Yinchuan. She cast a furtive glance at him, realizing he was concealing his true capabilities, perhaps wishing to hide his merit and fame. Let us proceed into the village. These bandits may have pilfered valuable treasures within, Li Yinchuan declared. The two women nodded in agreement and followed him. Unbeknownst to them, despite his lower prowess, Li Yinchuan had emerged as the leader among the trio. Meanwhile, Yi Fan lay sprawled on the ground. As night fell, the chill of the outdoors prompted Li Yinchuan to suggest, "It's a bit cold outside. Let us cover ourselves with more blankets." Upon entering the village, they found the central hall adorned with numerous tables, each laden with open jars of alcohol and half-consumed snacks. It was evident that the bandits had been reveling, drinking and singing, until they were abruptly vanquished by Yi Fan. Let us search for any hidden chambers. They may have stored their ill-gotten gains there. Upon Li Yinchuan's words, the three commenced an exhaustive search within the confines of the room. Bu Wushuang held this endeavor in the highest regard, for the diary had alluded to a pivotal artifact necessary for the awakening of her innate abilities, which was purportedly located here. She felt an urgent need to acquire it. After scouring every nook and cranny for over 10 minutes, from the upper levels to the lower, even lifting the floorboards, their efforts yielded not a single clue. Li Yinchuan felt quite dejected. This group of bandits possessed remarkable skills in concealing their treasures, for he had discovered nothing at all. How peculiar it was that the hidden chamber remained elusive, despite his extensive search for its entrance. In the original narrative, Yi Fan had casually stumbled upon the secret room with ease. Could it be that it is not located here? After perusing the contents of the diary, Bu Wushuang experienced a fleeting moment of inspiration. Could it be? Bu Wushuang promptly sought out Li Yinchuan and said, "Junior brother Li, I just had a unique sensation outside." Li Yinchuan raised his eyebrows slightly and inquired, "Senior sister, where is it?" "Right over there," Bu Wushuang replied, pointing to the spot where Yi Fan lay in a state of slumber. "Over there?" Li Yinchuan silently cursed, realizing the protagonist's halo was exceedingly overwhelming. Even the act of playing dead could lead one to the entrance of the hidden chamber. No wonder they couldn't find anything within the house. He called upon Senior Sister Su to join in the search. The three of them retraced their steps from the room, and Li Yinchuan moved Yi Fan aside, only to be kicked back into the room by Su Feng'er. It appeared that the hidden chamber was located underground. Bu Wushuang sensed the surroundings and instructed, "Please step aside." She drew her longsword and unleashed a wave of sword energy. With a resounding bang, the earth erupted in a flurry of soil. The earth was quite loose, as if it had been excavated. Su Feng'er remarked, "It must be right here. Senior sister, please try again." Li Yinchuan urged. "All right," Bu Wushuang responded, swinging her sword once more. This time, a clang echoed, as if striking a metallic surface. Li Yinchuan unearthed the soil, and indeed, he discovered a metal door buried beneath the ground. "Wow, it's really here," Su Feng'er exclaimed, her surprise evident. "But how do we open it?" "Try pouring the blood you obtained from Yi Fan onto the door," Li Yinchuan suggested. He recalled that in the original tale, after Yi Fan battled fiercely against a golden core demon cultivator, he was drenched in blood, darting about in a frenzy. And the metal door opened automatically when his blood dripped upon it. It seemed that if they did not find it soon, Yi Fan would eventually fall asleep and open the door, his luck leading to him resting right upon it. The treasures concealed behind this door were not the plunder of thieves, but rather items that Yi Fan's parents had left exclusively for him. Thus only his blood could unlock it. Ironically, this location happened to be the stronghold of the bandits. Behind the door lay 3 high-level martial arts manuals of the Earth rank, along with various other treasures, including the awakening bracelet that the senior sister required. If I were to seize everything, Yi Fan would suffer a significant loss of combat power early on. Ha ha ha, by taking what his father left him, I could considerably extend Yi Fan's developmental period. In my presence, he still dares to seek an advantage? Huh. Bu Wushuang produced a vial and gently dripped the blood onto the door. After a brief pause, the metal door trembled, slowly swinging open to reveal a staircase leading into the depths below. "Let us enter and explore," she urged. Li Yinchuan led the way, holding a torch as she descended the steps. With each step, The sensation for Bu Wushuang intensified. The very items she sought were securely housed within this chamber. The descent was brief, comprising no more than 20 steps, and soon the trio arrived at a small room, merely a dozen square meters in size, illuminated by the torchlight. The corners of the room revealed 4 cylindrical metal pillars, each standing a meter tall. Atop each pillar rested a circular platform, encased in a protective shield, housing various martial arts techniques. Among them were 3 tomes, alongside a slender iron staff resembling chopsticks. The walls bore several recesses, each containing additional items, including the awakening bracelet that Bu Wushuang desperately needed. Ignoring everything else, she immediately approached the recess holding the bracelet. Just as she reached out to grasp it, a sudden flash of white light erupted, knocking Bu Wushuang aside. "Senior sister, these items are shielded. Try using this." Yinchuan, having not fully utilized the bottle, dripped a few drops of Yifan's blood onto the cover, causing it to shatter instantaneously. Bu Wushuang finally held in her hands the awakening bracelet she had longed for. To her surprise, she acquired the awakening artifact with such ease. In the original narrative, upon discovering the bracelet, Yifan had claimed it for himself and did not directly hand it over to Bu Wushuang. Instead, he informed her that she needed to find a place rich in sword chi to awaken her supreme sword body, a location he just so happened to know, albeit one that would require a month before it could be accessed. In reality, this was merely a pretext, as Yifan had no intention of assisting Bu Wushuang in her awakening. If she were to awaken, how could he possibly transfer her constitution? During that month, Yifan busied himself with enhancing his cultivation, preparing his physical body for the transfer of the sword's sovereign constitution. Simultaneously, he unexpectedly discovered the identity of the murderer who had slain Bu Wushuang's entire village years ago, planning to confront him on the day of her awakening. This not only disrupted her awakening process, causing a backlash of vitality, but also exposed her to danger from her enemies. At the critical moment, he stepped forward to lead Bu Wushuang to safety. Severely injured, she resolved to transfer the sword's sovereign constitution to Yifan, who promised to help her eliminate her foes. However, as fate would have it, this enemy proved useful to Yifan. Not only did he spare the adversary, but he also granted him favors. It was utterly absurd. I was infuriated watching it unfold. Fortunately, today was devoid of such nuisances. With my intervention, Bu Wushuang effortlessly acquired the awakening jade bracelet. Yinchuan had pinned a considerable amount of thoughts, while Bu Wushuang stood frozen in place, suddenly gripped by a sense of trepidation. Had it not been for Yinchuan, this awakening bracelet might have become the very instrument of her demise. The thought of unresolved vengeance left her anxious, fearing she might pass away with lingering regrets. Reflecting on this, Bu Wushuang felt she had been too lenient in her actions the previous day. "Senior sister, what are you pondering?" Yinchuan inquired, noticing Bu Wushuang's stillness. "Oh, I'm just feeling a bit overwhelmed." Bu Wushuang quickly reoriented herself. "Junior brother Li, I am experiencing a profound reaction to this bracelet and am uncertain of its significance." Yinchuan contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Perhaps, senior sister, you possess a unique constitution, and this bracelet may aid you in awakening it. Do I really have a special constitution?" "Indeed. Which weapon intrigues you the most?" "The sword." "Ah, then it appears you are aligned with the sword-related constitution." "Oh, I see." The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. Meanwhile, Su Feng rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Your mutual understanding, feigned ignorance, and this absurd dialogue leave me utterly speechless. Could you not be any more contrived? Senior sister, please keep this bracelet safe. I have heard that awakening a sword-related constitution requires a place rich in sword energy," Yinchuan remarked. Bu Wushuang paused, recognizing that she had encountered this information before. Indeed, it was in her diary. Yifan had mentioned that location to deceive senior sister, yet by chance, she was aware of the genuine site. After all, she possessed the most extraordinary predictive skills. It seemed that there was a place where the borders of the Great Qian and Great Kuan kingdoms met, known as the Hidden Sword Manor. Within that manor, there resided over 10,000 celestial swords. The sword energy there was exceedingly potent, making it an ideal location for awakening the sword's sovereign constitution. "Junior brother, do you know where this place is?" Bu Wushuang inquired, eager to pursue the lead. "I shall calculate a divination for senior sister and ascertain it," Yinchuan replied. "Thank you, junior brother," Bu Wushuang said, a gentle smile gracing her face. "You truly are endearing, acting oblivious while clearly knowing everything." Su Feng couldn't help but laugh at Yinchuan's enigmatic demeanor. "Senior sister Feng, cease your laughter. You need to procure more of Yi Fan's blood. This vial is insufficient, Li Yinchuan instructed. Li Yinchuan, you possess quite the audacity to issue commands to me. Very well. I shall go myself. Hand me the vial, Su Feng'er retorted, pouting as she exited the hidden chamber. Only Li Yinchuan and Bu Wushuang remained inside. Pop. Li Yinchuan suddenly widened his eyes, his body stiffening. What had just transpired? The senior sister, had she seemingly kissed him? Hush, do not divulge this to the young master. Bu Wushuang whispered softly in his ear. Li Yinchuan instinctively nodded. Heaven knows, he certainly did not intend for Su Feng'er to go upstairs to draw blood. Su Feng'er moved swiftly. Upon noticing the knife wound on Yi Fan's abdomen healing rapidly, she inflicted another cut. She then filled a vial with blood. Yi Fan. The artificial blood machine. Yi Fan let out a soft grunt, his brow furrowing as if he had dreamt of something terrifying. Once Su Feng'er finished drawing blood, she hurried down to the secret chamber, as Yi Fan seemed on the verge of waking. Li Yinchuan swiftly dripped Yi Fan's blood onto all the protective shields, causing them to shatter into countless fragments. The trio retrieved all the items contained within. We should depart from this place, Li Yinchuan declared. What about Yi Fan? Bu Wushuang inquired. Leave him here. He want he perish, came the reply. Shortly after their departure, Yi Fan, lying on the ground, gradually regained consciousness. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and, upon looking down, discovered two long, deep scars etched across his belly. What on earth is happening? He gasped, sensing a dull ache begin to throb in his head, soon followed by a stabbing pain in his heart, as if something of utmost importance had been lost. Master, master. Yi Fan murmured, shaking the ring gently as he called out softly. At that moment, Elder Qin remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to the summons. Yi Fan surveyed his surroundings. He found himself within the confines of a village, recalling that he had been outside before losing consciousness. Upon stepping outside, he noticed that the cloaked figure had vanished, along with the bandits, leaving not even a trace of the bodies behind. How peculiar. Yi Fan suddenly recalled something and began to search for Bu Wushuang's presence, but to no avail. Instead, he stumbled upon a large pit that resembled a staircase. Careful, he murmured to himself, cautiously descending into the depths. At the end of the passage, he discovered a chamber that was utterly devoid of any items. What had once adorned the walls and pillars had been completely stripped away, leaving nothing behind. Blood. There was blood. Yi Fan noticed the stains and, looking around the room, a wave of dread washed over him as his heart twisted painfully once more. Surely, something of great significance had been discarded. Ah! Yi Fan let out a few anguished cries, the small room echoing with his torment. Xiao Fan, what troubles you? Elder Qin, stirring from his slumber within the ring, awoke groggily. Fortunately, the earlier retreat had been swift. The soul-settling bell had merely induced a brief slumber without harming his soul's essence. Master, I feel this place holds great importance for me. I have lost something vital, Yi Fan confessed. Elder Qin's spirit emerged, surveying the room. The walls and columns, once adorned with items, were now bare. Master, do you know who took them? Yi Fan asked eagerly. After a moment of concentration, Elder Qin replied. I detect several familiar auras, including that of the girl with the phoenix body and the one who excels in the sword path. Along with a final presence I cannot discern, yet I see the faint traces of blood within this room. Is this my blood? Yi Fan asked, bewildered, unable to recall ever being in this place before. Indeed, your blood is quite distinctive. I can recognize it, Elder Qin affirmed. If Li Yinchuan were present, he would undoubtedly command. You have never practiced spiritual scenting, yet your nose is sharper than a hound's. After some contemplation, Yi Fan concluded that this incident must be linked to his senior sister, who was also missing. I shall return to the sect and inquire about her, he resolved. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room within the Zixiao town inn, a man and two women engaged in some clandestine activities. 3 high-tier martial arts manuals. Li Yinchuan placed 3 martial arts manuals on the table. The Advanced Earth Tier Yushu Palm, the Advanced Earth Tier Gyuan Staff Technique, and the Advanced Earth Tier Chilean Sword Art. 1 manual for each of them, as per usual. Li Yinchuan began the distribution. Su Feng'er gazed in astonishment. Advanced Earth Tier martial arts, which even her father lacked. It seemed she was on the path to surpassing him. Junior brotherly, since you found these, it might be inappropriate for us to take them, Bu Wushuang interjected. Ah, that is a misunderstanding. I have stated that those who witness shall share. Take what you need, and I shall keep the remaining one. Li Yinchuan waved his hand dismissively. Although advanced Earth-tier martial arts are currently rare, Li Yinchuan firmly believed that soon his diary would reward him with celestial-tier martial arts. At that time, These items could be sold directly or used as rewards. I will take this Yushu palm, Su Feng'er decided, choosing the palm technique. The sword technique was evidently more suitable for Bu Wushuang, and she had no need for the staff technique, ultimately opting for the palm technique. It would have been preferable had it been a spear technique, but alas, such a change was not possible. I shall accept this chilling sword art, Bu Wushuang declared as she claimed the sword manual. Then this staff technique shall be mine, Li Yinchuan said as he secured the staff manual. Though he had no use for it himself, Yifan possessed a stick for kindling, but regrettably, he could not acquire it. After distributing the martial arts manuals, Li Yinchuan laid out the remaining items on the table: a short iron rod, 2 pills of varying colors, a small vial containing a red liquid, and 3 talismans adorned with peculiar symbols. Lacking any instructions, the 3 of them were unaware of the purposes of these items. Li Yinchuan gazed at the objects before him, meticulously recalling Yifan's acquisitions during this operation as depicted in the original text. The author, rather than elucidating their significance at the moment, chose to reveal their utility only in the subsequent chapters when Yifan would require them. Li Yinchuan needed to delve deep into his memories, meticulously searching. This small iron rod, what could it be? Su Feng'er lifted the rod and cradled it in her palm, and in the next instant, it unexpectedly expanded. Make it larger, Su Feng'er commanded. The rod indeed grew a tad larger, reaching a size comparable to her red tassel spear. Wow, this rod is intriguing. It can enlarge. Can it grow even more? No sooner had she spoken than the rod shot up over 3 meters, pressing against the ceiling, threatening to breach the floor above. That's too large. Reduce it. Upon hearing this, the rod shrank slightly. I remember now, this iron rod is a mid-tier earthly artifact known as the Heart's Desire Rod, a superior alternative to the black wooden staff wielded by Yifan. Later in the tale, Yifan combined the black wooden staff with the Heart's Desire Rod, along with other materials, to forge a pseudo-heavenly artifact. He named it the God of War Rod, capable of sweeping through armies without jest. However, this rod now rested in my hands. Yifan certainly had no chance to merge it. A pseudo-heavenly artifact. Upon reading the diary's contents, both women were astounded. This rod, capable of changing size, was indeed one of the materials for a heavenly artifact. If Yifan were to acquire it, who in the Kuan nation could contend with him? That earlier rod technique seemed to be part of a set. Both women could not help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy. How could someone like Yifan be granted such immense fortune, especially with remnants left by his parents? Furthermore, there were the 9 blood energies protecting Yifan and the old man residing within the ring. What on earth? Does an ordinary person deserve such treatment? Among the remaining items, the earthy yellow pill was likely a 5th-tier dragon power pill, which could double one's combat strength for a brief duration. The green pill was probably a 5th-tier transformation pill, capable of altering one's appearance and aura for a day. The bottle of red liquid was expected to be a special potion used by Yifan for body refinement, rendering his physique nearly indestructible, allowing him to withstand attacks from opponents of a significantly higher realm. Its value equated to that of a 6th-tier pill. Lastly, the 3 talismans, if my memory serves me correctly, should be random teleportation talismans. Upon use, they would randomly transport one to a location 50,000 kilometers away. Yet, Yifan, in 3 instances, had been teleported to the chambers of young ladies, subsequently amassing 3 consorts. I wonder if I would have such luck upon using them. As the diary's revelations unfolded, both women discerned the functions of all items on the table. They exchanged glances before turning their attention to Li Yinchuan. As usual, let us continue distributing. I just calculated the utility of these items. Allow me to share my findings. After Li Yinchuan finished speaking, he gestured for them to take action. I have already acquired the bracelet and the sword technique. I shall not require these items any longer, Bu Wushuang remarked. The gains of this evening have already exceeded my expectations. I cannot afford to be greedy. This talisman is intriguing. I shall take one, and the rest shall belong to you, Su Feng'er declared. Are you all certain you do not want them? Li Yinchuan responded in surprise. Did I not clearly convey their effects? These elixirs are not available at the Zishu sect. Ningxue, at present, lack the capability to refine 5th-tier elixirs. Very well. They're all yours, Su Feng'er affirmed. All right then, in the future, I shall ensure to provide you with items more suited to your needs, Li Yinchuan concluded. Li Yinchuan promptly gathered all his belongings. Senior Sister Su, do you have an extra storage ring? Li Yinchuan awkwardly inquired. He had given his own to Wang Pengzi, and the system's space did not accommodate these foreign items. Here you go. Su Feng said as she retrieved a storage ring from her pocket and tossed it to Li Yinchuan. Oh, there are still 20,000 spiritual stones in here, Li Yinchuan remarked. Consider it a gift, Su Feng replied, fiddling with a random teleportation talisman. After distributing the loot, the three returned to their respective rooms. They decided to rest at the inn for the night and return to the sect the following day. Li Yinchuan recalled that there seemed to be something he had yet to accomplish. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing today's diary entry. Oh no! Li Yinchuan exclaimed as he slapped his thigh. Li Yinchuan realized that he had overlooked something. He had forgotten to write the theme of today's diary. Aside from the more than 100 words penned in the early hours, everything else had completely slipped his mind. By the time he remembered, it was already the next day. Congratulations to the host for completing today's diary entry, meeting the word count requirement, and receiving a quality rating of S. The host has been awarded a golden gift package. A small gift package? How delightful. Upon opening the golden package, the host is congratulated for acquiring the Earth-level beginner gun technique Li Qinjun Yin, the Earth-level beginner divine ability Tian Yin, 50 bottles of second-grade healing elixirs, and 50,000 spirit stones. Although the quantity of rewards in the golden gift package is somewhat lesser than that of the larger package, the quality remains unchanged. Within it lies a volume of Earth-level gun techniques, a tome of Earth-level divine abilities, 50 bottles of second-grade elixirs, and an abundance of spirit stones. Li Yinchuan had already devised a plan for utilizing the rewards upon seeing them. He intended to bestow the marksmanship training upon Su Feng, while the healing elixirs and spirit stones would be given to Wang Pengzi to further bolster his influence. The divine ability known as the Heavenly Eye struck Li Yinchuan as quite impressive, prompting him to reserve it for his own use. Once cultivated to the Great Ascension, the Heavenly Eye would allow him to perceive all movements within a 1,000-mile radius. Ding! The character frequency statistics in the diary appeared. Bu Wushuang, 20 times, Ning Shui. Ning Bing, 5 times, Nangong Bu, Nangong Yao, Su Feng 1 time, others, 0 times. In the alchemy pavilion of the Zixiao sect, Ning Shui had yet to slumber. She awaited updates from the diary, but even after midnight, there was no mention of her or her sister. A sense of frustration washed over her. Was her luck truly so abysmal? However, upon viewing the final tally, Ning Shui was taken aback to find Ning Bing's name listed. Did this not imply that her sister was still alive? If she were deceased, her name would not have appeared there. What joy! Her sister was alive. A smile graced Ning Shui's face. The information alone filled her with elation, rendering her indifferent to the forthcoming rewards. As long as her sister lived, she would one day reunite with her. Was it possible her sister had truly become a saintess? In Bu Wushuang's chamber, she marveled at the revelation of her 20 nominations. She had done nothing remarkable. The theme was not of her design. She had merely followed Li Yinchuan for a day, yet her name topped the list. Moreover, her count surpassed that of Nangong Qing by 8, who had previously held the record with 12 nominations. Many speculated that the 12 nominations had garnered Nangong Qing a mid-tier Earth-grade artifact. What wonders might 20 nominations yield? Perhaps a celestial-grade artifact unseen before. Before long, the system began to dispense rewards. Bu Wushuang, with her 20 nominations, received the Great Realm Advancement 1. Ning Shui, with 5 nominations, obtained the 5th-grade Windwalking Pill Formula 1. And Ning Bing, also with 5 nominations, received a Fragmented Memory 1. What did Great Realm Advancement signify? Bu Wushuang pondered the reward in confusion. The concept of fragmented memories was equally perplexing. Could memories truly become fragmented? Among the 3 rewards, only Ning Shui's 5th-grade pill formula was easily comprehensible. Yet, in the following moment, Bu Wushuang understood the nature of her own reward. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from the diary in her mind, flowing into her dantian like a river. The golden core within her began to expand under the relentless onslaught of energy, forming an energy mass that birthed a nascent life form within, resembling an infant. This is... Bu Wushuang's eyes widened as she witnessed the transformation within her. Was this not the manifestation of a breakthrough from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage? Was the Great Realm Advancement facilitating her ascension to nascent soul? Bu Wushuang murmured, her countenance shifting dramatically. The breakthrough from golden core to nascent soul would invoke heavenly tribulation. Typically, cultivators at the pinnacle of the golden core stage would seek solitude to undergo their breakthrough, for the celestial lightning would descend upon them during this process. The heavenly tribulation would strike the golden core, purifying and transforming it. Should one's foundation be unstable or mind unsteady, they could perish in this trial. Surviving, however, would elevate them to the nascent soul realm. Bu Wushuang was not particularly fearful of failure. Her primary concern was that she was still in the inn. Should the heavenly lightning strike, the entire establishment would be reduced to ashes, endangering countless innocents. Yet, she found herself unable to move, forced to watch the nascent soul take form within her. What to do? Li Yinchuan and the young master were still present. Anxiety filled Bu Wushuang's heart. Above the inn, the once clear starry sky suddenly darkened as clouds began to gather ominously, followed by a thunderous boom that startled many awake. Yet, the thunder was brief, fading into silence. The gathering clouds gradually dispersed, as if nothing had transpired. Bu Wushuang felt a wondrous energy enveloping her, isolating her from the world. For a full hour, her nascent soul fully formed and grew considerably, reaching the size of 3 fists. Bu Wushuang assessed her cultivation level. Nascent soul, 5th layer. She had ascended an entire realm from her previous golden core, 5th layer. Was this the true meaning of great realm advancement? Joy illuminated Bu Wushuang's eyes. Her cultivation now surpassed that of many elders within the sect. Just 2 days prior, she had been at the peak of the golden core stage. In a mere span of 2 days, she had transformed into a nascent soul powerhouse. The sensation of such an unbelievable boost left Bu Wushuang at a loss for words. In the Zixiao sect's alchemy pavilion, the 5th grade windwalking pill formula materialized before Ning Shui in the form of a silver scroll. She unfurled the scroll and perceived its contents with her spiritual consciousness, confirming it was indeed the formula for the 5th grade windwalking pill. The value of a pill formula far exceeded that of the pills themselves. Many alchemists regarded their formulas as their lifeblood, as long as the formula remained in their possession. The corresponding pills would be monopolized to a degree, allowing for greater value creation. Thus, most would only pass down their formulas to their disciples upon nearing death. Currently, Ning Shui possessed only one 5th grade formula, and it was of a lower tier. The arrival of this windwalking pill formula was perfectly timed, presenting her with an opportunity to hone her alchemical skills. In the depths of the dark cult, a shard of purple crystalline essence appeared before the saintess, hovering in midair. What was this? A memory fragment? Why had it manifested here? However, my name is not Ningbing. I am Xiaoyingxing. Xiaoyingxing gazed at the floating memory fragment, her mind brimming with questions. In the next moment, the memory fragment drifted toward her brow, merging into her consciousness. Soon, Xiaoyingxing experienced the contents of the memory fragment as if watching a film from a third-person perspective. The imagery was brief. It depicted 2 sisters, close in age, frolicking on a hillside, when suddenly a shroud of black mist enveloped them. From within the mist emerged dozens of cloaked figures, their faces obscured by black masks. These individuals encircled the sisters and cast peculiar seals for several minutes, whispering amongst themselves, engaged in hushed deliberations. Subsequently, the cloaked figures decisively seized the younger sister, abandoning the elder. The younger sister, clutched in the grasp of the cloaked figures, cried out in anguish, "Sister, I want my sister." Yet, the black-clad figures paid her no mind, vanishing into the mist with the younger sister. The memory fragment concluded abruptly at this juncture. Xiaoyingxing scrutinized the contents of the fragment, an unsettling familiarity gnawing at her mind. The cloaked figures were part of the other shore flower. Xiaoyingxing noted the intricately carved flower emblem on the cuffs of the cloaked figures, an emblem she recognized well, for it was the sacred flower of their dark cult. The other shore flower. This group of cloaked individuals undoubtedly belonged to her cult. Thus, who were these 2 little girls? Is it not impossible? Having grown up in the demon sect, how could I possibly have an elder sister? Xiaoyingxing fell into deep contemplation. Right protector, present, a figure clad in black robes, adorned with 3 blossoms of the other shore on his shoulder, entered the chamber. There has been no news regarding the investigation assigned to the left protector. You must look into it as well, Xiaoyingxing commanded, her brow furrowed. Yes, holy maiden. The cloaked figure dissolved into the shadows and departed. Meanwhile, as the selection for today's diary theme was underway, Yinchuan was successfully chosen. The women, upon seeing yet another newcomer's name, could not help but voice their exasperation. How many protagonists with diary copies could there possibly be? At the residence of the daughter of the sword collection manor's master, Yinchuan exclaimed, "It's my turn. Finally, it's my turn, ha 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 ha." She lay on her bed, unable to contain her laughter, her fair legs playfully kicking as her ponytail swayed back and forth, quickly formulating her theme. Today's theme, Yinchuan. Li Yinchuan, upon seeing the theme of today's diary, furrowed his brows in perplexity, feeling an inexplicable urge to indulge in liquor. The day's theme was Yinchuan, which nearly awakened the dormant drinker within him. It had been quite some time, years, perhaps even over a decade, since he last savored Yinchuan. What prompted this diary to choose such a frivolous character as its subject? He was reluctant to write about her. Yinchuan was a fusion of Nangong Biu and Nangong Yao, a quintessential love-struck naif, even more so than Nangong Yao herself. However, considering the fortunate acquisition of 3 advanced martial arts techniques from Yifan today, he felt inclined to briefly discuss this extravagant character. I previously mentioned that Yifan, while wielding a random teleportation talisman, had found himself in the boudoirs of 3 young ladies, thereby amassing a harem, one of whom was Yinchuan. Who is Yinchuan, you ask? She is the epitome of a troublesome spendthrift. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention her identity. She is the daughter of Jianwaya, the master of Songjian Villa. Being his only daughter, she is doted upon far more than any royal princess, to the extent that it would seem her father would pluck stars from the sky for her. This excessive pampering has led to the downfall of a generation's swordsmanship master, which is indeed tragic. Let me elaborate on some of the misadventures Yinchuan has embarked upon. Firstly, mere days after meeting Yifan, she bestowed upon him the Songjian token, granting him access to all the weapons within the villa. I recall that Yifan ultimately took away all 10,800 celestial swords from Songjian Villa, mastering the ultimate technique of 10,000 swords returning to origin. This included the villa's treasured possession, the embryonic celestial sword of the heavenly tier, which he also packed away. Secondly, at that time, Yifan was being pursued by the devil sect and sought refuge in the villa. The sect had stipulated that surrendering Yifan would suffice. Yet Yinchuan insisted on protecting him, urging everyone in the villa to stand against the sect, resulting in the tragic demise of 70% of the villa's inhabitants. Lastly, this led to the intervention of the sect's Grand Elder, a formidable being at the combined stage. Yinchuan, in tears, implored her father to protect Yifan, and Jianwaya, with no other options, reluctantly intervened. However, being only at the divine transformation stage, even with his mastery of the sword path, he was unable to withstand the elder's assault and ultimately lost his life. There are many more incidents I wish not to elaborate on. First she exploits resources, then her kin, and ultimately leads to her father's demise. This sequence of events is simply astonishing. I dare not marry such a spendthrift. Who knows when I might find myself ensnared by her to the point of losing my parents. In a couple of days, I plan to take the senior sister to Songjian Villa to awaken her sword's sovereign physique. I hope I do not encounter this troublesome girl. Having penned this entry, Li Yinchuan retired for the night. Cultivation? With my current advantages, what need have I for it? At Songjian Villa, Yinchuan eagerly awaited the diary's update, believing that a person as astute as herself would surely receive ample praise. Let me see how you extol my virtues, she mused as she perused the latest diary entries. A drinker? Craving to drink? What does that even mean? She wondered, initially perplexed by the opening lines. However, as she continued reading, her expression shifted from a radiant smile to a stony visage, eventually flushing with indignation. More navi than Nangong Yao. Li Yinchuan, you scoundrel. What do you mean by that? She had already discerned from previous entries that Nangong Yao was an airhead simpleton. To be compared unfavorably to her was intolerable. How dare you sully my reputation? Yinchuan fumed, her anger causing her to cry out in exasperation. I must see what further slanderous remarks you make about me. As she continued reading, her eyes widened in disbelief at the audacity of the claims, first exploiting resources, then family, ultimately leading to her father's death, truly outrageous. After absorbing those lines, Yinchuan felt a cold dread wash over her. Such mindless actions could not possibly be attributed to her, could they? No, it was inconceivable. Initially, she had thought that Li Yinchuan, having never met her, was simply fabricating tales to absolve himself. Yet, he knew every detail, even the exact number of celestial swords at Songjian Villa, including the embryonic heavenly sword, and was even aware of her father's recent breakthrough to the divine transformation stage. This left Yinchuan in a profound silence, reminiscent of Nangong Biu's earlier state. Silence was the bridge to tonight's reflection. As she concluded the last entry, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. He plans to visit Songjian Villa in a few days? Yinchuan realized that this could be her chance to alter her destiny. Meanwhile, in the guest room of Zixiao's sect, the little princess, who had waited in vain for a day, pouted in frustration. After making the effort to travel far and wide to find someone, they were nowhere to be found. How dull, she thought, and decided to peruse the diary for amusement. Is Yinchuan truly a fusion of my sister and me? More navi than I. Nangong Yao furrowed her brows, pouting her cheeks, feeling that this was hardly a compliment. When had her name become synonymous with others? Upon completing her reading, Nangong Yao realized that her reputation appeared to be more favorable than that of Jian Nanchan. What a delightful revelation. Apart from Nangong Yao, the other leading ladies took note of the information regarding Yi Fan's acquisition of 3 advanced martial arts techniques. It was highly likely that Bu Wushuang, who had accompanied Li Yinchuan, would also receive one. This is simply too enticing. Advanced martial arts techniques of the earthly tier are a rarity, even among the top-tier forces. Why must such fortune elude us? Li Yinchuan. All of this was brought by Li Yinchuan. If circumstances permit, they will certainly seek out Li Yinchuan at the earliest opportunity. The next day, Li Yinchuan and Bu Wushuang, along with Su Fenger, returned to their sect. Both ladies had made significant gains yesterday and intended to seclude themselves for several days of dedicated cultivation. Li Yinchuan returned to the courtyard and saw Wang Pengzi had arrived. "Brother-in-law, you're back," Wang Pengzi exclaimed excitedly as he approached. What is it that you need?" Li Yinchuan inquired. "Hey, brother-in-law, I have some crucial intelligence to share with you," Wang Pengzi said mysteriously. "Go ahead," Li Yinchuan chuckled, wondering what essential information he could possibly lack. After all, the intelligence agency had only been established for less than a day. What significant intelligence could there be? However, before discussing the intelligence, I have 2 matters to address, Wang Pengzi teased. "Stop beating around the bush and get to the point," Li Yinchuan urged. "Hee. The first matter is, brother-in-law, what shall we name our intelligence agency? You forgot to tell me yesterday, and the new recruits are asking. I have no idea." Li Yinchuan pondered for a moment, recalling the brilliance of the stars in the sky upon his return last night, and thus named it Starry Firmament. Starry Firmament? Wang Pengzi stroked his chin, contemplating the significance. It symbolizes that our intelligence organization is dispersed across the continent, scattered like stars in every corner, ensuring that no matter the matter, it will never escape our grasp. How ingenious. My brother-in-law is truly remarkable. Li Yinchuan. Oh, there is another matter, brother-in-law. My sister came to see me yesterday. I am aware of this, as I encountered her. Li Yinchuan nodded. Brother-in-law. I gave one of the foundation-building pills you entrusted to me to my sister, Wang Pengzi candidly stated. But don't worry. I only provided her with the one you previously gave me. I have not touched the ones from the organization. A sister is a sister, but a brother-in-law is still the boss. Hence, this matter should not be concealed from the boss. Oh, is there anything else? Li Yinchuan responded, perplexed. It was merely a single foundation-building pill. Was it necessary to discuss such trivialities? All right, boss. Can I refer to you solely as brother-in-law in front of my sister from now on? Wang Pengzi inquired. Wang Pengzi recalled his sister's instructions before she departed yesterday afternoon. Whenever he encountered Li Yinchuan, he was to call him brother-in-law emphatically, ensuring everyone was aware that Li Yinchuan was indeed her brother-in-law. Wang Pengzi found this somewhat puzzling. Had Li Yinchuan not always been her brother-in-law? Why the need for everyone to know? Upon further reflection, it seemed that the sect leader's daughter, senior sister Su, also harbored an interest in the boss, frequently visiting him. If Su Fenger were to become the boss's partner, his sister would merely be a concubine. Moreover, Li Yinchuan and Wang Jian had yet to wed. It was merely a betrothal. Taking everything into account, Wang Pengzi concluded his sister was anxious. Indeed, his sister was in a hurry to marry the boss first. The boss was impressive, not only managing to win over his sister, but also subtly capturing senior sister Su's attention, a true role model for their generation. Aren't you afraid your sister will beat you? Li Yinchuan asked, intrigued. Not at all. I fear you will beat me, Wang Pengzi replied. Why would I beat you? Li Yinchuan pondered, then added, just don't call me brother-in-law in front of others, like Su Feng, you understand? I understand, Wang Pengzi grinned. Then I shall refer to you as senior brother or boss. Now, may we discuss that mysterious intelligence? Wang Pengzi cautiously led Li Yinchuan into the room and said, Boss, the sect's eldest senior brother has returned. Eldest senior brother? Yes, just yesterday at noon. Senior brother Imochen has returned from his training journey. According to his subordinates, he brought back several treasures intended for senior sister Su and senior sister Bu, but they were both absent. Wang Pengzi blinked. Wang Pengzi was well aware of where those two had gone. Imochen, you say? Li Yinchuan narrowed his eyes. Had the antagonist, the eldest senior brother, finally made his entrance? Imochen's current cultivation level was at the 6th layer of the Golden Core stage, making him the most accomplished disciple in the Zixiao sect. Truly deserving of the title of eldest senior brother. Many senior and junior sisters secretly admired him. However, this arrogant fellow only had eyes for the fiery Su Feng. and he was somewhat interested in Bu Wuxuang, as the eldest senior sister ignored him completely. In summary, he was a devoted and somewhat masochistic admirer. Imo-chen's affection for Su Feng'er was driven by a desire to become her partner, seeking this union as a means to ascend as the next leader of the Zixiao sect. I can only say he is overly ambitious. The Zixiu sect is on the brink of destruction, and he dreams of becoming a leader? Later, Yifan appeared, and both Su Feng'er and Bu Wuxuang developed feelings for him. Upon learning this news, Imo-chen quickly became embroiled in enmity with Yifan, thanks to the protagonist's halo. Imo-chen was no match for Yifan, suffering a crushing defeat in a sect competition. Those who once admired Imo-chen swiftly shifted their affections to Yifan, leaving one somewhat speechless. Eventually, when Imo-chen reappeared, he had succumbed to demonic influence. Upon discovering this, Yifan took action to exacerbate his demonic nature, and subsequently, Imo-chen became a scapegoat and tool for Yifan. Moreover, he was simply a foolish masochistic admirer, abbreviated as Im-Dog-Yao. Seeing Li Yinchuan remain silent for an extended period, Wang Pengzi waved his hand in front of him. What are you doing? I thought you were startled, boss. Startled? What a jest. That insignificant Imo-chen is easily manageable. Then, boss, how do you intend to deal with Imo-chen? Wang Pengzi asked. Since he had allied with Li Yinchuan, he was naturally one of Li Yinchuan's own. No matter how formidable Imo-chen was, he was not among their ranks. First, spread the word that senior sister Su and the eldest senior sister were with Yifan yesterday and did not return to the sect all night. Understood, brother-in-law. Wang Pengzi diligently noted this down in his little notebook. I have more information for you. Li Yinchuan extracted 50,000 spirit stones and 50 bottles of second-grade healing elixirs from the ring. Wang Pengzi, upon seeing the table laden with bottles, was utterly captivated and could not help but swallow hard. Boss, what on earth does your family do? You'll have to guess, Li Yinchuan replied with a smile. If we develop Xingqian well, I believe it won't be long before our influence surpasses that of the Wang family. Wang Pengzi, entranced by Li Yinchuan's grand vision, began to envision a future where he stood beside his brother-in-law, commanding thousands of cultivators who would heed his call. What an exhilarating scene it would be. His family patriarch, Wang Laotu, expected him to inherit the family business? Inheriting what? By following my boss, I will eventually acquire the Wang family itself. Boss, I will certainly put forth my utmost effort, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, invigorated as if he had been infused with vitality. I also have a local-level movement technique to gift you. Li Yinchuan presented the fleeting steps to Wang Pengzi. Earth-level martial arts? Wang Pengzi's eyes widened, his breath quickening. Boss, you must be mistaken. This is an earth-level body technique worth several tens of millions of spirit stones, and it is not easily obtainable. Cultivate diligently and safeguard your life. Help me advance the starry sky, Li Yinchuan patted his shoulder. Understood, boss. Wang Pengzi's eyes reddened, feeling an impulse to die for his friend. Boss, if I were a woman, I would surely cling to you relentlessly. Get lost. Li Yinchuan kicked Wang Pengzi away. After Yifan left the bandit's lair, he returned to the sect early. Upon learning the whereabouts of Bu Wuxuang, he sought her out. However, as Yifan was not a core disciple, he could not enter and had to wait outside. He waited until dawn. Many core disciples emerged from their residences, yet Bu Wuxuang remained elusive. Sister, has Bu Shiji come out? Yifan approached a female disciple to inquire. You mean the senior sister? She went out on a sect mission yesterday and hasn't returned yet. The female disciple replied. Oh. Yifan felt a wave of exhaustion. Bu Wuxuang was still absent. Where could she have gone? Upon returning, Wang Pengzi immediately sought out his fellow disciples in the dormitory to spread the news released by Li Yinchuan. The information spread rapidly, and within an hour, it reached the ears of the eldest senior brother, Imo-chen. Who is this Yifan? Daring to compete with me for women? Does he seek death? Imo-chen's expression darkened. Eldest brother, Yifan just entered the sect a few days ago. Yet, in less than 2 days, he passed the assessment and joined the inner courtyard. I've heard that he even proactively sparred with the senior sister to enhance their relationship and discussed martial techniques with Sister Su, one disciple reported. Hearing this, Imo-chen's face turned crimson with rage. Taking advantage of my absence in the sect, daring to encroach upon my territory. Where's Yifan? Imo-chen inquired with a menacing tone. According to other senior brothers, Yifan spent all day yesterday with Sister Su and the senior sister, not returning all night. This morning, someone spotted him near the senior sister's residence, the disciple responded. Not returning all night. Good, very good. Imo-chen ground the iron balls in his hands into powder. He then slowly rose. Follow me to find this Yifan. Imo-chen held great prestige within the sect. and wherever he went, junior disciples greeted him. After casually inquiring about Yifan's whereabouts, he soon located him. You are Yifan? Chun blocked Yifan's path, questioning him. Who are you? Yifan glanced at the obstructing figure. First, tell me if you are Yifan. Chun pressed again with a fierce tone. Get out of the way, you dog. Who dares to block my path? Yifan retorted angrily. His mood was already foul after waiting for several hours without seeing anyone. And now encountering an imbecile blocking his way only added to his misfortune. Very well, within Zishu's sect, you are the first to insult me in such a manner. Regardless of whether you are Yifan, you are as good as dead. Chun laughed in fury, launching a powerful palm strike towards Yifan. Golden Core Stage 6. Old Qin immediately assessed Chun's strength. Xiao Fan, don't move. Leave your body to me. Old Qin swiftly enveloped Yifan's body, casting a seal to block the formidable palm strike. Daring to speak so brazenly, it seems you possess some strength, Chun scoffed. In that case, I shall hold nothing back. Experience my advanced Qian-level martial technique. Blood Hand of Fury. Chun's right hand turned crimson, veins bulging as his palm became enveloped in a dense aura of blood. As he struck, it seemed as if the air itself was torn apart and a thunderous explosion resounded. Old Qin noticed the blood-red lightning-like attack approaching and felt a jolt of alarm. What has been happening to Yifan these days? He is constantly being targeted by those far stronger than he is. He is becoming a walking calamity. He pondered whether his decision to have Yifan choose Zishu's sect was right or wrong. No, as long as I obtain that sword, everything will be worth it. Cloud Dispelling Technique. Old Qin employed a gentle technique to dissolve Chun's fierce assault entirely. You are not my match. Leave now, Old Qin stated. Chun discerned that Yifan seemed to have used some secret method to forcibly elevate his cultivation. Such secret methods were time-limited. Once the duration expired, they would rebound upon the user. All he needed to do was wait for the secret method's effect to wear off. I ask you, were you with Su Fenger and Bu Wuxuang yesterday? Chun inquired. Yifan contemplated for a moment. I did spend some time with Bu Wuxuang, and Su Fenger has also seen her. Very well, you've admitted it, which shows you are not a coward who dares not own up to his actions. Chun sneered. I want to challenge you to a duel. However, I am unwell today. Let us reschedule for another day. Yifan replied before promptly leaving the scene. Old Qin sensed an approaching presence of someone at the nascent soul level. Where do you think you're running? Chun pursued him. Yifan ran, and Chun chased. Yifan fled again, and Chun followed. Bu Wuxuang, observing from a distance, noted the unfolding situation. Seeing Yifan and Chun engaged in a seemingly senseless conflict, she felt a surge of delight. These two bothersome individuals are fighting. I hope one of them is killed. That would reduce my troubles. Chun has returned. I shall retreat for a few days to cultivate the chilling sword technique. Bu Wuxuang turned and headed towards the training grounds. What do you want from me? Old Qin was exasperated, as this fellow clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to let go. At this rate, my spiritual power will soon be depleted. It's been an hour, and the secret method is still in effect. I want to see just how long you can maintain this. Chun remarked. Wait, why did you attack me? I have never wronged you, Old Qin queried. It was a disgrace for him, a former transcendent being, to be pursued relentlessly by a mere Golden Core junior. For those 2 words of insult, I shall make you pay, Chun declared. If you hadn't blocked my path, I wouldn't have insulted you, Old Qin continued. You know very well what you've done. Daring to take my women must come with a price. Chun huffed. Which woman did I take? Old Qin pondered briefly. Are you referring to the sword-wielding Bu Wuxuang? Besides her, there is also Su Fenger. Chun was determined to ensure Yifan's demise was fully comprehensible. Su Fenger, the girl who sets fires? Old Qin felt exasperated. That Su Fenger had burned Yifan's backside twice. How could Yifan possibly harbor feelings for her? Impossible. Old Qin asserted firmly. I previously praised you for being no petty villain. It seems I spoke too soon. Chun ceased any further chatter, his hands coming together to conjure a massive, pulsating sphere of lightning energy. Old Qin's expression tightened. He realized he could not withstand the energy emanating from the sphere in his current state. Enduring it might lead to his soul's disintegration. So he chose to retreat into his ring. Xiao Fan, it's all on you. Yifan, me? You cannot withstand the onslaught, yet I can? Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed from the sect, marking the convening of the Zishu sect's assembly. Upon hearing the bell, the core disciples and elders were summoned to the Lord's hall. As the eldest disciple, Chun was naturally among them and had to attend as well. I shall spare your wretched life for now. Another day, I shall claim it. With a casual flick, Yinchuan hurled a sphere of lightning towards Yifan and turned to depart. Yifan swiftly evaded the incoming sphere. With a resounding bang, it exploded, unleashing a torrent of energy in all directions. Despite his efforts, Yifan was caught in the aftermath. Several waves of energy struck him, inflicting severe internal injuries, fracturing both legs and rendering him immobile. Yifan's anguished cries echoed as he collapsed once more. During his days at the Zishu sect, Yifan found himself either wounded or on the verge of injury. Fortunately, his robust physique saved him. Had it been anyone else, they would have long departed this world. The clash between Yifan and Yinchuan was undeniably intriguing. Listening to the reports from Wang Pengzi, Li Yinchuan chuckled softly and sipped his tea nonchalantly. Yifan must harbor a deep-seated hatred for Yinchuan. In the final moments, Yinchuan had chosen to withdraw, demonstrating the terrifying nature of the protagonist's aura, which had once again transformed a perilous situation into an escape for Yifan. Li Yinchuan surmised that the discussion at this meeting would revolve around the forthcoming sect competition. This event held great significance, as it was primarily organized for Yifan in the original narrative. The agenda undoubtedly encompassed the selection of participants, rewards, and qualifications for the competition. While many believed this sect competition would unfold as usual, assessing the disciples' cultivation achievements, distributing rewards, and motivating the students, there existed an intangible incentive, qualification. Prior to Yifan's arrival, this concept had been non-existent. However, his presence seemingly ushered it in, which was utterly absurd. Originally, the competition involved only the inner and outer disciples, but following the meeting's deliberations, it evolved to include core disciples, as well as the direct protagonist of elders. The top 3 competitors would be granted the opportunity to join disciples from other sects in exploring the suddenly manifested divine dragon treasure relic. This mystical realm naturally imposed restrictions on both numbers and power, allowing no more than 50 individuals, all of whom must be below the nascent soul stage. These 50 slots would be divided amongst several elite sects, royal families, and major powers, leaving only 3 for the Zishu sect. As the protagonist, Yifan, competing as an inner disciple, would inevitably outshine his peers, defeating a multitude of core disciples and securing the coveted first-place qualification. The remaining 2 slots were claimed by the senior sister and Fonger. The most formidable senior brother was left dazed and confused after being bested by Yifan, ultimately leading him down a path of madness due to his frustration. Naturally, Yifan, having successfully entered the relic, would continue to wield the aura of a protagonist, effortlessly cutting through his adversaries. However, that was the Yifan of yore. At present, he had lost 3 advanced martial arts techniques to me and could not even contend with Yinchuan, making it seem unlikely for him to secure a top 3 position this time. Yet, one could never dismiss the possibility that his protagonist aura might suddenly manifest its might once more. Li Yinchuan elegantly penned a passage, expressing a certain interest in the upcoming sect competition. The reward for the first place not only includes the coveted qualification but also a 4th-grade elixir and the rare opportunity to access the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion. While the 4th-grade elixir holds little significance for me, as I have already indulged in 5th-grade elixirs without a second thought, the chance to visit the 3rd floor is indeed a precious one. Ordinary disciples are permitted only to explore the 1st and 2nd floors of the scripture pavilion. The 3rd floor is seldom opened, housing the finest martial arts and secret texts of the Zishu sect. It is said that even the sect leader's mid-level earth-grade cultivation technique resides there. Upon receiving this opportunity, Yifan entered the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion and unexpectedly discovered a fragment of a scroll. It is widely acknowledged that when a mere passerby encounters a fragment, it remains just that, a fragment. However, when the protagonist lays claim to one, it invariably possesses an extraordinary origin. Thus, it is undeniable that this fragment, even in its incomplete form, offers a foundational earth-grade cultivation technique. Subsequently, Yifan's serendipitous encounter allowed him to find the remaining 2/3 of the scroll, successfully reconstructing the entire text. The complete version of the technique ascended to a heavenly-grade cultivation method, dramatically enhancing Yifan's combat prowess. If I were to secure first place in this sect competition, I would undoubtedly seize this fragment, for a heavenly-grade technique is a rarity even in the central continent, capable of fetching a handsome price. In the Zishu sect's main hall, Wuxuang and Su Fonger, who had initially retreated to their cultivation chambers, hurried over upon hearing the bell toll. Before the meeting commenced, they caught sight of Li Yinchuan's latest diary entry. Wuxuang. This sect competition is actually a selection for the qualification of the relic. Su Fonger exclaimed in surprise. As the young sect master, you should be able to secure the qualification. Bu Wushuang remarked. Indeed, I possess that confidence. You should be able to obtain it as well, I replied. Bu Wushuang shook her head, speaking softly. I have already broken through to the nascent soul stage and cannot participate in this relic selection. Nascent soul. Su Feng'er could not contain her astonishment. Wasn't Bu Wushuang previously at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage? Even if she had made a breakthrough, it should only have been to the golden core stage. How could she have reached the nascent soul stage? Could it be related to that? Su Feng'er recalled the diary reward from the previous night. It was that great realm enhancement that allowed me to break through from the 5th level of the golden core stage to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Bu Wushuang explained. Su Feng'er widened her eyes, astonished by the magnitude of this reward. It was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, she felt that securing first place in the sect competition did not seem as joyous as before. As they conversed, they noticed that Li Yinchuan's diary was being updated once more. There are fragments of heavenly grade techniques on the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion. Upon learning this news, both women nearly gasped in disbelief. Heavenly grade techniques and earth grade techniques are entirely different concepts, akin to the chasm between the Qi refinement stage and the divine transformation stage, which had not emerged in the eastern continent for many years. Should such a technique come to light, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of chaos. I possess the sect leader's token bestowed upon me by my father. It seems I can access the 3rd floor at any time, Su Feng'er mused internally. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Setting aside the potential influence of the protagonist halo, she was uncertain if she could locate the fragment. Moreover, even if she did find it, hastily taking it could arouse Li Yinchuan's suspicions. It was better to let things unfold naturally. If Yifan truly secured first place, she could seize the opportunity then. Before long, Ning Shui also arrived at the sect leaders' hall, quietly exchanging glances with Bu Wushuang and Su Feng'er as they awaited Mo Xian's meeting. Regrettably, if only Yuling's strength were higher, she too could have contended for a spot. Ning Shui pondered. After numerous elders and core disciples gathered, the vice sect leader, Mo Xian, made his entrance. Vice sect leader, may I inquire as to the purpose of this gathering? Elder Xiao asked. Mo Xian quickly responded. We have recently received news of a mysterious phenomenon in the northeast of the Dekuan kingdom, which upon investigation has revealed the presence of a rare divine dragon treasure relic, occurring once every century. Hearing Mo Xian's words, the crowd buzzed with excitement. The 3 women thought to themselves, as expected, this aligns perfectly with what Li Yinchuan mentioned. Due to the restrictions on the number of participants in the relic, our Zixiao sect has been allotted 3 spots. Mo Xian continued. Only cultivators below the nascent soul stage may enter, so let us discuss who shall receive these 3 spots. The Grand Elder spoke first, stating, Mo Chun has already reached the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. He is the most accomplished disciple and should be guaranteed 1 spot. My disciple, though only at the 5th level of foundation establishment, is clever and resourceful. He is sure to acquire more resources in the relic. The 2nd elder declared, my disciple is also quite capable. It must be my disciple who enters. The elders engaged in a fervent debate, resembling a bustling marketplace. Ning Shui contemplated speaking up. Am I not eligible to enter? Although she held the title of elder, she remained at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, just barely meeting the criteria. Enough. Mo Xian's voice rang out, silencing the room. With only 3 spots available, regardless of who was selected, the others would surely protest. Thus, I have decided that the top 3 contestants in the sect competition 2 days hence will automatically secure these spots. Mo Xian proclaimed. Isn't the sect competition a contest between inner and outer disciples? An elder inquired. This time, core disciples are also permitted to participate, as long as they are below the nascent soul stage. Mo Xian affirmed. The Grand Elder smiled, stroking his beard, clearly confident that his favored disciple, Mo Chen, was assured a spot. Meanwhile, Ning Shui contemplated whether she should compete and vie for this opportunity among the younger generation. Li Yinchuan, wielding the Qingguang sword, practiced the Rui sword technique in the courtyard with meticulous precision. Given his innate talent, he found it just adequate to cultivate advanced mystic-level martial arts. However, attempting to master advanced earthly-level techniques proved exceedingly challenging, leaving him utterly bewildered. He resolved to pursue the higher-level skills only after enhancing his innate abilities. Otherwise, the endeavor would prove too time-consuming, as he found himself unable to even grasp the basics after 2 or 3 days of effort. If Li Yinchuan's thoughts were to be overheard by other practitioners, they would undoubtedly be moved to tears. To grasp the fundamentals of Earth-level martial skills in just 3 days reflects an extraordinary level of comprehension. Some individuals toil for decades, only to master a single technique. After a morning of practice, Li Yinchuan felt he had merely scratched the surface of the Rui swordplay. If there were a progress indicator, it would likely hover around 0. 1. Senior brother, Princess Nangong Yao is looking for you. She should arrive shortly, announced a disciple of the outer sect, who had attained the 4th layer of qi cultivation. He was sent by Wang Pongzi, a member of the internal staff of the Starry Sky sect. Nangong Yao seeks me? For what purpose? Li Yinchuan inquired. I am not certain, but it is said that the princess mentioned wanting to give you a beating, the outer disciple replied. Give me a beating? Li Yinchuan pondered, bewildered by how he had offended this naive young lady. They had yet to even meet. Very well, you may leave now, Li Yinchuan gestured, dismissing the disciple. Whatever the case may be, with her limited skills, a practitioner at the 3rd layer of qi could easily subdue her. Does she truly think she can confront me? Li Yinchuan sheathed his sword and took a moment to rest. Turning his head, he caught sight of a girl approaching from not far outside the courtyard. Clad in a flowing blue daffodil dress, she possessed an elegant figure, standing at a height similar to that of his junior sister. Her face was adorned with light makeup, her delicate nose prominent, and her lips a vivid red, framed by pearly white teeth. Adorning her hair were several golden hairpins, while precious jewelry embellished her attire, presenting the image of a wealthy young lady. Nangong Yao, Li Yinchuan quickly recognized her identity. The bamboo door to the courtyard creaked open. Nangong Yao peered in, only to see a man polishing a sharp azure sword, a faint smile dancing on his lips as he regarded her. You are Li Yinchuan? Nangong Yao inquired hesitantly. Do you recognize me? Li Yinchuan replied, his tone curious. Nangong Yao hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Are you? But before she could finish her sentence, her complexion shifted dramatically, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Just moments ago, she had sensed an overwhelming aura of death locking onto her, a terrifying sensation that made her very soul tremble. She realized that uttering even a single word could lead to her immediate demise. What in the world are you doing? Are you trying to play the victim? Li Yinchuan stared at her, bewildered. What was this naive girl up to? Suddenly collapsing to the ground in his courtyard would only make onlookers think he was bullying her. Hey, are you unwell? Li Yinchuan observed Nangong Yao's face turn pale, as if she had encountered something immensely horrifying. It couldn't possibly be me, could it? I am undeniably charming. Even the heroine would be enamored by my allure. How could I be frightening? It must be her who is unwell. You are the one who is unwell, Nangong Yao retorted, snapping back to her senses after several minutes of daze. Li Yinchuan was left speechless. Elder Ning's words were indeed true, Nangong Yao murmured softly to herself. The day prior, when Li Yinchuan was absent from the sect, she had visited Elder Ning Shui and engaged in a discussion. Elder Ning had cautioned her against mentioning the diary in Li Yinchuan's presence, warning of dire consequences. Skeptical of this superstition, she had reasoned that there were no issues when discussing it with her sister, so why should it be different with Li Yinchuan? Moreover, it was he who had penned it. After contemplating for a few seconds, Nangong Yao decided to ask. The moment she did, it almost led her to an early grave. Rising to her feet, she brushed off non-existent dust from her garments and approached Li Yinchuan. The blue daffodil dress she wore was a low-tier mystic artifact, possessing the ability to resist dirt and self-cleanse, as well as offering protection against attacks. I hear you wish to strike me? Li Yinchuan's lips curved into a slight smile as he gazed at Nangong Yao. Li Yinchuan does not despise the naive and sweet individuals, but rather those who exhibit kindness towards others while remaining foolishly innocent. There exists no reason to decline the unwavering support of a sister who wholeheartedly dedicates herself to her own endeavors. I, Nangong Yao, am beset by a multitude of thoughts. Yet the ominous aura that enveloped me moments ago has rendered me speechless with trepidation. A mere slip of the tongue could lead to my departure from this enchanting world. Initially, I believed my sister's task to be a trivial one, merely a matter of inquiry. However, my perspective has dramatically shifted. This is indeed a matter of life and death. Alas, what is it that you seek from me? Li Yinchuan observed the palpable fear etched upon the other person's face, and mistakenly believed he had genuinely frightened her. Consequently, he resolved to cease his playful antics. A naive and unpretentious princess, devoid of cunning, who was even less capable than a dog, failed to pique Li Yinchuan's interest in jesting. Li Yinchuan, Nangong Yao meticulously turned her little head, carefully crafting her words. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Li Yinchuan, my sister has expressed her fondness for you. Li Yinchuan, what on earth did I just hear? A love-stricken mind adores itself? Are you all right? Indeed, it is so. Although it may sound somewhat incredible, Nagongyo blinked her eyes, resolutely accepting this notion as fact. Miss, I have never even met your sister. What grounds does she have to like me? Li Yinchuan inquired. Hee, my sister admires great heroes. You are a great hero. Nagongyo replied with a smile. How do you know I am a hero and not a coward? Li Yinchuan retorted. Aha. All of this was told to me by senior sister Luo. Senior sister Luo is Luo Yuling, right? I have taken elder Ning Shui as my master. She is my senior sister, Nagongyo said with a grin. Li Yinchuan displayed a peculiar expression on his face. To his astonishment, his junior apprentice had unexpectedly become a senior sister. What an unusual turn of events. Does this mean that the title of junior apprentice has now shifted? What did the junior apprentice say to you? Nagongyo shook her head, stating that senior sister Luo mentioned you saved her, as well as senior sister Su and senior sister Bu. You are quite the formidable hero. My sister has a penchant for great heroes, which is why she admires you. Li Yinchuan responded, 6. Your sister knows and will surely praise you without fault, then shower you with love and care, thus selling her out. The little girl stated that her sister indeed has a penchant for great heroes. When Nagongbu first encountered Yifan, she was captivated by his commanding presence. At that time, while Nagongbu was traveling with a merchant caravan through a forested mountain, they were ambushed by a group of bandits. The escorting guards fell victim to a tranquilizer, rendering them powerless in battle. In that critical moment, Yifan descended from above, rescuing Nagongbu. From that moment onward, she was infatuated with him. Unbeknownst to her, however, these bandits harbored a vendetta against Yifan, having pursued him thousands of miles to this place. Coincidentally encountering Nagongbu's caravan, intending to pillage some supplies to bolster their strength. By a twist of fate, Yifan unwittingly gained a devoted admirer. Nagongyo stood in a daze, observing the updates in Li Yinchuan's diary. Wait, he has no pen. How could he write? No, we need not rely on sight. The consciousness reads it in the mind. I heard you dance quite well. Perform a dance for me, and should it be pleasing, there shall be a reward. Li Yinchuan flashed a mischievous grin. If you wish to see this princess dance, first present a reward. Nagongyo extended her hand. Yet, without even dancing, she sought a reward. What a fanciful notion. Li Yinchuan was not inclined to indulge her. Nagongyo puffed her cheeks in frustration. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Whether it was her father, mother, or sister, they all treated her with utmost gentleness. This Li Yinchuan, having met her only once, dared to say she was ill and accused her of fanciful desires. How outrageous. Humph, then I shall not dance for you. Nagongyo turned her head away. Then I kindly ask you to leave. I still wish to practice my swordsmanship. Should you obstruct me, beware that I might cleave you with my sword. Li Yinchuan grasped the sword that shimmered with azure light. The little princess frowned. This Li Yinchuan was truly unwilling to concede an inch. For the sake of my sister, I shall swallow my pride for now. Little Li, Nagongyo began. Address me as senior brother, Li Yinchuan corrected. Little Li, address me as senior brother. Little. Li Yinchuan polished his precious sword. Shi Xiao, I shall leap at once. Nagongyo suppressed her indignation, resolving to find someone to teach him a proper lesson upon returning to the palace. That is precisely right. Li Yinchuan secured the azure sword and gestured invitingly, signaling her to commence. Nagongyo adjusted her posture, gently bending at the waist and lowering her knees in a respectful bow. Li Yinchuan observed the scene, sensing something remarkable. Nagongyo held a profound passion for dance. Once she commenced her performance, she would wholeheartedly execute the entire piece, even in the absence of an audience. Her initial steps were light and airy, reminiscent of ripples upon a tranquil pond. As the tempo accelerated, her movements became more dynamic, her body twirling gracefully. The blue daffodil dress she wore unfurling like a blossoming flower. With each passing moment, her dance grew increasingly captivating, and Nagongyo gradually immersed herself in the rhythm. Li Yinchuan could not help but applaud. The young lady, who usually appeared rather ordinary, transformed completely when she began to dance, exuding an entirely different aura. Indeed, there was something remarkable about her. Otherwise, she would not have earned her place among the concubines. As the dance concluded, Nagongyo took a moment to catch her breath. Well, what do you think of this princess's dance? Not bad. It was quite similar to the way our village fool dances when he is in a frenzy. Li Yinchuan replied with a chuckle. Ah, Nagongyo felt as though she might be driven to despair. Li Yinchuan's audacity is truly infuriating. Daring to equate her with a fool. Since you've also joined the fray, allow me to present you with a delightful gift. Li Yinchuan retrieved a silken pouch from within his garments. What is this? Nangong Yao inquired, eager to unravel it. Not just yet. Wait until you return home to unveil it. I assure you, it shall be a surprise. Doubtful yet intrigued, Nangong Yao stowed the pouch in her storage ring. As time was of the essence, she decided not to linger any longer. Li Yinchuan began to see her off. Humph, who would want to stay? Nangong Yao huffed, departing. After all, she had nearly completed the task her sister had entrusted her with. I shall simply introduce my sister to Li Yinchuan. Whatever she wishes to know, she can inquire directly. Hiki, how clever of me. With a cheerful tune on her lips, Nangong Yao returned to her residence. Unable to contain her excitement as she opened the pouch gifted by Li Yinchuan. Let us see what surprise awaits. As she unfurled the pouch, a pristine white scroll revealed itself. What could this be? Curiosity piqued, she slowly opened the scroll. As it unrolled from the bottom, she was astonished to find a painting. First, a pair of shoes, then a pair of jade legs, followed by a flowing blue daffodil dress. Is this me? Nangong Yao recognized the figure depicted, already revealing part of its form. Did Li Yinchuan paint this while I was dancing? Her spirits lifted. The artistry was so vivid that one could almost perceive the grace of the dancer merely by gazing upon it. The artist evidently possessed the prowess of a master painter. Quite impressive, Nangong Yao remarked with a smile, exposing her adorable tiger teeth. Given how beautifully you've portrayed me, I shall forgive you. As she continued to unfurl the scroll, the upper half of the figure gradually came into view. A slender waist, intricate patterns on the daffodil dress, elongated jade arms, and flowing hair cascading over delicate shoulders. Everything appeared so enchanting. But was it truly so? As she uncovered the final section of the scroll, the joy on her face instantaneously froze. A grotesque pig's head leapt forth from the paper, positioned atop the figure's neck. Nangong Yao exclaimed 3 times. That once perfect painting was utterly marred by the pig's head. Li Yinchuan, how dare you depict this princess as a pig? She cried out in exasperation. You are doomed. Clutching the scroll, she glared at the pig-headed figure, her face flushed with rage. She contemplated tearing the painting to shreds but hesitated, for aside from the pig's head, the rest was undeniably exquisite. Even the court's finest artists could scarcely achieve such a level of artistry. Cursed Li Yinchuan. With such remarkable skill, why must he ruin it with a pig's head? She fumed. Unless he creates 10 more paintings for me, I shall not forgive him. Finally, she reluctantly stored the painting back into her storage ring. An afternoon slipped away in the blink of an eye. Through sheer determination, Li Yinchuan had finally cultivated the Rui sword technique to a minor success. With a single stroke, the ground of the courtyard was rent asunder, a vast pit carved by the force of his sword energy. Li Yinchuan gazed at the uneven terrain of his courtyard and realized that if he were to hone his martial skills in the future, he would need to venture to the dedicated training grounds of his sect. This modest yard, he mused, would scarcely suffice for his aspirations. As he observed the luminous moon perched atop the trees and the twinkling stars scattered across the sky, he retreated indoors to rest. Noticing that the entries in his journal for the day were somewhat scant, he resolved to pen a few additional thoughts. The weather today was splendid. An ideal day for practice. His swordsmanship was nearing perfection, and his agility had reached a remarkable level. With the addition of his defensive techniques, teleportation talismans, and life-saving windwalk pills, he felt well prepared, confident that as long as he did not encounter any formidable Yuaning masters, he would be safe. He found himself pondering what Yifan might be doing at that moment. A sense of longing overcame him. If time permitted tomorrow, he would delve into the art of the heavenly eye, which would allow him to discern Yifan's every move. Sighing, he thought, Yifan, I genuinely care for you. I am deeply pained to know that you have missed out on 3 advanced earthly martial techniques and a mid-grade earthly magical artifact. He chuckled to himself, recalling the unexpected adventures that Yifan had encountered. After the grand competition of the sect, it seemed that an elder had taken notice of Yifan, elevating him to the status of a direct disciple at the Zixio sect, where his treatment had significantly improved. Have I written enough? He wondered, counting the words. Alas, he was still 200 words short. He needed to elaborate a bit more. Earlier in the day, the Navi Nangong Yao had visited him, astonishingly having become Ningxue's disciple. His junior sister, Luo Yuling, was now her senior, which was quite an absurd turn of events. When she came to see him, she was rather peculiar, speaking in a hesitant manner, leaving him curious about what mischief this innocent girl was up to. In the end, she suggested introducing her sister to him. Truly foolish. If Nangong Bu found out, she would surely be furious. This infatuated young woman showed no interest in any other man. Not even her father, the Holy Emperor, could garner her attention. It was quite comical. Unless this naive girl were to offer herself to him, cough, cough. Her dancing was rather delightful. It was beneficial for both body and mind to indulge in such art during his training. Oh, and before she departed, he had gifted her a surprise to discover upon her return. He wondered if this silly girl would be utterly exasperated after viewing it, laughing at the thought. Yinchuan observed that the word count was nearly sufficient, thus refraining from further writing. After a brief wait, the clock swiftly struck midnight, marking the time for the daily rewards to be distributed. Rubbing his hands together, he mused that he lacked nothing in terms of cultivation techniques and hoped for a different kind of reward from the system. Humph, my sister would never scold me. She dotes on me the most. Nangong Yao pouted, gazing at the latest diary entry. Upon reaching the third-to-last paragraph, which suggested that this naive sweetheart might offer herself to him, her cheeks flushed crimson. What does he mean by offering myself to him? Nangong Yao felt herself still a child, believing the other's thoughts to be wicked. He must certainly be a rogue. Yet, numerous sisters aged 14 or 15 were already wed. And at her age, she was well past the time to marry. Were it not for the affection of her sister and the indulgence of her parents, she would have been married off long ago. Humph. Even if she were to marry, it would never be to this scoundrel. Nangong Yao held the drawing of the pig-head dancer in her hands, scrutinizing it. Even if he was a remarkably skilled artist, he was still a rogue. Meanwhile, Su Fenger, engrossed in her cultivation, caught sight of Li Yinchan's diary entry and frowned slightly. It had barely been a day since she closed herself off in seclusion. Yet someone had come knocking at her door. Moreover, they were promoting her sister as well. Did they truly believe there was no one at Zixiao sect? Indeed, that Nangong Yao harbored ulterior motives. No wonder she suddenly wished to practice at our Zixiao sect. What a ruse it was. Without my presence for a single day, her position as the main wife was already precarious. Cultivation? What nonsense. With an unstable mindset, continuing to cultivate could easily lead to demonic deviation. Not to mention that wretched woman from Zuan's sect, who was no good either. With a resounding bang, Su Fenger shattered the head of a peak Yuan Dan realm puppet with a single strike. It won't do. I must inform Li Yinchan about assessing the inner disciples and request that he reside nearby. With that thought, she departed from the training grounds. In the great Kuan Palace, Nangong Bu, exhausted from a day's toil, felt as though the sky had fallen upon reading the diary's content. What foolishness had her dear sister engaged in at Zixiao sect? Why was it that every inquiry she made resulted in either wind or rain? How would those holding copies at Zixiao sect perceive this? Was my decision to send her out to gather information a tad hasty? Congratulations to the host for completing today's diary entry. The word count is satisfactory, and the content quality is rated as S. The host receives a golden gift pack. Li Yinchuan eagerly unwrapped the gift package. Upon opening the golden gift, he was greeted with the delightful news. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10-point increase in appearance. A stroke of good fortune, the divine ability, the art of heavenly insight, 3 long-distance communication talismans, and the fully mastered sword intent. The rewards this time were just as Li Yinchuan had anticipated, lacking any martial arts techniques. They comprised instead an assortment of peculiar items. An increase of 10 in appearance? Does this young master truly require such enhancement? If he were to become any more handsome, he would rival the esteemed readers themselves. What a situation that would be. Li Yinchuan expressed his words, yet swiftly accepted the accolade. He then approached the mirror in the room, scrutinizing his reflection. The contours of his face appeared more defined, and his physique had improved slightly. Not bad, quite comparable to Ping Yuyan. However, he still fell a bit short of the esteemed readers, yet it sufficed. Li Yinchuan continued to examine the remaining rewards. The good luck pouch. It should be opened when needed, as it holds delightful surprises. Surprises? Perhaps a drawing of a pig's head? Li Yinchuan weighed the seemingly weightless red silk pouch in his hand, surprised that the system also engaged in such whimsical surprises. Uncertain of its contents, he pondered whether to open it. Ultimately, he decided against it. He currently lacked for nothing, and thus had no need to utilize it. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for a moment of genuine necessity, when opening it might yield an unexpected delight. The art of mysticism and the intricacies of celestial divination. Li Yinchuan gazed at the third item, feeling a sense of familiarity. It then dawned upon him that this was the very thing he had casually mentioned to Bu Wuxuang the previous day. To his astonishment, the system had directly bestowed it upon him as a reward. Moreover, the pouch was also included. Could it be that the system would provide targeted rewards based on the host's casual remarks? In that case, he thought, I shall not be greedy. I shall request 10 sets of high-tier celestial techniques, 10 sets of high-tier celestial martial arts in the utmost excellence in bone quality, talent, physique, and spiritual roots. Additionally, I desire my fortune to be maximized. System, you comprehend my intentions, do you not? System, Li Yinchuan proceeded to examine the next item, the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, capable of transmitting sound to any location a myriad of miles away. A myriad of miles away? How astonishing! Wang Fatty's communicator has a range of merely several hundred miles, which is already considered exceptionally high quality. Wait a moment. Does 100 million kilometers also qualify as a myriad of miles away? Li Yinchuan pondered whether the farthest distance of the Xianwang continent was indeed 100 million kilometers. Perhaps not, but it surely existed in the upper realms. Shall we give it a try? Li Yinchuan suddenly conceived a bold idea and decisively grasped a Yinchuan talisman, contemplating whom to contact in the upper realm. Ultimately, he settled on the Chaos Palace. Hello, hello, hello. Ing, can you hear me? I am the protector of your sister. She is currently in a perilous situation and requires your assistance. If you can hear me, please send some celestial tier martial techniques and 10th grade elixirs my way, and I shall safeguard her for you. Hello, hello, hello. After casually uttering a few words, Li Yinchuan realized there was no response from the other side. It seemed they might not have heard him. It was also possible that this talisman allowed for one-way communication, rendering him unable to hear any reply. Li Yinchuan, with a lackluster demeanor, tucked away the remaining 2 transmission talismans. Max-level sword intent. He gazed at the final reward. A prized possession. He extracted the sword intent. A torrent of knowledge regarding the art of swordsmanship surged into Li Yinchan's mind, enveloping him in an astonishing aura of sword intent. The afternoon's practice of the Rui sword technique coalesced within him, crystal clear and comprehensible, even without a sword in hand. Li Yinchan was acutely aware that he had attained the pinnacle of the Rui sword technique. The journey of mastering the sword begins with understanding the basic sword moves, such as parries and slashes. Once these are mastered, one progresses to sword techniques, which offer more formidable offensive capabilities. Following this, one learns to harness sword energy, enabling the emission of this energy to strike distant foes. Li Yinchan had just barely reached this stage. Next comes the sword heart. Possessing a sword heart allows even a mere iron sword to unleash tremendous power. Beyond that lies sword intent, wherein one gains profound comprehension of the sword path, transforming any object held into a sword. Continued cultivation leads to the development of sword momentum, sword spirit, and sword soul, culminating in the ultimate state of unity between man and sword. Achieving this unity grants one the ability to confront 10 adversaries of equal standing with ease. Haha. At this moment, I feel remarkably empowered. Flying on a sword is no challenge. Although Li Yinchan has yet to reach the golden core stage, having comprehended the full essence of sword intent allows him to soar through the skies via sword flight. Li Yinchuan was exceedingly pleased with the recent rewards. Ding! The diary revealed a tally of character appearances: Jian Nanchun, 11 times, Nangong Yao, 9 times, Nangong Biyu, 8 times, Bu Wushuang and Su Feng'er, 3 times, Ning Shui and Luo Yuling, 1 time, others, 0 times. Jian Nanchun garnered the most nominations due to her custom theme, which came as no surprise. Conversely, Nangong Biyu, thanks to her sister, was mentioned 8 times and successfully made the list to receive a reward, bringing her a measure of joy. As for Nangong Yao, her happiness was even more pronounced. Having received a dance she cherished after 5 nominations last time, she was curious about the reward this time. Jian Nanchun, with 11 nominations, received the Thunder Resistance Talisman 1. Nangong Yao, with 9 nominations, obtained the Dance King Physique. Nangong Biyu, with 8 nominations, was awarded a 5th grade elixir, Qingming Dan 1. Before Jian Nanchun appeared a talisman suspended in mid-air, flickering with hints of lightning. Upon touching the talisman, she instantly comprehended its purpose. Thunder Resistance Talisman resists all heavenly tribulations faced by golden core cultivators advancing to the nascent soul stage. Could this talisman truly withstand heavenly thunder? Jian Nanchun gazed at the thin piece of paper in her hand, struggling to fathom how it could defend against such terrifying forces. Despite her astonishment, she chose to trust it. After all, if the diary could offer 7th grade elixirs as rewards, a talisman for resisting thunder should not deceive her. Dance King Physique, the epitome of dancers, enhancing the body comprehensively, allowing one to dance tirelessly, with an invigorating effect. Wow, how impressive! Nangongyo exclaimed, her eyes wide. Once the Dance King Physique entered her body, she felt a transformation. Her flexibility and physique were greatly enhanced, and her cultivation level surged 2 tiers, reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement. Typically, after finishing a dance, she would feel a tinge of fatigue. Now, however, dancing would never leave her weary. It suited Nangong Yao perfectly. The 5th grade elixir, Qingming Dan. After consumption, it enhances cognitive clarity, making one more sensitive to data, significantly reducing fatigue when using the mind. Nangong Bu consumed a blue pill in one swift motion. As the overseer of a substantial portion of national trade, she was inundated with accounts daily, often working late into the night, leaving her physically and mentally drained. With the Qiming Dan, she could now glean results from complex data with just a glance, drastically reducing her workload. Wait, there is an error here. This data is incorrect. After ingesting the Qiming Dan, Nangong Bu casually perused 2 ledgers, immediately discovering several discrepancies that appeared to be deliberate fabrications. The figures were alarmingly similar. Without careful scrutiny, one would never detect them. They've been scheming right under my nose. It seems I've been too lenient with them, Nangong Bu thought, irritation rising within her. Having diligently supported her subordinates, she found their covert manipulations of the accounts unacceptable, prompting her to consider a need for some corrective action. Selection successful. Ice. The name of a dungeon holder called Ice appeared before the women. Ice. Could it be my sister? Ning Shui was elated upon seeing that name. The diary's active selection of Ice indicated that her sister was surely alive. Would her sister reveal her whereabouts? In the southern region, within a world of snow. Here, snow fell year-round, with an average temperature of -50 degrees, an atmosphere so frigid that few dared to venture. At this moment, a remarkably slender young girl was practicing atop a snow-capped mountain. She possessed long, sky-blue hair and wore a delicate white crown adorned with sapphires. Clad only in a light sheer gown, her bare legs exposed to the elements, she sat cross-legged in the snow, eyes closed in meditation. Beside her stood a long staff-like weapon, its top embedded with a golden pentacle, and a blue hexagonal ornament hung between the staff's head and handle. Me? The girl suddenly opened her eyes. She was the fortunate one, Ice, selected by the diary. What exactly is this diary? I have spent years in the palace without hearing of it. I never anticipated such a thing existed in the lower realm. Ice perused all the diary's contents without much change in her expression. When the diary first appeared, she had paid it little mind, focusing instead on healing her wounds and regaining her powers to return to the celestial realm. Custom theme? Boring. Ice held no interest in this theme slot, believing the contents therein would be of no use to her, and chose to continue her meditation. Today, no theme. Please exercise your creativity. Upon seeing the latest theme provided by the system, Yinchuan was taken aback. Is no theme considered a theme? Or is it simply devoid of one? How did the daily themes come about before? Yinchuan felt something was amiss. With no thematic content today, he decided to write freely. It's getting late. I shall sleep first and contemplate tomorrow. Yinchuan soon fell into a deep slumber. The women, upon reading these 2 sentences, displayed expressions of disbelief. Who exactly is this being? To forego such a precious opportunity for customization is simply unfathomable. They should not be deprived of it. Each themed customization represents numerous nominations, signifying the potential for greater rewards. What a sheer waste. The following morning, Yinchuan opened the door to find a figure seated on the stone bench in the courtyard. The striking crimson dress immediately identified the person to him. Sister Su, why are you sitting here so early? Su Fenger rose and approached, casting a glance at Yinchuan, her eyes betraying a hint of surprise. This fellow seems to have become more handsome than yesterday. Sister Su, if you stare at me like that, I might feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be developing feelings for me, would you? Yinchuan teased playfully. Su Fenger snapped back to reality and shot him a sideways glance. You've already reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. You should hurry and advance to an inner disciple. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me. Isn't that a bit too fast? Yinchuan replied, having spent less than a week in the outer courtyard. Not really. Luo Yuling just started cultivating and became a direct disciple right away. Fine. Once I finish my current tasks, I will participate in the inner courtyard's advancement assessment. Yinchuan contemplated. With Yufan already a member of the inner disciples, it had become increasingly rare to see him in the outer courtyard. To reunite with the dearly missed Yifan, Yinchuan resolved to join the inner sect. Then hurry up, I will accompany you, Su Fenger urged. Yinchuan was perplexed by Su Fenger's impatience, as if she were the one on the verge of promotion. Senior Sister Su. Didn't you mention yesterday that you would be in seclusion for a few days? Have you already completed your training? No. I will return to continue once you move to the inner courtyard. All right, fine. Li Yinchuan glanced at the uneven yard and thought that a change of residence would be quite pleasant. He then returned indoors and shared some important matters with Li Daniu, including the transmission of certain news regarding Wang Pengzi, before following Su Fenghe towards the inner gate. The assessment for entry into the inner gate was rather straightforward. One merely needed to defeat a puppet at the first level of foundation establishment in the training ground, even if one was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Possessing the strength to challenge higher levels, they could still gain access to the inner gate. Li Yinchuan unsheathed his azure sword, effortlessly slicing through the puppet with a mere wave of sword energy, thus passing the assessment with ease. At Su Fenghe's gesture, the steward of the storeroom arranged a room for him. Upon moving into his new abode, Li Yinchuan was astonished to discover that it was situated atop the Master's Peak. The architecture on Master's Peak was sparse, aside from the Master himself. Only Su Fenghe resided there. Now, with Li Yinchuan's arrival, he queried, "Senior Sister Su, is this appropriate? What could possibly be wrong?" Su Fenghe replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Isn't this your residence? This mountaintop accommodates only you. It seems rather improper for a male disciple to dwell here." Li Yinchuan expressed his concern. "If I, as a girl, harbor no qualms, why should you, a grown man, be so hesitant?" Su Fenghe retorted, casting an exasperated glance at him. "You squander an opportunity, my dear brother. Do not overthink it. You assisted me previously, and living nearby allows you to consult me regarding your cultivation anytime." "Very well," Li Yinchuan acquiesced with a nod, satisfied that the housing arrangements were settled. Su Fenghe prepared to return to her training chamber to continue her practice. Li Yinchuan intended to visit the residence of the inner disciples to inquire about Yi Fan's whereabouts. Early in the morning, Nangong Yao donned a new pink dress and eagerly made her way to the courtyard in the bamboo forest, hoping to enhance her presence before Li Yinchuan. The proximity to him filled her with delight, realizing that rewards could be obtained without the need for a custom theme. However, this time, the situation seemed somewhat different. Nangong Yao called out several times from outside the courtyard, but received no response. Upon entering, a tall, robust man emerged from the inner room. "Who are you? Where is Li Yinchuan?" Nangong Yao inquired. "I am Li Daniu. The boss has moved away," he replied. "Moved away?" Nangong Yao exclaimed in surprise. "He was just here yesterday, and now he has vanished? Did he fear her vengeance? Was she truly such a petty person? Do you know where he has gone?" She pressed on. "The boss didn't say," Li Daniu scratched his head. "But he did mention that if a seemingly foolish young lady came looking for him, to tell her, 'I have entered the inner door.'" "Entered the inner door?" Nangong Yao frowned. How could this fellow simply go to the inner door? She had intended to seek him out for some fun. Oh, she realized, as she contemplated how to enter the inner door to find Li Yinchuan, that there was something amiss with that remark. What did he mean by a seemingly foolish young lady? That detestable Li Yinchuan. And that big oaf was equally infuriating. Why did Li Daniu assume that she was the naive young girl mentioned by Li Yinchuan? Both individuals are notorious villains. When Yi Fan returned to the sect, he bore severe injuries. However, in comparison to his previous days of persistent unconsciousness, these wounds seemed trivial. Having barely escaped a near-fatal encounter with Mo Chen the day before, Yi Fan's legs had been shattered. After a night of recuperation, he was finally able to move about. Even Qin Lao expressed astonishment at Yi Fan's resilience, likening him to an indomitable cockroach. Thus, he resolved to enhance Yi Fan's physical strength further by sending him to the nearby mountains to gather herbs for the concoction of body-refining spirit liquid. During the process of foraging for herbs, Yi Fan inadvertently encountered a 5th-tier fire lion, equivalent to a human cultivator at the nascent soul stage. The two clashed for an hour, with Yi Fan narrowly escaping death several times under the lion's claws. However, due to the beast's lower intelligence compared to humans, and with the combined efforts of Yi Fan and Qin Lao, they ultimately succeeded in slaying the fire lion. Consequently, Yi Fan lost 2 strands of his bloodline power, leaving him with only 3 out of a total of 9 layers of life-saving bloodline energy. Fortunately, Yi Fan's cultivation had advanced to the 5th layer of foundation building. Alongside a 5th-tier demon beast core and an unexpected acquisition of beast fire, Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement. With this lion's beast fire, he could commence his studies in alchemy. Despite his tattered clothing and grievous wounds, Yi Fan deemed the experience worthwhile, as it had been ages since he had enjoyed such fruitful gains. "Junior brother Yi Fan, how did you sustain such grievous injuries?" A young man clad in a gray Taoist robe approached, his demeanor gentle, his tone refined and amiable. "Senior brother Xiaoyan, these injuries were accidental. Yesterday, Senior brother Yinchuan returned and, for reasons unknown, attacked me. Yifan sighed. If only I could be like you. The young disciple before him was Xiaolian, a fifth-layer foundation building cultivator and a direct disciple of the second elder. It was said that he enjoyed a good reputation within the sect, though his relationship with senior brother Yinchuan was strained. Upon learning the identity of the assailant, Yifan's mind sparked with an idea to sow discord. Ideally, he could win over Xiaolian to gain resources from the second elder. At the very least, he could set the two against each other, allowing him to reap the benefits as a bystander. This Yinchuan is truly outrageous. Xiaolian reacted with indignation. How dare he attack without discernment? I will certainly report him to the elders. As the sect's senior brother, he ought to uphold decorum. Yifan inwardly rejoiced and continued to stoke the flames. Senior brother Xiaolian, please calm down. Senior brother Yinchuan may not have recognized me after being away from the sect for so long, which is why he acted so rashly. Xiaolian's expression turned serious. Rest assured, junior brother, I will ensure that this matter is addressed. Saying this, Xiaolian retrieved a pill from his pocket. This is a second-tier healing pill. I hope it aids in your recovery. Yifan's eyes brightened at the unexpected benefit, though he feigned reluctance. Cough, cough. Senior brother, there's no need. These minor injuries do not require such a precious healing pill. Please save it for others who are more seriously wounded. Xiaolian chuckled softly, patting Yifan on the shoulder. Junior brother Yifan, please do not be so polite. It is merely a healing pill. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Yifan gratefully accepted the pill. Thank you, senior brother. If there is anything you require of me, please let me know. Of course, Xiaolian said with a smile, urging Yifan to focus on his recovery. Yifan felt a surge of satisfaction and turned to Qin Lao, saying, Teacher, this Xiaolian is rather foolish. He has no idea he has been manipulated by me. Qin Lao, however, held a different view. This individual appears simple-hearted, yet he possesses a certain cunning. When he patted your shoulder, he already used spiritual energy to probe your cultivation level. Yifan was taken aback. He had not noticed this. So what if he knows? Regardless, I intend to showcase my strength in tomorrow's sect competition. Qin Lao nodded. Indeed, the stronger you become, the more favorable Xiaolian's attitude towards you will be. This is a positive aspect, but you must not underestimate him, Xiao Fan. Understood, teacher. Yifan waved dismissively, turning to return, intending first to heal his injuries before preparing to refine the body-refining spirit liquid to further strengthen his body. As Xiaolian bid farewell to Yifan and turned away, a subtle smile graced his lips, which quickly reverted to his previous composed demeanor. Excuse me. Do you know where Yifan resides? A handsome man in inner sect disciple robes approached Xiaolian, inquiring about directions. Who are you? I do not recall seeing you among the inner sect disciples, Xiaolian questioned, unable to place the newcomer. Oh, I am Yinchuan, and I just entered the inner sect today. The visitor was indeed Yinchuan, seeking Yifan. What is your relationship with Yifan? Xiaolian asked, cautious. Yifan was someone he valued highly, and he could not allow any misfortune to befall him. Yifan is my brother, my dearest kin, Yinchuan declared. I have not seen him for an entire day, and I have missed him dearly. Thus, upon learning he entered the inner sect, I followed suit. Xiaolian scrutinized the dashing young man before him. His demeanor was candid, and his earnest gaze suggested sincerity. Greetings, I am Xiaolian. Xiaolian extended his hand. Hello. Brother Xia, Yinchuan replied, shaking hands. In that fleeting moment of contact, Yinchuan felt a curious sensation as something swiftly coursed through his arm and into his body, only to vanish in less than half a second. Yinchuan and Xiaolian held hands, staring intently at each other. The concealment technique had automatically activated. Was he probing my cultivation level? Yinchuan pondered. How could this be? My spiritual sense has inexplicably failed. Xiaolian contemplated. The two exchanged hearty laughter, releasing their hands and feigning nonchalance. Old fox, they each silently labeled one another. Ha ha, junior brotherly, as you have just arrived in the inner sect. You must be somewhat unfamiliar. Where are you staying? I shall come find you later and show you around, Xiaolian proposed. No need, senior brother Xia. I am here to find Yifan. Just tell me where he resides, Yinchuan replied with a cheerful grin. Ah, Yifan lives in the third house up ahead, Xiaolian stated after a moment's thought, ultimately divulging Yifan's location. Even if he hadn't mentioned it, other fellow disciples would have informed Yinchuan. So it was better for him to say it himself and foster good relations. Thank you, senior brother. I shall go find Yifan now. Yinchuan, having spoken, proceeded towards Yifan's residence. Xiao Lian gazed at Li Yinchuan's retreating figure, lost in thought. The name Xiao Lian seemed somewhat familiar to Li Yinchuan. Suddenly, it struck him. He recalled who this Xiao Lian was. He nearly mistook him for a mere passerby, yet he was one of the principal architects behind the massacre of the Zixu sect. No wonder he had probed into my cultivation earlier. It was all part of his selection process. The true identity of Xiao Lian was that of a spy for the demonic sect, hidden within the Zixu sect on a covert mission. While he outwardly possessed only the strength of a fifth-layer foundation establishment, he had, in fact, already reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. This was why the other disciples found it perplexing that Xiao Lian dared to confront Yinchuan. He indeed possessed the requisite strength. In just 2 days, Yi Fan had advanced from the first to the fifth layer of foundation establishment. Such talent had caught Xiao Lian's eye, and he deemed Yi Fan a candidate for the Saint's Son. Should Yi Fan succeed in becoming the Saint's Son, Xiao Lian's position as the recommender would rise significantly. Beyond his search for the Saint's Son, Xiao Lian's primary secret mission was to reclaim the demonic sword. As previously mentioned, during the establishment of the Zixu sect, it had been besieged by the demonic sect. In that fierce battle, a demonic sword was suppressed beneath the Zixu sect, with only the sect leaders of past generations knowing its precise location. Unbeknownst to Xiao Lian, Yi Fan's purpose for coming to the Zixu sect was also to seek that very sword. The sword possessed immense power, classified as a heavenly-grade artifact, usable only by those of the demonic sect or those trained in demonic arts. Yet, as the protagonist, Yi Fan naturally had his means to contend with it. The ultimate aim of both individuals centered around that sword, and inevitably, Yi Fan would claim it, for he was the protagonist after all. At present, their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. To bring forth the return of the demonic sword, the Zixu sect must face annihilation. Yi Fan and Xiao Lian. These two unscrupulous characters conspired together, consolidating various forces to exert significant pressure on the Zixu sect, ultimately leading to its downfall. One might argue that Xiao Lian's actions as a spy for the demonic sect were somewhat justifiable, but Yi Fan, having trained within the sect for such a lengthy period and having access to abundant resources, colluding with outsiders to destroy it, was undeniably a traitor. However, due to my emergence, the narrative had shifted from its original course. My junior sister, senior sister, and Lady Feng seemed indifferent towards Yi Fan. They likely would not offer themselves as sacrifices. Lady Feng's earlier haughty demeanor hinted that she might have developed feelings for me. Alas, it is my irresistible charm that has caused such a stir. In light of Lady Feng's wishes, I shall endeavor to intervene during the impending downfall of the Zixu sect. If rescue proves impossible, I shall simply take my leave with those I can. As for me, I shall exercise restraint, with the Green Mountains remaining. There is no fear of firewood running out. Moreover, it is not solely the Zixu sect that harbors spies from the demonic sect. Other sects do as well. I suddenly recalled that Ning Shui's sister, Ning Bing, was captured by the demonic sect. I wonder if there is a connection to Xiao Lian, perhaps through him. I might glean the location of the demonic sect. However, I shall not dwell on it now, as there is still ample time before the sect's demise. Perhaps by then, I shall have transcended to a higher realm. In the cultivation chamber, Su Fenger, having practiced her spear techniques for a brief period, noticed the update in Li Yinchuan's journal and began to read. Initially, she thought today's entry would be trivial, but to her astonishment, she stumbled upon significant news. Xiao Lian was, in fact, a spy for the demonic clan. Su Fenger raised her eyebrows, her eyes widening in disbelief. As a direct disciple of the second elder, Xiao Lian had spent over 3 years within the Zixu sect. Though his cultivation was modest, he was known for his courteous demeanor and friendly disposition, garnering high praise from fellow disciples. Who would have imagined he was an undercover agent for the demonic clan? If Li Yinchuan had not revealed this, she would never have believed it. But since he wrote it, it must be true. What a revelation regarding Xiao Lian. His contributions to the sect's downfall were now evident. Holding her red lotus spear, Su Fenger contemplated rushing to confront Xiao Lian, but she was well aware of his concealed strength at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. She would be no match for him. Furthermore, Li Yinchuan had indicated there was no immediate urgency. Both Xiao Lian and Yi Fan sought the demonic sword, which was the very reason for the sect's demise. Yet, she had never heard her sect leader mention it. Perhaps, as Li Yinchuan suggested, only the sect leaders of past generations were privy to that information. The traitor Xiao Lian must be dealt with, and upon her father's return, she would discuss the matter of the demonic sword with him. Without that sword, perhaps the sect would not have faced destruction. In the alchemy pavilion, Ning Shui looked on in astonishment at the contents of today's journal. So, the downfall of the Zishu sect stemmed from this. She was shocked to learn that Xiao Yin was a member of the demonic clan. Ning Shui had heard of Xiao Yin's reputation and had encountered him a few times. When he had visited the alchemy pavilion to procure medicinal pills, she had found him to be respectful and amiable. Little did she know that she had misjudged him. As she continued reading, her eyes widened in shock. What? Her sister had been captured by the demonic clan. Was there a connection to Xiao Yin? A flicker of anger ignited in Ning Shui's eyes. Perhaps through Xiao Yin, she could uncover the location of the demonic sect. A clever plan began to form in her mind. She must tread carefully within the sect to avoid alarming the enemy. Li Yinchuan walked towards Yi Fan's residence while jotting down in his diary. Xiao Fan, someone has arrived, Qin Lao promptly alerted from within the room. At that moment, Yi Fan was delightfully toying with a fifth-tier beast fire, his spirits soaring. With this orb of beastly flame, he could officially embark on the journey of alchemy. Aspiring to become a respected alchemist, the path to his ascendance was about to unfold. Soon, the entire continent would bow beneath his feet. With a creak, the door swung open. Yi Fan hastily concealed the beast fire and looked up, only to find himself face to face with the last person he wished to encounter. However, given his current physical condition, it was unwise to provoke a confrontation. What brings you here? This is the inner disciples area, Yi Fan began. But his words faltered when he noticed that Li Yinchuan was also clad in the attire of an inner disciple. Oh, I heard that senior brother Yu was injured. So I came to express my concern, Li Yinchuan grinned. Leave. You are not welcome here. Yi Fan snorted lightly. He could not believe that Li Yinchuan had any genuine goodwill. Once I recover, I shall hammer you down. Even if you care for me, I will still crush you. Ah, senior brother Yi has quite the temper. It's easy to provoke him, Li Yinchuan continued. I heard that your injuries were inflicted by the senior brother. It's strange. He is such a good person, yet he chose to strike you instead of me. Yi Fan clenched his fists, realizing that every word spoken by Li Yinchuan was a provocation. Continuing to engage with him might lead to him becoming his own inner demon. Something had to be done. Li Yinchuan, Yi Fan locked his gaze onto Li Yinchuan's eyes and stated, yesterday, the elder communicated to all disciples that tomorrow is the day of the sect's grand competition. I presume you are already aware. Li Yinchuan nodded slightly. So what? Dare to wager with me? Wager what? Let us stake our rankings in tomorrow's sect competition. Should you lose, you shall have your tongue severed and your arms broken, never to appear before me again. Yi Fan declared fiercely. Such a high stake. And what if you were to lose? Li Yinchuan crossed his arms defiantly. If I were to lose, I too would sever my arms. Yi Fan replied resolutely. Li Yinchuan chuckled softly. The fact that Yi Fan could utter such words indicated that he was unafraid of losing his hands. He must have awakened at least 6 strands of bloodline power. Only by awakening 6 strands could Yi Fan possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs. If he were to awaken all 9 strands, not only would his bloodline evolve, but he would also attain an immortal physique, as long as he drew breath. Given sufficient time, he could endure without the aid of healing elixirs. Indeed, as Li Yinchuan surmised, when Yi Fan lost his 6th strand of bloodline power, he discovered a remarkable enhancement in his regenerative abilities. Even his 2 severely injured severed legs were nearly healed. Intriguing. However, what use would 2 arms be to me? Li Yinchuan paused. What do you desire? I see you wear a storage ring, albeit somewhat unsightly, yet passable enough. Let us wager that. Li Yinchuan proposed. The ring on Yi Fan's hand was no ordinary item. It could contain the soul of old Qin and even some lower-tier living beings. Its value rivaling that of certain heavenly materials. Impossible. Yi Fan firmly rejected. How dull. You can't even put forth a ring, yet you wish to gamble with me? Li Yinchuan rolled his eyes. Yi Fan was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, old Qin spoke up. Xiao Fan, wager on martial skills with him. I happen to possess a high-level Earth-tier martial skill, which I intended for you to learn once you broke through to the Yuan Dan realm. Now it serves to temper his arrogance. Old Qin held little regard for Li Yinchuan, sensing that misfortune often followed his appearances. The first encounter in town saw Yi Fan fleeing with his tail between his legs. The second, during the sect examination, he was captured outright. The third, during a lecture by the elders, he was knocked unconscious and left bloodied by Bu Wuxuang. And the fourth, while attempting to quell bandits. He was similarly battered to the brink of death. This fellow appears to be a harbinger of calamity. Receiving old Qin's directive, Yi Fan revealed a crooked grin. He retrieved a martial skill from the ring. This is a high-level Earth-tier martial skill, something you will never encounter in your lifetime. I wager this martial skill against you. Should I lose, it shall be yours. But if you lose, in addition to your tongue, Both hands and legs must remain with me. Li Yinchuan grinned and exchanged smiles with him, retrieving a martial arts manual from his ring. The volume in my possession is also a high-level earth-grade martial art, known as the returning origin staff technique, which I typically keep tucked away in my ring, gathering dust. Such an earth-grade technique is hardly worthy of boasting about. Upon hearing that Li Yinchuan held a staff technique, Yi Fan's eyes filled with envy. He sensed a profound connection between himself and the returning origin staff technique. Currently, Yi Fan was practicing the Black Serpent Staff technique, which was merely a mystical-grade martial art. Yet it allowed him to challenge opponents of higher ranks if he could acquire this high-level earth-grade staff technique. He was confident he could face off against those in the Golden Core stage. This staff technique felt eerily familiar to me. It is mine. I must possess it. Yi Fan fervently declared within himself. Li Yinchuan observed Yi Fan's eager demeanor and found it amusing. Even at full strength, he might not be able to best me, let alone in his current weakened state. Xiao Fan, do not rush, Elder Qin interjected. This young man surprisingly possesses high-level Earth-tier martial skills, which are not commonly found. Even the leader of the Zixiao sect may not possess such abilities. If news of his high-level Earth-tier martial skills were to spread, he would undoubtedly attract trouble. Even within the Zixiao sect, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure can lead to one's downfall. For someone at the Foundation establishment stage to flaunt Earth-tier martial skills is a reckless endeavor. Regardless of his background, if we refrain from acting directly, we can simply use others to do our bidding. Yi Fan steadied his mind. I understand, Master. It's merely about killing and seizing treasures. I am quite familiar with that. So, what do you propose? Yi Fan asked coldly. Did I not mention earlier? We only need that ring. After a prolonged silence, Yi Fan replied, I shall not wager any more. Li Yinchuan remarked, how remarkable. After such a lengthy silence, I assumed you were engaged in strategic discussions with the old man Qin on how to defeat me. Yet, to my astonishment, after all this time, you choose not to gamble at all. You are the first protagonist I have encountered who exhibits such cowardice. It seems this ring holds significant value in Yi Fan's heart. Consequently, I am even more determined to seize your ring. However, this particular ring is unique. It can only be removed by Yi Fan himself, as no outsider can claim it. Coward, Li Yinchuan spat disdainfully before departing from Yi Fan's chamber. I wonder if this will shake the resolve and mindset of the destined child. Some fated ones remain invincible, not merely due to fortune, but also because of their fearless attitude and unwavering conviction. If one could destabilize their foundation, perhaps the halo of the protagonist could indeed be shattered. Today, Yi Fan displayed cowardice. Perhaps in the future, when he encounters Li Yinchuan, he might experience a flicker of insignificant, latent fear nestled deep within his heart, which could gradually evolve into an obsession. During his tribulation, when confronting his inner demons, this could deliver a heavy blow. Unless one day he can confront Li Yinchuan and eliminate the fixation. Yi Fan, in a fit of anger, nearly engaged in a brawl with Li Yinchuan. Upon exiting the room, Li Yinchuan's expression became serene. If I was not mistaken upon entering, Yi Fan must possess the beast fire of the 5th-tier fire lion. Given his pitiful state, it is evident that he must have paid a considerable price. Has the plot advanced prematurely? I recall that originally, Yi Fan was supposed to acquire the beast fire during a mission outside the sect, introduced by his junior sister, Ningxue. Yet now, Yi Fan has obtained this essence of beast fire, which greatly aids him in the early stages. Not only can it be utilized for alchemy, but it also serves as a means of attack. With this beast fire, Yi Fan has ascended to the rank of a 2nd-tier alchemist within a month, impressing Ningxue. Hence, the subsequent cave episode unfolded. However, at this juncture, it seems unlikely that Yi Fan can secure Ningxue as his mentor. If I could procure the beast fire from Yi Fan, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Ah, I just remembered, I have a lucky pouch in my possession. Let me see if it proves useful. With a flicker of thought, Li Yinchuan summoned a crimson pouch to his hand. He then unfastened the pouch and extracted its contents, a palm-sized incense sachet. This was the stealth flame pouch, capable of siphoning a unique flame within a 100-meter radius. Li Yinchuan gazed upon the description of the small fragrant pouch in his hand, a surge of joy blossoming within him. The system had not deceived him. It was indeed the very item he required. Approximately 100 meters away from Yi Fan's residence, Li Yinchuan grasped the stealing flame bag and activated its effect. He absorbed Yi Fan's 5th-tier beast fire. The bag radiated warmth throughout its entirety, followed by a faint luminescence. In less than 3 seconds, the once shriveled pouch swelled up. Li Yinchuan opened it, and, indeed, found a blazing sphere of crimson flames, precisely the same one that Yi Fan had previously collected. Time to make my exit. Li Yinchuan briskly departed from the inner disciple dormitory. After ensuring the door was securely closed, Yi Fan returned to his room. Master, time is of the essence. Please commence the alchemical process without delay. The spirit of Elder Qin emerged, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, let me demonstrate the art of potion crafting to you. This will greatly aid your future endeavors in alchemy. Please lend me your beast fire. It will expedite the dissolution of the medicinal materials. Of course, Master, Yi Fan responded, extending his hand to summon the beast fire, only to be met with an unsettling realization it was absent. Strange, where is the fire? He attempted to sense it multiple times. Yet the beast fire remained elusive, causing a tinge of anxiety to creep into his heart. What's the matter, Xiao Fan? Elder Qin inquired. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on Yi Fan's forehead. Why is it so difficult for you to retrieve the beast fire? We acquired it together after vanquishing the fire lion. Master, it appears the beast fire is missing. Yi Fan's voice held a note of alarm. Missing? How can that be? Elder Qin was incredulous. Did I not instruct you to secure it within your ring? How could it simply vanish? Master, I assure you, it is truly gone. You may check for yourself, Yi Fan replied, his impatience beginning to surface. The absence of the beast fire stirred deeper concern within him. It was the very cornerstone of his ascent. Elder Qin searched through the ring but found no trace of the beast fire. How could this be? It was perfectly intact. How could it disappear? He was left in a state of bewilderment, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Master, do you think Li Yinchuan could be involved? Yi Fan suddenly recalled the individual who had just left. Their relationship was distant at best, and his unexpected visit seemed suspicious. It is unlikely, Elder Qin shook his head. He lacks the aura of flames and possesses merely foundational cultivation. It is improbable he could pilfer the beast fire right under my nose. The two fell into a brief silence. Yi Fan clenched his fists, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Before entering the Zixu sect, his path had been relatively smooth. Now, he faced repeated setbacks. The beast fire, obtained with great effort through the strength of two bloodlines, had inexplicably vanished. Damn it, why? What could have caused this? Yi Fan's frustration erupted in a low, furious growl. Xiao Fan, do not despair. The journey to becoming a formidable force is fraught with challenges. Perhaps the disappearance of the beast fire is a blessing in disguise. Elder Qin offered a reluctant consolation. After all, his revival depended on Yi Fan. If the latter were to lose his mind, it would spell doom for them both. Potion crafting could still proceed without the beast fire, albeit at a slower pace. Very well, Master, Yi Fan conceded, reluctantly accepting the reality of the situation. Li Yinchuan gazed at the beast fire within the fragrant pouch, its vivid red flames flickering. The wild aura had been quelled when Yi Fan collected it, rendering it docile and gentle. However, merging it into the Dantian still posed a considerable challenge. Additional protective measures were necessary, lest the flame's temperature incinerate the Dantian. This artifact shall be kept for now, as it holds no immediate utility for me. The phoenix fire possessed by my beloved Fenger is infinitely superior. Li Yinchuan tucked away the pill pouch and made his way to the alchemy pavilion. It had been several days since he last saw his junior sister, and he found himself longing for her presence. In a short while, Li Yinchuan arrived at the alchemy pavilion, a place that was typically devoid of visitors. From a distance, he caught a whiff of a delicate herbal fragrance, indicating that someone was engaged in the art of alchemy. Li Yinchuan first walked into the grand hall, only to find it deserted. Following the direction of the fragrant scent, he approached the alchemy chamber and spotted a silhouette. A little piglet? Upon hearing someone speak, Nangong Yao looked up and, upon seeing Li Yinchuan, a smile blossomed on her face. Li Yinchuan, where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere. She pouted, her displeasure evident. What do you want from me? Are you going to dance for me? Li Yinchuan chuckled softly. I came to play with you. I've been utterly bored in the palace, aside from practicing dance. I have no one to entertain me. Now that I'm finally out, I intend to make the most of it. Nangong Yao replied, her face alight with joy. Li Yinchuan observed the swift transformation of Nangong Yao's expression, as if she could effortlessly control it. I do not have the luxury of time to indulge in games with you. The sect's grand competition is tomorrow, and I must devote myself to my training. Li Yinchuan stated, I am aware. My sister will be present to watch as well, Nangong Yao replied, blinking playfully. Your sister? Nangong Biyu? Li Yinchuan exclaimed in surprise. He recalled that in the original narrative, Nangong Biyu did not attend the sect's grand competition. Could it be that Nangong Yao's presence had altered this outcome? Indeed, I can introduce you to her. What do you think? Nangong Yao inquired with a cheerful smile. Li Yinchuan found it amusing, remarking that you truly are a master of matchmaking. If you could introduce her to me, I would gladly accompany you for a week. Should you fail, you must perform a free dance for me each day. Very well, no turning back. Nangong Yao extended her pinky finger. Li Yinchuan extended her pinky to make a promise with her. After completing this, Li Yinchuan inquired, "What about Elder Ning and junior sister?" "They are inside refining pills." Nangong Yao indicated towards the alchemy chamber. "Did you not take Elder Ning as your master? Why do you not enter to learn?" "I have no fondness for alchemy. I prefer to wait here at the door." Li Yinchuan shrugged, conceding that the naive girl was merely here for amusement. Urging her to cultivate was akin to asking for her demise. As they conversed, the door creaked open with a soft creak. A slender figure clad in blue gracefully appeared before Li Yinchuan. "Senior brother!" Luo Yuling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at him. "Little junior sister." "It has been quite a while," Li Yinchuan replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Did you come to see master?" Luo Yuling inquired, tilting her head upwards. "No. I came to see you," he responded. At his words, her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. Li Yinchuan appraised Luo Yuling's attire, remarking on the exquisite beauty of her dress. "You look truly stunning in it." "Kiki, this is a gift for senior sister Luo from me." Nan Gongyao chimed in from the side. Luo Yuling and Nan Gongyao were of similar age and stature, making the clothing fit Luo Yuling perfectly. "Indeed. It is a gift from junior sister Yao," Luo Yuling replied with a smile. The fabric of the elegant blue gown was of the highest quality, delicately crafted, exuding an air of nobility and sophistication. However, she pondered, is it truly appropriate to concoct alchemical potions while donned in a dress? With that thought, Luo Yuling retrieved 2 white porcelain vials from her ring. "Brother, this is a first-grade elixir I have concocted, known as the strengthening pill, which can enhance one's physical strength for a duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick." Li Yinchuan was taken aback. "For me?" Luo Yuling nodded and said yes. "I've just learned alchemy and can only make this. I hope senior brother won't think poorly of it." Li Yinchuan couldn't help but chuckle. Had the blessings from intercepting the junior sister arrived so swiftly? In the original narrative, the junior sister had bestowed countless elixirs upon Yi Fan, but now they were being offered to him. The treatment of a protagonist is indeed delightful. "Junior sister, you are truly remarkable. I shall graciously accept this." Li Yinchuan gazed upon the 2 vials of invigorating elixir and promptly took them into his possession. This was a gesture of goodwill from his junior sister, and he certainly could not let it go unappreciated. Moreover, Ning Shui was also present in the alchemy chamber. Her silence implied her tacit approval of the act. Li Yinchuan opened one of the bottles and examined the quality of the enhancement pill, which was exceptionally good, nearly perfect. How could the junior sister, having only studied for a few days, already possess the ability to refine a first-grade pill? Any other alchemist would surely feel a pang of shame upon witnessing this. Truly, as a body of the Luo water, her comprehension of alchemy surpasses that of others by several folds. While her early prowess in refining low-grade pills is impressive, her advantage in producing high-grade pills will become even more pronounced in the later stages. A palpable increase in success rate by 30%. Who would not feel envious? It can be said that with a talented alchemist like her, one effectively possesses an inexhaustible supply of pills. However, it is essential to allow her ample time to grow. Li Yinchuan consumed a potency-enhancing pill, and soon a surge of strength coursed through him, approximately 10% of his capacity. The lower one's cultivation level, the more pronounced the effects of the pill. In the original narrative, Yi Fan had repeatedly turned the tide in perilous situations through the use of such elixirs. Now, deprived of the assistance of his junior sister, and having seized his beastly fire, it was likely that Yi Fan could scarcely afford to consume any pills. "Alchemy is truly remarkable. I find myself inclined to learn it as well," Li Yinchuan remarked with a smile. "Then, master brother, we can study together." Luo Yuling's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Li Yinchuan were to join her in the pursuit of alchemy, she would have the pleasure of seeing her master brother every day. "My approach to alchemy differs from yours. It relies solely on serendipity. When the opportunity arises, I shall master it," Li Yinchuan replied casually. Luo Yuling, however, wore a perplexed expression, unable to grasp her master brother's words. "Isn't alchemy something that requires gradual practice?" Li Yinchuan stepped into the alchemy chamber and cast a glance at the alchemical furnace, a compelling urge to engage in the craft overwhelming him. "Are you proficient in alchemy?" Ning Shui inquired. "I possess a modicum of skill," Li Yinchuan replied, nodding. "Might you permit me to attempt it?" "Certainly, this is the formula for the strengthening pill." Ning Shui was taken aback, as she did not recall Li Yinchuan having any knowledge of alchemy. Merely a week prior, he had been a mere servant disciple. lacking the leisure to delve into the intricacies of alchemical studies. Li Yinchuan recalled the comprehensive guide on first-grade alchemy he had studied, and soon the familiar sensation enveloped him. The crafting of first- and second-grade elixirs merely requires ordinary flames, and there is no necessity for specialized cauldrons. A simple alchemical furnace will suffice. Li Yinchuan's soul force swiftly swept over the entire content of the alchemical formula, quickly committing to memory the necessary materials and the steps for concoction. He then summoned his spiritual energy, proceeding to regulate the temperature, duration, and size of the flame, as well as the melding of the medicinal ingredients. This process resembled the delicate balance of starting a vehicle on an incline, where the accelerator and clutch must harmoniously coordinate. Otherwise, one risks stalling. Should the medicinal ingredients miss their optimal fusion timing, the alchemical process would fail, rendering all materials useless. His movements were remarkably fluid. Ning Shui observed Li Yinchuan's seamless execution, devoid of any hesitation, akin to a seasoned master of alchemy with decades of experience sitting before her. Every aspect, from the condensing of the materials to the mastery over the flame, was executed with impeccable precision. In fact, there were facets that even she, a fifth-tier alchemist, could not achieve. Senior brother is truly impressive, Luo Yuling remarked, her eyes filled with admiration as she watched Li Yinchuan's alchemical process, which far surpassed her own capabilities. Even Nangong Yao, who possessed little understanding of alchemy, found Li Yinchuan's actions exceedingly captivating. The saying that a serious man is the most handsome held true in this moment. In less than 15 minutes, a delightful aroma emanated from the alchemical furnace. Has it succeeded? Ning Shui exclaimed in astonishment. The typical time for concocting a first-tier strengthening pill is around 15 minutes. While high-tier alchemists can expedite the process through subtle manipulations, the fastest they can achieve is a reduction of merely 1 or 2 minutes. Yet, Li Yinchuan had completed it in under that time. This remarkable alchemical insight was nothing short of astonishing. I hope I did well for my first attempt. Li Yinchuan chuckled as he withdrew his spiritual energy. This is your first time concocting? Ning Shui's expression was one of utter surprise. Luo Yuling also gasped in disbelief. She recalled her own initial attempt at alchemy, during which she was clueless about controlling the flame. The disparity was staggering. Her senior brother had succeeded with such fluidity. It appears I have not exerted enough effort. I cannot match him in cultivation or alchemy. I truly feel inadequate. Indeed, Li Yinchuan nodded, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while secretly reveling in his triumph. The thrill of showcasing his prowess was exhilarating. In the original narrative, Yi Fan displayed his alchemical skills before various beauties, garnering their admiration. Little did he expect that one day he would also shine in such a manner. This was the essence of embodying a protagonist, leaving the true protagonist without a chance to shine. Ning Shui chuckled to herself upon reading the diary's contents. With such alchemical prowess, he had ample reason to feel proud. Luo Yuling blushed slightly. Was it a reference to her when discussing showcasing skills before beautiful women? Nangong Yao nodded in agreement, naturally considering herself a beauty, though she dismissed the notion of seeking admiration. Ning Shui approached the furnace, lifting its lid in anticipation of retrieving the finished pill. She casually glanced inside, only to be taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. What is this? Nangong Yao, intrigued, inquired, Master, what's wrong? Did Li Yinchuan fail in his concoction? Li Yinchuan gently tapped her head and said, Address me as senior brother. Nangong Yao wrinkled her delicate nose and retorted fiercely, I am a princess. How dare you strike me? Ha! Li Yinchuan replied dismissively, for this was not the royal court, and he saw no reason to refrain from chastising her. No, Ning Shui interjected, shaking her head. She reached out, touched something, and then presented 3 still warm elixirs before everyone. Nangong Yao scrutinized them closely, puzzled by their appearance. What is so special about these elixirs? Aren't they similar to those refined by Sister Luo? Luo Yuling examined them as well. Aside from their superior quality and perfection compared to her own creations, there seemed to be nothing extraordinary about them. At that moment, Ning Shui turned to Li Yinchuan and began to speak slowly. If I recall correctly, you only used one ingredient for the strength-enhancing elixir, did you not? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuling's face registered immense shock, her eyes widening in astonishment, mirroring the expression of her mentor. Senior brother, you managed to create 3 elixirs using just one ingredient. Nangong Yao blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend the astonishment shared by the master and disciple duo. Li Yinchuan nodded slightly, expressing that while refining elixirs, he perceived a minor flaw in the formula and made a slight adjustment during the process. You modified the formula? Ning Shui gasped in astonishment. The formulas for elixirs are the culmination of countless alchemist experiences, painstakingly refined through innumerable trials. Those that have been passed down are essentially the finest recipes, leaving little room for improvement. Yet, Li Yinchuan casually altered it, resulting in the transformation of a single batch of materials into 3 elixirs. Even if they were merely first-grade elixirs, the implications were profound. Such news reaching the alchemical community would be akin to igniting a fierce conflict between 2 colossal dynasties. Li Yinchuan's remarkable talent, once discovered by those seasoned alchemists, would undoubtedly incite them to traverse vast distances in pursuit of him. In response, Li Yinchuan calmly instructed, "Everyone, please take your seats. Let us not engage in frivolous matters." Ning Shui presented 3 enhancement pills to Li Yinchuan, cautioning both Luo Yuling and Nangong Yao. What transpired today must remain confidential. Luo Yuling nodded affirmatively, acknowledging her master's words, while Nangong Yao echoed her agreement, observing Li Yinchuan nonchalantly storing the pills in a vial. Ning Shui felt a surge of admiration for his talent. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own unworthiness to be his mentor. Li Yinchuan, should you ever require assistance or wish to hone your skills, do not hesitate to seek me out, Ning Shui offered. Li Yinchuan smiled gently, expressing his gratitude to Elder Ning. After conversing with his junior sister for a while, he resolved to return. Tomorrow marked the grand competition of the sect, and he wished to seize the opportunity to practice a martial technique. Li Yinchuan, where do you reside? I would like to accompany you for some leisure. Nangong Yao followed him as he departed. I dwell on the peak of the sect master, guarded by dedicated disciples, so you cannot enter, Li Yinchuan replied with a smile. Not even a princess can enter? Indeed not, Li Yinchuan said, waving his index finger. It is best for you to remain here obediently. I will come to find you when I have the time. Very well, Nangong Yao replied, somewhat disheartened. Not far away, Luo Yuling watched Li Yinchuan's departing figure, feeling a twinge of envy towards Nangong Yao's ability to candidly express her feelings. Beside her, Ning Shui gently stroked her hair. If you harbor feelings for Li Yinchuan, you should directly convey them to him. Luo Yuling shook her head. No, I am already quite content that senior brother can visit me. I must learn alchemy swiftly, so I can be of assistance to him. Li Yinchuan returned to his residence, assessing his own capabilities. He was at the 6th level of foundation establishment. With average spiritual roots and bone structure, yet he had mastered an advanced sword technique of the profound rank. Clad in a defensive armor and possessing an earth-ranked movement technique, he believed he could handle ordinary peak foundation cultivators without difficulty. However, securing a top 3 position in the sect competition, where numerous direct disciples participated, seemed rather ambitious. Unless he could elevate his cultivation further, time was of the essence. With merely half a day remaining for martial skill training, how much improvement could he realistically expect? It might be more prudent to find a way to exploit the system for a quicker gain. Achievement. Li Yinchuan recalled the last time he inadvertently activated the system's right-as-you-wish achievement, leading him to believe that there might be other achievements yet to be discovered. However, he pondered on the means to trigger them. Brother Tongzi, he inquired, are there any other achievements that you can help me unlock? Li Yinchuan pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding that it would be more straightforward to inquire directly. System, Li Yinchuan, do not be silent. Today's diary lacks a theme. Surely this is your doing, right? Shouldn't there be some compensation? Ding. In light of special circumstances, the system grants the host a reward. Achievement unlocked 1 hit, the name of the female lead. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Yinchuan felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that a casual outburst would yield such a reward. The name of the female lead? What could that signify? Does writing the name trigger further achievements? In recent days, I have mentioned names countless times in this diary, yet there has been no response. Li Yinchuan pondered for a moment when a sudden epiphany struck him. Since it pertains to an achievement, it may well relate to quantity and variety. Ahem, today I encountered the junior sister, Luo Yuling, and I was filled with delight. Luo Yuling donned a lovely blue gown. How adorable she looked. Her hair cascaded long, her skin was fair, and her slender calves appeared so smooth. Li Yinchuan wrote the name Luo Yuling 50 times in one breath. Yet, the system remained utterly unresponsive. Did I miscalculate? If the quantity is incorrect, then perhaps it pertains to the variety. Li Yinchuan continued his attempts in the alchemy chamber. Luo Yuling settled down once more, preparing to refine her skills in alchemy. Suddenly, the contents of her mind's diary updated. Ning Shui and Nangong Yao immediately began to peruse the new entries, as Li Yinchuan had just departed from their company. Perhaps he had inscribed their names. To their astonishment, all 3 were left bewildered. The names on the pages were predominantly those of Luo Yuling. Where was her name? In merely a few hundred words, Luo Yuling appeared dozens of times. Nangong Yao counted carefully, and it amounted to 50 instances. 50 times, Yuling. This revelation made Ning Shui gasp in astonishment. Previously, in the rewards, Nangong Qing, nominated 12 times, received a mid-grade Earth-level treasure, and Bu Wushuang, nominated 20 times, attained a significant realm elevation. What could possibly be the reward for 50 nominations? As for Luo Yuling herself, she was utterly perplexed. Had her senior brother lost his mind? Why had he written her name so many times? Despite not receiving a nomination reward in recent days, she felt no jealousy. She had already taken Ning Shui as her mentor and mastered the art of alchemy, achieving much already. She was no longer the wandering little beggar she once was. She felt immense gratitude towards Li Yinchuan, Ning Shui, the Zixiao sect, and all her senior brothers and sisters, except for Yi Fan. Thus, when she saw Bu Wushuang and Su Feng'er receive rewards from the diary, she could only feel happiness for them. Her purpose was to refine her elixirs well and offer assistance when her senior brother needed it. Master, do you think my senior brother is aware of the diary's contents? Luo Yuling inquired. Ning Shui pondered for a moment and replied, he likely does not. If he were aware, would he write such things? Luo Yuling observed the entries. Her slender legs feeling smooth, her delicate hands soft, and her cheeks flushed as she read about her figure. It was evident that her senior brother truly did not know. Such embarrassing content, if discovered, would certainly tarnish his image. Though they had long been aware of it, the question lingered. Why was this so? Ah, master, look. Li Yinchuan has written again. Nangong Yao exclaimed. The three entered a state of eager anticipation. No way. Let me try a different approach. The first time he saw Bu Wushuang, he was captivated. Upon the second glance at Su Feng'er, he fell for her. With the third glimpse of Luo Yuling, he was enchanted, and with the fourth sight of Ning Shui, he was smitten. By the 100th glance at Bing, he was entranced. Oh my goodness. It's true. It has been triggered. Haha. I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded. Another few hundred words of updates left them all in silent astonishment. Is Li Yinchuan possessed by a spirit? Nangong Yao quietly counted her position. She was the 12th to see herself, trailing behind her sister. How infuriating. Why was Tishi among the top 10? Could it be that senior brother has lost his mind? Luo Yuling timidly inquired. Ning Shui shook her head. It doesn't seem so. He appears to be conducting some sort of experiment. On the peak of the sect leader, a chime sounded. The host has mentioned the names of over 100 female protagonists in a single-day-ish journal, unlocking the protagonist grand prize achievement. Congratulations to the host for receiving the achievement reward. 50 years of cultivation, innate 5 spiritual roots, stellar bone structure, mastery of spear techniques at max level. A comprehensive guide for second-grade alchemists and 3 good fortune pouches. Li Yinchuan exclaimed in awe. The rewards for this achievement were far superior to the last. Both his innate and spiritual roots were present. Additionally, he had also gained cultivation, which was quite impressive. System, please extract my innate and spiritual roots first, followed by my cultivation. Do not reverse the order, he instructed. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tremor coursed through his body. He felt as though his mind had been completely cleared, and his consciousness became remarkably lucid. His spiritual root transformed from a singular wood root into an innate 5-element root. This meant he now possessed all 5 elemental roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at 5 times the previous speed. Simultaneously, his innate root was replaced from the ordinary green wood root to the rare star root. Previously, he had accelerated his martial skill cultivation in areas abundant with wood-type plants. Now, he can harness the power of the starry night sky for his martial training. System, can my original with spiritual root and green wood root be recycled? I would also accept other items, such as spirit stones or elixirs, Li Yinchuan said with a grin. The system responded, I have never encountered such an audacious host. Thank you for the compliment, he replied. Li Yinchuan then took out 50 years of cultivation to undergo a spiritual infusion. A powerful surge of spiritual energy flowed from the crown of Li Yinchuan's head into his body, relentlessly assaulting the barriers between the Foundation Establishment and the Yuan Dan stages. Foundation Establishment, 7th layer. Foundation Establishment, 8th layer. Foundation Establishment, 9th layer. The spiritual energy continued to pour in, and the breakthrough showed no signs of abating. Crackle, crackle. Li Yinchuan heard the shattering sound of the foundational platform within his body. In his dantian, the liquid spiritual energy rapidly solidified, transforming into a small elixir sphere. He had reached the Yuan Dan realm. The system's cultivation did not cease. The spiritual energy continuously surged through his body, relentlessly washing over the newly formed Yuan Dan. From the first level of Yuan Dan to the second level. This breakthrough persisted for a full hour, culminating in Li Yinchuan successfully ascending to the 9th level of Yuan Dan. He had surged through 13 minor realms in one breath. Now only a step away from the Golden Dan realm. Exhilarating. Li Yinchuan rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intensity. With a casual punch, he unleashed a gust of force that sent the furniture in the room trembling. Indeed, it was time to unleash his potential. The senior sister was only at the 9th level of the Yuan Dan, just like him. This should secure him a place among the top 3. He thought with unwavering confidence. He had already utilized the good luck pouch, which had now provided him with 3 more. Furthermore, he did not hesitate to employ the comprehensive guide on the experience of a second-tier alchemist, instantly expanding his knowledge from first-tier to second-tier alchemical techniques. No matter how intricate the second-tier elixirs were, Li Yinchuan could now handle them with ease. Additionally, there was one final item, the mastery of gun techniques. Now at its maximum level. This was exclusive to gun techniques, requiring no practice, allowing for immediate application. Li Yinchuan happened upon a foundational manual of spear techniques, Li Chao Jun Yan, and without a moment's hesitation, he decided to employ it. He mused that a staff technique would have been even more advantageous. Although he had mastered the spear techniques, he found himself lacking a suitable weapon of that kind. Fortunately, he had a staff, which he had taken from Yi Fan. With a substantial enhancement in his combat prowess, Li Yinchuan then set about cultivating the divine ability of the Heavenly Eye. He also recognized the necessity of studying the art of heavenly mechanisms, for both of these divine abilities were exceedingly valuable. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Li Yinchuan suddenly received a message from Wang Pengzi's communicator. Boss, dear brother-in-law, my sister has arrived and wishes to meet you. Li Yinchuan was taken aback. Your sister? Wang Jian. Yes, brother-in-law, hurry here. I can hardly withstand it any longer. Li Yinchuan, how peculiar. Why has Wang Jian returned? She was just here a couple of days ago. Could it be that she has come to seek retribution? Li Yinchuan tidied himself up briefly before preparing to visit the outer gate dormitory to meet his companion. Having already attained the Yuan Dan stage, he felt no trepidation towards a woman who had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. As Li Yinchuan descended from the master peak, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Little piglet? He called out. It's Princess. Nangong Yao replied, bouncing over. What are you doing here? He. I've come to find you. You see, Li Yinchuan, my sister has already arrived. Nangong Yao whispered mysteriously. Nangong be you? Nangong Yao nodded. Do you want me to take you to meet her? You promised me you wouldn't back out. I have matters to attend to now. Let us meet tomorrow. Li Yinchuan felt a bit overwhelmed as 2 female protagonists suddenly approached him. All right, Nangong Yao said before turning back. On her way home, she encountered a man with a wounded face blocking her path. What do you want? Nangong Yao inquired. Are you perhaps a princess of the royal family? The man politely asked. I am. What is it that you need? She replied. Greetings, I am Yi Fan. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? The man, bearing the marks of injury, was indeed Yi Fan, who had been taking an evening stroll. After an afternoon of enhancing his body with the elixirs concocted by Elder Qin, his wounds had largely healed, and his physical capabilities had undergone substantial improvement, albeit accompanied by unavoidable pain. While out, he had learned that tomorrow, during the disciples' competition at Zishu sect, 2 princesses from the royal family would be in attendance. It was rumored that elders and disciples from other sects, including the prestigious Jingyi sect of the Daqian dynasty, would also come, if he could showcase his formidable strength. Gaining the attention of the royal family or Jingyi sect could significantly smooth his future cultivation journey. Yi Fan had already envisioned himself clinching the first place in the sect competition, being approached by an elder from Jingyi sect with an invitation to join, and capturing the admiration of the 2 princesses who would be enchanted by him. To his surprise, he had now encountered one of the princesses in advance. Was this not a sign of fate? You were Yi Fan? Nangong Yao's face displayed a hint of disdain as she scrutinized him from head to toe. I am. How is it that you recognize me, little princess? Yi Fan asked, somewhat taken aback. Had his reputation truly spread so widely? Leave. Nangong Yao snapped, her brow furrowing as she uttered a single word. This scarred individual dared to think he was worthy of receiving a precious mirror pill from her, judging solely by appearance. He was not even half as handsome as Li Yinchuan. How could she possibly be interested in someone like him? What did you say? Yi Fan felt he had misheard. Did she really just tell him to leave? Get lost. Don't block the path of this princess. Nangong Yao exclaimed loudly. Upon receiving such a clear dismissal, Yi Fan's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting from gentleness to grimness, his fists clenching involuntarily. What are you staring at? Do you wish to fight me? I'll have my sister capture you. Nangong Yao huffed, stepping on Yi Fan's shoe before turning away without a glance. Yi Fan felt his anger spiraling out of control. How dare a mere woman at the 4th level of qi cultivation speak to him in such a manner? Were it not for her royal status, he would have reduced her to a lifeless corpse by now. The Nagong family has chosen the path to death. Yi Fan muttered under his breath. Li Yinchuan arrived at Wang Pengzi's dormitory and pushed the door open with a creak. Inside, there were only 2 individuals, Wang Pengzi and his sister, while the other roommates were absent. Boss, brother-in-law, you have come, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, rushing over as if he had spotted a lifeline. Li Yinchuan observed that Wang Pengzi's ears were flushed, either from the cold or having been twisted. Brother-in-law, my sister misses you, she said. You two have a chat. I'll step out for a moment. Wang Pengzi glanced back at his older sister, who appeared ready to erupt, and hurriedly exited, thoughtfully closing the dormitory door behind him. Wang Ziyuan rose, her demeanor somewhat flustered, and noticed that Li Yinchuan seemed even more handsome than before. With a hint of nervousness, she hurriedly clarified. Don't pay attention to his nonsense. Li Yinchuan chuckled softly, gazing into the depths of the other's eyes, finding himself increasingly captivated. Those enchanting, peach blossom-shaped eyes, brimming with emotion, radiated an air of innocence and vitality, making even the act of defending oneself appear exquisitely beautiful. Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Zhiyan seemed slightly flustered under his intense gaze. Oh, it's nothing. I simply find you quite lovely, Li Yinchuan replied, fluttering his eyelashes as he averted his gaze elsewhere. Upon hearing his words, Wang Zhiyan's cheeks flushed even deeper. Meanwhile, a sense of delight blossomed within her heart, realizing she possessed a certain charm after all. I returned home and inquired with my father, who informed me there is indeed a marriage arrangement. A while back, someone saved my father's life, and in gratitude, he promised me to that person's son. It wouldn't he happen to be you, would it? What if it were? Li Yinchuan replied with a smile. In that case, considering how well you've treated me, I would agree to it. As she uttered the final word agree, Wang Zhiyan's voice dwindled to a whisper, her blush deepening even further than before. Li Yinchuan squinted as he scrutinized Wang Zhiyan. This young lady, having acquiesced, still felt the need to concoct a rationale for her agreement. Indeed, quite commendable, it appears that Wang Fatty has been whispering sweet nothings into his sister's ear, which suits me perfectly. This female protagonist, is she not already within my grasp? Even if, in the end, Wang Zhiyan were to discover my true identity, it would be far too late. Ha ha ha. Although her romantic entanglements may not be as mindless as Nangong Biyu's, they are not far removed either. Truly, her brother has been rendered utterly incapacitated, becoming a mere captive brother in her harem. Come here, let me embrace you, Li Yinchuan said with a mischievous grin. Huh. Wang Zhiyan was taken aback. Has the plot advanced so swiftly? I am not prepared for this. Li Yinchuan was momentarily speechless. Do we need to prepare for a mere embrace? Oh. Wang Zhiyan slowly approached, realizing it was merely a hug, as her delicate form nestled against him. A subtle fragrance wafted to his senses, nearly causing Li Yinchuan to surrender completely. What a lack of resolve! He chastised himself inwardly. After traversing 5 years in this realm, he had finally managed to embrace one of the leading ladies. It had not been an easy feat. He would certainly raise Wang Fatty's salary upon his return. Li Yinchuan. I haven't yet informed my father, Wang Zhiyan whispered. No need to rush. After the sect's grand competition tomorrow, I shall find an opportunity to propose to your family. Li Yinchuan replied. The sooner this matter was settled, the better. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open. The voice of Wang Fatty echoed, Oh Su Shiji. Do be gentle, the boss is still inside discussing important matters. Li Yinchuan felt a shiver run down his spine, perplexed by the sudden chill on his back. Li Yinchuan. Su Fenger stormed in, her voice laced with fury. You are neglecting your cultivation to come here and dally with women, are you? Wang Zhiyan turned to see Su Fenger, a faint smirk gracing her lips as she raised an eyebrow, seemingly taunting. Ha, I'm a step ahead of you. Li Yinchuan cradled Wang Zhiyan in his left arm and turned, suddenly conjuring an image in his mind. You have arrived at the perfect moment. With that, Li Yinchuan extended his right hand. The furious Su Fenger paused momentarily, perplexed by his intentions. You truly have impeccable timing. Li Yinchuan smiled and beckoned. As Su Fenger regained her composure, an incredulous laugh escaped her lips. You've quite the audacity, Li Yinchuan. Seeking to embrace both sides, are we? Let me see if you possess the strength for such a feat. Raising her right hand, the crimson spear materialized, aimed at Li Yinchuan's calf. Wang Zhiyan's eyes widened in horror. Was this madwoman truly intent on murder? Yet, Li Yinchuan remained unfazed, effortlessly drawing his azure sword to parry the blow. What folly! He had already entered the Yuan Dan realm. How could he continue to be bullied by Su Feng'er? Now was the time to assert his dominance. Holding the maiden in his arms, his power doubled. Su Feng'er recoiled after her strike, her intention not to harm, but merely to deliver a warning. To her surprise, Li Yinchuan had defended against her attack. Even with minimal force, it was challenging for one at the foundation establishment stage to withstand such a strike. Yuan Dan realm, Su Feng'er exclaimed in astonishment. Just that morning, Li Yinchuan was merely at the 6th level of foundation establishment, in the span of a single day. He had ascended to the Yuan Dan realm. Was this the effect of an elixir? Su Feng'er stood there, dazed, gazing at Li Yinchuan, and suddenly, the spear slipped from her grip, clattering to the ground as tears trickled from the corners of her eyes. No, don't do this. Li Yinchuan was taken aback. The typically assertive Su Feng'er was now in tears, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Woo-woo, Su Feng'er sobbed louder. Li Yinchuan was plagued by a throbbing headache, wondering if that last sword strike had shattered her pride. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, channeling her spiritual energy to shut the door firmly. Wang Pengzi remained outside, still munching on his snacks, oblivious to the impending consequences. Are you all right? Li Yinchuan gently released Wang Zhiyan and stepped forward to wipe away Su Feng'er's tears. In response, Su Feng'er embraced Li Yinchuan from the front. Li Yinchuan softly patted Su Feng'er on the back, murmuring comforting words, urging her not to cry, assuring her that it was all in jest. Unbeknownst to Li Yinchuan, as Su Feng'er held onto him, her gaze shifted toward Wang Zhiyan, and her initially sorrowful expression transformed into one of smug triumph. The corners of Su Feng'er's mouth lifted in a broad smile, her face radiating a sense of victorious glee. Her brows arching slightly as her eyes sparkled with unabashed pride and a hint of provocation, as if to convey, what is the use of a fleeting laugh? The one who laughs last is the true victor. Wang Zhiyan shook her head with a sigh, then raised her thumb in acknowledgement. All right, you've won this round. But I have not lost. Who truly laughs last remains to be seen. Just wait until Li Yinchuan comes home with me, and when the rice is cooked, we shall see who has the last laugh. Li Yinchuan, noticing that Su Feng'er had ceased her tears, gently released her. Su Feng'er immediately donned a look of feigned grievance. Wang Zhiyan silently praised her acting skills. Knock, 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 came the sound of someone rapping on the door. Boss, the 2 little princesses, along with the members of Zhenyi sect, have arrived. They all wish to see you. Wang Pengzi's voice resonated from beyond the door. Li Yinchuan furrowed his brows. So, Nangong Bu and Nangong Yao have arrived as well? Goodness, are these 2 about to turn this place into a battlefield? How did you fan manage his harem in the original story? Ah, that's right. All the useless ones were eliminated. Come in, everyone. Li Yinchuan released Su Feng'er and adjusted his clothing. With a creak, the doors swung open, revealing a throng of individuals outside. Aside from Nangong Yao, the others were unfamiliar faces. However, standing beside Nangong Yao and holding her hand was a woman whom Li Yinchuan surmised to be the infatuated Nangong Bu. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with a hairpin embellished with rubies. She wore an exquisite red brocade garment, meticulously crafted, with golden threads intricately outlining rose patterns at the hem. The collar delicately concealed her fair, porcelain neck, while a crimson sash accentuated her waist, exuding an air of regal elegance. With her enchanting features, alabaster skin, and delicate, refined facial structure, complete with willow-shaped eyebrows and a cherry blossom mouth, her beauty was strikingly captivating. She possessed a fairy-like allure, enchanting from every possible angle. Li Yinchuan scrutinized the individual before him, and in turn, she assessed him as well. Their gazes locked, creating an invisible duel of confrontation within their shared glance. Ultimately, it was Nangong Bu who faltered first, averting her eyes. Li Yinchuan, my sister has arrived, announced Nangong Yao as she entered, accompanied by 2 guardians of the nascent soul realm. Hello, I am Li Yinchuan, he said with a subtle smile. Although the love-stricken beauty possessed striking looks, she harbored no interest in men, and thus, Li Yinchuan held no grand expectations. He was not Yufan, incapable of altering her disposition. Nangong Bu, she responded softly, inclining her body slightly in a courteous gesture. Observing her closely, he noticed her skin was indeed remarkably fair. Li Yinchuan glanced at Nangong Yao, whose sweet and innocent smile was evident. Could it be that she took their previous bet seriously? Nangong Bu, with her aloof demeanor, typically refrained from initiating conversation. Li Yinchuan found himself at a loss for words, and for a moment, no one dared to speak, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Hey, Li Yinchuan, are you not going to welcome me? A youthful voice emerged from behind Nangong Bu. Li Yinchuan turned his body slightly and lowered his head to glance over. There stood a little girl who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. She had her hair tied up in a ponytail. Her rosy cheeks seemed as if they could yield droplets of water with a gentle pinch. Her pair of glossy, dark eyes was fixed intently on Li Yinchuan, exhibiting no trace of fear whatsoever. Li Yinchuan pondered in his mind whether he had ever encountered this young girl before. I am a disciple of the Jingyi sect, and my name is Song Chaxiang, the little girl proclaimed. Song Chaxiang. Upon hearing her name, Li Yinchuan swiftly recalled her identity. A thought flickered through his mind. Song Chaxiang, the unfortunate protagonist who had inadvertently consumed the spirit child fruit. When she was merely 5 years old, she had ventured into the misty forest with her master and stumbled upon a lustrous, translucent fruit exuding a delicate fragrance. Greedy for a taste, she seized the opportunity when her master was distracted and devoured the fruit, unaware that it was the rare spirit child fruit, which, once consumed, would permanently stifle the consumer's physical development at the age of 5. In other words, she would never grow up. Ha ha ha, that little brat. Li Yinchuan chuckled aloud, unable to contain his amusement. However, when he turned to look at Song Chaxiang again, he noticed her face was clouded with fury. The little girl was truly incensed. Hey, what are you doing? Li Yinchuan felt a sudden kick to his knee. Song Chaxiang, with her doll-like visage, glared at him fiercely. Li Yinchuan, you are very rude. Apologies. Ahem, welcome, friends of the Jingyi sect, to the Zixio sect, and welcome, little Taoist friend Song Chaxiang, to the Zixio sect, Li Yinchuan hastily replied. In the room, the 4 female protagonists accompanying Song Chaxiang stifled their laughter. They knew they must not laugh, lest they offend the Jingyi sect. Wow, Li Yinchuan, you're finished. I challenge you. Song Chaxiang declared, pointing her right hand. Instantly, her aura as a first-level Yuan Dan cultivator erupted. As far as she knew, Li Yinchuan had only recently reached the 9th level of Qi refinement and would surely not be her match. To her surprise, Li Yinchuan summoned his spiritual energy and effortlessly suppressed Song Chaxiang's aura, then gently ruffled her doll-like head. Be a good little Taoist, and tomorrow, if I win the competition, I shall buy you some candy. Li Yinchuan had intended to tease her further, but upon noticing the presence of several elders from the Yuaning realm standing behind her, he decided against it. The little girl held a considerable status within the Jingyi sect. After all, don't touch my head. I am already 20 years old. Song Chaxiang exclaimed in exasperation. The elders behind her, seeing that Li Yinchuan meant no harm, refrained from intervening. Li Yinchuan teased a little before retracting. Feigning surprise as he exclaimed, Taoist Song, you are already 20 years old? One would never guess. Song Chaxiang curled her lip in disdain. You are such a performer. If it weren't for your slight usefulness, I would have dragged you to Jingyi sect and given you a good thrashing with my shoes every day. Li Yinchuan glanced around the gathering, astonished to find 5 leading ladies in attendance. Moreover, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded as Su Fenger and Song Chaxiang encountered one another. In the original narrative, these 2 characters had never crossed paths. The young child had not even made an appearance in the Zixio sect arc. It was only after 200 chapters, during the segment involving the demise of the Daku kingdom, that they were introduced, prompted by Nangong Qing. Little Song, how did you know I was here? And were we acquainted prior? Li Yinchuan inquired. The young child had just called out his name. Yet Li Yinchuan could not recall any moment they had interacted. I came with her. She informed me, Song Chaxiang replied, gesturing toward Nangong Yao, shifting the blame entirely onto her. Nangong Yao? Did I not mention I would seek you out when the time was right? Why did you take it upon yourself to come find me? Li Yinchuan was somewhat displeased, as he had just been on the verge of achieving the remarkable feat of embracing 2 at once, only to be interrupted by this naive girl. I, Nangong Yao, with a mischievous glint in my eyes, pushed Nangong Bu forward, claiming that my sister missed you, hence my visit. Upon hearing this, Nangong Bu cast a withering glare at Nangong Yao. To utter such absurd words in my presence was unfathomable. One could only imagine the outrageous statements she might make in my absence. Yao Yao, once we return to the palace, I will ensure you are properly reprimanded. Nangong Bu thought, wishing to strangle her younger sister. Hee, Nangong Yao replied, innocently. It was unclear whether Nangong Bu, due to her aloof nature, chose not to argue or simply acquiesce to Negong Yao's words, as she surprisingly refrained from rebuttal. Li Yinchuan sensed the murderous intent emanating from two gazes behind him. What on earth is this? Can't they wait until I successfully navigate the trials of the Zishu sect before continuing their conquest one by one? With all of them rushing in at once, I find myself in quite a predicament. Wang Jian is nearly ready, while Feng'er still requires a bit more refinement. Then there is the senior sister, the junior sister, and elder Ningxue? Ahem, it will take some time to clear this stage. Outside, the chubby Wang peered in curiously. Truly impressive. The boss has even managed to win over two princesses. How extraordinary. Following such a remarkable leader, how could I possibly fail? I, Wang Defa, am resolutely devoted to my leader, and even if it means detonating my home, I shall ensure to plant more explosive talismans. As the atmosphere grew increasingly intense, Li Yinchuan promptly retrieved his four-character mantra: collapse, retreat, sell, escape. Wang, this is your dormitory. I shall take my leave to rest. Farewell, everyone. Upon finishing his words, Li Yinchuan executed his swift movement technique and vanished from the scene in an instant, leaving the five women in the room exchanging bewildered glances. The elders who accompanied Song Chaxiang were equally astonished. Such rapid speed must indicate a mastery of earth-level movement techniques. It was evident that the profound heritage of the Zishu sect should not be underestimated. Wang Pengzi dared not venture inside, having witnessed how the previous situation had nearly erupted into chaos. With the Yinchuan's absence, the others found little reason to linger, and thus began to disperse. What a predicament! What on earth is the matter with these women? Did they conspire to arrive together? Just dealing with Su Feng'er was nearly overwhelming. Now 3 more have appeared. And I certainly do not possess the aura of a protagonist. However, prior to the arrival of the little girls, I managed to secure one. Hee. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Wang Jian shall be the first lady officially welcomed into my household. Ah, the essence of Lady Jian is truly delightful. Her hands are soft, her temperament amiable. I cannot help but wonder which unfortunate soul I have usurped her from. In the original tale, after Wang Jian became involved with Yi Fan, he approached to propose marriage. Yet Wang Ruhai firmly opposed, insisting that Wang Jian honor her prior engagement. Yi Fan, not one to be trifled with, took matters into his own hands that very night, killing the father-in-law while Wang Jian was oblivious. He then summoned bandits to stage a robbery and murder, thus concealing his heinous crime. Moreover, Yi Fan sought out the unfortunate fellow who held a betrothal with Wang Jian, exterminating his entire family. This poor wretch, not even named throughout the ordeal, met a tragic end at Yi Fan's hands, silenced forever. Now it is my turn. I must not emulate the beastly Yi Fan. Even a supporting role carries its own weight. I will first locate that unfortunate fellow, approach him directly, and procure the marriage contract. If he refuses, then I shall have no choice but to graciously welcome the mighty Yi Fan. Just jesting. Should he decline, I might have to send a grandchild to Wang Ruhai instead. Well, I believe I have pinned enough for today. Certainly sufficient. Ha. Let us hasten towards midnight. Li Yinchuan reclined in his chamber. Having penned the final line of his diary, his spirits soaring. Not only had his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, reaching the 9th layer of the Yuan Dan realm, but he had also resolved a significant matter in his life. Yet, he pondered the disposition of Su Feng'er. Although Su Feng'er was intended to be one of the heroines in Li Yinchuan's plan requiring rescue, if she could not agree to coexist peacefully with others, he could only ensure her safety from being sacrificed by Yi Fan. After all, with so many heroines in this world, one cannot forsake a whole forest for a single tree. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, Li Yinchuan heard a knock at the door. At this hour, the only person likely to be outside was Su Feng'er. Sister Su, please come in, Li Yinchuan called out. Su Feng'er appeared to be burdened by concerns, her face etched with worry. Sister Su, what troubles you? Is there something on your mind? A pang of guilt washed over him as he recalled having upset Su Feng'er earlier. Li Yinchuan, what is your relationship with Wang Jian? Su Feng'er inquired. Well, if I were to say that I have a betrothal with her, would you believe me? Su Feng'er nodded, then shook her head. It seemed she had resolved to make a determination. Li Yinchuan, I know she has feelings for you, but I do as well, and thus I shall claim my rightful place as the principal consort. Li Yinchuan's latest diary entry instilled in Su Feng'er an acute sense of urgency, akin to a fire licking at her heels. With the arrival of Nangong Bu and the presence of Song Chaxiang well, the little brat was hardly a concern. She realized that if she did not take action soon, her position as the primary consort might be jeopardized. Upon hearing Su Feng'er's words, Li Yinchuan's mouth fell agape. as if he could fit a light bulb inside. Indeed, upon Wang Jian's entrance, she must heed my command. I am the rightful consort. Su Feng regained her commanding demeanor. Li Yinchuan stood momentarily dumbfounded, taken aback by Su Feng's unexpected confession. Goodness! Did she just declare, Li Yinchuan, I proclaim you? Ahem, Su Shiji, Li Yinchuan composed her thoughts. Do not call me Shiji anymore. Refer to me as Su Fenger. Her tone softened. Fenger, my dear. Li Yinchuan cautiously uttered the 4 words. In an instant, Su Fenger's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Hearing the diary's content firsthand elicited an entirely different sensation. Simply call me Fenger. My father addresses me as such, Su Fenger murmured. Are you implying that I should assume the role of your father? Perish the thought. Spare me, Shiji. After a playful exchange, having pierced through the veil of their misunderstanding, their feelings for one another soared rapidly. Fenger, on the summit of the Zhongzhou Peak, it is merely the 2 of us. Why not? Li Yinchuan proposed. What do you have in mind? A bit of sparring. I have recently mastered a formidable spear technique that I can teach you for self-defense. That sounds splendid. Su Fenger nodded, her current Red Lotus spear technique only at the initial level of the Xian rank. As her strength progressed, its effectiveness had begun to wane. This new spear technique, known as Li Chun Ju Nian, belonged to the initial level of the Earth rank and comprised 9 tiers. When practiced to perfection, its power would rival that of advanced Earth rank martial arts. Li Yinchuan elaborated, having attained mastery at the highest level of the system's spear techniques. In this context, his guidance to Su Fenger would prove exceedingly efficient. What is your current realm? Su Fenger inquired with curiosity, following the resolution of her inner turmoil. Her cultivation speed had accelerated remarkably. She had already reached the 2nd layer of the Yuandan realm, yet she was astonished to find herself overshadowed by Li Yinchuan. Yuandan. 9th layer, Li Yinchuan replied with a crooked smile. Su Fenger widened her eyes in disbelief. If memory served correctly, just days prior, Li Yinchuan had been a mere outer disciple at the 3rd layer of Qi training. The speed of his ascension was as astonishing as if he had been consuming meals and drinking water. It was utterly terrifying. At this pace, within half a year, no. Within a month, he could likely reach the Yuanying realm. Brother, that is talent. You cannot replicate it, Li Yinchuan advised, emphasizing that the journey of cultivation must be taken step by step, without the expectation of instantaneous success, for such a feat was unattainable, unless one had external assistance. He mused inwardly. Su Fenger pouted in silent agreement. You speak the truth. Over the course of the next hour, Li Yinchuan imparted all his insights on spear techniques to Su Fenger. Her comprehension was remarkably sharp, and within that hour, she had achieved minor success, mastering 2 layers. Time is drawing near. Let us conclude our session for today. As the clock approached midnight, Li Yinchuan returned to his room, eager to immerse himself in the enchanting sounds of the system. Simultaneously, Ning Shui anticipated the arrival of 12 o'clock. Her little disciple had practiced alchemy all afternoon and had since fallen into slumber. She wondered what rewards awaited her after nominating over 50 times. Congratulations, host. On completing today's diary entry, you have exceeded the required word count with an overall content quality evaluation of S. The host has been awarded a medium golden gift package. Li Yinchuan gestured with enthusiasm. Having already received both large and small golden gift packages, the medium one was indeed a delightful surprise. Upon opening the golden package, the host was greeted with the following rewards. 1 opportunity to locate the female protagonist, 1 breaking yuan pill, 100,000 spirit stones, 1 talent plunder card, and a master-level proficiency in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Li Yinchuan meticulously examined the rewards this time and found that some peculiar items seemed to have infiltrated the list, while 100,000 spirit stones could be overlooked. What on earth is the opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the female protagonist and the mastery of the fine arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? This is a realm of fantasy, not a modern city. In the face of imminent danger, suggesting to the adversary, spare my life, and I shall play for you a symphony of fate. Do you truly believe they would let you go? Li Yinchuan covered his face. Is this the price of word count padding? Breaking Yuan Dan, a 6th grade elixir, utilized at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm to transcend into the Golden Dan. It must undoubtedly be at least a 7-pattern Golden Dan. Li Yinchuan held the broken Yuan Dan and remarked, System, this is merely a 7-pattern Golden Dan. Shouldn't I be rewarded with a 9-pattern Golden Dan considering my extraordinary capabilities? I will let this one pass, but let it be a lesson for the future. This useless elixir shall be reserved for my dear consorts. The system responded with silence. Talent Plunder Card. Upon usage, one can forcibly seize another's talent. This card is undoubtedly the most valuable item. As for whom to use it on, it goes without saying. It shall be my beloved friends and brothers. However, Yinchuan currently retains 3 blood guardians and has yet to awaken his undying bloodline talent. I shall wait until he fully awakens before proceeding. Goodness. Even at this late hour, I find myself thinking about Yinchuan. Who could be my true love if not him? Yinchuan exclaimed in astonishment. In her sect disciple dormitory area, Yinchuan was soaking in a bath, completely unclothed, when he suddenly sneezed. Master, have I caught a cold? Yinchuan pondered. With your physique, no earthly ailment can afflict you. Focus on your cultivation, Qin Laodao replied. How strange. I sneezed out of nowhere. Yinchuan scratched his head and resumed his immersion in the refining potion for cultivation. Ding. The character count statistics from the diary appeared. Please wait. Statistics are being compiled. Please hold on. Statistics completed. Luo Yuling, 59 times. Song Chaxiang, Wang Jian, 10 times. Bu Wushuang, Su Feng, Ning Shui, 6 times. Others, 1 time. Luo Yuling's nomination count of 59 earned her the comprehensive guide to alchemy masters from 1st to 7th grade 1, 7th grade alchemy recipe 10, and the celestial grade artifact 9 heavens alchemy cauldron 1. Song Chaxiang's 10 nominations granted her the opportunity to alter age 1, range 6 to 10 years. Wang Jian's 10 nominations secured her the matchmaker's red string 1. Bu Wushuang and Su Feng each received the Ice Spirit Sword and the Purple Jade Spear, respectively. For their 6 nominations, Ning Shui received 5th grade Beast Fire 1 for her 6 nominations. As the holder of the diary, Luo Yuling achieved her first breakthrough of over 50 nominations, receiving an additional reward, Major Realm Advancement 2. A series of system notifications resonated in the ears of the women present. After the statistics were tallied, all attention gravitated towards Luo Yuling. After all, her staggering count of 59 was a feat that could not have been achieved without Li Yinchuan's sudden madness. Ning Shui paid no mind to her own rewards. Her focus entirely on her little disciple. The comprehensive guide to alchemy masters from 1st to 7th grade? Does this mean I will become a 7th grade alchemy master instantly upon usage? Ning Shui was left astounded. Having studied alchemy since she was 10, she had labored for 18 years, yet only achieved the rank of 5th grade alchemy master. How could her little disciple, who had only been learning for 4 or 5 days, already reach 7th grade? What would those who had been practicing for decades think? The 10 7th grade alchemy recipes were enough to send a shiver down Ning Shui's spine. Each recipe held value akin to Earth grade martial techniques, worthy to be passed down as family heirlooms. And now, she had received a full set of 10. You were destined for greatness. Next came the 3rd reward, the celestial grade artifact 9 heavens alchemy cauldron. The much-anticipated celestial grade artifact had finally appeared. It was truly incredible that the diary rewarded Luo Yuling with this legendary artifact. All it took was 59 nominations. This celestial grade artifact was an alchemy cauldron, perfectly tailored for Luo Yuling. When she awoke the next morning, she would find herself an 18-year-old genius girl possessing a celestial grade alchemy cauldron and status as a 7th grade alchemy master. A magnificent copper-hued cauldron radiating immense power floated beside Luo Yuling. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous thunderclap echoed from the heavens, as if heralding the arrival of divine weaponry. Lightning began to converge above the alchemy pavilion, seemingly poised to strike the cauldron. Ning Shui's forehead broke into a cold sweat. The sheer might of this lightning was far more terrifying than that of an elder of the sect breaking through to the nascent soul stage. It must be summoned by the alchemy cauldron, Ning Shui surmised immediately. She attempted to store the cauldron in her space ring, but its quality was too low to accommodate such a powerful item. If this lightning were to strike, death would be inevitable. Ning Shui readied herself to carry Luo Yuling away from the alchemy pavilion. Yet, in the next moment, all the gathered lightning vanished as if it had never existed. Is it gone? Ning Shui exhaled in relief. Her little disciple remained sound asleep. Suddenly, right before Ning Shui's eyes, the sleeping Luo Yuling's aura began to surge dramatically. Qi Refinement Stage 9. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Foundation Establishment Stage 5. Foundation Establishment Stage 9. Nascent Dan Stage 1. Nascent Dan Stage 5. Luo Yuling's cultivation soared until it halted at Nascent Dan Stage 9. Ning Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth just happened? An opportunity to alter age? Can I finally grow up? Song Chaxiang exclaimed with joy upon seeing her reward, eager to escape the constraints of the spirit child fruit. But then she noticed the subsequent phrase, range 6 to 10 years, and was left perplexed. Good news, I can grow. Bad news, I can only grow a few years. Wow, Li Yinchuan, couldn't you have written my name a few more times? I want to be 18. Song Chaxiang wailed. Outside, an elder watched with a twinge of sympathy. Alas. Little Xiangxiang is so desperate to grow up that she has nearly lost her mind. The matchmaker's red string? What is this? Wang Jian inquired, examining the red thread in her hand, guessing that it might assist with matters of fate. I want to connect myself and Li Yinchuan, Wang Jian declared, correcting the fate line. Correction successful. The red string in her hand gradually faded, leaving Wang Jian feeling no discernible effects. Are you jesting with me? Wang Jian furiously cleaved the table in half with her sword. Is it this ice again? The women exchanged glances, slightly exasperated. She had already been drawn yesterday. And here she was once more. Was there some hidden agenda, or was it merely luck? In the southern state, amidst the snowy plains, Bing slowly opened her eyes. The incessant noise from the diary had given her a headache, but fortunately, it only lasted for a brief moment each day. Upon hearing her name on today's extraction list, she remained indifferent. However, a mere 7-pattern mortal Dan and celestial-grade mortal cauldron held no value for her. Such rewards were not worth her time. If they could heal my injuries, then perhaps they would hold some merit. I wonder if my brother has sent anyone to check on me since I haven't returned in so many days, Bing pondered. She then glanced at the diary and casually customized the theme. Today's theme, healing. Upon encountering the theme of this diary, Li Yinchuan found himself utterly perplexed. The concept of healing appeared excessively broad, leaving him at a loss for where to begin. What a peculiar theme healing is. Dear system, could you perhaps provide a more detailed explanation? Am I to write about you fans healing? This fellow endures injuries daily, undoubtedly possessing profound insights on the matter. As is customary, I shall retire for the night. There are competitions to prepare for tomorrow, so I shall refrain from further discourse for now. Li Yinchuan closed his diary and fell into a deep slumber. Cultivation? Such a notion was non-existent. Wouldn't it be more delightful to pen a few hundred words in his diary? As dawn broke, Luo Yuling awoke to find Ning Shuem meditating quietly beside her. She recalled that she had spent the entire night concocting alchemical elixirs and had exhausted her mental energy, leading her to sleep in the alchemy pavilion. Suddenly, Luo Yuling felt an immense wave of memories flooding her mind, akin to a rising tide. What were these? She gradually embraced them. The experiences of a first-tier alchemist. Luo Yuling was taken aback. The alchemical knowledge within her mind was merging with her own, as if these experiences were the result of her own decades of practice. Moreover, the techniques and comprehension of the elixirs were of an exceptionally high caliber, surpassing even those taught by her master. So this is how my senior brother crafted the elixirs. Luo Yuling mused, recalling Li Yinchuan's alchemical procedures, and suddenly, everything became clear. It was akin to solving a complex mathematical problem where the convoluted steps suddenly revealed themselves to be as simple as addition. This sensation was utterly enchanting. Yuling, how do you feel? Hearing Luo Yuling's murmurs, Ningxue opened her eyes and inquired with a smile. I'm not quite sure, but I suddenly have a new understanding of alchemy, Luo Yuling replied. Why not try refining a strengthening pill again? Ningxue ignited the alchemical furnace, prepared the materials, and encouraged Luo Yuling to commence her crafting. In less than a quarter of an hour, Luo Yuling completed the refinement. Ningxue opened the furnace to find 3 freshly produced first-tier strengthening pills lying inside. Wow! Ningxue gazed enviously at her little disciple. Such alchemical prowess had entirely eclipsed her own as a mentor. Master, did I do well? Luo Yuling asked. Do not call me master anymore. You have become my teacher. Ningxue replied. Ah? Luo Yuling was momentarily bewildered, unsure of Ningxue's intent. Was this an encouragement for her to reverse the heavens? Your alchemical skills have far surpassed mine, placing you on par with Li Yinchuan. Both of you are rare talents, appearing only once in a century, Ningxue said, smiling. No matter the reason, the possession of such alchemical techniques signifies that you have attained that level of proficiency. Yuling, do you know what rewards awaited you in your diary after you fell asleep last night? Ningxue queried. Luo Yuling shook her head. I slept quite soundly, vaguely hearing a thunderous sound. I must tell you, you were nominated an astonishing 59 times last night. You have acquired the experiences of 1st to 7th tier alchemists, along with 10 7th tier recipes, and Ningxue took a deep breath, a celestial-grade alchemical cauldron. The experiences of 1st to 7th tier alchemists widened Luo Yuling's eyes in disbelief. She finally understood the source of those vast memories in her mind. Master, Are you saying I have become a 7th-tier alchemist? Yinchuan nodded. From this moment forth, you are my teacher. Luo Yuling sighed with a wry smile. Please don't jest, master. These are merely rewards from the diary, not the result of my own cultivation. Yinchuan shook her head. No, since you have received such rewards, they are rightfully yours. In terms of alchemical skill, I am no longer your equal. Luo Yuling fell silent, feeling as if she were caught in a dream. She had only just entered the sect and studied alchemy for a few days, yet she had already attained the status of a 7th-tier alchemist. It seemed utterly unbelievable. Just days prior, Yinchuan had taught her the importance of her innate physique, urging her to diligently learn alchemy, foreseeing that she would eventually surpass her. Little did she expect that in just a few days, she had already done so. The future had arrived too swiftly. By the way, I have gathered these items for you. Please keep them safe. If you feel threatened, do not leave the sect until you possess the ability to protect yourself. Yinchuan handed the 10 recipes and the celestial grade cauldron to Luo Yuling. Luo Yuling stared at the items for a moment. Master, please keep them for me. This is a celestial grade treasure. Aren't you afraid I might take it away? Yinchuan replied, a celestial grade treasure is nearly impossible to find in the entire Great Kuan dynasty. If it were someone else, even a father might turn against his son over such a matter. I have taught you alchemy, and I have nothing to repay you with. If you wish, I will gift you this cauldron. Luo Yuling suddenly smiled. Yuling, Yinchuan paused for a moment, then chuckled. It's the first time I've seen someone gift a celestial grade treasure. You are even more generous than the sect leader. Yinchuan carefully stored the cauldron. I will keep it safe for you. Let me know whenever you wish to use it. After discussing the cauldron, Yinchuan remarked, Yuling, your cultivation has also improved. You should be at the 9th level of the Yuan dance stage now. Today was the sect's grand competition. Initially, I did not plan to send you to participate, but since your cultivation has risen, do you wish to compete? Yinchuan asked. Luo Yuling sensed her own cultivation and was astonished to find she had indeed reached the 9th level of the Yuan dance stage. Could this also be a reward from the diary? Master, I think I will pass. I need to digest the memories in my mind first. Though her cultivation had increased, Luo Yuling had not learned many martial techniques and lacked combat experience. She feared she might struggle against disciples of lower cultivation levels. That is also acceptable. Yinchuan nodded, appreciating her little disciple's self-awareness. Since you want to be competing, quickly tell me how you managed to refine 3 pills, little Master Luo. The Zixiao sect was particularly lively today, with thousands of disciples engaged in battles on the competition stage. The vice sect leader, Mo Xian, was also present to observe and identify promising talents. The competition arena was divided into 3 areas: outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Most core disciples were direct protagonists of the elders, and Su Fenger was in this area, ensuring she would not face Li Yinchuan. In each area, disciples of corresponding ranks faced off in pairs, with winners advancing to the next round, ultimately selecting 10 individuals to receive rewards. The top 3 prizes involved the final 3 disciples competing against one another, with the victors earning special accolades. The matches unfolded fervently, despite the sheer number of participants. The disparity in strength among some disciples was so great that their clashes concluded in mere seconds. Li Yinchuan, attired in the garb of an inner disciple, ascended the duel platform. Soon, he was met by his first opponent. Below, a junior disciple, somewhat unfamiliar, inquired politely, "May I ask how to address you, senior brother?" "I am Li Yinchuan, junior brother." "It is a pleasure to meet you," Li Yinchuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing the name Li Yinchuan, Fang Xiaoxiu suddenly recalled something, and a joyful expression illuminated his face. Li Yinchuan, perplexed, inquired, "Is there something amusing about my name? What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, senior brother Li." "Let the competition commence," Fang Xiaoxiu replied. "Very well." Li Yinchuan stretched his muscles, preparing to make his move. It is worth mentioning that since acquiring the diary, Li Yinchuan had scarcely engaged in combat. He had studied several martial arts techniques, yet his practical experience remained uncertain. The only person he had ever truly fought was likely the rotund Wang. As for Yi Fan, he sustained injuries daily, but those were instigated by the female students, having no connection to Li Yinchuan. Thus, Li Yinchuan aspired to seize this opportunity to hone his practical combat experience during the duel. Li Yinchuan raised his right hand and drew forth the azure sword, poised to strike. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out as Fang Xiaoxiu exclaimed, "Senior brother, I concede. You have triumphed." With that, he decisively leaped down from the arena. "Li Yinchuan? What is happening? I have suppressed my cultivation to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Why are you running away? Li Yinchuan, you have won. Please wait a moment. I will arrange for the next disciple shortly, the person in charge replied. Li Yinchuan waited on stage for a minute as the second round of the competition commenced. Greetings, senior brother. I am Pumpkin. May I inquire your name? The opponent asked. I am Li Yinchuan, he replied. Upon hearing the name, Pumpkin's face lit up with a joyful smile, as if he had won the lottery. What brings you such amusement? Li Yinchuan inquired, noting that the previous contestant, Fang Xiaoxiu, had exhibited a similar reaction upon hearing his name. Oh, it's nothing, senior brother. Let us compete earnestly. I assure you, I will not hold back, Pumpkin declared, drawing forth his longsword. Very well, Li Yinchuan responded, sensing the opponent's fervor for battle. Let the contest begin. As soon as the official's words echoed, Pumpkin exclaimed, I concede. Senior brother, you are the victor. He then decisively leaped down from the arena and dashed away in high spirits. Li Yinchuan, this scene feels remarkably familiar. What on earth is happening? Wasn't it promised that there would be no leniency? Are you conceding without even putting up a fight? Do you understand what is going on? Li Yinchuan inquired of the person in charge. The official rolled his eyes and replied, How should I know? If the opponent concedes, you might as well take pleasure in it. Li Yinchuan, the third round of the competition commences in 2 minutes. Li Yinchuan faced a disciple who was tall yet slender, resembling a shrimp stick. Greetings, senior brother. My name is Xiaotiao. May I inquire your name? Xiaotiao asked. I shall wait a moment. Once I finish stating my name, will you not chuckle, and after your laughter, concede defeat? Li Yinchuan replied. Not at all. I am unfamiliar with you, senior brother. I merely wish to get acquainted for mutual support within the sect. What do you think? Xiaotiao said with a cheerful grin. Very well, I am Wang Defa. Li Yinchuan responded. Suddenly, Xiaotiao took a step back, exclaiming, You are Li Yinchuan. How could you be Wang Laoda? Judge, I concede. He has won. Without the match even commencing, Xiaotiao leapt off the stage, laughing heartily as he ran away. Li Yinchuan exclaimed, Damn it. The person in charge shrugged. It was his first encounter with such a situation. Conserve your strength for the upcoming opponents, he advised. Having already passed 3 rounds, the remaining competitors were predominantly formidable disciples. Li Yinchuan surveyed the arena, noting that there was not a single individual below the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Not far away, Yi Fan had also achieved 3 victories in 3 battles. However, in stark contrast to Li Yinchuan, he bore the marks of conflict. Although Yi Fan's prowess should have spared him injury, his attire told a different story, with a significant portion of his upper garment torn asunder, leaving his back exposed. At that moment, Yi Fan stood on the stage with a somber expression, equally aware of Li Yinchuan's presence. Li Yinchuan disregarded him. Everyone else was joyfully engaged in their contest, while he appeared as though mourning a loss. Soon, the 4th round commenced. A female disciple, at the 8th level of foundational cultivation, stepped forward. Although her beauty paled in comparison to the leading ladies, she was still presentable. Greetings, senior brother. I am Tanghua. May I inquire your name? The female disciple politely inquired. Guess, Li Yinchuan replied curtly. Why did every newcomer insist on asking names? Are today's disciples so courteous? Hee. Senior brother, you are quite handsome. I shall guess your name is Li Yinchuan. Tanghua laughed, then waved her hand. Well then, junior sister will concede defeat for now. Li Yinchuan, is this never ending? Why do they concede upon hearing my name? Surely, someone is targeting me. Could it be Fenger? Li Yinchuan speculated. Su Fenger's father is the sect leader. After I joined hands with Su Fenger, my fellow disciples chose to concede. But that doesn't make sense. Su Fenger and I only officially got together last night, and this news hasn't spread yet. Could it be? A spark of inspiration ignited in Li Yinchuan's mind as he recalled the words of a former disciple. This summer, the fellow known as Wang Pongzi referred to Wang Laoda. Surely, this rotund fellow is behind the mischief. After Li Yinchuan pondered the reasons, the 5th round of the competition commenced. Greetings, senior brother. I am called. Wait a moment. Li Yinchuan interrupted the incantation. I would like to know, what did Wang Fatty convey to you? Senior brother, do you know Wang Laoda? It seems you must be Li Yinchuan. Ha ha ha. I concede. The disciple laughed heartily and leaped off the stage. Li Yinchuan, the 6th round of the competition commenced, and Li Yinchuan was escorted to another combat stage by the officials. Upon stepping onto the platform, he seized the attire of his male opponent, rendering any attempt at escape futile. Master, senior brother, what are you doing? The male disciple inquired anxiously. What did Fat Wang tell you? Speak honestly, or I shall concede defeat. Li Yinchuan threatened. The disciple hesitated, searching for a way to evade Li Yinchuan's scrutiny, yet ultimately succumbed to the intensity of his gaze. Very well, I shall divulge, he relented. Boss Wang instructed us that if we encounter an exceptionally handsome stranger during the contest, we should inquire about their name. If they happen to be named Li Yinchuan, we should immediately concede defeat. Those who successfully lose the match will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones. Thus, we all hope to encounter you, as that amount represents nearly 10 months of my salary. Upon hearing these words, Li Yinchuan couldn't help but chuckle with amusement. Very well. Wang Pengzi is indeed quite remarkable. As for you, senior brother Li, I concede. I shall return to claim my spirit stones. With that, the male disciple swiftly made his exit from the arena. The 7th round of the competition unfolded as Li Yinchuan had anticipated. Upon announcing his name, he effortlessly secured victory in the match. Li Yinchuan became the sole disciple among thousands, entering the top 10 without engaging in a single match and emerging unscathed. Li Yinchuan stepped down from the competition stage, and the spectators, including Bu Wushuang, Nangong Biu, Song Chaxiang, and Wang Jian, approached him. They had initially sought to observe Li Yinchuan's prowess, especially since he had offered pointed critiques of others in his diary, suggesting he must possess considerable skill himself. However, to their surprise, they witnessed his opponents smiling and conceding one after another, without him even having the chance to engage in combat. Li Yinchuan, what is going on? Why have you not fought at all? Nangong Yao inquired. Is the competition truly this simple? Had I known, I would have participated as well. It's all about financial prowess. Li Yinchuan replied. The others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if this superpower was some remarkable martial technique that compelled opponents to surrender. Ah, senior sister. Why did you not join the competition? Li Yinchuan suddenly asked. In the original narrative, Yi Fan had taken his companions, including the senior sister and Fenger, to participate in the ruins, where they discovered a rare spiritual herb, only to encounter attempts at theft by disciples from other sections. Initially, surrendering the herb seemed straightforward. Yet Yi Fan insisted on its importance to him, leading Fenger to lose control for the first time, succumbing to unconsciousness and losing her purity. The senior sister suffered grave injuries as well, while Yi Fan emerged unscathed, ultimately reaping numerous opportunities. Upon reflection, it seemed as if Yi Fan had orchestrated the events deliberately. Nevertheless, the unfolding of events had altered. The senior sister hadn't even stepped onto the competition stage, so how could she participate in the ruins? And what of Yi Fan's role? Was the Grand Elder engaging in underhanded tactics, effectively rigging the outcome? Upon hearing Li Yinchuan's questions, Bu Wushuang smiled slightly. My cultivation has been progressing rather swiftly of late, and I wish to solidify my foundation while also practicing a newly acquired sword technique. Thus, I opted not to vie for a spot. Your cultivation has advanced? Senior sister, have you broken through to the golden core stage? Li Yinchuan asked. But wait. Didn't you only achieve that breakthrough after the ruins? The Zixiao sect was the only sect without a representative at the golden core stage, leading to their exploitation by other sects who seized their resources. Bu Wushuang contemplated this, realizing the truth was nuanced and not entirely straightforward. Li Yinchuan felt somewhat helpless upon hearing the ambiguous response. Sister, you, such a gentle person, are also playing riddles with me, aren't you? Just as he spoke, Su Fenglu approached, wielding a red tassel spear. Li Yinchuan, did you win? She inquired. By sheer luck. I nearly lost, replied Li Yinchuan. The onlookers were at a loss for words, remarking, you didn't even lift a finger. How much of a gap must there be for you to lose? Are you injured? Li Yinchuan noticed a scar on Su Fenglu's hand, already scabbed over. I didn't pay attention. It's just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about. Su Fenglu waved her hand dismissively. How can that be? Come, quickly take this healing pill, Li Yinchuan urged, producing a 5th-grade healing elixir. Su Fenglu responded, are you serious? This is akin to a doctor opting for surgery and chemotherapy for a patient with a mere cold and fever. In one corner, Li Yinchuan was surrounded by laughter and camaraderie, while Yi Fan found himself in a state of utter isolation. Cursed be the circumstances. His wardrobe was already scant, and now it lay in tatters, shredded by his opponents. Had it not been for the dueling stage, he would have surely dealt with them in a far more severe manner. Throughout 7 matches, each adversary seemed solely intent on ruining his attire rather than engaging in combat. Now he stood bare-chested, clad in pants riddled with gaping holes, all alone on the arena. Many disciples could not stifle their laughter at his disheveled appearance, while the elders looked on with a mix of disbelief and pity. Who among the inner disciples could afford to be so poorly dressed, flaunting themselves in such a manner. Whose disciple is this? Why is he without proper clothing? An elder inquired. Not mine, came the response. It should belong to old Guan. Curse your star coins. He is your disciple. His name is Yinchuan, and he entered through the back door, Elder Shao explained to the others. Ah, that explains it. They nodded in understanding. Eventually, it was Elder Xiao Yin who noticed Yifan's predicament and approached him, offering a set of clothes from his ring, thus preserving the last vestiges of Yifan's dignity. Once dressed, Yifan observed the throng of admirers encircling Li Yinchuan, a fiery woman, a stunning beauty, and even his senior sister who harbored feelings for him, along with a couple of royal princesses. What merit did Li Yinchuan possess to attract such company? This should rightly be his own privilege. A surge of resentment boiled within Yifan. He yearned to confront Li Yinchuan and claim his place. Senior Xia. What is Li Yinchuan's status? He inquired indignantly. Following Yifan's gaze, Xia Lian discerned the striking male disciple in question. Isn't he your dear friend, your brother in arms? Xia Lian asked with curiosity, recalling how Li Yinchuan had introduced himself. However, Yifan's expression suggested something amiss. Far from it. That scoundrel. I could hardly contain my desire to eliminate him. Yifan seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Xia Lian sensed a deception had taken place. These two bore a deep-seated grudge against one another. Yet, this revelation presented an opportunity. Junior brother Yi, your cultivation talent is extraordinary, brimming with potential. The Zixiao sect is rather feeble and cannot facilitate your ascension. Should you require assistance, I am willing to lend my support, Xia Lian offered in a hushed tone. You wish to assist me? Yifan queried, intrigued. Indeed, your talent is unparalleled, and I consider this an investment. Should you rise in the future, do not forget your senior brother, Xia Lian replied with a smile. Of course, Yifan thought to himself with a cold smirk. Investment or manipulation, he wondered. In the impending chaos, I hope you will aid me in confronting Li Yinchuan, Yifan requested. Consider it done, Xia Lian nodded affirmatively. Without offering a taste of sweetness, how could he expect anyone to willingly follow him? Li Yinchuan was speaking when Bu Wushuang suddenly raised her hand. I sensed the intent to kill. Bu Wushuang's delicate nose twitched as she turned to seek the source of the murderous aura. Li Yinchuan turned his gaze in that direction and noticed a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent fixed upon him from the core disciple area not far away. It is Mo Chun, Su Fenger remarked. This fellow has been persistently harassing me. He was absent from the sect for a while, which afforded me a bit of respite. But now he has returned, and it is utterly vexing. Mo Chen's strength is at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, making him the most formidable among you disciples. Bu Wushuang's expression grew serious. The palpable hostility was clearly directed at Li Yinchuan. A fierce conflict was imminent, and it was certain that Mo Chen would make a move against Li Yinchuan. Do not worry, junior brother. If he dares to act recklessly, I shall ensure your safety, Bu Wushuang assured him. Li Yinchuan nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude to his senior sister. However, I do not believe I can defeat him. No worries. We shall confront him together later, Su Fenger said, wrapping her arm around Li Yinchuan's shoulder. The usually dark and brooding face of Mo Chen was now clouded with an even deeper shade of fury. Soon, the break time concluded. The final round of the competition is about to commence. We ask the 30 disciples to come forth. The official announced loudly. Li Yinchuan and Su Fenger ascended the stage together. A sense of unease suddenly washed over him as he recalled the words of Bu Wushuang. What did she mean by saying that they were the most accomplished disciples among them? Was she not a disciple herself? How peculiar. The senior sister had only just achieved a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Could she truly protect him from Mo Chen's grasp? Lately, the senior sister's words had become increasingly incomprehensible. The final competition would see the 30 victors from the previous rounds engage in a chaotic brawl on the grand fighting stage. The last 3 disciples standing would earn the right to participate in the relics, with the first-place winner receiving an additional reward, a 4th-grade elixir and a chance to access the 3rd floor of the scripture repository. After the rules were announced, 10 outer disciples decisively forfeited. Having not yet reached the foundation establishment stage, they stood no chance against the core disciples of the Yuan Dan realm. 4 inner disciples also chose to withdraw, leaving only 6 remaining on the stage. With the addition of the 10 core disciples, a total of 16 participants were left. Let the competition begin, proclaimed the organizer, stepping away from the battleground. With elders from the nascent soul realm observing, there was no concern for fatalities. Given the nature of the melee and the opportunity for 3 to secure their future, all participants promptly formed alliances, wisely avoiding the folly of solitary combat. Unity and cooperation were also forms of strength. The 16 competitors quickly divided into 4 factions. Li Yinchuan and Su Feng'er formed one group, with Xiao Yan, Yi Fan, and 3 core disciples allied with Xiao Yan in another. Mo Chan led a team with 4 core disciples, while the remaining 4 inner disciples formed the last group. As Mo Chan was the strongest, the other factions were keenly aware of him. Should they manage to eliminate Mo Chan amidst the chaos, their chances of victory would significantly increase. Yi Fan, however, was indifferent. He was determined to seize this opportunity to exact a thorough beating upon Li Yinchuan. Yet, he was halted by Xiao Yan. Wait, it seemed Mo Chan had set his sights on him. Humph! You dare to covet my woman. You shall meet your end. Yi Fan sneered. Mo Chan, ignoring everyone else, had fixated his gaze on Li Yinchuan. His fury intensified upon witnessing Li Yinchuan and Su Feng'er together. Su Feng'er was the woman he had chosen. No one could take her from him. What is your relationship with Feng'er? Mo Chan inquired coldly. Do not call me Feng'er. Only Brother Li is permitted to do so, Su Feng'er replied, affectionately linking her arm with Li Yinchuan's. With the barriers between them shattered, Su Feng'er candidly acknowledged her feelings. The elders in the viewing stand overheard her declaration as well. Li Yinchuan was covered in goosebumps. My goodness, young lady, your utterance of brother could be lethal. Could you please be a bit more composed? All right, very well. Mo Chan's fingers cracked ominously. Today you are doomed. Not even the deputy sect master can save you. Upon hearing this, Li Yinchuan displayed an expression of fear, pointing at Mo Chan and shouting to Mo Xian on the platform, Vice Sect Master, did you hear that? This fellow claims you are useless. Mo Xian's face darkened. As a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, he could clearly hear the commotion on the stage. Mo Chan, being the eldest senior disciple and the direct apprentice of the Grand Elder, wielded considerable influence within the sect. The usual banter had now escalated into an awkward situation, leaving everyone at a loss. Clearing his throat, Mo Xian replied, Rest assured, should there be any life-threatening danger, I shall intervene. In the recent contest, Li Yinchuan did not make a single move, a fact that did not escape the attention of many elders. They were indifferent to this apparent underhandedness, for the chaos of the final battle would inevitably reveal his true nature. One cannot hope to endure if one's strength is insufficient. It is baffling to consider why the young master has taken a fancy to such a pretty boy. Is it merely his handsome visage? In no other aspect can he possibly compare to Mo Chan. Mo Chan finds it incomprehensible why Li Yinchuan possesses such an audacious demeanor, akin to that of a child seeking to lodge complaints. Speaking threats, do you truly grasp the meaning of such words? You would be wise to remain within the confines of the sect for the rest of your days, for should you venture beyond, I shall ensure you come to regret it, Mo Chan remarked darkly. Li Yinchuan raised his hand and said, Vice Sect Master, this fellow has threatened me, claiming that I shall never leave the sect for the rest of my life. Mo Xian remained silent, while the elders looked on with varying expressions. Su Feng'er stifled a laugh, unable to contain herself. Xiao Yan observed Li Yinchuan with interest, noting his utter lack of shame, a trait reminiscent of their demonic sect. If only he could be lured into their ranks, he might ascend to the position of captain at the very least. Yi Fan regarded Li Yinchuan with disdain, finding it beneath him to report a fellow disciple's skirmish to the sect master. Such behavior was utterly contemptible. As he watched Mo Chan approach, Li Yinchuan let out a sigh. The misfortune that rightfully belonged to Yi Fan had now shifted onto his shoulders. Perhaps this was the burden that came with intercepting the heroine. Feng'er, kindly keep your distance while I deal with him, Li Yinchuan instructed. Very well, but do exercise caution, Su Feng'er replied, nodding before stepping to the opposite side of the duel arena. What should have been a chaotic free-for-all had now transformed into a one-on-one confrontation between Li Yinchuan and Mo Chan. Mo Chan's hands gradually turned a deep crimson, as a potent aura of blood coalesced within his palms. Blood Hand of Fury. Mo Chan moved with remarkable speed, targeting Li Yinchuan's heart with claws as sharp as an eagle's talons. Instant step. Li Yinchuan executed a terrestrial-level movement technique, his speed surpassing that of Mo Chan by several degrees, evading the fierce assault. With the initial strike thwarted, Mo Chan launched a subsequent attack. Angry Wind, Blood Hand, Pursue. This time, the offensive unleashed by Mo Chan manifested as a surge of blood energy, imbued with a tracking capability that rendered mere evasion insufficient for escape. Li Yinchuan remained calm and unhurried as he consumed a 5th-grade windwalking pill. In an instant, his speed surged, propelling him to the side of the 4 disciples behind Mo Chan. The surge of blood energy followed closely, and with a resounding thud, it struck one of the core disciples. The disciple, at the first level of the Yuan Dan stage, collapsed to the ground, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Li Yinchuan let out a hissing sound. This fellow truly showed no mercy. An elder in the stands shouted, "Stop! Stop!" He then flew onto the stage, taking away the injured disciple. Simultaneously, he cast a resentful glance at Li Yinchuan, for the bloodied disciple was his cherished protege. He dared not blame Yinchuan, so he could only glare at Li Yinchuan. Seeking death, Yinchuan roared in fury, beginning to employ his mid-grade profound movement technique to chase after Li Yinchuan. In a corner, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. This was undeniably his stage. All eyes should be fixed upon him. Why were the spotlight and all the attention being seized by these two clowns? No, I must take action, Yi Fan declared. Wait a little longer. Xiao Lian raised his hand. I can't wait any longer. I'll first deal with those 4 inner disciples. Yi Fan's gaze swiftly locked onto the 4 onlookers among the inner disciples as he brandished his black wooden staff and launched an assault. He understood the principle of picking the softest persimmons to squeeze. Let us go after Yinchuan and his group, Xiao Lian instructed his 2 accompanying disciples. On the stage, only Su Feng'er stood as a female disciple, solitary, and she was also the sect leader's daughter. Until the very end. No one wished to take the initiative to bully her. Of course, whether or not they could defeat her was another matter entirely. Li Yinchuan, will you merely scurry about like a rat? Yinchuan was growing increasingly agitated. This fellow's cultivation was not high, yet his speed surpassed even his own. He had trained in the mid-grade profound movement technique, the finest in the Zixiao sect, so how could the opponent be swifter? It must be the effect of that pill. It surely enhances speed. Once the pill's effects wear off, I will be able to catch up. You want to fight me? Li Yinchuan suddenly came to a halt. What? Are you afraid? Yinchuan scoffed. You lack the qualification to fight me, unless you can defeat my elder brother, Yi Fan. Li Yinchuan sprinted towards Yi Fan, shouting, Brother Yi Fan, come help me. Upon hearing someone call his name, Yi Fan turned to see it was Li Yinchuan. Are you courting death? Yi Fan replied coldly. Brother, what are you saying? We share a bond akin to brothers, a camaraderie forged through life and death, Li Yinchuan said with a grin. Right now, little brother is in a bit of trouble. Could you lend me a hand? Get lost. Yi Fan spat out the words disdainfully. Such a crude attempt at borrowing a knife to kill could be recognized even by a fool. At that moment, Yinchuan had caught up. Observing Li Yinchuan with Yi Fan together, one had stolen his Su Feng'er and the other had taken away his Buwushuang. He decided that both must perish. You can't possibly be so blind as to mislead dog thief's little tricks, Yi Fan said to Yinchuan. Even if I see through it. You shall both fall by my hand. Yinchuan retorted contemptuously. He deemed these two, who had yet to reach the golden core stage, unworthy of reasoning with him. Brother, your words wound my heart too deeply. It's a shame that the senior sister cherishes you so. Just admit, do you like her or not? Li Yinchuan feigned heartbreak. Whether I like her or not is inconsequential. Any woman I set my sights on will undoubtedly be mine. Yi Fan declared with pride. That's splendid. If I were a woman, I would certainly be attracted to a man of such gallant character as you, Li Yinchuan added. You? You are not worthy. Yi Fan glanced at Li Yinchuan, who appeared rather handsome, but he had no inclination towards men. Foolish Yi Fan. Say that again. Foolish Yi Fan, Yinchuan interjected, observing the banter between the two as if he were inconsequential. One could endure only so much. Oblivious to the peril that loomed over them, the jesters must all perish. In his hand, Yinchuan brandished a massive, menacing axe aimed at the nearer Yi Fan. Raging Cloud Blood Axe. Yi Fan felt an overwhelming pressure and hastily summoned his bloodline power to bolster his physical strength. Damn it, Yinchuan, are you insane? This little thief is using you. Can't you see? Yi Fan braced himself against the axe strike, his chest heaving with suppressed energy as he cursed Yinchuan. If he dies, you shall die as well. Yinchuan's eyes burned crimson, fully consumed by fury. Yi Fan intended to distance himself from the fray, hoping Li Yinchuan could first wear Yinchuan down. However, in the brief moment he turned, he found Li Yinchuan had vanished. Brother, give it your all. This pathetic senior brother is surely no match for you. Li Yinchuan's voice echoed from a distance, reaching the ears of the two. Summer Lian, engaged in the fray, felt an inexplicable mix of shame and admiration. How disgraceful, yet how appealing. Yinchuan's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Fan, determined to eliminate this little Karami first, before dealing with the remaining opponent. Fool. Yi Fan retorted, unwilling to engage with Yinchuan initially, but feeling compelled to retaliate against such provocation. Did they truly think he feared them? With a swift motion, Yi Fan retrieved a black wooden staff from beneath him, executing the black snake staff technique. Yinchuan, Relying solely on his raw power rather than any martial skills, relentlessly pressed Yi Fan into a dire situation. Fortunately, Yi Fan's body had been reinforced by various body-enhancing potions, allowing him to withstand the barrage of attacks. To reach such a level at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment is commendable, but today, your demise is inevitable. Imochen sneered. On the platform, Imo Xian, Elder Guan, Elder Xiao, and the others observed silently, choosing to watch the unfolding drama. After all, Yi Fan had initially gained entry through the Zixiao order, so his fate was of little concern to them. As Yi Fan was cornered by Imochen, the situation became increasingly precarious. He resorted to desperate tactics, entangled in a fierce struggle, faced with insurmountable odds, and ultimately on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed, followed by a surge of bloodlight, and Imochen fell to the ground, incapacitated. Yi Fan had emerged victorious, or so it seemed. Yet, upon closer inspection, Yi Fan lay battered and breathless on the ground. What just transpired? How could the senior brother be down? Yi Fan won. Impossible. Surely. This was mere bravado. After all, the senior brother had already reached the golden core stage, effortlessly besting a mere Foundation establishment peak. Open your eyes. This is merely a fainted senior brother, while Yi Fan still manages to speak, murmured the spectators in the front row, chattering in disbelief. Dare to challenge me? Yi Fan spat at Imochen. Summer Lian, witnessing the turn of events, widened her eyes in astonishment. Truly, he was the man she had chosen. Even Imochen was no match for him. The position of future Saint Sun was undoubtedly within his grasp. Summer Lian withdrew from the chaos, approaching Yi Fan and offering him a third-grade healing pill. Thank you, Yi Fan said, swallowing it whole. The combined effects of the pill and his extraordinary recovery abilities soon allowed him to regain his footing. Is that all? Imochen is merely mediocre. At that moment, a loud laugh resonated through the arena. How pathetic, senior brother. You couldn't even withstand 3 moves before falling. From now on, Imochen should steer clear of me. Li Yinchuan's hearty laughter resonated throughout the arena, echoing into the ears of his fellow disciples seated at a distance. Xiao Lian, bewildered, wondered, what on earth is he doing? Shameless. Yi Fan gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing he was usurping my glory. The 3 followers of Imochen, previously embroiled in a chaotic melee, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. What? The senior brother was actually defeated by him. This can't be true. His handsome visage is one thing, but his fighting prowess is astonishing. It's over. We must retreat at once. He certainly will not spare us. After a brief discussion, the trio promptly leaped off the competition stage, opting to forfeit. Upon hearing Li Yinchuan's words, Su Fenger immediately grasped the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. Even Imochen is no match for you. Many female disciples in the audience wore expressions of adoration. Senior brother Li is so impressive. I admire him greatly. With the senior brother defeated by him, it seems the position will soon be relinquished. Senior brother Li is both handsome and capable. He and senior sister Su are simply a match made in heaven. I wish to warm senior brother Li's bed. I wonder if he would have me. Senior brother Li. Senior brother Li. The female disciples called out in unison. Yi Fan's face fell. This was a feat he had achieved, yet it had been overshadowed by Li Yinchuan. Imochen was defeated by me. Yi Fan shouted, but aside from the few dozen disciples who had witnessed the event firsthand, no one believed him. Li Yinchuan smiled humbly and waved his hand, exclaiming loudly, let us remain low-key. Let us attribute this matter to junior brother Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, the female disciples became even more fervent. Wow, not only is our senior brother incredibly powerful, but he is also so modest. Unlike some individuals who are utterly shameless, Yi Fan is truly despicable. It is said that he gained entry through dubious means, and on his very first day, he provoked the senior sister, nearly facing dire consequences. Laughter erupted. What a foolish move from Yi Fan. A pathetic man, indeed. Moreover, how dare he speak when he cannot even compare to senior brotherly in terms of looks? Xiao Lian supported Yi Fan, feeling the tremors of his anger coursing through his hands. These women are insufferable. I shall not let a single one of them escape my wrath. Yi Fan pointed his staff at Li Yinchuan, challenging him. Dare to face me in a fair fight, you scoundrel? Li Yinchuan smiled with a hint of mischief. Yi Fan, do you truly believe that I cannot contend with you? I merely granted you a moment of grace to showcase your abilities. Xiao Lian reassured. Yi Fan, calm yourself. Your injuries are severe. Confronting him head-on would be unwise. Yi Fan brushed aside Xiao Lian's hand, declaring, my wounds have healed. I shall face this scoundrel in battle. Li Yinchuan has repeatedly conspired against himself, beginning from the initial assessment of the sect, truly pushing the boundaries of tolerance. Yi Fan must assert himself, otherwise his future cultivation will be fraught with obstacles. Very well, then, do exercise caution. Xiaolian found it futile to offer counsel and could only acquiesce to Yi Fan's determination. With the peak strength of the foundation establishment stage, Yi Fan had just vanquished Mo Qin, who was at the 7th layer of the golden elixir stage. His combat potential was simply unparalleled. If necessary, he would intervene to preserve his life. Li Yinchuan, continue. Su Feng'er produced a long spear, entirely enveloped in a shade of purple, and tossed it to Li Yinchuan. This spear was indeed the coveted purple jade spear, a reward obtained from her diary. Li Yinchuan seized the Ziyun spear, twirling it with a flourish. Casting a playful glance at Yi Fan. Are you certain you wish to engage me in combat? I assure you, I am quite formidable. Humph, spare me your words. Yi Fan retorted. Mo Qin is no match for me, and you have yet to reach the golden core stage. Prepare to meet your demise. Without further ado, Yi Fan brandished his black wooden staff and charged forward. Such spirit. In an instant, the two clashed, their weapons meeting in a fierce confrontation. Li Yinchuan observed Yi Fan's imposing demeanor, which showed no signs of having sustained serious injuries. His curiosity regarding Yi Fan's cockroach-like resilience deepened. I sincerely hope you awaken your bloodline talents soon, Li Yinchuan remarked. What did you say? Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, astonished to hear the other express a desire for his early awakening of such abilities. It's nothing, Li Yinchuan replied with a grin. However, to Yi Fan, this smile appeared increasingly insidious, suggesting a hidden agenda. Regardless of your intentions, once I fully awaken my potential, I shall fear no one. Not even those at the nascent soul stage, Yi Fan declared with audacious confidence. Li Yinchuan blinked, remarking that only he could be the male lead. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have been swiftly subdued and beaten to the ground during their humble beginnings. The 5th technique of the Blackwood Staff Art, Black Serpent emerges from its den. Yi Fan unleashed his most formidable offensive maneuver. Are you serious? Then allow me to entertain you properly. Li Yinchuan began to demonstrate his marksmanship, executing the 7th stance of the separation of dust and absolute thought, breaking stars, raging sun. The purple cloud spear instantly glowed a fierce crimson, and a colossal dragon of flame erupted from its tip, roaring forth with a searing aura, advancing towards Yi Fan and compressing the air in its wake. As this technique was unleashed, the temperature of the entire arena rose several degrees, leaving the observing disciples in a state of astonishment. What a terrifying technique! What level of martial skill is this? It can't possibly be a mysterious ranked technique. Those don't have such a grand display. It feels akin to an earth-ranked martial skill, particularly a spear technique. Could it be Senior Sister Su's gift to him? My goodness, I suddenly envy Senior Brotherly. Marrying the sect leader's daughter means he never has to worry about martial arts. With that pitiful talent of yours, even if faced with earth-ranked techniques, you'd never master them in a lifetime. Senior Brother is truly formidable. I can hardly bear it. One could hear the murmurs of admiration among the other combatants, all of whom paused in disbelief, having never witnessed such a shocking display before. No one harbored the illusion that they could survive such a terrifying assault. Thank heavens I did not provoke Li Yinchuan. Is he truly an inner sect disciple? It feels as though even the Senior Brother wouldn't stand a chance against him. He was not boasting. He can genuinely overpower Mo Qin. How frightening. How invigorating. How invigorating indeed, Yi Fan thought, feeling anything but inspired. In the viewing stand, Elder Mo Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. After such a long wait, we finally behold a fight that captivates our attention, he remarked. Elder Shao inquired, Elder Gong, does our sect possess such martial techniques? Elder Gong, responsible for managing the scripture repository, shook his head, fully aware of the myriad martial skills contained within its walls and their respective ranks. Not a single one can compare to the terrifying power of this technique before us. Mo Qian commented, this individual must still be an inner sect disciple. If he lacks a master, I might as well take him under my wing. It's been ages since I had a disciple and could use some exercise. The other elders secretly scoffed. Who wouldn't want to take such a promising talent under their wing? If not for the fact that he was the vice sect leader, they might have contested it. It's a blessing for our sect that sect leader Mo has taken notice of this young man, Elder Guan interjected. Indeed, indeed. The other elders concurred. With sect leader Su absent, Mo Qian held the most authority within the Purple Cloud sect. On the arena floor, confronted by a dragon of flame stretching several dozen meters, Yi Fan's pupils dilated in fear. He sensed an overwhelming pressure that rendered him breathless, causing him to falter mid-attack with the Black Serpent staff art. The disparity in their offensive capabilities was monumental. It was akin to wielding a small knife against an opponent brandishing an AK. How could one even engage in such a contest? This young man possessed more than one Earth-ranked martial technique. A glimmer of greed flashed in Elder Qin's eyes. If he could somehow wrest the techniques from Yinchuan, his strength would undoubtedly multiply. Master, I feel I am on the brink of demise. Please assist me. Yi Fan mentally cried out. You must use that technique from before. Elder Qin urged. Earlier, Yi Fan had activated a protective barrier of blood energy, successfully countering Yinchuan. With so many Yuanying realm elders present, Elder Qin would be mad to expose himself. Master, I sense my blood energy is running low. I can last at most 3 more uses before it vanishes completely. Yi Fan lamented, feeling a twinge of regret over the loss of his precious energy. Although each use enhanced his cultivation slightly, it also diminished his life-preserving reserves. Fear not. Once you reach the Yuanying realm, you will be able to cultivate blood energy at will, allowing you to use it freely, Elder Qin reassured him. Really? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course, Elder Qin affirmed solemnly. Well, not exactly. He withheld the last 3 words, uncertain of how blood energy could be stored or condensed. He merely intended to bolster Yi Fan's confidence, which he did not deem deceptive. Then, I shall not hold back. With this exchange completed in an instant, Yi Fan unleashed his blood energy, breaking through to the 3rd layer of the Yuan Dan realm. Li Dog Thief. Let you taste my blackwood staff. Yi Fan shouted, charging headlong into the fire dragon with his staff. Roar. The fire dragon promptly engulfed Yi Fan, incinerating his garments completely. Ah! A scream resonated amidst the flames. Poof! Yinchuan suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his chest and violently coughed up blood. Su Fenger rushed forward to support him, exclaiming, Yinchuan, are you all right? Yinchuan brushed off his clothing, stating, it's nothing, merely a slight stain on the hem. Without those 3 volumes of local martial arts techniques and the trusty iron rod, Yi Fan was utterly no match for Yinchuan. The battle was almost a complete domination by Yinchuan. Yinchuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling relieved that he had not exerted his full strength just moments ago. Otherwise, he feared for his very life. Unlike Yi Fan, he did not possess such an extraordinary ability to recover. In the center of the fighting arena, a great pit had been blasted out by the fire dragon, with smoke and dust swirling into the air, accompanied by 2 consecutive cries of agony from Yi Fan. Yinchuan touched his chest and suddenly realized that the reflective armor he wore was shattered. This mid-grade mystical armor was utterly ruined. After hearing Yi Fan's 2 agonized cries, Yinchuan deduced that his earlier spitting of blood must have triggered Yi Fan's blood energy protection. The damage rebounded from the blood energy was partially absorbed by the reflective armor and then rebounded again. The second wave of rebounding damage reactivated Yi Fan's blood energy protection. This indicated that Yinchuan's shot had directly breached Yi Fan's 2 layers of blood energy. The onlookers gazed at the deep crater created in the arena, pondering whether Yi Fan had survived. Such a formidable technique was beyond the capability of any of them to withstand. Even Yinchuan himself had only managed to endure half of the damage thanks to the reflective armor, ultimately spitting out blood. As the dust settled, Xiao Yin was the first to rush into the pit to search for Yi Fan. Previously, she had declared that she would come to his aid in times of peril. Yet, she never anticipated that Yinchuan's attack would be so ferocious. Xiao Yin felt that even if she unleashed all her strength, it would be futile. She could only silently pray for Yi Fan's survival. Cough, cough, cough. A faint cough echoed from the pit. Miraculously, Yi Fan was alive. An inner sect disciple exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Yi Fan was enveloped in a faint red glow, entering a mysterious state. He was awakening his immortal bloodline talent. Yinchuan quickly assessed the situation. To his surprise, the 2 layers of protective blood energy he had just dispelled were Yi Fan's last defenses. Now, with all 9 layers of blood energy consumed, Yi Fan's bloodline began to evolve, awakening his innate talent. Simultaneously, Yi Fan's cultivation surged rapidly, first to the 1st layer of Yuan Dan, then the 2nd and the 3rd. Within mere breaths, Yi Fan's cultivation had broken through to the 9th layer of Yuan Dan, and it continued to rise. Indeed, this Yi Fan seems to possess some extraordinary fortune, remarked an elder. Indeed, he withstood the fire dragon's onslaught without perishing. His physical strength is formidable, and it appears he has awakened some talent, another added. I find myself inclined to take him on as my disciple, one elder mused. If only Yi Fan could remain as low-key as Li Yinchuan, suggested another. Li Yinchuan low-key? What are you seeing? His audacity prohibits him from being discreet, another retorted. You have a point. They all witnessed Li Yinchuan's earlier actions. Mo Xian, however, held a measure of admiration, possessing strength yet not flaunting it, skillfully instigating internal strife among his opponents, ultimately securing victory. This lad is quite impressive. Elder Guan spoke first. Indeed. The sect master is correct. Who says that having a thick skin is a flaw? It's absolutely commendable. Elder Xiao raised his thumb, commending Elder Guan's flattery. After a flurry of commotion, only 5 individuals remained. Li Yinchuan, Su Fenger, Xiao Yin, and Yi Fan, with one remaining inner disciple who had survived until the end. This disciple approached Li Yinchuan and said, Senior brotherly, my name is Jin Hua, and I am affiliated with Wang Laoda. You may call me Huazi. Upon hearing this, Li Yinchuan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. It was yet another individual sent by the corpulent Wang. With the previous 7 one-on-one encounters, he had now faced a total of 8 adversaries. He was utterly perplexed by how Wang had managed to cultivate Xingqian. As an outer disciple, he had amassed so many inner disciples under his influence. Could it be that even the elders had been won over by him? What did he say to you? Jin Hua chuckled and replied, The boss instructed us to assist you in securing a spot among the top 3. Oh, and also to support Senior Sister Su. Li Yinchuan surveyed the individuals on the field, noting the presence of Xiao Yin and Yi Fan. He was resolute in his decision not to allow them a place among the top 3. Thus, the choices were limited to himself, Su Fenger, and the so-called king of survival, Jin Hua. Li Yinchuan strode towards Yi Fan, causing Xiao Yin to become visibly anxious, fearing that Li Yinchuan might resort to violence. Junior brotherly, what are you planning to do? Xiao Yin inquired. Oh, there are a few too many people here. I need to eliminate a couple. Li Yinchuan replied with a shrug. This is quite manageable. You, I, and Yi Fan shall enter the ruins together, Xiao Yin asserted, having already devised a plan. You have witnessed Yi Fan's capabilities. The 3 of us undoubtedly form the most formidable alliance. As for Su Fenger's matter, I will handle it shortly. There is no need for you to intervene. What do you think? Li Yinchuan shook his head and remarked, I find it rather unsatisfactory. My choice differs from yours. It would be best to make do with the 2 of you. Is there no room for negotiation? Xiao Yin retorted through gritted teeth. This man had already earned his respect for his prowess, yet it was not the right time to reveal his true strength. There is no room for negotiation. As Xiao Yin's words trailed off, Yi Fan had completed his awakening, undergoing a significant transformation. Upon examining his cultivation, he discovered he had attained the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, directly matching Mo Chen's prowess. Haha, I, Yi Fan, am indeed the destined child. Li Yinchuan. You foolish jester, how can you contend with me? Yi Fan laughed heartily. He felt invigorated, his body brimming with vitality. A sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. Simultaneously, Yi Fan sensed the extraordinary effects of his bloodline talent, realizing his regenerative capabilities were astonishing. Even severed limbs could regrow in a short span. As long as he was not obliterated in a single instant, both physically and spiritually, he would remain immortal. Xiao Xia. Why waste words with him? We shall claim this spot, and let us add one more fire starter. Yi Fan declared forcefully. Observing Yi Fan's exuberant state, Li Yinchuan felt reluctant to interrupt. He silently retreated beside Su Fenger, extracting a talent plunder card from the system space and murmuring softly, Use, target, Yi Fan. The talent plunder card locked onto its target and was activated. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was still reveling in his newfound capabilities. Envisioning the admiration in Su Fenger and the senior sister's eyes, the previously disdainful female disciples began to change their attitudes, surrounding him eagerly. The 2 princesses also held him in high regard, particularly the younger princess, who affectionately called him Yi Fan Gigi. Li Yinchuan writhed in agony beneath him, lamenting that he would never dare again. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yi Fan's lips curled into a twisted smile, and his body suddenly convulsed violently, as if something was forcefully departing from him. Yi Fan, your cultivation, Xiao Yin exclaimed in terror. Yi Fan's cultivation was plummeting uncontrollably. The rapid ascent he had previously experienced was now matched by an equally swift descent, awakening from a blissful illusion. Yi Fan found his cultivation had diminished to the 1st level of the Golden Core realm, and it continued to decline. Something is amiss with my cultivation, my bloodline talent. Yi Fan's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. He could no longer perceive the existence of his bloodline talent. It had completely vanished. Consequently, his cultivation regressed to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. In the span of a mere minute, Yifan experienced the tumultuous highs and lows of life. The talent has been successfully plundered and stored on the card. Please check. Li Yinchuan returned the card to the system space. Xiaoyan brothers, you should escort Yifan off the stage. Otherwise, my actions may be indiscriminate. Li Yinchuan said with a grin. Xiaoyan retrieved another set of clothing and wrapped Yifan in it before leaping off the contest platform. At this point, only 3 individuals remained on stage. Naturally, the first place in the competition was destined for Li Yinchuan, as Su Fenger had no need for it. And Jinhua lacked the strength, relying solely on luck. Once the competition concluded, Nangong Bu beckoned to Yuan and Guard to discreetly eliminate the severely injured Yifan. Seizing the opportunity to strike when he was vulnerable, she thought, if not now, then when? Subsequently, she approached her sister to congratulate Li Yinchuan on his victory. Due to Nangong Qing's influence, Song Chaxiang harbored no fondness for the 2 princesses and chose to leave early. Intending to seek out Li Yinchuan for inquiries when the crowd thinned, Wang Jian and Bu Wushuang also approached the stage. Among them, Mo Xian soared to the platform and addressed Li Yinchuan. Li Yinchuan, you are still an inner sect disciple, correct? I wish to take you as my apprentice. What do you think? Li Yinchuan glanced at the balding man before him and said, Thank you for your kindness, Master Mo, but I prefer a life of freedom. I shall forego the apprenticeship. However, Mo Xian was reluctant to relinquish such a promising disciple and continued, Joining my sect entails no obligations. You may inquire about anything you do not understand at any time. The techniques within the scripture repository are yours to study, and you may freely utilize the spirit stones. Li Yinchuan chuckled softly, noting that the highest cultivation technique of the Zixiao sect was merely of the intermediate earth rank. He possessed several earth rank martial arts techniques himself, including a high-level sacred with longevity technique, yet he found himself disinclined to practice them. It was not due to an inability to learn, rather. Spirit stones held little value for him. With Lady Fenger by his side, what need was there for such concerns? As for you, Master Mo, I must politely decline once again, Li Yinchuan said. Sighing, Mo Xian expressed his disappointment. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a promising talent, only to have him decline the offer of apprenticeship. This is the token for the 3rd level of the Scripture Pavilion, valid for a single use. Along with this 4th-grade detoxification pill, Mo Xian said, presenting the rewards to Li Yinchuan. The relic will open in 5 days. Use this time wisely to enhance your cultivation. Should you have any questions about your practice, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Li Yinchuan tidied up his belongings and expressed his gratitude to Master Mo. Observing the increasing number of disciples around him, he swiftly departed from the arena. On his way back, Li Yinchuan reflected on the original narrative. During the interval between the conclusion of the sect competition and the opening of the relics, Yifan, apart from discovering a fragment of a celestial-level cultivation technique in the 3rd level of the Scripture Pavilion, encountered no significant developments. Now that Yifan had been rendered unconscious, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to orchestrate any substantial actions. Li Yinchuan resolved to take advantage of this time to attend to his own affairs. After departing from Wang Pengzi's residence last night, Wang Pengzi sent a message informing Li Yinchuan that news had arrived from his hometown. Indeed, it was the mundane abode of Li Yinchuan, where his parents had dispatched someone to convey the message to the Zixiu sect, summoning Li Yinchuan to return home for an important matter. Li Yinchuan harbored no memories of his parents, not even a semblance of their appearance. As a mere servant disciple in the original narrative, he was relegated to the role of a disposable character. It was unlikely that the author would bother to flesh out the lives of such a character's parents. Consequently, Li Yinchuan resolved to descend the mountain for a brief visit to his family before proceeding to propose to Wang Jian, ultimately accompanying his senior sister to the Songjian villa to awaken his innate talents. 5 days should suffice for his endeavors. Time slipped away swiftly, and midnight was approaching. Li Yinchuan did not write much in his journal today, as the theme of healing is rather broad, leaving him uncertain about what to express. Sigh, what should he write? Is there anyone who could guide him on what to pin down? He has decided to forego the diary reward for today and will first return home tomorrow. As the saying goes, one should often return home to visit. It has been 5 years since his last visit. Surely a trip home is not too much to ask. Li Yinchuan put pen to paper, only to find the words abruptly halted. Congratulations to the host for completing today's diary entry. However, the word count falls short, and the overall content quality is rated as D. Reward received, 1 spirit stone. Well, A consolation prize, I suppose, Li Yinchuan chuckled. After all, he lacked nothing in terms of martial arts techniques, though his cultivation was somewhat lacking. Yet, as long as he surpassed Yufan, all was well. With nearly a year remaining until the downfall of the Zishu sect, there was no cause for concern. Better to retire for the night. Any matters could be addressed come morning. Yesterday's diary revealed a character occurrence tally. Bu Wushuang, 4 times, Su Fenger, 2 times, others, 0 times. No one received a reward as Li Yinchuan's diary was scanned, with the most nominated character, Bu Wushuang, appearing only 4 times, failing to meet the minimum standard for a reward. Why is Li Yinchuan so lazy? Nangong Yao remarked. You're no different, Nangong Baiyu retorted. Glancing at her sister with disbelief, how could she dare comment on others? As the selection for today's diary theme commenced, success. Su Lingshi has been chosen. Su Lingshi? Upon seeing the name, Nangong Yao eagerly flipped through the diary. Found it. She ranks 27th. Nangong Baiyu looked puzzled. Yao Yao. What do you mean by 27th? Do you know her? Not at all, replied Nangong Yao. Then why mention the 27th? Look at Li Yinchuan's diary from yesterday. The 27th character he noted is indeed Su Lingshi, she explained. Ah? Nangong Baiyu flipped back through the pages, confirming that the 27th entry indeed bore that name. Li Yinchuan meticulously chronicled his thoughts from the first sight to the 100th sight. Does this imply that at least 100 individuals possess copies of his diary? Randomly selecting one person each day would yield a probability of 1, and combined with his sister, there are merely 2. However, the fact that the diary selected Nangong Yao on the very first day indicates that this foolish sister of his possesses quite remarkable luck. The women waited for a while, and upon noticing the absence of updates in the diary, they understood that Li Yinchuan must have fallen asleep. This fellow, despite having reached the Yuan Dan realm, which renders sleep largely unnecessary, insists on adhering to a regular sleep schedule. In a small border town of the Great Yuan dynasty, there exists a fortune-telling booth with a sign that reads, "One oracle knows destiny." The proprietor, an elderly man with a white beard in his 70s, had just finished his last reading and was preparing to close up shop when suddenly his expression shifted. Did I draw the short straw? The old man, taken aback, never anticipated that the diary would indeed select him. Li Yinchuan, how intriguing, a man whose fate even I cannot discern. What manner of identity does he possess? Could he be the individual from the upper realm mentioned by my master? If I were to tailor a theme, it must surely be this one. The old man promptly settled on the theme he had meticulously prepared. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Li Yinchuan awakened. With no pressing matters at hand, he could afford to rise later. The morning is the foundation of the day. Let me peruse today's diary theme. Today's theme is how to swiftly amass 100 million spirit stones. What an odd theme. It is somewhat peculiar. Yet it is an improvement over yesterday's topic of healing. Accumulating 100 million spirit stones seems rather straightforward. A single local level martial technique is worth over 10 million spirit stones. Selling just 10 of them would suffice. Failing that, selling a few 7th or 8th grade elixirs would easily yield the desired sum. Perhaps this approach is overly simplistic. It feels as though I would quickly exhaust my content. Her name is Su Lingshi, a direct disciple of the leader of the Tianji sect. Su Lingshi harbors a profound affection for spirit stones, as her name suggests. She harbors a singular aspiration to earn 100 million spirit stones through her own efforts. This foolish girl ultimately found herself stripped bare by Yifan as he plundered the vast Tianji pavilion. To unravel the secrets of destiny and glimpse the threads of fate is a task beyond the reach of those with brief lifespans. Thus, the individuals of the Tianji pavilion toil with their very lives at stake. Speaking of Su Lingshi, I have long wished to seek her out. She should currently be in the Great Yuan dynasty, possibly residing as a fortune-telling elder. The exact location eludes me. Should the Starry Sky faction enlist the talents of fortune-teller Su Lingshi, our intelligence operations would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. I recall that Su Lingshi's first encounter was with Lady Jiyan. The two became fast friends and swore sisterhood. Coincidentally, I possess a locator for the female protagonist, enabling Lady Jiyan to bring the fortune-teller back. I wonder if the leader of the Tianji pavilion will come seeking trouble once he learns of this, especially since he is yet to complete his trial for his disciples. However, I could preemptively assist Su Lingshi in fulfilling her task, thereby masquerading as the destined individual. Li Yinchuan made a couple of swift strokes and proceeded to the guest quarters to find Wang Jiyan. Today, he was to accompany Lady Jiyan home to propose marriage. Should Wang Rohai refuse, he would present him with a grandson. In a remote town of the Great Yuan dynasty, Su Lingshi observed the diary pinned by Li Yinchuan. Selling 10 local-level cultivation manuals or perhaps 7 or 8 great elixirs would effortlessly yield 100 million spirit stones. Is this even a sensible assertion? Even a first-tier sect cannot possibly possess 10 local-level manuals. To his astonishment, Su Lingshi realized that Li Yinchuan had deduced his thoughts based on that staggering figure. This Li Yinchuan possesses quite the insight. Had I truly been left penniless by Yi Fan? As Su Lingshi contemplated his future predicament, he was taken aback. Surely, she would never wear such things. Did those foolish fortune-tellers refer to me? A surge of indignation surged within Su Lingshi. Just how beautiful could this Wang Jian be for me to willingly seek her as a sister? Alas, this fellow even knows the test bestowed upon me by my master and dares to entice me away. Does he not fear my master pursuing him to his abode? Impersonating a destined individual? Does he truly know who that fated person is? It cannot be Yi Fan, can it? After perusing the diary's content, Su Lingshi fell into deep contemplation. The task left by her master was to calculate a total of 1,000 fortunes here, with the 1,000th person to seek her divination being her destined individual. Presently, she had only calculated 799 fortunes, leaving a deficit of 201 individuals. With only 2 or 3 visitors each day, it would take over 100 days to fulfill her assignment. Everything is packed. Shall we return? Wang Jian sweetly inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Li Yinchuan and Wang Jian boarded the flying artifact and set off towards Scale City. This aerial vessel was bestowed upon Li Yinchuan by Su Feng'er. Last night, Su Feng'er approached Li Yinchuan, and upon understanding his intentions, she willingly presented the flying artifact. Her stipulation was that Li Yinchuan must not marry Wang Jian first. She insisted on being the principal consort. Li Yinchuan chuckled softly and assured Su Feng'er that they were all equal, with no distinction of status. It was surprising that the woman was willing to offer her flying treasure for their use. Wang Jian appeared somewhat astonished. Do not speak of her in such a manner. You are my wife, and so is she. Let us not create divisions, Li Yinchuan declared with the authority of a head of the household. If the two women could not come to an understanding, inviting more into the mix would surely complicate matters further. I understand, Wang Jian replied with a slight smile, knowing full well that she was Li Yinchuan's first. Upon returning, their bond would be solidified. The flying vessel swiftly departed from the Zixiao sect. Its speed was not particularly rapid, yet it surpassed that of walking, with an estimated journey time of 1 day to reach Scale City. After 2 or 3 hours aloft, Wang Jian suddenly furrowed her brow. Li Yinchuan, something feels amiss. What is it? Li Yinchuan inquired. Someone is following us, Wang Jian revealed. Li Yinchuan glanced back, finding nothing amiss. However, since Wang Jian had mentioned it, there must be something amiss. Her instincts had always been remarkably accurate. The obvious timidity of the other party suggested ill intentions. Bringing them to the Wang residence would not bode well. Fellow Taoist, why not reveal yourself? Li Yinchuan called out loudly. As his words echoed, 2 figures clad in black robes materialized before him. These individuals were more tightly wrapped than the others. Their entire forms concealed save for a pair of eyes that seemed to harbor secrets. Ha ha ha, boy. Surrender the earth-level body technique you possess. One of the black-robed figures shrieked. Are you from the Devil Sect? Li Yinchuan asked, bewildered. When did their members become so audacious as to appear in broad daylight? Since you refuse, prepare to meet your demise. Without further ado, the black-robed figures launched their assault. Li Yinchuan consumed a Windwalker pill, urging Wang Jian to depart first. Allow me to confront you. Li Yinchuan drew forth the Ziyun spear and executed a formidable earth-tier spear technique. The 8th form of the Linian Juchen, frost blossom piercing the dust. The 2 cloaked figures exchanged a glance, their minds exclaiming in disbelief. Who is this individual? What audacity to unleash such a grand maneuver right from the outset. They had intended to employ tactics to lure Li Yinchuan into a trap and subsequently capture him. Quick, evade. The 2 figures, caught off guard, hastily sought refuge. Yet, Li Yinchuan's assault was relentless, pursuing them with fierce determination. Ah, my thigh. Ah, my rear. Li Yinchuan broke one man's leg, while the other was affected by localized snowfall. Li Yinchuan, I shall not tolerate this. The 2 supported each other, limping away in haste. It was evident that their curses were quite vulgar. Li Yinchuan concluded his move, feeling the spiritual energy within him completely drained, and chose not to pursue any further. He realized the necessity of mastering the sacred wood longevity technique sooner rather than later. Otherwise, a single use of an earth-tier martial skill would deplete his energy reserves. The previous day had unfolded similarly, where he had ultimately relied on his acting to frighten Xiao Yin away from the dual platform. That voice seems somewhat familiar, Li Yinchuan pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. It dawned on him that one voice bore a resemblance to Xiao Lian, while the other was. Li Yinchuan consumed another Windwalker pill and swiftly caught up with Wang Zhiyan. Are you all right, Li Yinchuan? Wang Zhiyan inquired with concern. No harm done. Those two scoundrels were sent home by me, Li Yinchuan replied with a wry smile. After a day and night aboard the airship, they finally arrived at Scale City. The previous day's journal revealed that only Su Lingshi had received 8 nominations, while Li Yinchuan was awarded a protective array. The latest selection coincidentally featured Wang Zhiyan. Her chosen theme was Xian Envy sect, the sect to which she currently belonged. She was eager to discern the future fate of her sect, wondering if it would mirror that of the Zishu sect. The Xian Envy sect, which exclusively accepted female disciples, had only Wang Zhiyan as its singular heroine. This situation warranted some reflection. It was rumored that the sect leader was an unattractive elderly woman, though specific details eluded me. In truth, she barely survived 3 chapters before being vanquished by Yi Fan, an unfortunate fate attributed to her lack of beauty. How frustrating. Does being less than pleasing to the eye strip one of their rights? I shall feed peanuts to the leader of the Xian Envy sect. In the early stages, the Xian Envy sect lacked presence, continued to be insignificant in the mid-stages, and ultimately vanished due to Yi Fan's obliteration. During the time, Jian had developed feelings for Yi Fan and divulged much about her sect, inadvertently providing him the opportunity to eradicate the Xian Envy sect. In this regard, there were parallels to Nangongyao. Although the Zixiao sect was the first to be destroyed, it enjoyed over 100 chapters of prominence. Was it not superior to the Xian Envy sect? The Xian Envy sect's sole contribution was facilitating the advancement of Jian's 7 orifices Linglong heart to the 9 orifices Linglong heart. Ultimately, it became a dowry for Yi Fan, a rather dismal fate indeed. I yearned for the chance to visit the Xian Envy sect and converse with their former leader. Perhaps I could serve as an ally to the Zixiao sect in a critical moment. As Li Yinchuan pondered, he arrived home. According to the intel provided by Wang Pengzi, his ancestral home was also located in Scale City, specifically in a small village under its jurisdiction called Li Family Village. As they approached the village, Li Yinchuan and Wang Zhiyan walked together. Along the way, they encountered a few villagers, leaving Li Yinchuan in a state of bewilderment, unable to recognize anyone. Isn't that the child of Li Taiju? You've returned. A woman approached, causing Li Yinchuan to feel a stirring of familiarity. Auntie, do you recognize me? He asked. What are you saying? Aren't you Yinchuan? You've only been away a few years and already forgotten your aunt. Auntie, where is my father? Li Yinchuan scratched his head. The same old place. Your home has moved, the woman said, pointing in a direction. Upon noticing Wang Zhiyan beside him, her eyes widened. Oh, Yinchuan, you've brought a girl back. She is truly lovely. Li Yinchuan took Wang Zhiyan's hand and followed the direction indicated by the woman, gently pushing open a door. He knocked. Is anyone home? Soon, a woman in her 30s or 40s emerged, her face kind and her gaze gentle. Upon seeing Li Yinchuan, she paused for a moment before tears streamed down her cheeks. She walked over and embraced him without uttering a word. Hearing the commotion, another figure emerged from the room, a robust man in his 40s with a slightly dark complexion. Chuanzi, you've returned, he said, smiling warmly. The bloodline within Li Yinchuan stirred, revealing to him that these 2 individuals were indeed his parents. Father, mother, Li Yinchuan softly uttered. It was a relief to have them back. His mother, Wang Hohat, affectionately ruffled his hair, feeling a profound sense of comfort. Suddenly, a memory surged within Li Yinchuan's mind. It was 6 years ago when he had quarreled with his parents, subsequently fleeing the village, vowing to venture forth and not return until he had achieved something significant. He then joined the Zishu sect, but due to his lack of talent, he became a mere servant disciple. Eventually, he encountered a mishap during a mission, leading to his current circumstances. This lady is his father, Li Taiju inquired, glancing at Wang Ziyuan. She is my partner, Li Yinchuan replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Hohat's eyes sparkled with delight. She had heard of her son's enrollment in the sect and his ascension to immortality, yet she never imagined it to be true. Moreover, he had found such a beautiful companion to be his partner. Wang Ziyuan offered a gentle smile, presenting a pair of bracelets. Uncle, Aunt, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this small token of my esteem. These bracelets contain spiritual energy, capable of slowing the aging process, combating viruses, and providing a degree of protection when worn by mortals. Li Taiju displayed a look of hesitation and said, I apologize, my dear, but I have a matter to discuss with Chuanzi. Wang Zhiyan nodded, and was led away by Li's mother to chat in another room. "What is it, father?" Li Yinchuan inquired. Wang Pengzi sent word that there is a significant matter requiring his return home. Upon his arrival, everything seemed to be quite well. So what could this major issue possibly be? "Chuanzi, I need to tell you something." Li Tieju's expression turned serious. "Years ago, after you left home, I went hunting in the mountains and encountered a group of bandits robbing a wealthy merchant. I brandished my hunting knife and chased the bandits away. In gratitude, the merchant promised me a marriage alliance, stating that he would give his daughter to my son, which is you. Now that you have found a partner, it would be wise to annul this engagement at your earliest convenience to avoid upsetting the young lady." As Li Yinchuan listened, he couldn't shake the feeling that this narrative seemed oddly familiar. It wasn't until Li Taiju produced the marriage certificate and handed it to him that he was struck dumb. Upon seeing the name inscribed, he was instantly bewildered. The signature on the document bore the name Wang Ruhai. This revelation meant that Wang Jian was originally destined to be his bride. What an absurd twist of fate. The casual remark he made to Wang Pengzi about her being his sister-in-law had unexpectedly come to fruition. That unfortunate soul whose entire family was casually annihilated by Yi Fan, leaving no trace of his identity, turned out to be none other than himself. Li Yinchuan initially intended to persuade Wang Ruhai by the prospect of having a grandson. But in reality, he ended up deceiving himself. This is utterly absurd. Ha ha ha. Now the situation has become quite uncomplicated. "Dear father, I adore you." Li Yinchuan suddenly burst into hearty laughter and planted a kiss on Li Tieju's dark face. Li Tieju's face was etched with perplexity as he pondered. Has my son become foolish in his pursuit of immortality? If it comes to worst, I shall take it upon myself to withdraw. Li Yinchuan gazed at the marriage certificate with increasing delight, for it signified the fated union between him and Wang Jian. What nonsense is this Yi Fan? Daring to covet my beloved? He shall face no mercy. At that moment, Wang Jian and Li's mother emerged from the inner room. Whatever words Li's mother had shared with her left, Wang Jian's face flushed crimson. Li Yinchuan approached and presented the marriage contract for Wang Jian to peruse. "This is," he said, leaving the implication hanging. Wang Jian cast her eyes over the entire document, and her gaze fell upon the signature at the end. "Wang Ruhai? My father?" Wang Jian was utterly astonished. She recognized the handwriting as that of her father. "So it is truly you." A wave of surprise and joy washed over her. For Li Yinchuan had indeed spoken the truth. The intricacies of fate were truly remarkable. Wait a moment. Speaking of fate, Wang Jian suddenly recalled something. It was the matchmaker's thread she had previously received as a reward for her diary nomination. At the time, she was oblivious to its effects. Could it be that this was the manifestation of that very gift? If so, I would become the legitimate first lady of Li Yinchuan. "What? Old Wang is your father?" Li Taizu exclaimed, taken aback. Ever since he had saved Wang Ruhai's life, the two had sworn brotherhood, forging a bond that demanded deeper ties. He had assumed his son brought home a companion, rendering the union null, but unexpectedly, it was the daughter of old Wang. What an extraordinary coincidence. "Indeed, uncle. My name is Wang Jian, and Wang Ruhai is my father," she replied with a gentle smile. "Oh my, this is splendid." Li Taiju beamed, his face lighting up with joy. Old Wang always spoke of how beautiful his daughter was. Little did he know it was indeed true. Ha. For Chuanzi to have you as his partner is a true blessing. I am elated. Let us celebrate by slaughtering a pig at noon. Li Yinchuan hurriedly interjected, "Father, there is no need to slaughter the pig. We do not require a meal." Li Taiju smacked his thigh and exclaimed, Indeed. You have now ascended to the realm of immortals, no longer in need of sustenance." Li Yinchuan felt a sense of helplessness. They had only just embarked on the path of cultivation, and the distance to transcendence was still immeasurable. Yet, in the eyes of his father and other mortals, any golden elixir cultivator capable of flight was deemed a celestial being. "Father, I plan to visit Jian's family to propose. Would you and mother care to join?" Li Yinchuan inquired. "Absolutely." Li Taiju nodded. For how could one miss such a splendid occasion? The Wang family resided in the most opulent part of Lin City, a considerable distance from Li Village. Li Yinchuan unveiled the flying vessel, inviting his parents aboard. "Son, what is this?" inquired motherly, her curiosity piqued. "This is a flying treasure. Once aboard, one can soar through the skies like a bird," Li Yinchuan replied with a smile. Subsequently, Wang Jian also boarded the flying vessel, assisting motherly, concerned that she might struggle to maintain her balance. Under Li Yinchuan's adept control, the vessel ascended gently, making its way towards the Wang family estate. Many villagers from Li family village witnessed this extraordinary scene, their astonishment palpable. An immortal, This is a living immortal, exclaimed one. Isn't that Li Taizhu and his wife up there? And their son as well? Another added, I just encountered Yinchuan. It was indeed him. My goodness. Yinchuan has truly attained immortality. Guifei was not jesting. Panic ensued as one villager recalled. Oh no, I stole a cabbage from Tieju's home yesterday. Surely. I won't meet my demise now. The flying vessel journeyed for half an hour before reaching the protective walls of Lin City. Li Yinchuan discovered a formation that safeguarded the Scale City, compelling a few individuals to disembark the ship and enter the city, where they exchanged their mode of transport for horse-drawn carriages. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the heart of the city. There stood an expansive estate, its entrance adorned with a plaque bearing the gilded characters Wang Fu. Your family possesses quite an impressive residence, Li Yinchuan remarked with a smile, noting that it was slightly larger than his own abode in the sect. Originally, this was the Lord's mansion, but my father purchased it afterward, Wang Jian replied. Impressive. Your father is truly affluent. Li Taizhu suddenly recalled something. I have forgotten to purchase a few items. It would be impolite to arrive empty-handed. Wang Jian waved her hand dismissively and said, Uncle, my father does not mind such trivialities. Your presence is what truly matters. As the group approached the entrance of the Wang residence, the guards on duty, upon seeing Wang Jian, exclaimed in unison, Greetings, miss. Li Yinchuan glanced at the capabilities of these individuals and was surprised to find that two of them were cultivators at the third level of qi refinement. This father-in-law possesses some noteworthy connections, having managed to invite cultivators as guards. Is my father at home? Wang Jian inquired. Yes, miss, the master is at home, came the reply. Wang Jian led Li Yinchuan and the others into the Wang residence. Wang Rahai was sipping tea while reviewing account books, and the servants had already informed him of Wang Jian's return. Jian has returned? Wang Rahai set down the account book. The last time Wang Jian was home, she had questioned him about an alleged marriage arrangement he had made without her consent, leading to a slight discord. Now that she was back, could it be that she had come to terms with it? Father, Wang Jian called out loudly before entering. My dear daughter has returned. What are your thoughts on the previous matter? Wang Rahai rose to ask. Before Wang Jian could respond, he noticed two familiar figures. Is that not Old Li? And his wife? What brings you here today? Wang Rahai exclaimed with surprise, warmly inviting them in and instructing the servants to prepare tea. Ha, old Wang. My son has returned, and look who has come to visit. Li Taizhu laughed heartily. Li Yinchuan cast his gaze upon Wang Rahai. As the wealthiest merchant in Lin City, he exhibited neither a corpulent belly nor the vulgar indulgences of wine and women. Instead, he possessed a robust physique and exuded a vigorous aura. What astonished Li Yinchuan the most was the revelation that Wang Rahai was not an ordinary individual, but rather a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. This raised an intriguing question. How could his mere mortal father have intervened to rescue Wang Rahai? As Li Yinchuan scrutinized Wang Rahai, the latter reciprocated the gaze. This must be my esteemed nephew, he mused. A striking figure of elegance and charm. Paired with my daughter Yinner, they truly embody the perfect match. A harmonious union destined by fate. Wang Rahai regarded Li Yinchuan with evident satisfaction. Father, Wang Jian tugged at her father's sleeve. You two are meeting for the first time. Is it not rather hasty to make such a decision, albeit it aligns with my wishes? Uncle, greetings, Li Yinchuan proclaimed. I am utterly smitten by Jian at first sight, and I vow to cherish her devotedly. With a smile, he presented a vial of healing elixirs to Wang Rahai. This contains 5-grade healing pills. Please accept it, uncle. 5-grade pills. Wang Rahai's expression transformed with astonishment. The worth of 5-grade pills exceeds 10,000 spirit stones, amounting to over 100 million in silver. This vial contains a full 10 5-grade pills. My nephew possesses 5-grade pills. The happiness of Yinner in the future rests upon you. Wang Rahai graciously accepted the offering without hesitation. That is only fitting. Recognizing the generosity of my nephew, I too shall not let you go unrewarded. Wang Rahai smiled, retrieving a jade ruby, entirely emerald in hue, from his pocket. This jade ruby was a gift from a celestial master whom I fortuitously encountered. The master once stated that it should be entrusted to a kindred spirit upon meeting one. At this moment, I believe you are that destined individual. Li Yinchuan took the jade ruby, feeling its icy coolness, which invigorated the spiritual energy within him, instantly revitalizing his spirit. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes widened in surprise. Wang Jian blinked and glanced at the verdant jade ruby in Li Yinchuan's hand. What was this Tianshu divine key? She had never heard of it before. To her astonishment, This artifact was actually in Wang Ruhai's possession, after a cultivator reaches the later stages of the Great Ascension. Progressing further necessitates entry into the upper realm, which can only be achieved by unlocking the Heavenly Gate. This Jade Rui serves as one of the keys to that gate. Remarkably, there are only 3 keys to the Heavenly Gate throughout the entire Xianwang continent. One resides in the heart of the Demon Clan's territory in Shizhou. Another is held by the leader behind the Demon Clan, and the final one is this Tianshu Divine Key. In the original narrative, Yi Fan killed Wang Ruhai not only because Wang Ruhai opposed his daughter being with him, but also due to Elder Qin sensing a treasure within the Wang family that instilled fear in him. He thus resorted to murder to seize the treasure, but ultimately found nothing. Eventually, Yi Fan opted to eliminate the leader behind the Demon Clan to obtain the key to the Heavenly Gate and ascend to the upper realm. This act garnered immense gratitude from countless cultivators and common folk, who believed Yi Fan acted to rescue them from the Demon Clan. Most of the female protagonists in the fantasy realm had perished by then, having transferred their unique physiques and talents to Yi Fan. While those few who survived lived wretched lives. Well, I didn't expect this Tianshu Divine Key to fall into my hands. My fortune rivals that of Yi Fan. No, it must be that Jiyan's fortune is exceptionally strong, which has positively influenced me as well. As for the immortal teacher mentioned by my father-in-law, if I am not mistaken, it should be the old man Qishao from the upper realm. Known as the Qishao Fox Hunter, he is the master of Qishao Palace and practices the Tao of Freedom, embodying a philosophy of spontaneity. He traversed from the upper realm to the Xianwang continent, and it seems my father-in-law fortuitously encountered him. Acquiring this key, a testament to his own cultivation perhaps granted by the old man. Later, as Wang Jian accompanied Yi Fan, the aura of fortune also blessed Yi Fan, allowing him to gain opportunities bestowed by the old man. Now that Jiyan is with me, I wonder if I might also partake in his fortunes, heh. The old man's interventions always start at the heavenly tier, which is truly enticing. Speaking of which, it is no wonder Wang Pengzi discovered the Imo Divine Stone during the sect entrance examination. It appears this family is indeed fortunate. However, Wang Pengzi's early demise in the original tale meant his fortune was never fully realized. Encouraging Wang Pengzi to establish Xingqian was undoubtedly a wise decision. Yinchuan began to compose a diary in his mind, unable to restrain himself as he poured forth a multitude of thoughts. Li Taiju and Wang Ruhai gazed at the dazed Yinchuan, both feeling somewhat bewildered. What has happened to our dear nephew? Wang Ruhai inquired. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps he is engrossed in cultivation, Li Taiju speculated. Yan, why are you also unresponsive? Wang Ruhai waved his hand at Wang Jian, only to discover she too was wide-eyed and silent. It was not until Li Yinchuan completed his diary entry that he noticed his father staring at him, wordless. Father, what are you looking at? Li Yinchuan asked. Why were you so still just now? Li Taiju replied. I was cultivating. Yes, that is it. Although my method differs from others, they absorb spiritual energy while I merely wield my pen, Li Yinchuan explained. I thought as much, Li Taiju remarked, pleasantly surprised by his accurate guess. Our dear nephew has already transcended the foundational stage. At such a young age, to be so diligently devoted to cultivation is truly commendable. Wang Ruhai added. Not at all. Li Yinchuan waved his hand dismissively. It is not difficult in the least. Wang Jian, having returned from her reverie after reading the diary, felt little connection to the so-called celestial key. She had just begun her foundational stage, and the Great Ascension seemed far too distant. There was no point in overthinking it. However, the fact that Yi Fan had slaughtered her entire family left her resolute in her desire for vengeance. Come now, let us not linger here. Step inside and take a seat, Wang Ruhai cheerfully beckoned. Servants poured fine tea for each person. Since Yan and our dear nephew are so compatible, why not finalize this engagement immediately? Wang Ruhai proposed. Let us see what they think, Li Taiju replied. Wang Jian remained silent, looking to Li Yinchuan for his thoughts. Any time is fine, he said. Wang Ruhai let out a hearty laugh. Our nephew is forthright. Why not seize the day and make it this very afternoon? Both Li Yinchuan and Wang Jian were momentarily taken aback. While the sentiment was agreeable, it felt rather precipitous. Fear not. I assure you it will be a lively occasion. I have already prepared the wedding attire and all, Wang Ruhai assured them. Li Yinchuan had not anticipated Wang Ruhai's urgency. Are you worried your daughter might not find a husband? He quipped. That very afternoon, the entire Lin city erupted in a cacophony of drums and firecrackers. Wang Ruhai hosted a grand feast, inviting all citizens who offered a blessing to partake in the celebration. Even the city lord's residents sent congratulatory gifts. The Wang family was festooned with decorations, and everyone was particularly jubilant. The young lady was marrying a notably handsome groom, except for one individual, Fat Wang. By the time the news reached him, it was already the following day. Although cultivators do not typically celebrate such occasions with grandeur, they honored the wishes of their elders. That night, after Li Yinchuan and Wang Jian exchanged vows, they entered their bridal chamber. "Jian," he began. "No, call me husband." "Husband," she replied, "you look so handsome. It is getting late. We should extinguish the lights." On this night of flowers and candles, every moment was priceless. The system seemed to sense Li Yinchuan's joyous spirit. At midnight, it remained silent. Only the next morning did it chime. "Host has completed the diary entry from yesterday. Reward: perfect Yuan breaking pill upon consumption. Guaranteed to yield a 9-pattern golden pill. Ding. Host is in high spirits, unlocking the achievement. Huangdi's law effect. I. Rewards: advanced earth-level body technique, shadow transformation. Advanced earth-level sword technique, sword mastery of heaven and earth. Advanced earth-level sound technique, dream of the mortal world. Magical item, 3-breath creation pearl. Minor realm increase, 5. Wah. Li Yinchuan exclaimed loudly, awakening Wang Jian beside him. "I apologize, Yinner. Please continue your slumber." Li Yinchuan calmed his excited heart. Unexpectedly, he had inadvertently completed another achievement, seemingly part of a continuous series of accomplishments. The rewards were extraordinarily lavish, including 3 advanced martial arts manuals of the earthly tier, along with a magical artifact and an elevation in his realm. "Wait a moment, system. I need to find a suitable place." Li Yinchuan, wary of attracting too much attention during his breakthrough, quickly donned his attire and departed from the Wang residence, seeking a secluded spot to consume the perfect breaking Yuan pill. Following this, he prepared for a profound elevation of his realm. Wait a moment. Just before utilizing the minor realm elevation, a thought struck him. Now that I have ascended to the golden core stage, are you certain that a single minor realm elevation will only enhance my cultivation by 1 level? What if it grants 2 levels instead? Wouldn't that lead me directly to the nascent soul stage? Li Yinchuan inquired. On one hand, achieving the nascent soul stage would summon the heavenly tribulation, which could wreak havoc in this city of scales. On the other hand, if he advanced to the nascent soul stage, he would be barred from participating in the dragon's secret treasure relic, as entry was restricted to cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Indeed, the host's thoughts are quite idealistic, came the response. Well then, just to be safe, I shall inquire. Li Yinchuan chuckled. Yesterday, Wang Jian received 10 nominations, earning the concealment necklace, which, when worn, masks the wearer's aura, making it untraceable to anyone below the tribulation stage. Congratulations to Wang Jian for completing the hidden task. Reward: Major Realm Breakthrough 3. Shortly after Li Yinchuan left the room, Wang Jian awoke as well. Hearing the voice of the system, the hidden breath necklace? A breakthrough in the Grand Realm? Before Wang Jian could discern the effects of the reward, she felt a torrent of spiritual energy surging towards her dantian, ceaseless and inexhaustible. Her cultivation soared like a rocket, progressing from the first layer of foundation establishment to the 9th in mere moments. In just a few breaths, she had ascended from the 1st to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Yet the growth did not cease. Yuandan Realm. Yuandan 1st layer, 2nd layer, 9th layer. After several more breaths, Wang Jian's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of Yuandan. This saved her at least 3 years of arduous training. It's still not over, Wang Jian murmured. Faced with her suddenly surging cultivation, a joyful smile involuntarily spread across her delicate face. I have reached the Golden Dan realm. Golden Dan 1st layer. 2nd layer, 9th layer. Half an incense sticks time later, Wang Jian had broken through to the 9th layer of the Golden Dan realm. Still not stopped. Wang Jian took a deep breath, wanting to shout at that moment, I am no longer human. Boom. The previously clear skies suddenly darkened. Heavy clouds gathering in the atmosphere growing dim as thunder rumbled in the heavens. Heavenly tribulation. A hint of seriousness crossed Wang Jian's excited face. She had not anticipated that her breakthrough to Yuan Ying would attract the heavenly tribulation. If this tribulation struck, the entire Wang residence would likely be reduced to ashes. On the very first day after marriage, to meet such a fate, how could that be bearable? With the Yinchuan absent, she resolved to flee the city. However, as she opened the door, Wang Jian looked up and saw that the gathering clouds had dispersed, the thunder fading into silence. The heavenly tribulation is gone. Wang Jian was momentarily stunned. She recalled her master telling her that during her own tribulation, She had prepared several defensive treasures and sought a remote mountain peak to endure the trial. Despite her meticulous preparations, she was still struck to the brink of death, barely surviving. Thus, it was said that the Yuan-Ing and Golden Dan realms were pivotal junctures in the path of cultivation. Crossing over would extend one's lifespan and significantly enhance one's strength, while failing could lead to instant demise. Wang Zhiyin shrugged. This heavenly tribulation seems rather straightforward. It was not nearly as terrifying as her master had described. She then remembered her master's admonition against taking shortcuts in cultivation. Some practitioners solely relied on elixirs to elevate their cultivation, leading to unstable foundations and an inability to ascend to higher realms. Consequently, Wang Zhiyin had seldom utilized elixirs for enhancement, having only consumed a foundational elixir gifted by her brother to reach the foundation establishment. If that were the case, could today's remarkable growth indicate the onset of her master's forewarnings? Wang Zhiyin assessed her own strength and cultivation, feeling no hint of instability. She lightly punched towards the courtyard, shattering the stone table into fragments and creating a large crater in the ground. No residual effects, and certainly no instability. Her master wouldn't deceive her, would he? Wang Zhiyin looked at her fist. One must admit, this method of cultivation is extraordinarily exhilarating. Reflecting on her days in the sect, diligently meditating each night to painstakingly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, inching her cultivation forward, those times had been exceedingly arduous. Having tasted the sweetness of a power-up, she could not bear to endure such a meager cultivation pace for even a day longer. Oh, Yinchuan, take me along in this journey. Outside the city. Huh, what is going on? Where did this thunder tribulation come from? I have not even broken through to Yuan-Ing. Yinchuan observed the gathering dark clouds in the sky, accompanied by the resounding thunder, creating an impression that someone was on the verge of facing a tribulation. My apologies for the misunderstanding. The electronic voice of the system echoed, and the thunder swiftly subsided. Yinchuan has smoothly ascended to the 5th layer of the Golden Core stage. Such a rapid breakthrough in cultivation is perhaps unparalleled, I dare say, ha ha ha. A triumphant smile graced Yinchuan's face. If only Madame Zhiyin were to learn of this, she would surely be astonished beyond measure. Yinchuan retrieved the coveted treasure known as the Three-Breath Creation Pearl. The name itself exudes an air of prestige, though its true purpose remained a mystery. The Three-Breath Creation Pearl allows the host to bind with any 3 female protagonists, enhancing their cultivation speed threefold, while the host simultaneously gains the cultivation benefits accrued by them. Upon grasping the effects, Yinchuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible! A threefold increase in cultivation speed. Furthermore, I can also acquire their cultivated advancements. In that case, why should I even bother with my own training? I could simply take on the role of a landlord. What a splendid arrangement! Truly, this is the correct approach to immortal cultivation," Yinchuan praised. Yinchuan pondered who should be granted these 3 coveted opportunities. Firstly, it must be someone with whom he shares a strong bond, particularly a female lead who could exponentially enhance his own capabilities. Secondly, the individual's cultivation level need not be exceedingly high. For instance, Wang Zhiyin, despite being at the 1st layer of foundation establishment, would struggle to catch up if she were to assist others while her own cultivation is already low. Finally, the person must be diligent and industrious. A slothful individual like Negong Yao, even with a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed, would likely remain at the qi refinement stage. Presently, the only one who meets all 3 criteria is Wang Zhiyin. Su Feng'er had been quite diligent as well, but recently, for reasons unknown, she had become rather lazy, trailing behind him for days without engaging in her own training. Bu Wuxuan and Negong Qing were also exceptionally hardworking, almost to the point of sleeplessness. However, their relationship with him was not yet intimate enough to consider them. He chuckled, deciding to surprise Zhiyin first. He bound his first target, Wang Zhiyin. Finding successful, Wang Zhiyin's cultivation speed increased threefold. After the breakthrough, Yinchuan returned to the Wang residence and found Wang Zhiyin awake as well. "Yin, didn't I tell you to sleep a little longer?" he remarked. "I couldn't sleep, so I got up to cultivate for a bit. I've noticed my cultivation is progressing a little faster lately," Wang Zhiyin replied. She now wore a necklace that concealed her aura. Ordinarily, this was not an issue, but should she reveal her Yuan-Ing cultivation, it would be difficult to explain. Thus, she claimed her rapid progress as a ruse, should she ever be discovered. "Oh, how clever I am," she thought to herself. Then you must cultivate diligently," Yinchuan said with a smile. He was astonished by the remarkable effect of the 3 breaths of the creation pearl. Yes, yes, the next time we meet. I assure you, you will be utterly astonished. Wang Jiyan laughed. Well, it remains to be seen who will be surprised first, Li Yinchuan teased, taking her delicate hand and leading her inside. How annoying, so early in the morning. The physique of a cultivator far surpasses that of a mortal, allowing them to remain unfazed even after a sleepless night. This is where the benefits of cultivation truly manifest. At the Zixiao sect, in the alchemy pavilion, Wu Wuxuan and Su Feng'er hurried over to find Ningxue. You must have seen Wang Jiyan's reward. She has ascended 3 major realms. At this point, she is likely at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, or perhaps even at Yuaning, Su Feng'er remarked. This reward is simply astonishing. Does Elder Ning know what hidden task she accomplished? Wu Wuxuan and Su Feng'er deliberated extensively but could not reach a conclusion. Ultimately, they decided to inquire with Ningxue. This Ningxue had her suspicions. According to Li Yinchuan's diary, his return was to propose to the Wang family. If her father were to decline, he would present them with a grandchild. Thus, it was surmised that the two were likely Elder Ning. You are not aware either? Su Feng'er asked. Who could resist such a super reward that elevates one by 3 major realms? It's hard to say, Ningxue hesitated. She had been stuck at the pinnacle of the golden core stage for several months, unable to break through to Yuaning, which made her somewhat anxious. Yet, the path of cultivation requires tranquility, and impatience could lead to disastrous consequences. With such a simple method of breaking through presented before her, it was hard for anyone not to be tempted. What is there to hesitate about? With less than a year until the great calamity befalls the Zixiao sect, we must seize every opportunity to enhance our cultivation. I am willing to pursue any method available. If Wang Jiyan can achieve this, why can't I? Su Feng'er declared. Wu Wuxuan nodded in agreement, eager to learn any method that could elevate her cultivation. Ningxue, feeling somewhat helpless, divulged her conjectures. Li Yinchuan's return is indeed to propose to Wang Jiyan. Should he succeed, they will wed. If he fails, he will likely ask Wang Jiyan to bear him a child. Before Ningxue could finish her thought, Su Feng'er and Wu Wuxuan understood her implication. Humph. I said I wanted to be the first, you insufferable junior brother, Su Feng'er retorted. She had long been aware of his intentions to marry Wang Jiyan. Yet, they had agreed upon a proposal, and now it seemed they were directly marrying. If only she had known, she would have claimed Li Yinchuan the night before. Wu Wuxuan blushed as the thought of gaining a cultivation enhancement through such means left her in a quandary. Li Shidi has indeed treated her exceptionally well, not only assisting her in acquiring the awakening bracelet but also bestowing upon her a plethora of rewards in the form of sword techniques, celestial swords, cultivation, and an abundance of elixirs. These gestures have filled Wu Wuxuan with immense gratitude towards Li Yinchuan. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, she prefers to develop her feelings gradually after avenging herself. She does not wish to sell herself merely for the sake of cultivation. Su Feng'er, on the other hand, is different. Even without such circumstances, she and Li Yinchuan have already become Dao partners. Young master, there is a letter for you. Li Yinchuan opened the door, and a guard at the entrance handed him a letter. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Wang Pengxi. Yi Fan had left Zixiao sect together with Xiao Lian? Could it be that these two had gotten together? Li Yinchuan pondered while stroking his chin. He had initially thought that Yi Fan would enjoy a period of stability, but it seemed that trouble was brewing once more. Xiao Lian, a disciple of the demonic sect, had always sought to win over Yi Fan. In the early chapters of the original narrative, Yi Fan had been brimming with confidence, but later, in need of Xiao Lian's assistance, he had feigned allegiance to the demonic sect. Now, given Yi Fan's turbulent circumstances, it was unlikely he would preemptively join the demonic sect. What a predicament! The presence of the demonic sect's members posed a significant threat, one that the current strength of Zixiao sect was ill-equipped to handle. I must return to the sect promptly and ascertain the whereabouts of that little rascal. Li Yinchuan made his decision and prepared to return to his sect. After a 3-day respite, it was time to depart. Before leaving, he arranged for his parents to move to Wang Rahai's residence. The protective formation outside Lin City offered significantly greater safety than that of the village. Li Yinchuan has enhanced the protective array of the Wangfu with an additional systematic reward, significantly augmenting their security. After completing this task, he bid farewell to the group and departed from Scale City aboard the flying vessel. In the blink of an eye, a day elapsed, and they were finally nearing the Zixiao sect. Congratulations, host. You have completed the diary. The word count meets the standard, and the content quality is rated S. You have received a golden gift package. Open. Upon opening the package, he acquired 2 fixed teleportation talismans, one spirit beast gift package, one comprehensive guide for third-rank alchemists, and one guardian angel. Fixed teleportation talisman allows for fixed teleportation to a designated area within a certain range. Spirit beast gift package contains one spirit beast hatching elixir, one spirit beast advancement elixir, and one spirit beast satiety elixir. Guardian angel, spring brother armor. The host will be resurrected 5 seconds after sustaining a fatal injury, with a cooldown period of 7 days. Quite impressive indeed. Yinchuan glanced at today's rewards, all of which were quite impressive. Just as he was pondering how to reach the sword hiding manor, he fortuitously received 2 teleportation talismans. One for the journey there, and another for the return. Additionally, he acquired a resurrection armor for self-preservation, which would prevent the cunning old Lu from launching a surprise attack. The Spirit Beast gift pack was also a delightful surprise. It had been over a week since he obtained the 3rd-tier Spirit Beast egg on the first day, and there had been no signs of progress. Yinchuan carefully extracted the beast egg and proceeded to feed it a hatching elixir. Before long, a series of cracking sounds emanated from the shell. With a resounding crack, a fuzzy bird's head emerged, its pale yellow beak pecking away at the remnants of the shell surrounding its neck. Shortly thereafter, a pair of ebony wings unfurled, and 2 sharp talons shattered the shell into a fine powder. Eagle? Yinchuan gazed at the newly born creature, noting its resemblance to Yang's magnificent eagle. The large bird affectionately nudged Yinchuan's chest with its head, having already awakened its intelligence upon hatching and instinctively recognizing its master. What a sizable creature you are. If the eagle were to stand fully upright, it would likely measure over 3 meters tall, and it had only just emerged into the world. You can fly, right? You can carry a person, can't you? I shall ride you and enact the tale of the divine eagle and its companion. What do you say? With a sharp cry, the eagle responded, and Yinchuan felt as though he could comprehend its words. It seemed to indicate that it was a female. No, to be precise, it was a hen. What does that have to do with my riding you? Yinchuan found himself somewhat at a loss. One must at least be a 9th-tier beast to transform into a human form. You are merely a 3rd-tier creature. Perhaps you are overreaching your aspirations. Moreover, I am not that kind of person. Let me bestow a name upon you. What shall it be? Yinchuan gazed upon the majestic eagle, its black feathers glistening with a golden sheen under the sunlight, exuding an extraordinary presence. How about the name Hey Fan? He proposed. Chew. The eagle squawked, shaking its head in disapproval of the name. Then let us call you Hey Mao. Once again, the eagle shook its head, casting a somewhat mournful glance at Yinchuan. Was it truly so difficult to bestow upon a creature such as himself a name that resonated beautifully? Jin Mao would not suffice, as it bore a resemblance to that of a dog. What about Heyu or Black Feather? He suggested. The eagle neither rejected nor accepted the name, seemingly reluctant to dismiss even this option, thus settling for it. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be known as Heyu. Come, old friend, open your beak. Yinchuan instructed. The eagle wore an expression of exasperation, contemplating his master's peculiarities, yet gradually opened its beak nonetheless. Yinchuan tossed the Spirit Beast advancement pill into the mouth of Black Feather. Black Feather swallowed it whole, feeling a surge of warmth emanating from its abdomen. Feathers from its wings cascaded down like the garments of a beautiful woman stripped bare. Yinchuan found himself at a loss for words, as he unexpectedly discerned a bashful expression upon the face of the sculpture. Bashful, indeed. You are but a statue. After nearly losing all its feathers, the black-feathered creature's skeletal structure and physique dramatically expanded. It was evident to the naked eye that its height surged from over 3 meters to more than 5. Its wings rejuvenated and grew, becoming even more robust and substantial, while its beak and talons sharpened considerably. Furthermore, there was the Spirit Beast satiety pill. Once consumed, there would be no further requests for food, Yinchuan remarked. The black-feathered creature cast a complex glance at its master. You have now ascended to a 4th-tier spirit beast. Your speed must surpass that of this flying vessel. Allow me to ride you. With that, the black feather unfurled its wings, and Yinchuan leaped onto its back, where there was ample space to accommodate 3 or 4 individuals comfortably. Yinchuan stowed away the airship and instructed Heyu to set off towards the Purple Cloud sect. As Yinchuan rode into the territory of the Zishu sect atop his black-feathered steed, a nascent soul elder promptly emerged to assess the situation. Ah, it is you. Young lad, I was wondering who would dare swagger into my Zishu sect so boldly, remarked Elder Xiao, the very elder responsible for overseeing Yinchuan's entrance examination. Greetings. Elder Xiao, Yinchuan said with a respectful bow. This bird is quite impressive, a fourth-tier demonic beast no less. You truly are fortunate, Elder Shao observed enviously, casting a glance at the black-feathered creature. If you desire one, Elder, I shall endeavor to procure one for you in the future, Li Yinchuan replied with a smile. Li Yinchuan recalled a female protagonist whose extraordinary gift was beast tongue, enabling her to converse with magical beasts from the moment of her birth. Engaging in a friendly dialogue with her could easily procure a fourth-tier magical beast. Ha ha ha, you're quite thoughtful. However, at my age, I prefer to enjoy a peaceful retirement within the sect. Elder Shao laughed heartily. After a brief exchange, Elder Shao allowed Li Yinchuan to enter the sect. What a splendid elder he is. In the original story, he met a tragic end, leaving no trace behind. Li Yinchuan sighed. Before long, he arrived at Wang Pengzi's dormitory and found him. Hey there, brother-in-law. Wang Pengzi exclaimed joyously, placing great emphasis on the term brother-in-law. All right. Do you know where Yifan went? Li Yinchuan got straight to the point. Wang Pengzi's smile faded as he replied, I had someone keep watch on Yifan yesterday. After Xiaolian entered his room, they both left the sect together. Witnesses reported seeing them head west at a swift pace, but their whereabouts afterward remain unknown. Westward? Li Yinchuan pondered. The Zishu sect is situated in the eastern part of the Dequan dynasty. Heading west would lead them to the Deqian dynasty. Could it be that Xiaolian took Yifan to the headquarters of the demon cult? The original text did not specify the location of the demon cult's headquarters, leaving Li Yinchuan to speculate. If that were indeed the case, the plot would advance far too soon. The annihilation of the Zishu sect may occur ahead of schedule. But that remains uncertain. Oh, by the way, I received intel this morning indicating that Yifan and Xiaolian parted ways in the end, Wang Pengzi added. Parted ways? This suggests that Yifan did not go to the demon cult. The situation is slightly more favorable, yet it still exceeds Li Yinchuan's control, which is quite vexing. Have someone continue searching for Yifan, and inform me of any developments. Understood, brother-in-law. By the way, here is something for you. Li Yinchuan handed over the breaking Yuan Dan and 100,000 spiritual stones to Wang Pengzi. Use what I have given you as you please. Elevate your cultivation. For how can you manage others otherwise? Understood, boss. Yifan did not depart with Xiaolian, so where could he possibly go? He could not relinquish the demon sword and leave the Zixiao sect, indicating that Yifan must have discovered a means to enhance his strength. Could it be that he ventured to the Zhengyi sect of the Deqian dynasty? Never mind that for now. Let us first take the senior sister to awaken her talents. Li Yinchuan penned his diary while making his way to Bu Wushuang's residence. Before long, he arrived at his destination, just as Bu Wushuang stepped out. Senior sister, I have returned, Li Yinchuan announced. Did I not mention that there exists a place rich in sword aura, perfect for awakening your constitution? Upon my return, I consulted an oracle. And it pointed to the Tsangjian villa? Bu Wushuang exclaimed in surprise. Is that true? I am immensely grateful, junior brother. Oh, it is nothing. We are like family, he replied. Is this place far? You have to go to the ruins in 2 days. Will there be enough time? Bu Wushuang inquired. Do not worry, I have this, he assured her. Li Yinchuan produced a teleportation talisman, a remarkable artifact capable of transporting us directly to the sword-hiding villa. Bu Wushuang had previously ascertained the location of the villa, nestled at the intersection of the Dequan dynasty and the Deqian dynasty, a distance of several 100,000 kilometers from the Zishu sect. Even cultivators at the nascent soul stage would require several hours to traverse such a vast expanse. It was astonishing that such a diminutive talisman could bridge such an extensive distance. Senior sister, do you have the awakened bracelet with you? Bu Wushuang nodded. Very well. Let us embark for the sword-hiding villa. Li Yinchuan grasped Bu Wushuang's hand and activated the teleportation talisman, transporting them to Tsangjian Mountain Manor. Is this little thief, Li, finally making an appearance? Humph, having insulted me, Nangong Yao, that worthless fool, he dares to bring others to awaken. I shall first give you a taste of my authority. So you learn to show respect to this young lady. Jian Nanshan immediately instructed the steward to inform the manor's guards. In the coming days, a disciple from Zixiao sect will arrive. He is no good and intends to steal our manor's secrets. Should you encounter him, ensure you deal with him severely. After Li Yinchuan departed from the Zixiao sect with Bu Wushuang, a pair of figures cloaked in black suddenly manifested above the sect's grounds after the passage of a single incense stick's duration. The aura emanating from the black-clad individuals was formidable, surveying the topography of the Zixiao sect from their lofty vantage point. Clang. Vice Sect Master Mo Xian immediately sensed their presence and commanded the ringing of the sect's alarm bell, urging the disciples to be on high alert. Mo Xian, accompanied by 10 elder cultivators at the nascent soul stage, ascended into the air to confront the intruders. You must be the overseers of the Zishio sect. We have come to seek someone, remarked one of the lean black-clad figures. Mo Xian felt the overwhelming strength of the adversary, a depth of power that far exceeded that of the nascent soul realm. I am Mo Xian, vice sect master of the Zishio sect. Might I inquire as to your identities? He asked. Your concern for our identities is irrelevant. We are here to find someone named Luo Yuling. I advise you to surrender her to us, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness, declared the plumper of the two black-clad figures, whose temperament was evidently less amicable than his companions. Luo Yuling? Isn't she a newly accepted disciple of Elder Ning? One elder recalled. It is said that her alchemical talent is exceptional. She is bound to surpass Elder Ning in the future. Upon hearing this, Mo Xian clasped his hands and replied, Luo Yuling is a disciple of the Zishio sect. We cannot possibly hand her over without due cause. What is your true intention? The plump black-clad man laughed disdainfully. We of the demon clan do not waste words with the likes of you. At this revelation, Mo Xian and the elders' expressions shifted dramatically. The presence of demon clan members was a dire threat. They were known for their merciless ways, killing at whim without hesitation. However, an even more fearsome sect than the demon clan existed, the evil sect, which killed purely for the sake of killing. Both factions were equally perilous, and those targeted by them often found themselves facing inevitable doom. Elder Guan, retreat. Mo Xian commanded. The rest of you, form a defensive formation with me. Elder Guan swiftly returned to the sect's main hall, inserting a 5th-grade spirit-gathering pill into a transmission array to alert the other 3 first-rate sections. The 4 sects had long stood as allies. Should one fall victim to extermination, the others were to come to their aid. How amusing. A group of nascent soul elders daring to act so brazenly before me. The plump black-clad man sneered, revealing his formidable out-of-body cultivation level, which instantly pressed down on Mo Xian and the others, leaving them gasping for breath. The sect master has yet to emerge from seclusion. The Zishio sect shall not fall at my hands. Resisting the overwhelming pressure, Mo Xian swallowed a pill to bolster his strength. The elders channeled their spiritual energy through the formation to support him. The struggles of ants are truly laughable, the plump man scoffed. Receive my palm strike. Mo Xian summoned all his spiritual energy, launching a powerful palm attack. The plump man mirrored him, and their palms collided, sending shockwaves that obliterated the trees on the mountainside. Leveling the summit, both parties staggered back several paces to regain their footing. Interesting, you can hold your ground against me, but I have yet to unleash my full power, the plump man said, conjuring a sphere of flame in his hand and launching an offensive. Must withstand this. Mo Xian gritted his teeth and retrieved another vial of pills, hastily consuming them. Sect master, your body cannot endure this. An elder warned anxiously. The sect is in peril. We shall spare no effort. Mo Xian bellowed. Elders, continue. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of impending doom, while the lean black-clad figure, who had remained passive, appeared unfazed. Old Zhua, be gentle. The saintess has given specific instructions not to cause any fatalities, the lean figure remarked. Understood, the plump man replied. Reducing the intensity of the flames, he hurled towards Mo Xian and the others. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the entire sect, leaving destruction in its wake. Fortunately, all disciples had already taken cover and were spared from harm. Mo Xian and the elders were cast to the ground, bloodied and battered. Humph. A man is attempting to stop a chariot, the plump man dismissed. The lean figure approached. Now, can you tell us where Luo Yuling is? Never. That is absolutely out of the question. Mo Xian retorted with a cold laugh. TSK, we do not wish to resort to violence. Yet some seem intent on being obstinate. It appears we shall have to teach you a lesson, the lean figure lamented. Wait. A clear voice suddenly rang out. The two black-clad figures looked up to see a young woman in a sky-blue gown standing before them. I am Luo Yuling. You may take me, but spare the others, she declared. The alchemy pavilion had been obliterated by the earlier clash, and she was well aware of the unfolding situation. Do not go. They seek merely an excuse to kill. Mo Xian shouted, unwilling to trust the deceitful words of the demon clan, who needed no rationale for their bloodlust. Indeed. We of the demon clan do not require reasons for killing. However, this time we are genuinely here for someone. Why do you not believe us? The lean figure chuckled. In a flash, they appeared beside Luo Yuling. Come, our saintess awaits. Luo Yuling cast a final glance at Yinchuan, realizing that being captured by the demon sect would likely seal her fate. Teacher, this may be our last parting. I shall repay your kindness in another life, she thought. Also recalling Li Shixiang and Su Shiji. If I ever have the chance to see Li Shixiang again, I must express my feelings. Let us depart, Luo Yuling whispered softly. In an instant, the three figures vanished into the sky. Sectmaster, have they left? Elder Xiao, grievously wounded, asked incredulously. They should have departed. Mo Xian replied with a bitter smile. These two from the demon clan truly came merely to seek someone. The Zishu sect lay in utter disarray, with buildings ravaged. The mountainside destroyed, and its people grievously injured. Alas, my fellow elders, I am to blame for this, Mo Xian lamented. Sectmaster, do not speak thus. You acted to protect the sect's safety. Who could have anticipated that the demon clan would refrain from killing? This is entirely contrary to their notorious reputation, an elder remarked. Enough talk. Let us return and tend to our wounds. Yi Fan had been journeying away from the Zixiao sect for an entire day and night. Master, how much further to the Cangjin villa? Yi Fan inquired. It should not be far. Just ahead, through this bamboo grove, old Qin replied. I have some connections with them. Should we successfully acquire the celestial sword embryo on this trip, it would greatly enhance your prowess. Once we retrieve the demon's sword, that Li Yinchuan will surely not stand a chance against you. Yi Fan quickened his pace, traversing the bamboo thicket. Soon enough, he beheld an imposing and magnificent villa. As he approached the entrance, he was immediately intercepted by the guard stationed there. Who are you? What business do you have here? The guard demanded. I am Yi Fan. Hailing from the Zixiao sect, here on urgent matters, Yi Fan responded with a smile. Zixiao sect? The guard captain stepped forward, scrutinizing Yi Fan. A stranger from Zixiao sect, his shifty eyes do not suggest good intentions. That's him. Brothers, seize him. The captain of the guards bellowed, and a dozen guards brandished their clubs, encircling Yi Fan. Before he could react, he was struck from behind with a heavy blow. Ouch! Yi Fan winced, clutching his head. The guards relentlessly assaulted him with their clubs, showing no mercy. The young lady had instructed them to beat him to a pulp. As long as they did not kill him, how dare he brazenly attempt to steal the secrets of our manor? These guards were all cultivators at the foundation establishment level, and they held nothing back. Without the enhancement of his bloodline talent, Yi Fan could only withstand the blows with his physical strength. Had it been another peak foundation establishment cultivator, they would have likely collapsed by now. Yet, Yi Fan remained standing. He was the most resilient fighter in the Xianwang continent. With just a few strikes, who were they looking down upon? Step aside, watch me, the captain shouted. Being at the pinnacle of the Yuan dance stage, he unleashed a profound staff technique. In the ring, Elder Qin was bewildered. Had these guards taken leave of their senses? Why did they resort to violence without provocation? No. There was no provocation. They had simply attacked out of the blue. There was something decidedly odd about this situation. The guards had already left Yi Fan dazed. And now the captain was being excessively aggressive, even resorting to martial techniques. Elder Qin had no choice but to shield Yi Fan from the attack. He confronted the captain, whose face was marred with bruises, and demanded, Why do you strike at me? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, not even your manor lord can protect you. Upon hearing this, the captain laughed. You? When I became captain, you weren't even born. The guards behind him erupted in laughter. Elder Qin seethed with anger. The younger generation had become increasingly disrespectful. Call your manor lord out. I have matters to discuss with him. Elder Qin commanded. Humph. Who do you think you are to demand an audience with our lord? A good beating will teach you a lesson. Next time you harbor such thoughts, your life may be forfeit. The captain sneered. Elder Qin retrieved a token engraved with a sword hilt from his ring. This is the manor lord's token. Go fetch someone for me. The captain squinted at the token, surprised to find it genuine. Well, little thief, you have the audacity to steal the manor lord's token. Brothers, give him a thorough beating. This time, do not hold back. Beat him to death. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin cursed and fled. This brat was serious. If he didn't run, he would truly lose his life. Elder Qin's agility was unparalleled. He had escaped from meticulously crafted traps in the past. So evading these mere guards was a trivial matter, and he easily shook off their pursuit. A soft white light enveloped Li Yinchuan and Bu Wushuang. When the light dissipated, Bu Wushuang realized their surroundings had changed. They were no longer at the Zixiao sect. Was this the Songjian manor? Bu Wushuang surveyed the scene before him. It appeared they had entered a room belonging to someone. The furnishings were quite cozy, with a mirror and a makeup box on the bedside table, and white curtains hanging by the window. This was undoubtedly a woman's room. Li Yinchuan noticed a martial arts manual resting on the round table. Upon examination, he discovered it to be an intermediate-level sword technique of the Xian tier. Beside the manual were 2 vials of elixirs. Li Yinchuan uncorked one and inhaled the fragrant aroma, confirming that both were third-grade elixirs. The fact that such items were left unguarded on the table suggested that the owner held a significant status. Furthermore, given that the owner was a woman, Li Yinchuan deduced the possible identity of the room's proprietor. Could it be the room of that troublesome individual? He muttered under his breath. What did you say? Bu Wushuang inquired. It's nothing, senior sister. Let us depart swiftly. It would not bode well if the room's owner were to catch us, Li Yinchuan replied. Li Yinchuan opened the door and peered outside, finding the surroundings devoid of any presence. He then stepped out of the room, accompanied by Bu Wushuang. Junior brother, which way shall we go? Bu Wushuang inquired. In this direction, came the reply. Li Yinchuan was uncertain about which path to take. After mentally strategizing, he chose a direction, regardless of the way. As long as he encountered someone, he could inquire for guidance. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he unexpectedly bumped into a girl around the corner. She was clad in a flowing purple training outfit, a sword hanging gracefully at her waist, moving with an air of lightness. A subtle dimple adorned her face, and her twin ponytails swayed rhythmically as she hummed a tune, evidently in high spirits. Hey, she exclaimed, not noticing him at first, caught off guard. Li Yinchuan also failed to pay attention, resulting in a slight collision. What are you doing? The girl instinctively questioned. Upon catching sight of his countenance, she paused, her eyes widening in astonishment, almost drooling at the sight. Internally, she exclaimed, my goodness, he is so handsome. How could someone so striking exist in this manner? I have never seen anyone like him before. Who are you? The girl inquired. Li Yinchuan felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon seeing the other party's demeanor. Alas, he had encountered the very situation he had dreaded the most. It was a complete disaster. He had implored every deity to spare him from crossing paths with this troublesome individual, yet fate had conspired against him. As if merely appearing in her room was not enough, he had to stumble into her the moment he stepped outside, reminiscent of a romantic encounter. For heaven's sake, I am not the protagonist. I do not wish to meet her. Li Yinchuan fervently vented his frustrations in his diary. At a glance, I instantly recognized that she was not merely a person. No, rather, I immediately discerned that she was the troublesome Yinchuan. This troublesome individual was not only a source of exasperation, but also a superficial admirer, unable to resist the allure of handsome men. When she first encountered Yi Fan, she was similarly captivated, entranced by his looks and sculpted abdominal muscles. A superficial admirer differs from a lovesick individual. The former is merely drawn to beauty, while the latter, albeit not particularly astute, at least focuses on one person. It seemed that Yi Fan eventually realized Yinchuan's infatuation with appearances. After utilizing her, he discarded her without hesitation. The useless and the disloyal shall perish. Although I held confidence in my own looks and believed I could easily win over this superficial admirer, I hesitated, considering her other troublesome traits. As Yinchuan read the unexpected updates in her mind, the joy on her face swiftly vanished. The dashing man before her was, astonishingly, the very thief Li Yinchuan she longed to confront. To call me troublesome is intolerable. To label me a superficial admirer is equally unacceptable, she thought. What did superficial admirer even mean? Regardless, it surely was not a compliment. Why should he be so handsome? Caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, Yinchuan lamented that her chance encounter with such an attractive man had turned out to be with someone she wished to punish severely. You are Li. Yinchuan pointed an accusatory finger at Li Yinchuan, preparing to retort. Greetings, fair maiden. We are disciples of the Zixio sect. I am Bu Wushuang. And this is my junior, Li Yinchuan. Bu Wushuang interjected promptly, preventing Yinchuan from uttering anything that might betray her intentions. Had it been anyone else, Bu Wushuang might not have been so brazen, but with Yinchuan, it was prudent to tread carefully. Her intellect seemed somewhat lacking, which explained her troublesome nature. Oh, my name is not troublesome. I am Yinchuan, she declared loudly. Suddenly, a realization struck her. How did you get in here? Had she not arranged for her people to thoroughly teach Li Yinchuan a lesson? Why did he appear entirely unscathed? No, he had mentioned that he had entered her room. They had invaded her private quarters. How outrageous. Even if he was handsome, she was determined to exact her vengeance. We certainly entered through the main gate of the villa, Li Yinchuan replied, contemplating that if this young lady discovered he had intruded into her room, it would spell trouble for him. I do not believe you, Yinchuan retorted, eyeing him suspiciously. His furtive demeanor suggested he had not entered through the front door. I shall inform my father and have you captured. and then I will give you a thorough reprimanding. Li Yinchuan was momentarily taken aback, pointing at Bu Wushuang. Ah, she wants to draw too? Bu Wushuang covered her eyes. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she dared not open her eyes, hoping it was merely an illusion. As for her, Jian Nanchun chuckled, such a beautiful sister. I shall punish her by making her accompany me in slumber. Indeed, she was a connoisseur of beauty. Li Yinchuan expressed his frustration. At that moment, a guard rushed over and informed Jian Nanchun, Miss, just as you mentioned, a disciple from the Zixiao sect indeed appeared, sneaking about and clearly up to no good. We have dealt him a severe blow and ultimately drove him away. Ah? Jian Nanchun replied, her expression filled with confusion as she glanced at Li Yinchuan. The person I intend to reprimand is right here. Then who did you drive away? Li Yinchuan felt perplexed. The Zixiao sect? How did she know that the Zixiao sect would send someone, and even instructed the guards to lie in wait? Surely, they couldn't be watching me, right? I had only just arrived moments ago. There was no way she could have anticipated it. What could the situation possibly be? And who was the Zixiao sect disciple that had been attacked? No one had come by in the last couple of days. Wait, there might be someone who could be on their way. Yi Fan. Wang Pengzi mentioned that he was heading west. It turns out he was not going to the Dacian kingdom, but to the Sangjian villa. It seems he intends to retrieve the heavenly tear sword embryo ahead of time. Even if he possesses the old master's token, it would likely pose some difficulty. Jian Nanchun, upon seeing the diary, pressed her lips together, feeling somewhat guilty. She promptly inquired of the guard, is the other party named Yi Fan? The guard nodded. Indeed, the individual is named Yi Fan. That confirms it. He is the one being targeted. Jian Nanchun glanced at Li Yinchuan from the corner of her eye and stated resolutely, Very well, miss. We shall ensure that this Yi Fan does not enter the villa. The guard replied before returning to his post. So it is indeed Yi Fan who has arrived. Yet, it is quite strange. How does this troublesome fellow know Yi Fan? How could he possibly know he would come at this precise moment? They should not have encountered each other before now. Li Yinchuan, filled with curiosity, inquired, How did you come to know Yi Fan? Jian Nanchun furrowed her brows and retorted, What do you mean by hey? I have a name, and it is Jian Nanchun. My father is Jian Wuyo, the master of Sangjian Mountain Villa. It is none of your business how I know Yi Fan. You trespassed upon my villa, and I have yet to reprimand you for that. Yet you dare to meddle in my affairs. If you do not understand, then there is no need for explanation. Li Yinchuan was reluctant to engage in conflict with Jian Nanchun, recognizing that this was her territory and he had needs that required her assistance. I apologize, Miss Jian. We did not intend to intrude upon your estate, Bu Wushuang said, lowering his posture in a gesture of contrition. Humph, dear sister. If you spend a week in my company, I shall forgive you, Jian Nanchun declared, her head held high, brimming with pride. As for him, let him be punished to sweep our grounds for a month, in addition to a month of laborious work. She relished the opportunity to retaliate against his previous jests at her expense. Li Yinchuan dismissively replied, All right, I promise to get it done when I have the time. However, we have matters to attend to at present. Jian Nanchun was aware of Li Yinchuan's purpose for being here, yet she felt compelled to inquire further. The relationship between the Zixiao sect and the Sangjian manor was quite amicable, thus the arrival of a senior sister to awaken her physique was undoubtedly acceptable. What business do you have? Bu Wushuang chuckled, recognizing that the other party was also playing a part, and it was highly likely they had already consented. Otherwise, they would have been expelled long ago. Miss Jian, my junior brother mentioned that the sword energy here is quite dense. Might I request the privilege of awakening my physique in your esteemed domain? Ah, it is a matter concerning the beautiful sister. In that case, it is no trouble at all. Jian Nanchun responded, thinking to herself that she had no intention of concerning herself with that unpleasant man. Thank you, Miss Jian. Bu Wushuang replied with a gentle smile. Beautiful sister, I know the location where the sword energy is most concentrated. Allow me to lead you there. Jian Nanchun linked arms with Bu Wushuang, and the two walked together in a display of camaraderie. Li Yinchuan followed closely behind, feeling somewhat vexed. Why did this young woman harbor such animosity towards him upon their first encounter? It was perplexing. And then there was Yi Fan. He too was unsure of how he had offended her. Could it be that she had shifted her affections from men to women? Goodness. The senior sister is truly a challenge. Old Qin, possessing the spirit of Yi Fan, departed from the Sangjian villa and ran for a considerable time before stopping to rest. Yi Fan had been beaten into unconsciousness, leaving old Qin in a state of utter helplessness. Ever since joining the Zixiao sect, nothing had gone smoothly for him. As he pondered, a figure suddenly sprang to mind. The figure turned, flashed a mischievous smile, and misfortune soon followed. This person was undoubtedly a harbinger of trouble. Old Qin muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, several dozen meters thick, struck before Old Qin, creating a deep pit hundreds of meters wide in an instant. The appearance of this lightning was exceedingly abrupt, causing Old Qin to curse involuntarily. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. That bolt had been mere centimeters from striking him directly. Today was truly bizarre. He had nearly been struck dead. Looking up, he noticed the sky was clear. With not a cloud in sight, how could such a lightning bolt manifest? "Ant-like soul, do not gaze any longer. I summoned that lightning," a woman's voice echoed in his ears, startling him greatly. Who was this woman, capable of discerning his soul state and conjuring such terrifying lightning? "Ant-like soul, there exists a spiritual pool 500 kilometers west. Take young Fan there to enhance his cultivation. I have prepared some items for him," the voice continued. Old Qin noted the term young Fan, indicating that this individual was acquainted with Yi Fan and held a significant relationship with him. Since she was an ally, Old Qin felt somewhat relieved. "Predecessor, do you intend to assist young Fan?" Old Qin inquired humbly. "My assistance must remain a secret from him." The voice turned cold. Gathering his courage, Old Qin replied, "Predecessor, young Fan has faced numerous difficulties in his cultivation. Although I should not trouble you, I must request your aid in eliminating someone named Yinchuan. This matter is within my control. Your duty is to assist young Fan well, and he shall surely be revived in the future," the woman said before vanishing. Old Qin called out several times, but received no response. He then sat down, exhaling in relief. Thankfully, it was not his enemies who had found him, but rather someone coming to aid young Fan. After resting for about half an hour, Old Qin sensed that Yi Fan had awakened and retreated into the ring. "Master, my head aches terribly," Yi Fan groaned, touching his head, where dried blood had already formed a scab. "It is nothing, young Fan. I have detected a great opportunity nearby. If you head west for 500 kilometers, you shall find it," Old Qin assured him. Yi Fan remained silent, recalling how Old Qin had previously mentioned a great opportunity awaiting him at the Songjian villa, only for him to nearly be beaten to death before even entering. Now, with his injuries still unhealed, he was skeptical. "It is true, young Fan. Your master does not deceive you. This time, I guarantee a significant advancement in your cultivation." Still doubtful, Yi Fan, in his battered state, proceeded westward. Jian Nanchun led Bu Wushuang to the location of the sword tomb at the Songjian villa, where countless renowned swords forged by generations lay buried, at least 9,000 of them. The sword aura intertwined, merging and settling, creating the most potent atmosphere of sword energy within the entire villa. Second uncle, the guardian of the sword tomb, an elderly man with white hair, was called out warmly by Jian Nanchun. His name was Jian Fengho, Jian Nanchuan's second uncle. "Ah, what brings you here, little Nanchun? And who are these esteemed guests?" Jian Fengho inquired. "Second uncle, allow me to introduce. This lady is a disciple of the Zixiao sect, seeking to awaken her physique. The gentleman behind is a villain. Please teach him a lesson," Jian Nanchun explained. Jian Fengho smiled and turned his attention to Bu Wushuang, examining her physique. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished. "Is this?" Jian Fengho was incredulous. The swordsmanship talent of this Zixiao sect female disciple surpassed even that of Jian Huaya. "Greetings, Elder Jian. I seek to utilize this sacred ground to awaken my talent, and should Miss Jian require anything of me afterward, I shall not decline," Bu Wushuang stated, regaining his composure. Jian Fengho suddenly asked, "Would you care to join our Songjian villa?" Bu Wushuang hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "I'm sorry, Elder Jian, but I am a disciple of the Zixiao sect." "What a pity. It is rare to encounter such formidable swordsmanship talent." "You may enter," Jian Fengho sighed. It was enough to inquire once about recruiting a disciple, and he did not wish to engage in such immoral practices further. Jian Nanchun and Bu Wushuang entered the sword tomb. Li Yinchuan also wished to enter, but was halted by Jian Fengho's blade at his throat. "Old Jian, I seek to assist my senior sister," Li Yinchuan said with a respectful smile. This elder was, apart from Jian Wuyo, the second most formidable figure of Songjian Mountain Villa. His prowess stood at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, currently belonging to the elder stage. Thus Li Yinchuan naturally exhibited great politeness. Xiaonan had just remarked that he was a rogue and urged her to teach him a lesson. Jian Fengho chuckled, "Huh? But how could an expert like me in the out-of-body realm concern himself with the trivialities of the younger generation? My relationship with the young lady is merely a misunderstanding." Li Yinchuan replied, "Yet, since Xiaonan has spoken, I must comply." Jian Fenghe then locked onto Li Yinchuan's aura and suddenly inquired, "Why is it that I cannot perceive your cultivation level?" Li Yinchuan unveiled the art of concealment, revealing his prowess at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage before Jian Fenghe. How intriguing to have attained such mastery at such a tender age. I shall temper my cultivation to the 5th level of the Golden Core and engage in a spar with you. That should not be deemed as unfair. Jian Fenghe, tasked with guarding the sword tomb, found himself quite bored. It was a rare delight to have someone come to alleviate his tedium, and he could not let this opportunity slip away. Li Yinchuan understood that he could not evade this confrontation today and decided to engage in battle. "Do you know swordsmanship?" Jian Fenghe inquired. "I know a bit," he replied. "Very well, then let us spar with our swords. If you lack a weapon, I shall gift you one," Jian Fenghe said with enthusiasm. "No need. I happen to have a usable sword," the young man responded. Li Yinchuan unsheathed the Qingguang's sword, grasping it firmly in his hand. "Oh, a mid-level Shin rank sword, quite impressive." The sword of sealing throat immediately discerned the quality of the Qingguang sword. The 5th style of the Rui sword technique. Rui returns to origin. Without uttering a word, Li Yinchuan unleashed his most formidable sword technique. Caught off guard, he launched his attack, which was rather intriguing. Jian Fenghe, with a faint smile, remained utterly unperturbed. He merely lifted his right hand, and from the nearby sword mound, a celestial sword soared forth, also of mid-tier profound quality. It then positioned itself before his chest, effortlessly neutralizing Li Yinchuan's onslaught. "If you possess any other formidable techniques, feel free to employ them," Jian Fenghe remarked with a half-smile. The prowess of this young man truly exceeded his expectations. While Jian Fenghe appeared calm and collected in the face of the attack, he inwardly felt considerable pressure. If both parties were at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, the outcome was far from certain. Li Yinchuan no longer conceals his prowess. In light of this, "Sword Elder, prepare yourself. This move will be quite formidable." Li Yinchuan wielded the azure light sword, and an astonishing sword intent erupted from his body. This was sword intent. This young man had actually cultivated sword intent. Jian Fenghe was utterly astounded. In his youth, he had only achieved sword intent at over 90 years of age. How could this youth be so accomplished at such a tender age? Even Jian Nanshan, the so-called swordsmanship prodigy, had only just attained the heart of the sword. What a remarkable young man, rivaling the girl from earlier. At this moment, Li Yinchuan had amassed an ample reservoir of spiritual energy, channeling all his strength into the azure sword, delivering a formidable strike aimed at Jian Fenghe's throat. The sword master's 5th form, Falling Wind, summoned a tempest. In an instant, the blade resonated with a deep hum, and a violent whirlwind erupted around them, uprooting iron trees of considerable girth, as if the very fabric of space were being compressed. Jian Fenghe's eyes widened in astonishment. Earth-tier martial arts. This young man wields earth-tier techniques with such finesse. He possesses considerable skill. The edge of the azure sword pointed unwaveringly at Jian Fenghe, who unleashed a powerful aura to counter the attack, subsequently dispersing all the sword energy with a retaliatory blow. Li Yinchuan's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, yet he still could not defeat his opponent. "The younger generation is indeed formidable. You have emerged victorious," Jian Fenghe remarked. He had previously harnessed the power of the Yuaning realm to withstand the onslaught. Had he only possessed the strength of the 5th layer of the Golden Core, he would likely have faltered. "Thank you, Elder Jian, for your restraint," Li Yinchuan said, his complexion slightly pale. "There is no need for modesty. Were we to possess equal strength, I would not stand a chance against you," Jian Fenghe replied. "Elder Jian, you will not trouble me further, will you?" Li Yinchuan inquired. Jian Fenghe chuckled lightly. "Little Nan is quite mischievous. Her father is often absent from the manor, leaving her without supervision. I ask that you show her some understanding." Li Yinchuan felt a peculiar sensation. The young lady was well-educated, refined, gracious, and hospitable. She was truly an exceptional individual. Li Yinchuan placed his hand over his conscience and remarked, "Hiki, since you hold her in such high regard, why not marry her?" Jian Fenghe suddenly interjected. "Li Yinchuan." "Jian Lao, what did you just say?" Li Yinchuan doubted his hearing. "I suggest you marry my granddaughter," Jian Fenghe chuckled. Li Yinchuan internally exclaimed in disbelief, pondering the bizarre turn of events unfolding before him. "Are you jesting with me, old friend?" He replied, "My apologies, Sword Elder. But I have already taken a spouse. The young lady may seek another." With a dismissive gesture, he declined the proposition. It appeared that Jian Nanshan had shifted his affections from men to women. If this troublesome character were to be brought home, the harem would likely be in disarray before long. "Ah, It is quite commonplace for capable men to have multiple wives, should you wish to marry again. It would not be a matter of consequence, Jian Foho remarked. Li Yinchuan was rendered speechless. How eager you are to marry off your granddaughter. Ahem, Jian Lao. Matters of the heart require genuine feelings. The young lady shows no interest in me whatsoever. She even sought your assistance to teach me a lesson. It is impossible for her to harbor any affection for me, so let us abandon this notion. Li Yinchuan continued to decline. Such emotions can be nurtured over time, and if all else fails, I could assist you in making an initial connection. Before Jian Fengho could complete his thought, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of sword energy resonating from deep within the sword tomb. Dong, dong, dong. The sword tomb began to tremble, and countless celestial swords embedded in the mound responded with a melodious chime. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Nearly 10,000 celestial swords broke free from the confines of the sword tomb, floating in the air and producing a harmonious hum, their sounds intertwining. In unison, the sword hilts turned towards the same direction, as if paying homage. Even the swords held by Li Yinchuan and Jian Fengho began to shake violently, as if eager to pay their respects to the soon-to-be enthroned monarch. Li Yinchuan released his grip, and the azure sword mirrored the other celestial swords, pointing deep within. What type of constitution does your senior sister possess? Sword Sealing Throat inquired with astonishment. When Sword Wuyo initially awakened her constitution, it resonated with 5,000 celestial swords. Sword Nanchun surpassed her father's innate talent, yet only stirred the resonance of 7,000 celestial swords. However, Bu Wushuang's recent awakening has elicited the resonance of nearly 10,000 celestial swords. This may not be her limit, but rather the pinnacle of the hidden sword villa. Li Yinchuan spoke slowly. Supreme swordsmanship. Supreme. Jian Fengho's eyes widened in astonishment. He was aware of Bu Wushuang's formidable talent, yet he never anticipated it to be of the supreme caliber. To this day, there has been no record of anyone possessing the supreme swordsmanship physique in the Xianhuan continent. She could very well be the sole individual. I regret it. I find it hard to let such a promising talent slip away, Jian Fengho remarked with a bitter smile. Heh. Li Yinchuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Previously, they wanted him to stay, and now they wished for his senior sister to remain as well. Such delightful fantasies. Old dang. The resonating hum of the celestial swords within the sword tomb grew increasingly intense, as countless strands of sword energy converged deeply, merging into Bu Wushuang's being. The scale of this sword energy was immense. Even the disciples of the Tsangjian villa outside the sword tomb were affected. Their treasured swords vibrated uncontrollably. What is happening? Why is my sword moving on its own? One disciple exclaimed in terror. Me too. As the sword energy leaked forth and the celestial swords went awry, they cried out. Quick, discard them. Better to heed my advice and practice with a staff instead. My staff is 18 decimeters long, undeniably formidable. The symphony of a myriad of swords resonated for a full 3 hours. The day had begun, and now twilight was approaching. Is the talent of the senior sister truly so extraordinary? Has it not yet reached its conclusion? Li Yinchuan waited until the flowers had withered, initially believing that a matter requiring merely half an hour would be resolved. Yet he found himself engaged in conversation with the old swordsman for 3 whole hours. His lips were nearly worn raw from the incessant chatter. How idle must this old man be to speak endlessly? Li Yinchuan felt utterly exhausted. It is settled then, Jian Fengho declared solemnly. I shall assist you in winning over that girl, Xiaonan. You must marry her and hasten to bear a child, so that while I am still alive, I may lend a hand in caring for them. Li Yinchuan exclaimed. Who on earth agreed to this? Have you considered the absurdity of what you're saying? We are meeting for the first time, and you're already discussing children. This is utterly unreasonable. Your silence implies consent. Jian Fengho continued his monologue, disregarding any attempt by Li Yinchuan to interject. At that moment, Li Yinchuan turned his gaze upwards into the depths of the sword tomb, where he beheld the ethereal figure of Bu Wushuang, draped in flowing white garments, akin to a celestial being. The surrounding sword energy gradually calmed, and the divine sword gently descended back onto the sword tomb. It seemed that the senior sister had successfully awakened her powers. Li Yinchuan felt a surge of joy. The Zixiao sect would gain another formidable force, enhancing their odds in the impending battle against the extermination of their sect. Indeed, the Sword Dao Supreme physique is formidable, Jian Fengho remarked, casting a glance at Bu Wushuang's cultivation level with a sense of awe. Shortly thereafter, Li Yinchuan noticed Jian Nanchun soaring into the air, linking arms with Bu Wushuang, and together they ascended from the sword tomb. Having just awakened her physique, Bu Wushuang's aura was still unrefined, and Li Yinchuan felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from her. "Senior sister, what is your current cultivation level?" he inquired with curiosity. Previously, she had been at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan stage, and even with a breakthrough, she would only attain the Golden Dan realm. Was it truly possible for the pressure to be so intense after awakening the Sword Dao Supreme physique? With a gentle smile, Bu Wushuang replied, "I have reached the pinnacle of Yuaning." Li Yinchuan's mind reeled at the revelation. Pinnacle of Yuaning? Am I hearing this correctly? What happened to your tribulation for ascending from Golden Dan to Yuaning? Did you consume it? It was utterly preposterous. The pinnacle of Yuaning surpassed even Mo Xian's cultivation. Could awakening a physique truly elevate one's power to such heights? No wonder Yi Fan was so formidable in the latter stages. After receiving the senior sister's sacrifice, his cultivation surged dramatically, as if nourished by every meal and sip. All thanks to my junior brother and the generous assistance from Jian Lao and Jian Gunyang, Bu Wushuang smiled. Now awakened to the sword's sovereign physique and having broken through to the pinnacle of Yuaning, she felt merely a step away from the out-of-body realm. Sensing an exhilarating surge of strength, even facing Jian Fengho in combat would pose no challenge. With a chuckle, Jian Fengho boldly suggested, "You need not express gratitude. Why not stay at the mountain villa and become my disciple?" Bu Wushuang, anticipating this proposition, politely declined. "Jian Lao is jesting. I am still a disciple of Zixiao's sect." Jian Fengho, somewhat exasperated, mused over his position as an out-of-body realm expert, yet found himself rejected by two juniors. Fortunately, one of them ultimately acquiesced. "Senior sister Wushuang, please stay with me tonight. I wish to share a bed with you," Jian Nanchun implored. Li Yinchuan silently rolled his eyes. "I haven't even slept with my senior sister. And you still wish to? How naive. Indeed, the day is getting late. You should rest here for the night and return in the morning," Jian Fengho suggested. He had already concocted a scheme of substitution, intending to replace Bu Wushuang with Li Yinchuan and send him to Jian Nanchuan's chamber. Li Yinchuan was about to utter a few words when, inadvertently, he caught sight of a figure appearing in the distant sky. This silhouette grew larger as it approached them. As it drew near, everyone could discern its form. It was an elderly man with crimson hair, reclined upon a donkey. One hand was raised, tilting a wine gourd to his lips, while the other grasped a wooden puppet. The old man exuded an aura devoid of any cultivation, yet suddenly, Li Yinchuan felt a tightening in his chest. "Junior brother, danger." Bu Wushuang's expression changed dramatically. In that fleeting moment, she sensed a terrifying presence. A sudden alarm surged within Li Yinchuan, causing a cold sweat to break out from head to toe. Ding! The host has sustained a fatal injury. The guardian angel has activated automatically. Remaining cooldown time, 7 days. The red-haired old man took a sip of his liquor, letting out a sound of surprise. Lazily, he turned over from the back of his donkey and gazed at Li Yinchuan. "How is it that you are still alive, young man?" the red-haired old man inquired. Li Yinchuan's mind plunged into oblivion, and after 5 seconds, he regained his senses, swallowing hard. He had just encountered the closest brush with death. The elderly man before him possessed an utterly terrifying power, capable of extinguishing life without lifting a finger. "Who are you? You shall not harm my junior brother." Bu Wushuang stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Yinchuan. Jian Fengho narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the red-haired elder, completely unable to detect any aura emanating from him. Yet, Jian Fengho was certain that this individual was no ordinary person devoid of cultivation. He was a superlative being whose strength surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. "Boy, why do you remain silent? Having fallen victim to my carefree annihilation soul technique and still surviving is quite intriguing," the red-haired elder remarked. Upon hearing the phrase carefree annihilation soul technique, Li Yinchuan's mind raced with recollections. If he failed to discern the mysterious elder's identity today, he might meet an untimely and inexplicable demise. Wait a moment, he got it. Li Yinchuan finally pieced it together. In the original narrative, 500 chapters later, after Yi Fan ascended to the upper realm, he encountered a drunken old man who relished his wine. The master of Qishao Palace, the Qishao Taoist. Known as the Qishao Fox Hunter, he practiced the carefree path, embodying spontaneity and freedom. This carefree annihilation soul technique was one of the premier celestial arts of Qishao Palace, wielding immense power and capable of killing invisibly. "You are the Qishao Taoist," Li Yinchuan exclaimed. "Oh, to think there is someone in the lower realm who recognizes me. This is rather amusing." The Qishao elder expressed with surprise. "Since you know who I am, tell me, how did you manage to survive just now? I might grant you a more comfortable demise later." The Qishao elder took a sip of his drink as he spoke. Li Yinchuan gazed at the inebriated old man, his mind racing with strategies. This red-haired elder was a formidable being at the pinnacle of celestial cultivation, and escape was futile. No matter where he sought refuge, he would undoubtedly be discovered. A solution was imperative. Combat was out of the question. Even a practitioner at the Mahayana stage could effortlessly extinguish his life with a mere flick of a finger. In fact, he might not even need to lift a finger to do so. What had compelled this old man to pursue his demise? Had young Master Yinchuan inadvertently offended him? What a predicament! Commander, do you possess any solutions? Hurry, or your superior shall meet a grim fate. By heavens! I pray this diary entry does not become my final testament. Upon reading this entry, both Bu Wushuang and Jian Nanshan widened their eyes, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. The disheveled red-haired elder before them was, astonishingly, a being from the upper realm. How had he come to be here, intent on ending Li Yinchuan's life? Did he uncover the secret of the diary? Before his demise, Li Yinchuan experienced a moment of clarity and recalled something. Look at this, Qishao Xianren. Li Yinchuan took out a verdant jade ruby from the ring. The old Taoist Qishao took a sip of wine, glanced over, and exclaimed, "Oh, how did this item come to be in your possession?" Li Yinchuan forced a smile. "A gift from my father-in-law, who believes I am a fated one." A fated one? Indeed, how intriguing. The old Taoist Qishao took a sip of wine and sighed. "Never did I expect you to be the one destined." What a pity. What a pity about what? Li Yinchuan inquired. A pity that someone is willing to buy your life, even if you're a fated one. I must still take your life. The old Taoist Qishao took another sip of wine. Li Yinchuan's expression fell once more. Was it not possible to utilize this celestial key of destiny? What other trump cards could he possibly wield against his adversary? None. There was nothing at all. Even employing the random teleportation talisman would not spare him from the relentless pursuit of his foe. There are myriad ways to meet one's demise in this world, each leading to the same end, merely differing in method. May I inquire as to the identity of this opponent? Li Yinchuan let out a bitter laugh. Could it be that his very existence had offended the heavenly Tao? To assist Yi Fan, even the heavenly Tao had taken matters into its own hands to eradicate him as an anomaly? Confidential, the old Taoist Qishao uttered succinctly. Sighing heavily, Li Yinchuan lamented. He had presumed that reaching the nascent soul stage would afford him some leeway, only to discover that his adversary had even dispatched immortals to deal with him. How utterly shameless. Li Yinchuan raised a middle finger towards the sky, expressing profound disdain for the heavens. Time was of the essence. The old Taoist Qishao took a sip of wine and remarked, "Since you choose not to speak, I shall refrain from inquiring further. You might as well perish." As Li Yinchuan was in the midst of his endeavors, a sudden resounding boom echoed from above the heavens. The crowd gazed skyward, witnessing a colossal beam of light cascading downwards, as if the sky had been rent open, showering brilliance upon them. Who was the one transmitting the message? A voice, laced with an alluring yet eerie charm, reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. Even the elderly Qishao paused his incantations, lowering his wine gourd to regard the newcomer. In the next instant, a man clad in a black and purple coat materialized before the assembly. His short hair was a striking shade of gray-white, and he wielded an exceptionally long purple sword. His eyes glowed a fierce red, his countenance stern, accompanied by 3 pitch-black phantom crows that flitted about him. "Ing!" The old Taoist Qishao exclaimed abruptly. The short-haired man cast a disdainful glance at Qishao, snorting with contempt. "Ah, it's you, old ghost Qishao." Unperturbed by this moniker, Qishao, with a hint of amusement, retorted, "Ing, you relentless cultivator, it's a rare occurrence to see you emerge from the Chaos Palace. Who would have thought I would encounter you here in the mortal realm?" Ing, however, paid him no heed, turning his attention to Li Yinchuan and the others. "Which one of you is the messenger?" His voice was commanding and arrogant. A sudden jolt coursed through Li Yinchuan's heart as he recalled that a few days prior, he had utilized the Wanli transmission talisman to communicate with Ing from the higher realm. At that time, there had been no response, leading him to believe the message had failed to transmit. To his astonishment, not only had Ing received the message, but had also personally descended to seek him out. If Ing were to discover that he had been deceived, Li Yinchuan feared he would meet a most rhythmic demise, with an old Taoist from Qishao seeking his life. And Ing discovering his lies, the stakes were perilously high. I am," Li Yinchuan stammered. "You." In an instant, Ing teleported directly in front of Li Yinchuan. "What is your name? How do you possess information about my sister? What is her current condition?" Ing inquired rapidly, his gaze piercing into Li Yinchuan. Should the other party dare to deceive him, he would ensure they regretted their very existence. Even if only a soul remained, he would make it impossible for them to seek life or death. Faced with Ying's relentless barrage of questions, the pressure on Li Yinchuan was immense. Li Yinchuan, facing the brink of death, unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief. My name is Li Yinchuan, Shadow. Since I am able to inform you, I naturally possess knowledge of your sister's whereabouts. Li Yinchuan spoke in a calm and measured tone. Your sister is gravely injured and unable to move. I could have taken you to her, but now, I fear that is no longer possible. Ing gazed intently into Li Yinchuan's eyes, their gazes locked in a silent duel. And Ing detected no deceit in the other's words. This confirmed that the truth was indeed spoken. His sister had suffered serious injuries. Why? Ing inquired. Li Yinchuan pointed to the nearby old donkey, stating that the elder intended to kill him, though he was unaware of what offense he had committed. Ing turned his head towards the old Taoist Qi Xiao and inquired, Do you intend to take his life? Ing, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. If someone seeks his death, I am merely a messenger in this matter, Qi Xiao replied. Taking a sip of his drink, I shall protect this individual, Ing stated calmly. Initially reluctant to intervene, he felt discomfort at Qi Xiao's tone. Qi Xiao chuckled, Ing, as far as I know, you are currently at a critical juncture in your advancement. This is merely a fragment of your being. With a flat tone, Ing retorted, A mere fragment is sufficient to deal with you. Qi Xiao, undeterred, proclaimed, As a peak celestial, if I cannot match your true form, can I not contend with a mere fragment? If that is the case, let us test it. Ing wiped his 5-meter-long purple sword. You. Upon seeing the true essence of Ying's personal shadow blade, a genuine high-grade celestial artifact, Qi Xiao thought, Very well, I shall spare him today for your sake. I shall protect this person. Henceforth, do not trouble him again. Do you understand? Ing shot a glance at Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao, somewhat vexed, felt that despite taking a step back, the other party continued to press forward. Were it not for the inability to overpower Ing, he would have long since turned against him. If he did not acquiesce to Ying's demands today, he feared for his future well-being. While Qi Xiao could escape, what of the disciples of Qi Xiao Palace? They could not flee. Very well. I concede. Let us consider this matter closed. Qi Xiao thought again. The dialogue between the two commanded the atmosphere, silencing all present. For Ing was a being capable of ending lives with a mere glance. Now, tell me, where is my sister? With Qi Xiao's concerns addressed, Ing inquired. Very well. Bing is currently in the Xianwang continent, specifically recuperating in the southern snowfields of this realm, Li Yinchuan replied candidly. Bing? Upon hearing the name, Bu Wushuang and Jian Nanchun exchanged glances. If memory served, this Bing had been mentioned in their journal. She had even been nominated for 2 consecutive days. Bu Wushuang had initially assumed Bing was Elder Ning Shue's sister, Ning Bing, but that was not the case. This Bing was, in fact, a celestial being from the higher realms, sister to the domineering and arrogant man capable of subduing Qi Xiao with a mere fragment of his essence. Is she gravely injured? Ing asked cautiously, as if his words might cause further harm. Initially quite severe, her condition has since improved, though she still requires healing. It will take at least 5 years for her to fully recover. Li Yinchuan deduces from the narrative of the original text that Yifan discovered the ice in the snowfield of Nanzhou. Ultimately, it is with the aid of this ice that he confronts and eliminates the formidable leader behind the demon clan, the greatest adversary of the ice itself. Resources in the lower realm are scarce, necessitating a duration of 5 years. Ing furrows her brow. What is the perilous situation you mentioned during your transmission? Li Yinchuan let out a sound, indicating that the perilous situation had been resolved, and all was well now. Ing keenly sensed that Li Yinchuan's final statement was a fabrication. Yet the rest of his words posed no issues, suggesting that his sister was indeed unharmed. Ing chose not to dwell on these trivial matters and refrained from taking action, as he might still require Li Yinchan's assistance for his sister in the future. Consider this a concession. Remember, when you speak to me next time, do not lie. Ing remarked with a hint of indifference. Li Yinchuan nodded. Is this a mind-reading ability? My time in the mortal realm is limited. Here are the 10th grade elixir and the celestial level martial skill you requested. The shadow produced a martial skill book and an elixir. These items are of insufficient rank. I can only find this single elixir and this one martial skill. It seems that the potency of the elixir diminished somewhat when passing through the heavenly gate. Please make do with it. Additionally, please deliver this hairpin to my sister. Do you understand? Said the shadow. All right, all right. I assure you it will be delivered into Bing's hands. Li Yinchuan held a grade 10 elixir and a celestial martial technique, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He had never anticipated that his casual remark would lead to such a tangible outcome. However, due to the insufficient level, he had only acquired a single item. Had he known, He would have requested several elixirs and a few volumes of celestial arts. This situation felt like a significant loss. Yet, it was not entirely fruitless. There was at least some gain. Old ghost, I recall you possessing quite a few of these items. Do hasten to present one, he said, glancing at the Taoist Qishao. Me? The Taoist Qishao appeared rather disheartened, wondering why he was being implicated in this matter. I am merely an observer in this affair. Why should I be at a loss? However, feeling in good spirits today, he dismissed his reservations and retrieved a martial technique from his pocket, tossing it to Li Yinchuan. Upon observing the scene, Li Yinchuan was once again confronted with a tome of celestial martial arts. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to sing a tune. Today, the common folk are truly joyous. I shall return, leaving the icy matters to you. The shadow replied, Indeed, I shall ensure the task is accomplished. In the next breath, the shadow ascended once more through the beam of light, wielding a long blade, leaving behind a group of individuals whose emotions ebbed and flowed like a roller coaster. Dear immortal Qishao, do you have any further requests? Li Yinchuan inquired with a beaming smile. Ah, how delightful it is. This old fellow, quick to resort to violence in my presence, remains thoroughly subdued by the shadow. It is quite satisfying to have someone backing me up. Do not presume to be impertinent. Young man, while I may spare your life, I can still exact punishment by severing your limbs, the elder Qishao retorted, appending his wine gourd only to find it empty. Alas, how dull it is. Li Yinchuan felt a sudden inspiration and took out a fortune pouch. You know what I desire, he mused, before opening the pouch. From within, he retrieved a jar of exquisite wine. Immortal Qishao, I am grateful for your martial prowess. It seems you have finished your wine. Would you care to sample this fine vintage I possess? Li Yinchuan inquired with a smile. The wine from your mortal realm is insipid, as tasteless as water. Even dogs would refuse it, replied the old man Qishao before giving a playful slap to the donkey's rear and soaring into the distance. Li Yinchuan leisurely uncapped the wine jar, and immediately a rich fragrance of wine wafted through the air. Within mere seconds, it permeated the entire Zhangjian villa. Oh, my young friend, this wine of yours possesses a certain charm, distinct from others. Might I indulge in a taste? Next, the donkey, bearing the old man Qishao, appeared beside Li Yinchuan, sniffing the air curiously. Heavens, what an exquisite aroma! Li Yinchuan covered the mouth of the wine jar. Alas, this is a wine from the mortal realm, not worth savoring. Even dogs would refuse it. The old man Qishao grinned mischievously, unabashedly stating, I, as an old Taoist, relish indulging in wines that even dogs would spurn. Li Yinchuan remarked, What you practice is hardly the way of freedom, it is evidently the way of shamelessness. Seizing the moment when Li Yinchuan was distracted, the old man Qishao snatched the wine jar away. He uncorked it and took a hearty swig. Gulyalu, the exquisite wine slid down his throat, and his eyes sparkled with delight. This wine is truly remarkable. Its aroma is intoxicating. It surpasses many of the celestial fruit brews he had tasted in the upper realms. Gulyalu, within half a minute, he had emptied the entire jar. The old man Qishao licked the rim of the jar and, with a brazen grin, inquired, Is there any more of this splendid wine? There is indeed more, but I intend to keep it for myself, replied Li Yinchuan. Oh, to withhold such fine wine is a sheer waste. Why not share it between us? What do you say? Upon hearing the words of the old man Qishao, Li Yinchuan felt compelled to convey to him the sentiments the system had once expressed to him. I have never encountered anyone so audaciously shameless. Li Yinchuan disregarded him and instead called upon Bu Wuxuang and the others to prepare for their departure. Jian Foho was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether to leave. Was it truly appropriate to leave such a being from the upper realm, a celestial being, standing there unattended? The old man Qishao noticed this and chuckled. It seemed the lad would not take action without some incentive. Young man, do not depart just yet. I am willing to offer you something in exchange, the old man Qishao remarked. Li Yinchuan came to a halt, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the other party. What do you intend to offer me in exchange? He inquired. How about this local advanced cultivation technique? The old man, Qishao, produced a tome of martial arts from his possession. Li Yinchuan cast a sidelong glance at him. Is this all? The old man of Qishao took out a few more books. 3 volumes. Shall we exchange? 5 volumes. 10 volumes. Very well. Let's trade this heavenly step technique for your books. Li Yinchuan shook his head, rejecting the notion entirely. After this lesson, he realized that no matter how formidable one's techniques, they are rendered utterly useless when faced with an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. Had it not been for the timely appearance of Ing, he would have met a dire fate. He had heard rumors of the abundant treasures within Qishao Palace. A mere defensive artifact of celestial quality would suffice for him. The old man from Qishao stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Goodness, you are remarkably shameless. You expect to exchange a jug of wine for one of my celestial artifacts? Mutual understanding, I assure you. I am not as brazen as you," Li Yinchuan replied with a respectful gesture. "Ha ha ha. I must admit, I find your shamelessness quite delightful." The old man from Qishao chuckled mischievously, retrieving a gem resembling a luminous pearl from the rear of a donkey and tossing it to Li Yinchuan. "This is the Lioli Celestial Pearl, a primary celestial artifact. Once activated, it can withstand all attacks from beings below the Earth Immortal level for half an hour," he explained. Li Yinchuan examined the pearl, recognizing its true value. With such a treasure in his possession, he felt nearly invulnerable in the Xianwang continent. However, a thought struck him. Could this old fellow truly be so generous as to gift him such a powerful defensive artifact? This can't be a one-time use item, can it? He inquired. How could it be? The old man from Qishao chuckled. You can infuse it with celestial energy to recharge it, allowing for repeated use. Li Yinchuan, what the hell? Where do I get the celestial power? You claim it's not a one-time thing. Hee. Once you enter the celestial realm, you will possess celestial power, won't you? Don't rush. I've stored quite a bit of celestial power here. Enough for you to use 10 times or so. The old Taoist Qishao retorted smugly. Li Yinchuan's expression softened. Being able to use it a dozen times or so is quite acceptable. At least it provides a means of survival, preventing excessive passivity in the future. Where's the old Taoist wine? Li Yinchuan's fondness for wine has been rekindled, and at this moment, he yearns for an indulgent drink, 100 casks of exquisite wine. Li Yinchuan retrieved the auspicious pouch, pondering quietly. Clang, clang, clang. One jar of exquisite wine after another was extracted from the pouch, and upon counting, he found a total of 50 jars. It appeared that this magical pouch could only partially fulfill Li Yinchuan's desires. This pouch is truly remarkable. The old man Qishao sensed the pouch. Noting the absence of any spatial energy fluctuations, it seemed to be an ordinary bag. How could it possibly contain so many jars of wine? Do you want it? It's yours. Li Yinchuan tossed the pouch over. After all, the pouch would serve no purpose once used. The old man Qishao poured all 50 jars into his wine gourd and tucked the pouch away, intending to study it thoroughly later. What is the name of this wine? He inquired. Jian, replied Li Yinchuan. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Very well, let us depart. With the fine wine secured, the old man Qishao showed no inclination to linger, giving a gentle pat to the donkey's rear before soaring into the sky. Youngster, take this item. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out. Just remember to prepare some fine wine in advance. Li Yinchuan heard the voice of the old man Qishao whispering in his ear. He looked up and saw a small red plaque, no larger than a palm, descending from the heavens. Li Yinchuan grasped the situation and felt a surge of delight upon seeing the Qishao token. Indeed, this old man seems to harbor no animosity towards me. With this token in hand, I can momentarily regard the Qishao Taoist as an ally and call upon his assistance when necessary, although some price must be paid. Li Yinchuan felt a sense of contentment. Nevertheless, he vowed to exact revenge when the opportunity arose. For now, when dealing with Yi Fan, there was no need to worry about anyone stabbing him in the back. What is the name of that wine you just mentioned? Jian inquired. Jian. Li Yinchuan casually replied. Li Shaoze, you possess quite the audacity, daring to name a wine after your aunt. Jian retorted fiercely. I am referring to the Nan of the South. Unlike you. Do not overthink it, Li Yinchuan countered. Jian huffed, choosing not to argue further. Ahem, Li boy, shall we rest here for the night? Jian Fengho finally found his voice. The stronger one's abilities, the more acutely one felt the pressure brought by the Qishao elder. He dared not utter a word, fearing that a single misstep could bring calamity upon the entire Songjian manor. From the brink of life and death, Li Yinchuan had surprisingly forged a favorable relationship with the other party. At that moment, Jian Fengho realized that Li Yinchuan's future would undoubtedly transcend the confines of the Xianwang continent. If one could board his ship, the strength of Songjian Manor would surely ascend to unprecedented heights. Xiaonan, you must strive to assert yourself, Jian Fengho silently urged. If one cannot be the first consort, then let it be the second. If the second is unattainable, the third, fourth, or even the 100th would do. Li Yinchuan inquired about Bu Wuxuang's opinion. Noting that it was indeed getting late, but he possessed a teleportation talisman that would enable him to return at any moment. The other party had rendered significant assistance today, and such a modest request could certainly be accommodated. Let us stay the night. The ruins will open the day after tomorrow, and there is ample time, Bu Wuxuang replied. Very well, I shall heed my senior sister's advice, Li Yinchuan responded. Jian Fengho also nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. The three of you shall share a room tonight. Upon hearing this, Jian Nanshan, who was walking ahead, stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Granduncle, what nonsense are you spouting? After exclaiming, Jian Nanshan discreetly glanced at Li Yinchuan, relieved to see his expression unchanged. She harbored no real hostility towards him. Her mild irritation stemmed from his earlier jibes in his diary, where he referred to her as a troublesome burden, and she contemplated a light-hearted reprisal. However, witnessing Li Yinchuan's calm demeanor in the face of the celestial being's pursuit nearly captivated her, coupled with her inherent admiration for handsome individuals. She had long since shed any disdain for him. Sister Wuxuang, don't listen to Granduncle ramblings. I refuse to share a bed with him. I wish to sleep alongside you, Jian Nanshan declared. Bu Wuxuang turned a glance at Jian Nanchuan's flushed cheeks and smiled softly. It appears my junior has once again enchanted someone. Li Yinchuan remarked, absolutely not. I have no affection for women. Jian Fengho gasped. Ah, Li, haven't you just married? What is this? Can't men marry men? Li Yinchuan raised his chin defiantly. Jian Fengho responded, well, it doesn't seem like there is a prohibition against it. That night, Li Yinchuan found himself alone in a room, while Bu Wuxuang and Jian Nanshan shared a space. What a wretched scoundrel. I haven't even shared a bed with my senior sister, and you've already taken the lead, he thought. Once you've thoroughly plundered the hidden sword villa. Just wait, I shall make you pay. First, I'll leave you in a state of disarray, then take you as my maid, teaching you to dance as the naive ones do. Let us see if you still maintain your airs or dare to spank me again. As they perused the freshly penned diary of Li Yinchuan, Bu Wuxuang and Jian Nanshan fell into contemplative silence. Both had ascended to the nascent soul realm, rendering sleep unnecessary for them. After a long pause, Jian Nanshan timidly inquired, has he always been like this? Bu Wuxuang pondered briefly before replying, in truth. He is quite amiable. He treats us with kindness and has never displayed any excessive behavior. It's merely that his writings are a tad peculiar. Then, Sister Wuxuang, is everything written here true? Will my father truly meet his demise because of me? Jian Nanshan asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. If nothing else changes. It should indeed be true, Bu Wuxuang affirmed. The entries in her junior brother's diary had largely come to fruition, and he seemed privy to many secrets. He even knew celestial beings from the upper realms. What could he possibly be unaware of? Sister Wuxuang, I do not want my father to die. Jian Nanshan choked back tears. The thought of her beloved father perishing due to her mistakes twisted her heart in anguish. Do not fret, Miss Jian. Since you are forewarned of this matter, you can avert its occurrence. Bu Wuxuang offered a gentle smile. According to her junior brother, the future had once dictated that she would fall victim to vengeance from Yifan during her awakening, ultimately leading to her sacrifice. However, now that she had successfully awakened and her power had ascended to the nascent soul realm, those events had not transpired. Thus, if we can diligently circumvent the causes of this calamity, we can alter the future. Hearing Bu Wuxuang's words provided Jian Nanshan with some solace. However, she added, yet, relying solely on your strength may not suffice. You might require Li Yinchuan's assistance. Jian Nanshan gasped. You expect me to seek help from Li Yinchuan? He spoke of leaving me in tatters. Achoo, who is chattering about me? Li Yinchuan sneezed and placed 2 volumes of celestial rank martial arts and a 10th tier elixir on the table for examination. The advanced sword technique, Zhuxian sword art, at its pinnacle, possesses the power to slay immortals. Its description consists of merely 8 characters, yet it suffices to demonstrate the remarkable prowess of this sword technique.